System, host, do you think this is really feasible? When Qilu heard this, he was immediately shocked. Is this still the black-hearted system I am familiar with? Where is the system that shouts all day long that the system produced must be high quality and worth the money? System, host, please tell me the key points. Okay. Qilu spread his hands and said, if we charge a fee from the beginning, it will definitely not work. However, after they have tasted the benefits, they will definitely not give up this method that can quickly improve their martial arts and magic proficiency. Qilu grasped this point very accurately. Especially for a strong person like Gu Pingchuan who can break through the shackles, spiritual crystals are nothing at all. Getting something for nothing is not a good thing. Everyone getting what they need is a win-win situation. System, after careful consideration, the system absolutely accepts the host's suggestion. System, in order to thank the host for the suggestions and encourage the hosto continue to make constructive suggestions, the system decided to reward the host with a beverage vending machine. What an unexpected surprise! Qilu almost shouted in surprise when he heard the system prompt. The beverage vending machine that I had longed for came into my hands in such an unexpected way. I have to say, it's true that the flowers planted with intention do not bloom, but the willows with unintentional planting create shade. But after the joy, Qilu discovered a problem. System, you rewarded me with a beverage vending machine, right? Qilu asked as gently as possible. System, that's right, the host doesn't need to thank me too much. Qilu resisted the urge to curse angrily and said, it is true that there are beverage vending machines, but where are the drinks? System, drink drawing opportunity, please pay attention to future tasks. Depend on. Qilu couldn't help but make a universal gesture of contempt in his heart. The effect of the New World mode is very obvious on lower-level cultivators. So on the second day, the Blood Wolf team entered the New World mode and prepared to stay there permanently. After completing the training mission, the training students of Brilliant Academy discovered that Dean Gu was actually in the New World mode, and they all entered the New World mode one after another. Others felt the same way. Except for the bodyguards left here by Ling Xiao. After Qin Ming and Robert personally experienced the magic of the New World model, after discussion, they also decided to allocate funds from the Treasureito select a part of the elite city guards and come to Qilu's store for training. If you want to improve the overall strength of Yunwu City, you can't be stingy with spiritual crystals. Therefore, the income of Qi Li's store has increased a lot in a short time. However, this is probably because the system has really lowered the experience of the goblins in the novice village. And because the goblins in the big map are refreshed only once a day, the number is limited, which causes many people to upgrade slowly. As for the dungeon, the experience of swiping it once is actually not much. And every time you swipe it, you will be teleported back to Novice Village, and it will take a lot of time to travel. Therefore, there are only a few people coming to the front line of the evil spirit warriors for the time being. Among them were Ying Feng, who entered the New World mode from the beginning, and Ying Shui and Ke Minglang, who were brought in the next day. And Gu Pingchuan, who no one can steal. As for Han Ming, Qin Shi and Luo Yuanxing, although they were high enough, they all stayed in Novice Village and refused to leave. Because they have too little magic, they can't clear the dungeon at all. Finally, the New World model has been promoted. If not many people play online games, how can they be called online games? Qilu leaned on the leather sofa, eating potato chips and watching the scenery on the wall of Frontline City. From time to time, enemies will attack the city wall below. Qilu has already tried it. After killing the enemies on the front line of the evil spirit warriors, there is a chance of dropping game gold coins. This is probably because equipment stores and drug stores began to appear in the Frontline City. Low-level medicines and low-level equipment will also be dropped by killing enemies on the map, but the probability is very low, much lower than the gold coins dropped. But that doesn't matter. After you have gold coins, it's the same as going to frontline city to buy equipment and medicine directly. As for the skill book, it seems that it will only drop from the dungeon boss. As for the dungeon entrance of the evil warrior frontline, Qi Lu has not yet approached it. Because there are really many enemies on the plain outside the city. It's a bit impractical for one person to kill him head-on. So Qi Lu is now waiting for more people to come to the frontline city to have a look at the dungeon. Hello, Manager Qi. Ding Gu, you are indeed here. Two voices in a row interrupted Qi Li's thinking and made Gu Pingchuan look outside the store. The person walking in at the door of the store seemed familiar. Young man Ling San, how did you find this place? Gu Pingchuan glanced at the visitor, turned his head back, and continued to throw magic down the wall of the frontline city. This method of spawning monsters can only be used when the enemy attacks the city wall. Ling Xiao smiled awkwardly. Only Gu Pingchuan could call him Ling San. However, even the current fire emperor of the Huangyuan Empire was just an old boy in Gu Pingchuan's mouth. Ling Xiao felt that he might have made a profit. Long time no see. Qi Lu greeted lazily. It's been a long time, indeed. Manager Qi, the changes here are really big. Ling Xiao looked at the decoration and layout of the store and clicked his tongue. This luxurious decoration is no worse than the Imperial Palace. It's not that Qi Li's shop is so magnificent, but it's the value of the shop. With Ling Xiao's eyesight, he could definitely tell that the magic of space folding was used in the combat power improvement training room area. This level of magic is not even used in the Imperial Palace. Because such a powerful space magician cannot be found at all. Are you here to see Ding Gu? Qi Lu asked abruptly. Yes, the venue for this college competition has been prepared, so I came here to tell Ding Gu. Ling Xiao nodded. After hearing this, Gu Pingchuan turned around and looked at Ling Xiao. It's ready so quickly. It seems that Ling Ao is also planning to go to the academy competition this time. Ling Xiao didn't answer, just smiled. The venue for the college competition was set up in the main square of the imperial city of the Huangyuan Empire. How could it be arranged so quickly without the approval of the current fire emperor? However, this is not a big deal. It's just that it's better for that old boy to be careful. Gu Pingchuan warned. After hearing this, Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Thank you, Ding Gu, for your concern. What's next? Are you going to go back directly after the notification?" Qi Li asked casually, sitting in a booth nearby. I don't have to rush back. I'm just a casual worker in the Imperial City. I'm afraid that's why my father asked me to come out this time. Ling Xiao shrugged and said indifferently. Qi Lu could see a hint of helplessness in Ling Xiao's eyes. Not being taken seriously meant that he was insulated from the position of crown prince. Naturally, Ling Xiao could not be contacted about establishing a crown prince. It would be better to stay here in Yunwu City. Ling Xiao knew it very well. The fight for the throne has always been a cruel thing in the imperial family. Ling Xiao has an eldest brother who is an official in the court, and a fourth brother who kills enemies on the battlefield. It happened that he was alone and idle in the imperial city, which already explained the problem. If the eldest brother is an official in the court, he can win over the ministers of the court. The fourth brother can kill the enemy on the battlefield and win the hearts of the soldiers and take charge of the military. Ling Xiao knew that he could never compete with his brother in these two aspects. However, it was not without improvement. For example, in front of you is Gu Pingchuan, the Dharma god of the Huangyuan Empire. Gu Pingchuan's prestige in the Huangyuan Empire is definitely no less than that of Fire Emperor Ling Ao. However, as the dean of Brilliant College, Gu Pingchuan would not actively participate in the power disputes in the royal family. But not taking the initiative to participate does not mean that you will never participate. If he had Gu Pingchuan's support, Ling Xiao's power would never be worse than his two brothers. Ling Xiao chose to stay in Yunwu City, and that was his intention. Since you're not in a hurry to go back, why not try this? Qi Lu pointed Toth crystal ball in front of him. Store manager, Qi, what is this? New World Mode, go to the counter to activate it first. I believe you won't be disappointed. Qi Lu didn't explain much, just pointed to Gu Pingchuan and motioned Ling Xiaodo, look at the crystal ball over there. Ling Xiao looked over as he was told, and then asked aloud, Ding Gu, what are you eating? Gu Pingchuan, who was holding the bucket of instant noodles, swallowed the noodles in his mouth first, and then said slowly, this is the special delicacy of Manager Qi's store. The bucket of instant noodles can strengthen your understanding in a short time. Ling Xiao was shocked when he heard this. Not to mention the effect of enhancing understanding, just by looking at Gu Pingchuan eating with gusto, Ling Xiao was sure that this food called barrel instant noodles must taste amazing. Then, Ling Xiao looked at Qi Lu and asked with bright eyes, Store manager, where are these barreled instant noodles placed? Your focus is so strange. What I asked you to see should be the New World Mode. Qi Lu silently pointed to the snack vending machine next to the counter, unable to complain in her heart. Thanks to Ling Xiao's arrival in Cloud Mist City, the group of guards who had been training in the Combat Power Enhancement Arena and Online Mode have also entered the New World Mode. Although Ling Xiao only has a casual position in the Imperial City, his status as the third prince lies there. It's easy to get some spiritual crystals. That's why Ling Xiao generously provided money to provide snacks for all the guards. It's not because Ling Xiao's conscience found out, but because of the special effects of the snacks, he could refine his fighting spirit and magic power, temper his body, and strengthen the strength of the entire bodyguard team. As the days passed, more and more people came to Frontline City. However, Qi Li's level has always remained the best. There is a huge difference between being able to gain experience for only 4 hours a day and being able to gain experience all day long. Store manager Qi, are you going to the dungeon entrance together today? Gu Pingchuan, who was staying on the city wall, asked aloud as he looked at enemies wandering on the plain outside the city wall. Yes, I've been waiting for several days, and there are almost enough people in the team. And it's still at this time. You can give it a try. Qi Lu clapped his hands and shouted behind him, everyone, come and gather. The attack on the front line of the evil spirit warriors is actually regular. As long as you avoid the period when enemies attack the city wall on a large scale, the number of enemies in the wild will be greatly reduced. Otherwise, facing the impact of the enemy's military formation, one small team would not be enough to leave the city. Boss, here we come. Xu Yilong and Hu Shou immediately approached. Preparations are complete. We have brought the blood medicine and blue medicine. Ying Feng and Ying Shui also came closer. There's still one left, Zier. Qi Lu counted the number of people and then shouted directly in the store. Brother, what's wrong? Lan Zier asked doubtfully. Did you forget to gather on the city wall? Qi Lu asked, dumbfounded. This little lowly really forgot about this. Qi Lu arrived a day early and went to the Lan Yi team specifically to borrow Lan Zier as the team's forward. After Lan Zier activated the dragon bloodline, the power of the heavy shield warrior class became stronger. With her around, there would always be an unbreakable shield in front of the team. The background story of Evil Warrior Frontline is actually a frontline level that has been attacked by enemy troops. The enemies wandering outside the city walls are the enemy's troops stationed in the front line and the patrols sent out. The large-scale impact that occurs once a day is the enemy's military formation charge. Because of the plot, it is naturally impossible for Frontline City to be breached. However, this does not mean that just a few people can confront the military formation. Even Qi Lu, when the enemy army began to charge and attack the city wall, he could only throw some magic on the wall. If you dare to go down, you will definitely be swallowed up by the military formation immediately. Then appear at the resurrection point. But if there were only patrolling soldiers, they would basically not pose any threat to the team Qi Lu formed this time. A team of 7 people was prepared just because Qi Lu didn't know how many people this copy contained. After killing 3 patrols, Qi Lu and others also arrived at the entrance, Toth Dungeon. But before they could enter, a soldier covered in blood and with a somewhat confused aura appeared in front of them. Don't do anything, these are soldiers from Frontline City. Qi Lu immediately stopped the few people behind him, who just wanted to throw out martial arts or magic based on conditioned reflexes. The armor style of the Frontline City is completely different from the armor style of the enemy soldiers. Why did the soldiers from Frontline City appear here? Ying Feng asked in confusion. I don't know either. Let's wait and see. Maybe there are clues to the copy. Qi Lu said uncertainly. Based on the experience of playing so many games in the previous life, this should have triggered the plot before entering the instance. Sure enough, the soldier who suddenly appeared spoke. You should be the adventurers sent by Frontline City. I knew I didn't have much longer to live, so I kept my story short. Their attack on Frontline City is just a cover. Their real purpose is not Frontline City. Therefore, I would like to ask you to find out their true purpose. We must stop them, please. After saying a few words, the soldier fell to the ground. This is obviously a small plot before entering the dungeon, but it also explains the situation in the dungeon. The soldiers talking about them naturally refer to the enemy country. Qi Lu rubbed his chin and placed his hand on the entrance to the copy. Evil Dead Frontline Copy 1, War Reignited. Number of people required for the copy, 4. It's a 4-person dungeon, and the description of Dungeon 1, it seems that there is more than one dungeon for Evil Warrior Frontline. Qi Lu didn't get much information. But it is enough to know how many people are copying. There seems to be one person missing from the 2 teams. How do you want to divide them? Qi Lu looked at the people around him. Since Manager Qi is the captain, let Manager Qi make the decision. Gu Pingchuan said directly without thinking too much. New World Mode is a very novel thing for Gu Pingchuan. Gu Pingchuan would not make random suggestions without much understanding. And when Gu Pingchuan said this, Ying Feng and Ying Shui naturally couldn't say anything more, otherwise, they would not give Ding Gu face. Big brother, Zier listens to you. Lan Zier also expressed her stance. We are just here to hug you. Without a boss, we don't know what to do. Boss, just tell us who you want. We have no objection. The opinions of Shui Lang and Hu Shou are still very unified. I have embraced Qi Lu since the online mode of the combat power-up arena, and now in the New World mode, I will naturally continue to embrace him. Okay then. Qi Lu nodded. The Iron Triangle of Shield, Mage, and Priest is the most stable lineup for dungeons. However, we don't seem to have a priest here, so let's have a knight as an auxiliary attacker. After Qi Lu ordered Lan Zier and Gu Pingchuan, he explained and let them make their own choices. Then let me do it, boss. As soon as Ying Feng heard that the knight rank was needed, he immediately stood up. You are a knight, aren't I? You should let me do it. The blood wolf was not to be outdone, and stood up and tapped the small buckler in his hand. What's the point of knocking on your shield? Zier's shield is bigger than yours. Ying Feng curled his lips. I'm saying that I can do more than you. Shui Lang raised his eyebrows and said provocatively. What's the use? Didn't you hear what the boss said? The boss wants an auxiliary attack position. Ying Feng retorted, not to be outdone. Seeing that the two of them wanted to draw their swords and compete, Qi Lu quickly reached out to stop them. Okay, let Ying Feng do it. For defense, Zier is enough. Qi Lu and Gu Pingchuan are both great magicians. They are the main output and auxiliary classes. There is no problem if you bring two of them to explore the new dungeon. Since the boss said so, I won't argue. Shui Lang had no complaints. This kind of thing should have been agreed upon before coming here. Before the number of copies is uncertain, it is of course important to bring more or less. If there are more people, there will only be fewer people entering the dungeon. If there are fewer people, we will have to lead the team again. Okay, let the remaining people go back to the frontline city first. Qi Li continued. Then let's go back first. Hu Shou nodded, and then left the safe area outside the dungeon with Shui Lang and Ying Shui. The enemies on the front line of the evil spirit warriors are still refreshed once a day. Qi Li knew that this must be because the system was stingy. After all, you can gain experience by slaying monsters, and then level up. After upgrading, the improvement in fighting spirit and magic power will be beefed back to you. These all require energy. In order to save energy, the system will of course not let these wild monsters refresh too fast. However, when there is an enemy army charging, if you can seize the time to clear monsters, you will definitely gain a lot of experience. So after clearing the patrol once, there won't be much danger on the way back to the city. Evil Dead Frontline Copy 1, War Reignited. Squad Copy. After entering, Qi Li discovered that this dungeon was actually a plot dungeon. There were not many enemies in the dungeon room. Even in the boss room, there was only a vanguard team. The boss is the leader of the vanguard team. The plot shown in this copy is why the war in Frontline City started. The plot is very simple. The patrol team in Frontline City discovered a treasure land. In the process of opening the treasure land, they were discovered by people from the enemy country. In addition, the relationship between the two empires was not good to begin with. The conflict between the patrols turned into a war over the treasure. The four-person team that enters the dungeon plays the role of a patrol that discovers the treasure area and fights with the patrol sent by the enemy country. Repeat this process of renewed fighting. It's not very difficult. Although it's the first copy, it seems a bit too easy. Qi Li was behind, using magic to knock down the boss, and then touched his chin and started thinking. Brother, the equipment is out. Lan Zier carried a shield and excitedly ran to the place where the boss fell to the ground and picked up the items with light film on the ground. This is the unassigned flag. Let each take what he needs. Qi Li did not assign them specially. People who can come to the store are actually acquaintances, especially people who often form teams together. The relationship between the guests, even if they are not acquaintances, can still be familiar to each other. So there will be no disputes over some equipment. Boss, there is a very strange card here. What do you think it is? While Qi Li was still thinking, after looking at Ying Feng's own equipment, he handed him a card with a black background and gold edges. The word guild in seal script is also written on it. Guild creation card. Qi Li felt happy when he saw the name on this card. I just said, the first pass of the dungeon, how could it not be something good? As the countdown to clearing the dungeon ended, Qi Li and others were sent back to the frontline city. The prompt sound in the New World mode also sounded immediately. Evil Warriors Frontline Dungeon 1, The War Reignited, the first pass is completed, Dungeon 2, Battlefield, officially opened. The guild system is officially opened. Evil Warrior Frontline Copy 2, Battlefield. You need to join a guild to enter. You can only enter one guild at a time. Members of the same guild can use membership cards to contact each other. The previous prompts were okay, but the last sentence shocked Qi Li. It turns out that the membership card I originally proposed still has this function. Boss, what is this guild creation card? Blood Wolf, who had been waiting in Frontline City for a long time, immediately went to check out the guild system as soon as he heard about it. Then when I clicked create, a prompt appeared, saying that a guild creation card is required to create a guild. Game props, the boss of the reignited war dungeon, has a chance to explode. Qilu explained, then thought about it and said again. I have one here. I can lend it to you first. If it comes out later, just return it to me. Can you really lend it to me? Boss, you are so kind. Thank you so much. Hearing this, Xuelang felt happy and quickly thanked you. Xuelang couldn't quite understand what kind of guild system this was, but Xuelang knew very well what a guild was. No matter what kind of guild it is, the earlier it is created, the stronger it will be. The mercenary guild took advantage of being founded first, so it is now spread all over the eastern wasteland. Its power is so great that no one can match it. Fortunately, the mercenary guild was just an idle organization, so it was not united by the empire to crusade. Since Qilu was willing to lend the guild creation card to Xuelang naturally accepted the favor and felt extremely grateful to Qilu. You're welcome, just remember to return it to me. Qilu took out the guild creation card that was revealed just now and gave it to Xuelang. In fact, Qilu just wanted to see the new functions of the membership card. And if he really wanted to create a guild, Qilu wouldn't have the energy to manage it because he was too lazy. But lending the guild creation card to Blood Wolf not only allows Blood Wolf to accept his favor, but also increases the stickiness of the New World Medito the Blood Wolf team. Then let them earn more gold. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Xuelang would definitely not be able to guess what Qilu had in mind. Xuelang only knew that Qilu was actually willing to give up the opportunity to found his first guild and give this opportunity to himself. This is magnanimity, this is courage. Xuelang knew that he would never give this opportunity to anyone else. To create a guild, you need to pay 200 spiritual crystals. As the guild creation fee, you will get a property as the guild address. Do you want to create it? 200 spiritual crystals, yes. The Blood Wolf hesitated for a second, then nodded firmly. What a trick. Regarding the guild creation fee, Qilu could only secretly slap his hands in his heart, and then cursed that the system was really evil. A property in the New World model does not require any additional energy for the system. Dare to collect 200 spiritual crystals? This is not a black heart. However, Blood Wolf still feels that it is not a loss. Such a system is not a good means, so what else is a good means? But of course Qilu will not dismantle the system, because Qilu actually gets 20% of the spiritual crystals consumed by customers in the New World mode. After Xuelang nodded in confirmation, a virtual map appeared in front of Xuelang. It is the map of the entire frontline city. The properties that Blood Wolf can choose from are marked on it, covering almost the entire frontline city. Xuelang thought for a while and chose a 3-story attic near the city gate as his guild address. Please give your guild a resounding name. Blood Wolf. The Blood Wolf Guild has been successfully created. All members who join the guild can communicate using the guild system in the New World mode, and items can be exchanged using the guild system. Outside of the New World mode, all guild members can use membership cards to communicate. A series of prompts sounded after Xuelang confirmed the guild's name. Membership card? Oh, membership card. Xuelang was stunned for a moment before he remembered what the membership card was. Brothers from the Blood Wolf team, after arriving in Frontline City, all open the guild system for me and apply to join the Blood Wolf Guild. Xuelang roared directly in the store. Anyone who stays in the New World mode will be notified of the opening of the guild system. However, only those who have left the novice village can create a guild or apply to join a guild. Has our guild been created? The captain is mighty. Those who dare to compete with the Blood Wolf team should save their time. Our Blood Wolf Guild also welcomes others, but we must abide by the rules. As soon as Xuelang shouted the words, the store suddenly burst into cheers from the members of the Shui Lang team. But Qin Ming's face was not so pretty. In the New World mode, those who compete with these mercenaries are of course the elite city guards led by Qin Ming. We are both in Cloud Mist City and have entered the New World mode together. We must be very excited about each other. In the end, the Blood Wolf still got the upper hand, and Qin Ming was certainly not happy. However, I am not happy at all. In fact, the relationship between the people in the store is quite good. We can't let them stay in power for too long. All the city guards in the frontline city must find this guild creation card for me. Qin Ming immediately gave the order. In the New World mode, Shui Lang looked at Ing Feng again. Hey, brother Ing Feng, do you want to come to the Blood Wolf Guild? Ing Feng glanced at Gu Pingchuan, hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, forget it, I'll wait for Dean Gu to establish the guild. He still knows his identity as a student of Brilliant Academy. The guilds in the New World mode actually correspond to the external forces. The mercenaries of Yunwu City, the city guards, the guards brought by Ling Xiao, and the students of Brilliant Academy. At this time, you can't mess around. That's fine. Shui Lang thought for a moment and understood. Naturally, we will not force others to do anything. In just a few words, the members of the Blood Wolf team who came to Frontline City earlier also applied to join the Blood Wolf Guild. After Shu Along read it, they all agreed. Have you read the guild rules? Take out all your membership cards. Shui Lang couldn't wait to try out the communication function of membership cards that appeared because of the guild system. In this world, it's not that there are no such means of long-distance communication, it's just that there are very few such means of long-distance communication. Basically, you can only rely on sound transmission magic. However, sound transmission magic is a very niche magic. There are very few magicians who know this kind of magic, and it is almost on the verge of being lost. Not even Gu Pingchuan knew this kind of sound transmission magic. So Shu Along wanted to try the communication function of the membership card, and Gu Pingchuan was also very curious. Even when Shui Lang took out the membership card, everyone in the store turned their attention and stared at Shui Lang, the membership card in his hand. Brothers who have joined the Blood Wolf Guild, please take out your membership cards. Shui Lang shouted and opened the communication function of the membership card according to the prompts. On the crystal membership card, the words Blood Wolf Guild appeared. After a flash, a list of members of the Blood Wolf Guild appeared. The translucent membership card is like a borderless screen. It also shows two options, one-on-one communication and communication with the guild. Shui Lang randomly selected a guild member and clicked on one-on-one communication. The selected guild member will immediately have an option to request communication and confirm or not appear on his membership card. After confirmation, a small window will appear on the membership card. What is shown above is the picture of the two parties communicating with each other. This is actually image magic. The Blood Wolf's eyes widened and he exclaimed. This is not image magic. Image magic is used to record images. This is obviously a directly transmitted image. Gu Pingchuan immediately denied Shui Lang's words. Captain, I can hear you from here. The picture on the membership card also heard a sound at this time. This scene caused extremely shocking emotions to appear in the hearts of everyone who was staring. I actually did it, using my membership card to communicate. It's amazing. If there is this kind of communication method, it can play a huge role in many situations. This is sound transmission magic. No, it's more than that. A more advanced application than image magic, but this is impossible. How can such weak magic not collapse during the transmission process? Those who didn't quite understand image magic and sound transmission magic were all amazed. I was shocked by the communication function of the membership card. But Gu Pingchuan knew how to use image magic, and he also had some knowledge of sound transmission magic. However, after conducting simulation calculations in his mind, Gu Pingchuan discovered that this communication function could not be explained by simple magic at all. Manager Qi, I have to say that you gave me another surprise, or rather, shock. Gu Pingchuan spread his hands and said helplessly. If we talk about the magic that belongs to the major elemental magicians, Gu Pingchuan may not be able to fully understand it. However, apart from these exclusive magics, Gu Pingchuan's ability to understand magic can definitely be ranked among the top 3 in the Huangyuan Empire, and even in the entire Eastern Wasteland. Even so, Gu Pingchuan had no way of understanding what appeared in Qi Lu's store. Even Dean Gu doesn't know what kind of magic this is. This is amazing. The products in the boss's store have never let me down. Seeing Gu Pingchuan, everyone made a judgment, and the store suddenly became lively. Qi Lu curled his lips and said in his heart, of course you can't understand. How can someone who majors in magic understand a product from the science side? Although Qi Lu himself knows that this thing is not scientific at all and is very magical. To be precise, it should be magic combined with science. The Blood Wolf Guild is recruiting people. The only requirement is to abide by the guild rules. Once you join, you can use the membership card communication function. Settings are limited, first come first served, please don't hesitate. In addition to expressing their shock at Qi Li's store, people from the Blood Wolf team started shouting about the recruitment news. Keep your voices down, no loud noises are allowed in the store. It wasn't until Qi Li made a sound that the store became a little quieter. Can it only be used if you create a guild? Guards, let me find a way to collect the guild creation card. Ling Xiao has always been very sensitive to this kind of strategic resources. It's just that there is no way to buy all the previous elixirs that permanently increase attributes. Ling Xiao is also helpless about this. Gu Pingchuan also looked at Qi Lu with interest. Ding Gu, don't look at me. I don't have the guild creation card here anymore, there is a chance that it will drop in the reignited war dungeon. Qi Lu spread his hands and pointed to a clear path. Suddenly, the store was filled with people trying to level up. Presumably, within a period of time, the war rekindled instance will be very lively. As for Evil Warrior Frontline Dungeon 2, Battlefield, the entry rules are that at least 8 people from the same guild can enter the dungeon. And after one guild enters the battlefield instance, other guilds cannot enter again. We can only wait until all the previous guilds quit. And in the copy, it is just like the name of the copy. Battlefield. This dungeon is an infinite dungeon, which contains the battleground between the frontline city and the enemy country. Players can keep gaining experience in it as long as they don't die. However, after death, you can only wait until the next day to enter the battlefield instance again. Qi Lu can also predict that these guilds will spend a long time competing for battlefield copies. The specific way to compete is to see who comes early. Cloud Mist City, Mercenary Guild. Mu Qianqiu and Wan Zhongshan frowned and looked at the pile of information on the table, which almost formed a mountain. There are more than a dozen pieces of information on it, all of which say a powerful monster appeared deep in the cloud forest, and it has already injured many people. And many people have been poisoned by monsters. There are mercenaries, caravans, and people visiting Yunwu City here. It's normal for monsters to hurt people, but if it happens too frequently, it's definitely a big problem. Wanzhong Mountain, what do you think that monster is? Mu Qianqiu raised his head, clicked on the description on a parchment, and asked aloud. I'm not sure yet. I just know that this monster is extremely fast, according to their description. Wan Zhongshan took several parchments, opened them one by one, then pointed at information on them and integrated them together. Did you find anything? Mu Qianqiu looked at Wanzhong Mountain. He is not good at this kind of mental things, so it is better to leave it to Simeon who is good at it. I suspect that this is a master-level monster. Wan Zhongshan looked at it for a long time, then rubbed his eyebrows and expressed his guess. What? How could a master-level monster appear in the cloud forest? Mu Qianqiu suddenly showed an expression of extreme astonishment. The reason why the cloud forest is classified as a low-level warcraft for Estes because the level of warcraft inside is not high. Grandmaster-level monsters, even in high-level monster forests, can occupy a place at the top of the food chain. What's more, it's in a low-level monster forest. As for heroic monsters, almost no one wants to provoke them. For monsters of this level, the territory they occupy is a restricted area. But now, a Grandmaster-level monster suddenly appeared in the cloud forest. It was just a joke. The mercenaries in Yunwu City are simply not enough to kill the master-level monsters. Even the strongest tiger hunter among the mercenaries is only a professional class. A mercenary team with a master-level strongman didn't even bother to come to Cloud Mist City. What should I do? Should I ask other guilds for help? Mu Qianqiu asked in a panic. There is no need to rush for help. This matter is not yet certain. Release an exploration mission first and set the rewards and points higher. Wan Zhongshan thought for a while and said slowly. Isn't this a joke with the lives of those mercenaries? Mu Qianqiu frowned slightly. If it is really a master-level monster, then the mercenaries who explored it in the past will probably be buried in the cloud forest. No, how could this be a joke? Wan Zhongshan smiled and said. No matter whether those mercenaries can come back or not, we can get the information we want. That monster is a master-level monster, or... No. Mu Qianqiu suddenly felt that Wan Zhongshan's smile seemed a little cold. Shaking his head, Mu Qianqiu threw this feeling away, then quickly stood up and said, Then I will go and release the mission first. Deep in the cloud forest, a kitten with mysterious patterns on its fur was laying on a tree licking its paws. Under the tree, several professional class monsters were standing around, like bodyguards guarding the kitten. In the forest further away, there are many monsters wandering around. The wandering route is vaguely centered on the kitten. Meow. Suddenly, the kitten let out a lazy cry. The professional class monsters guarding under the tree heard this cry and instantly entered a fighting state. At this moment, a tiny crystal suddenly fell out of the paw that the kitten was licking, like a brilliant little gem. Before the gem fell to the ground, the professional class monsters guarding under the tree dispersed and started a fierce fight for it. The kitten looked at it with interest on the tree, its diamond-shaped pupils flashing with light. The tiny crystal was finally snatched away by a monster that looked like a wild wolf. However, the fierce fight left it covered in blood, and its large and small wounds looked very miserable. However, this monster didn't care about the wounds on its body at all, but instead let out a warning roar to the surrounding monsters. Then he swallowed the crystal he grabbed in one gulp. In an instant, a flash of fluorescence appeared in the eyes of this monster, and then quickly spread throughout the body. The wounds that appeared due to the previous battle also healed rapidly under the fluorescent light at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, an aura far exceeding that of the surrounding monsters erupted from the wolf-shaped monster, and powerful pressure rushed in all directions, forcing the professional class monsters to retreat. The monsters wandering further away were lying prone on the ground, daring not to move. Crash dash. The surrounding trees were shaken by the pressure. But only the big tree where the kitten was, the branches and leaves on it were not affected at all. The powerful pressure only broke out for a dozen seconds before it was restrained by the wolf-shaped monster. The fluorescence covering the surface of the wolf-shaped monster's body slowly disappeared, revealing a figure that was 2 times larger than before. The light emanating from a pair of beast eyes is even more profound. The fur on the body also becomes more and more shiny. Ouch! The wolf-shaped monster let out a loud roar, then leaned down under the big tree, expressing its submission to the kitten. The kitten was lying between the branches. It seemed a little tired and gave a frustrated cry. All the warcraft seemed to have received some order and immediately began to disperse to the periphery. After a while, this area where the warcraft originally gathered seemed as if warcraft had never appeared before. Ever since the promotion of the New World mode of the Combat Power Enhancement Arena was launched, the decks in the Combat Power Enhancement Training Room area have always maintained a very high occupancy rate. Based on Chi Li's store opening time, it would be enough to do 3.5 rounds a day. After the guild system was updated, no one who came to the store did not apply for a membership card, which made Yushir a lot more convenient. However, because of the opening of the battlefield dungeon, those guilds also started a new round of competition. Although the explosion rate of guild creation cards is low, several cards were still exploded due to the persistence of the city guards led by Qin Ming and the guards led by Ling Xiao. So on the second and third days, Qin Ming's Yunwu Guild and Ling Zhao's Safong Guild were successfully established one after another. During this period, Ling Xiao also gave one of the extra guild creation cards to Gu Pingchuan. It's a small favor. Therefore, shortly after, the Brilliant Guild belonging to Brilliant Academy was also successfully established. And there is another one, the Lanya Guild founded by Lanya Team. The guild creation card used was the one that Blood Wolf returned to Qi Lu. Because Lan Zier was in the team when they first cleared the War Reignited dungeon, Qi Lu lent them the recovered guild creation card. However, it actually doesn't matter if you haven't paid it yet. Because Qi Lu has no idea of creating a guild. Today, the first two people to enter the store were Shui Lang and Hu Shou, followed closely by the people from Lanya's team. Because the members of the Blood Wolf team did not dare to crowd the people of the Lanya team. Let's talk first. The rule is that the first guild to enter the store will advance to the battlefield dungeon, so my Blood Wolf guild will be the first to enter. Blood Wolf said seriously as he looked at Lan Yi, who was following behind. Hey, there is no chivalry at all. Mainland Qinchi stuck out his tongue at the Blood Wolf and made a face. Two grown men are not shy about competing with little girls like us. Yujia curled her lips and said faintly. You can't say that. At least the team members led by Captain Blood Wolf are still very chivalrous. Lan Qinger shrugged, then glanced outside the store and teased. The members of the Blood Wolf team were standing outside the store, looking at people blocking the door. Don't try to bully me with your words. I won't accept your tricks. The Blood Wolf had been competing with these guys for several days to get the first place. It would be okay if Lanya's team got first place. After all, the same person can only enter the battlefield instance once per day. There are only 7 people in Lanya's team. No matter how powerful they are, they can only last for about an hour. The military charge in the battlefield dungeon is no joke. But if the Safong Guild or the Yunwu Guild take first place, and with their number, they start taking turns going online and entering the dungeon, it will basically take a day. The Blood Wolf Guild has a relatively small number of people, so it only takes half a day at most to go online and enter the dungeon in turns. Okay, let the Blood Wolf Guild go first. Lan Yi raised his hand to signal them to stop talking. Sister Lan Yi is right. I don't know since when, several powerful monsters appeared in the Cloud Forest. We can't deal with them. It's better to take Arist here with the store manager. Fei Shue said lightly. Hearing Fei Shue's words, Hu Shou paused for a moment, then turned around and said, Did you also encounter an unusually powerful monster? I thought this was just a monster that appeared by chance. But powerful monsters usually have their own territory, so why would they come to the Cloud Forest? Hu Shou's words also attracted the attention of others. The people in Qi Li's shop are all the top mercenary teams in Cloud Mist City. They are naturally concerned about the news released by the Mercenary Guild. No wonder in the past 2 days, a mission to explore the depths of the Cloud Forest has appeared inexplicably in the guild mission hall. After listening to the two people's words, Shui Lang quickly figured out the matter. Because when the Blood Wolf team was hunting monsters in the Cloud Forest, they also encountered powerful monsters that should not have appeared in the Cloud Forest. Of course, Hu Shou and Lan Yi were not stupid, and Fei Xue was even more intelligent. Shui Lang just mentioned it, and they thought of it and already guessed it. Mu Qianqiu and Wan Zhongshan are really good at planning. Hu Shou said suddenly, with an unusually cold expression on his face. To be honest, with Hu Shou's character, he just can't stand such villainous behavior. They are businessmen, not mercenaries. Seeking profit is the nature of businessmen. After Lan Yi figured it out, he snorted coldly. What two damn guys. Without the boss's shop, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to escape from those guys. Shui Lang also spat hard. In the mission hall of the Mercenary Guild, the missions posted will be cancelled after completion. But in the past 2 days, the sudden mission to explore the depths of the Cloud Forest has not been cancelled. This shows that this task has never been completed. The task of exploring the depths of the Cloud Forest is not a difficult task, and the task rewards and mercenary points given this time are very high. There are definitely not a few mercenaries who have taken on this mission. But this task has not yet been completed. This shows what? Those mercenaries who took over the mission had an accident deep in the Cloud Forest, and no one could come back. Shui Lang and the others could also guess this situation. Even Lan Yi and the others found it extremely difficult when they encountered those powerful monsters that suddenly appeared. In the entire Cloud Mist City, except for the Blood Wolf team, there is probably no mercenary team that can escape from the Cloud Mist Forest alive under the hands of those warcraft. They both trained in Qi Li's shop, so they knew each other's background. There is no doubt that there are monsters that even they can't deal with. Absolutely, a master-level monster. Letting those ordinary mercenaries explore the details of the master-level monsters is asking them to die. Then Mu Qianqiu and Wan Zhongshan issued this kind of mission, without giving any reward or mercenary points, and they got the information they wanted to know. And these magical beasts that suddenly appear can be determined to be Grandmaster-level magical beasts. This behavior of not caring about the lives of mercenaries made everyone who was also a mercenary feel angry. If it weren't for the support of equipment and elixirs from Qi Li's shop, as well as the masochistic training in the combat power enhancement arena, they would never have been able to escape from the master-level monsters so easily based on their strength. Every big realm is a huge gap. The gap between Warcraft and humans will only become even greater. Because the physical body of Warcraft is more powerful than that of humans, and its attributes are even more frighteningly high. This is to compensate for the unique attributes of Warcraft, which cannot learn martial arts and magic like other races. With terrifying physical strength, he can easily hunt down the weak. If this matter cannot be resolved, it won't be long before the Cloud Forest becomes difficult to enter again. Fei Xue said slowly, frowning slightly aside. That's right, if we can't enter the Cloud Forest, let alone others. Shui Lang also frowned. Grandmaster-level monsters are a destructive existence to the low-level monster forest. A single dominant force will only cause the entire Cloud Forest ecology to rapidly collapse. But the most important thing is that it will seriously restrict the entry of the human race. Looking at the high-level monster forests, no city-states will be built around them because there is no way to prevent the invasion of master-level monsters. Not to mention the heroic monsters. The reason why Cloud Mist City is prosperous is because the Cloud Mist Forest is a low-level monster forest. Moreover, it is located on the border of the Huangyuan Empire and is conveniently located for doing business, so it has become a prosperous trading city-state. However, with the emergence of master-level monsters, this balance will soon be broken. The decline of Cloud Mist City is also very close at hand. However, those mercenary groups that can have master-level experts are all famous large-scale mercenary groups among mercenaries. How could he come to such a low-level monster forest? As for the Blood Wolf team led by Shui Lang, with the support of Qi Lu's equipment and training in the combat power enhancement arena, apart from the fact that there are no master-level experts in charge, the overall strength is definitely not weaker than those of the famous large-scale mercenaries. Core. Even more so. But this still cannot pose a threat to the master-level monsters. The lack of truly strong men has always been one of the shortcomings of the mercenary team. As for asking Gu Pingchuan for help, don't even think about it. Hero-level strong men have an agreement among all races. They must not take action easily until the country is destroyed and the clan is destroyed. Because if a hero-level strongman faced off against a non-heroic level, it will be a massacre without any suspense. Therefore, once Gu Pingchuan takes action, the heroic level of Warcraft will also come. At that time it will be more than just a master-level monster. But it's not serious yet. Those master-level monsters are only active in the depths of the cloud forest for the time being. Hu Shou signaled them not to be too nervous. I think City Lord Qin and the others won't sit idly by and ignore this. That's right, it's useless to think so much. It's better to improve your strength now. Shui Lang didn't get too entangled in this kind of thing that he couldn't handle for the time being. I finally managed to get first place today, and it was more practical to go to advanced dungeon. Because no matter how powerful those monsters are in the cloud forest, they will never come to Qi Li's shop to act arrogantly. It is true that heroes cannot attack easily, but if someone takes the initiative to provoke them, that is a different matter. After all, the strong are majestic and the weak have no right to offend. Qi Lu listened to the whole thing. Then I took a big bite of the bacon sandwich and wondered if I should do something. System, host, I seem to hear you calling me. Qi Lu, I didn't. Qi Lu was very used to the system's elusiveness. After hearing the prompt, he flexibly replied and then paused. System, wait a minute, do you have any more tasks? Qi Lu knew that something must have happened if the system suddenly appeared. Yes, for whether it was a good thing or a bad thing, he didn't know. System, there is no mission. I just came out to remind you that what happened this time is a continuation of the last incident. Qi Lu listened to the system's words and began to try hard to recall the so-called last incident. Are you talking about the beast tide? After finally recalling something, Qi Lu quickly confirmed it with the system. System, yes, in view of this incident, it is the sequelae of the host that you did not complete the previous task perfectly, so the host needs to find a way to solve this matter. In other words, you deducted my reward? Qi Lu suddenly asked back. System, that's right, I didn't. Hearing this, Qi Lu smiled coldly. System, you are really bad at it. You actually learned to withhold my rewards. If you obediently hand over the rewards, I will forgive you. As soon as these words came out, the system was silent for a long time before making a faint sound. System, it seems I am still too honest. System, mission, the crisis in Cloud Mist City continues. The beast tide not long ago seems to have left hidden dangers in the Cloud Mist Forest. Please ask the host to find a way to solve the crisis encountered in Cloud Mist City. System, task reward, open a new purchase channel. Qi Lu almost cursed after hearing the reward for this mission. The reward for this task is actually to open a new purchase channel. Such a valuable reward, the system actually wants to withhold it. Qi Lu didn't scold the system, it was already his fault. You know, Qi Lu currently has only 4 purchase channels. Elixir Egg Pool, Weapon Egg Pool, Armor Egg Pool, and Accessory Egg Pool. These 4 purchase channels are the foundation of Qi Lu's business and its foundation. But unfortunately, these 4 purchase channels, so far, only have 2 levels, ordinary grade and excellent grade. As for those rare-level products, they are all drawn from the high-quality egg pool in 10 consecutive draws. And Qi Lu is sure that the types of rare level products that may be brought out by 10 consecutive draws are definitely not the total number of rare level products. Those really good things must be in the rare egg pool. This shows the importance of purchase channels. Just when Qi Lu thought of this, the system suddenly appeared again and started to pour cold water on him. System, host, one thing must be explained. The highest level of the egg pool purchasing channel is the excellent level. What did you say? Just when Qi Lu thought about the rare level egg pool, such a sentence came out of the system, almost choking him to death. No wonder his store manager level has been upgraded to level 4, and the egg pool level is only excellent. It turns out that the highest level is only the excellent level. So, what about the higher level products, the treasure level and epic level products? Qi Lu asked eagerly. According to the system's grading display, above the rare level, there are 3 levels: treasure level, epic level, and legendary level. So far, the highest level that has appeared is the rare level. Qi Lu can also see that the highest level corresponding to the ordinary level is the brave level. The excellent level corresponds to the highest level, which is the professional level. The rare level corresponds to the highest level, which is the master level. That's why many rare level products have such high usage restrictions, and they basically require a professional level to use them. However, this is not very applicable to elixirs. This is just like the equipment and medicines in the game. Generally, equipment has level restrictions. The stronger the equipment, the higher the level limit. However, the difference in level between blood medicine and blue medicine is at best the amount of blood and mana restored. The difference in level of equipment is directly reflected in the attributes. However, a game is a game after all and cannot represent reality. In Qi Lu's store, the attribute descriptions of the equipment produced by the system are actually only rough descriptions. For example, the biggest difference between reality and the game is the endurance of equipment. The lower the level of equipment, the stronger the force it withstands, and the faster it wears out. This is also the reason why mercenaries such as Blood Wolf and others who often fight need to frequently change their equipment and replenish their elixirs. Ordinary level equipment needs to be replaced almost every 2 or 3 days. Because the most suitable users of ordinary level equipment are practitioners of more than 10 levels. Brave level is already the highest applicable level. If a professional class like the Blood Wolf uses an ordinary level weapon, then it only takes 2 bursts of fighting spirit at full strength to completely wear out the ordinary level weapon. But it is undeniable that even ordinary level weapons are not comparable to those forged by the so-called forging masters. And the reason why the weapons made by the forging master are not easy to wear out. That's because those weapons can't instill fighting spirit at all, and naturally they won't be consumed by the outbreak of fighting spirit. However, weapons that cannot instill fighting spirit are more than 1 level lower in terms of lethality. You must know that the weapons of the truly strong are tailor-made from various rare and precious materials, and have good conductivity to fighting spirit or magic power. It's not something that can be compared to the mass-produced goods made by forging masters. This is also where the equipment in Qi Lu's shop is really powerful. It is extremely conductive to fighting spirit and magic power, and it also comes with a variety of powerful effects and skills. That's why Qi Lu cares so much about higher level products. Not just because higher level products have higher prices. Qi Lu's pursuit of spiritual crystals is not as persistent as that stingy system. It's because the effects and skills attached to higher level products will be more powerful and more diverse. System, higher grade products will appear in other purchase channels. Hearing this slow answer, Qi Lu raised his eyebrows. Then he remembered the reward of this mission. No wonder you wanted to deduct my reward just now. It turns out you didn't want me to get into higher level products. System, what you are doing is wrong. You have to know that if there are better products in the store, we can earn more spiritual crystals. Isn't that good? Chila said sincerely. System, I didn't, don't talk nonsense, forget it, I'm running away. Leave these words behind, and the system will disappear in an instant. Well, it seems that he should know that he was wrong. Seeing that the system disappeared, Chila nodded with satisfaction. When he argued with the system in the past, Chi Lu was always the loser. This time, standing on the commanding heights of making money, Chi Lu must be feeling refreshed after finally defeating the system of making money. However, after feeling refreshed, Chi Lu still needed to think about how to accomplish what he thought this time. New purchase channels must be obtained. This is the best way to stabilize the emergence of new products. The Goryeo Empire was one of the neighboring countries of the Huangyuan Empire. While Cloud Forest borders Cloud City, it also borders the ancient Roman Empire. However, within the ancient Luo Empire, there was no city-state built outside the Cloud Forest, but a plain. Therefore, when mentioning the Cloud Forest, most people would not think of the fact that opposite the Cloud City and across the Cloud Forest, there was the ancient Luo Empire. Although the ancient Roman Empire did not pay much attention to the Cloud Forest. But such a major thing happened in the Cloud Forest, and it was still noticed to be the border garrison of the Goryeo Empire. The scouts of the border garrison quickly reported the news. A Grandmaster-level monster appears in the Cloud Forest. This is really big news. In the border garrison general's camp, the military lieutenant Shunan looked at the news reported by the scouts, and was also thinking about the authenticity of the news and the next arrangements. The Cloud Forest was originally not within the jurisdiction of the Goryeo Empire and the southern garrison. However, an order came from the imperial city, asking the southern garrison to send scouts to pay close attention to the situation in the Cloud Forest. This made Lieutenant Shunan, the highest general of the southern garrison, feel something unusual. Previously, the Orc tribe had made an action. That time seemed to be the period when Cloud Mist City was suffering from a tide of beasts. But this time, there was an abnormality in the Cloud Forest, but the Orc tribe did not move. Could it be that there was an accident? Or, they were able to hide it from the scouts. Lieutenant Shunan was in a high position, so he could naturally get a lot of information. The analysis of intelligence is much more profound than that of ordinary people. No, it's impossible. Lieutenant Shunan looked carefully at the parchment on the desk and denied his previous guess. I heard that the Orc tribe has a treasure brought back from the ruins, which can quickly catalyze the promotion of warcraft. The sudden appearance of a Grandmaster-level monster in the Cloud Forest cannot be due to natural promotion, so there must be traces of the Orc tribe among them. But why did they do this? Or, the so-called reclusive strongman in Yunwu City is just their guess. After slowly rolling up the parchment, Lieutenant Shunan knocked on the table, and a messenger immediately walked in from the door. This information will be sent back to the Imperial City as quickly as possible. Yes. The Orc tribe, the palace of the Beast King. Originally, a mere Grandmaster-level monster would not alarm the Beast King of the Orc tribe. But this time, something was wrong where the Master-level monster appeared. A Grandmaster-level monster appeared in the Cloud Forest. It seems that the people of the Goryeo Empire did not listen to the advice. The Beast King said coldly, leaning on the lion chair. In order to confirm the situation of the reclusive strongman in Cloud Mist City, the Orc tribe sent several groups of people there. Finally, it was confirmed that there was indeed a heroic existence in Yunwu City. One of the agreements between heroes is that if the city-state where the hero lives is attacked, the hero can take action at any time to help the city-state repel the invading enemies. Therefore, among various forces, the city-states where heroes live are recorded. These city-states are city-states that must not be attacked unless absolutely necessary. It was precisely because of this that the Beast King gave up decisively and stopped attacking Yunwu City. Although the Beast King will not be afraid of a hero, it does not mean that he is willing to offend a hero for such a trivial matter. My emperor, you seem to be worried about the affairs of the Goryeo Empire. Next to the lion chair, there was also an orc standing in a black robe with a hood, his face hidden in the shadows. He is the other heroic level in the orc tribe, besides the beast king, the orchid priest. Of course I won't be troubled by this kind of thing. The Goryeo Empire wants to steal things, but it wants us to contribute. This is not good. The beast king said calmly. He had already given the advice, and the news that there might be a hero class in Cloud Mist City had also been passed on to the Goryeo Empire. Since the Goryeo Empire still doesn't want to give up, their orc tribe will not get involved anymore. My emperor, you seem to have forgotten the catalytic stone you brought back from the ruins. The high priest's tone was calm, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. What? The beast king's brows twitched, he sat up straight, and with a pair of sharp beast eyes, he suddenly looked at the high priest beside him. You mean, the catalytic stone is still deep in the cloud forest? Yes, last time in order to avoid the attention of the hero in time, I did not immediately retrieve the catalytic stone. The high priest said slowly. In other words, this time's Grandmaster level monster. The beast king frowned slightly. No, normally speaking, the energy of the catalytic stone should have been exhausted. This matter is not yet certain. The high priest shook his head. The catalyst stone was what he brought back from the ruins. The high priest is the most familiar with the energy of the catalytic stone. I hope so. For the Beastman tribe, offending the Ice King at this time is not good news. The Beast King frowned. For heroes like them who represent a certain force, the ones they are most afraid of offending are those heroes who are alone. Because those guys do things unscrupulously. Even if it cannot pose a threat to heroes like them, it can easily destroy the forces below them. At this time, the Ice King they were talking about sneezed suddenly. Is someone missing me? Why is my nose so itchy? Sheila rubbed his nose and muttered to himself. I looked at the weather outside and it seemed to be getting a little hotter again. It shouldn't be a cold. Who could be missing me? Sheila thought happily while eating potato chips. The emergence of master-level monsters in the Cloud Forest was quickly spread to the mercenary guilds of other city-states after it was confirmed by the mercenary guild in Cloud City. After confirming the news, a well-known mercenary team in the mercenary world also came to Cloud Mist City. The leader of the Dragonya mercenary team is called Dragonya and is a Master's Word Knight. Rumor has it that the knight's sword in his hand was made of 3 dragon teeth. This is also the origin of the name of the Ryuga mercenary team and the origin of the title of Captain Ryuga. Mercenary Guild, Tavern. Longya sat outside the bar, drinking rum. The other members of the Dragon Tooth mercenary team occupied most of the seats in the tavern, shouting and drinking in the tavern. We already know the matter about the Grandmaster level monsters, and that's exactly why we came here. Long Ye said with a smile while drinking wine. It was as if the master-level monster was not worth mentioning in front of him. The violent bear sitting next to Longya immediately echoed, Captain Longya is right, countless people have died for these master-level monsters. Longya put the wine glass on the bar and said, everyone knows that the Cloud Forest is famous for being rich in low-level monsters. The mercenaries who come to this Cloud City can be very powerful characters. If I hadn't heard that a master-level monster appeared here, I wouldn't have bothered to come to this small border town. Bao Xiong listened and smiled apologetically, that's the Dragon Teeth mercenary team. It's a well-known team in the mercenary world. It is our honor to come to Cloud and Mist City and solve our problems for us. Long Ye felt quite comfortable after being praised by this. In Long Ye's eyes, Cloud Mist City is indeed, as he said, a place where some low-level mercenaries like to come. So I said, after we deal with those monsters, you might as well come to Dragon Fong, Bao Xiong. If you stay in a place like this, with a bunch of trash, how can your strength improve? Ryuga laughed and took a sip of rum, speaking without any disguise. Captain Ryuga is right. Even a few Grandmaster-level monsters can't be dealt with. The mercenaries staying here are nothing but trash. Don't say that. If they are not useless, then we will have a chance to earn points. Then we still have to thank them. We have to say thank you to a bunch of losers, so why don't we continue to work in the mercenary world? That's true, haha. The members of Longya's mercenary team, who were sitting in the Mercenary Guild's tavern drinking, heard Longya's words and immediately echoed them. He began to ridicule the mercenaries of Cloud Mist City. The Longya mercenary team, which has a master-level strongman, is very proud of itself. In the entire Cloud Mist City, not even a single Grandmaster-level mercenary could be found, so they would not take him seriously at all. These words made the mercenaries who were still drinking in the Mercenary Guild tavern turn pale. Being called a trash by others makes anyone feel uncomfortable, let alone these unruly mercenaries. However, there was no way to refute it. Because they really can't deal with those master-level monsters in the Cloud Forest. Moreover, facing the Dragon Tooth mercenary squad, there were really not many mercenary squads that had the courage to confront them head-on. After all, Grandmaster level is no joke. However, Bao Xiong did not have this consciousness, and did not feel that the word trash included him. Moreover, after being invited by Longya, he felt very honored. Captain Longya can invite me, of course I have no problem. In fact, I stayed here before just out of necessity. As the saying goes, good birds choose trees to roost. If I could join the Dragon Teeth mercenary team and stay away from here, I would be extremely happy. With a few words, Bao Xiong peeled himself off. The meaning behind his words was that he was also following the people from the Longya mercenary team to ridicule the mercenaries of Cloud Mist City. They were a bunch of trash. And he stayed in Cloud Mist City, but he just couldn't find a place to go for the time being. It's a blessing that the leader of the Violent Bear came to Longya. In this case, the Longya team came to Cloud Mist City without any gain. Longya drank the rum in the cup in one gulp. Brothers, let's drink to the new members. Cheers. Captain, if you recruit the Violent Bear into Dragon Fong, won't there be noon in Cloud Mist City anymore? The rest are all waste. Even if the Violent Bear doesn't leave, will Cloud Mist City be able to turn around? You're right, why bother so much, brothers, cheers. The members of the Dragon Tooth mercenary team raised their wine glasses and gestured towards the Violent Bear. After all, in terms of level alone, level 48 Bao Xiong is indeed the #1 mercenary in Cloud Mist City. At this level, even in the Longya mercenary team, they can be regarded as the top group. The rumored Ryuga's vision is nothing more than this. However, just because the other mercenaries dared to be angry but dared not speak out, it did not mean that no one dared to speak up. When the members of the Tyrannosaurus Bear and Dragon Tooth mercenary team were raising their glasses, a teasing voice suddenly rang out. Who is speaking? As soon as these words came out, the Dragon Teeth mercenary team that occupied half of the tavern immediately stood up. Why, the people of Longya are not even allowed to speak now. Shui Lang leaned in the back of the chair and put the wine glass in his hand on the round table in front of him. Blood Wolf really couldn't stand the behavior of the Longya mercenary team. What's more, the people in Longya have repeatedly said that the people in Yuwu City are trash. The Blood Wolf is not someone like the Violent Bear who bullies the weak and fears the strong, and tends to follow the crowd. How could he endure it? Oh? Dare I ask, brother, who is he? Longya raised his hand to signal the team members to be quiet, then looked at Shui Lang and asked with a half-smile. Brother, I can't bear it. Shui Lang was not in the mood to fight with Long Yaksu. You. After choking Longya, Shui Lang sat up straight before waiting for Longya's reply and said, Cloud Mist City, Blood Wolf Team, Captain, Shui Lang. Captain Blood Wolf, okay, you just said that my vision of Longya is nothing more than this. why do you say such a thing? When Longye saw that Shui Lang had no intention of speaking politely to him, he naturally wouldn't be polite either. Why? The violent bear bullies the weak and fears the strong, and is as timid as a mouse. But you, the dragon Feng, can only be arrogant and domineering. Blood Wolf said unceremoniously. What did you say? Bao Xiong couldn't sit still when Shui Lang said this. Because what Shui Lang said touched the pain in Bao Xiong's heart. Obviously among the mercenaries of Cloud Mist City, the Violent Bear has the highest level, but the strength of the Violent Bear mercenary group is the weakest among the three major mercenary groups. Even Lanya's team, which only has 7 people, can't compare. Who do you think you are? You dare to say that to our captain? There are people like this, who are not afraid of death. I think you don't want to walk out of this tavern standing. A mere professional, who do you really think you are? The members of the Dragon Tooth mercenary team also became angry. This is the first time in their mercenary careers that they have been told that they are only arrogant and domineering. Others were so intimidated by the strength of their Dragon Teeth mercenary team that even if they were bullied and suffered a loss, they did not dare to say anything. But the Blood Wolf doesn't care so much. If you lose your temperament as a mercenary, then you might as well not do it. After all these years, you are still the first one who dares to say such a thing. Long Ye grinned and said coldly. He pressed his hand and signaled the members of the Longye mercenary team to key it down. However, since Captain Blood Wolf dares to say this, he must be very confident in his own strength. At this point, Longye changed the topic and sneered, then let's have a competition and prove that you are qualified to say such things. Do you dare? Captain Longye has a really good plan. Is he going to use the strong to bully the weak in an upright way? Shui Lang teased. Longye's face turned red when Shui Lang said it. With Grandmaster level strength, if you say that you want to fight a professional class, it is indeed easy to be laughed at. However, Longye still forced himself to say, so, you don't dare? Then how about we only compete in combat skills without fighting spirit? Longye is still very confident in his own fighting skills. Combat skills require a lot of time and high-intensity battles to hone. For mercenaries, fighting is something they will never lack. Therefore, generally speaking, the higher the level, the stronger the combat skills. This is a kind of control over one's own power. Longye also has absolute confidence in himself and can surpass the Blood Wolf in combat skills. You can compete in a competition. If you lose, you have to apologize to all the mercenaries in Cloud Mist City and say that you are useless. Shui Lang sat on the armchair and spoke slowly. Oh? With such conditions, what if you lose? Longye asked with interest. Because he didn't think he would lose at all. Let it be dealt with. Shui Lang said word by word. As soon as these words came out, the people in the Longye mercenary team in the tavern burst into laughter. Is this what you call seeking death? It's really a daydream that a loser dares to challenge our Captain Ryuga. It's really ridiculous to say that you can just let it go. Captain, hurry up and get rid of this ignorant guy. It's really wasting your drinking time. Even the mercenaries in Cloud Mist City, no one is optimistic about the Blood Wolf. Captain Blood Wolf, we are very grateful to you for speaking for us, but you still have to be careful. If it doesn't work, forget it. It doesn't matter to us. Yes, we are indeed useless in this matter. A professional class actually wants to challenge the Grand Master class. Even if it is just to test combat skills, the gap in realm is insurmountable. Bao Xiong also sneered and said, Blood Wolf, for the sake of you and me in Cloud Mist City, I kindly advise you to get out of here after apologizing. It's really noisy. The Blood Wolf stood up, looked at Longye, and said, Don't waste time, just stay here. The members of the Blood Wolf team who came over to drink together immediately moved the round table to make room for the Blood Wolf without saying a word. For the members of the Blood Wolf team, whatever the Blood Wolf says is whatever they say. They won't say much. This kind of discipline has been done very well in the past. Now that I have joined the Blood Wolf Guild, I have become more disciplined. Since you are so eager to seek death, I will help you. Long Ye put the wineglass in his hand on the bar and stood up. The members of the Long Ye mercenary team all looked like they were watching a good show. Mercenaries compete in combat skills, usually without weapons. Swords are facing each other, often in a fight of life and death. Even though Ryuga was arrogant and domineering, he didn't lack sense of propriety. If it was a competition of fighting skills, he would naturally not use the Ryuga Knight sword for which he was famous. Bring it on. Ryuga waved his hand contemptuously. If against a professional class, Ryuga would be looked down upon if he had the first attack. Since Captain Long Ye is so polite, I won't be polite. Blood Wolf would not be humble at this time. When a lion fights a rabbit, he must use all his strength. What's more, the Blood Wolf is not a lion to Dragon Fong. In the combat power enhancement arena, the Guardian Knight has never been a class that takes the initiative to attack. But the Blood Wolf didn't just fight the Guardian Knights. There are too many classes that can attack first. Taking a step forward, the Blood Wolf takes the lead and seizes the advantage of attacking first, which is extremely huge. In the combat power enhancement arena, Blood Wolves who have fought against those monsters know this well. Good move. Long Ye raised his eyebrows and immediately took action, trying to intercept the Blood Wolf's attack. But how could the Blood Wolf let Long Ye get his wish? The punch is like a spear and the power is like a wave. What the Blood Wolf imitates is the attack method of the Lancer. Once the first attack is taken, it will be suppressed to the end, and Ryuga will never be given a chance to fight back. After several fights, Long Ye felt the pressure doubled. How is this possible? How can a mere professional class have such strong combat skills? Long Ye gritted his teeth, with a look of disbelief in his. The Dragon Ye mercenary team waiting around for a good show also felt that something was wrong. Not even drinking anymore. However, their nervousness could not relieve Long Ye from half of the pressure. The Blood Wolf's attack was as dense as a wave, layer upon layer, giving Long Ye no chance to breathe. Bang! A muffled sound suddenly came out. With an accidental strike, Long Ye let out a muffled grunt and flew backwards, knocking over several round tables before falling to the ground. The appearance of this scene made everyone in the tavern stunned. I simply couldn't believe what my eyes were seeing. In their eyes, the almost unrivaled Grandmaster level actually lost like this. Such a clean loss. Even if they just compete in combat skills, this is an incredible thing. The members of the Long Ye mercenary team were even blushing with embarrassment. The words he said before were like slaps on their faces, making them afraid to look up. Captain Long Ye, I admit it. Shui Lang sneered, then said with his fists clasped. Damn it. Long Ye coughed lightly and stood up from the ground with a pale face. Please Captain Long Ye, please fulfill our agreement. Shui Lang reminded him at the right time. Do you want to admit that you are a waste? No, it's impossible. The Grandmaster's dignity did not allow Long Ye to admit that he was an arrogant and domineering waste. Ryuga remembered what he had said before, and suddenly pulled out the Ryuga Knight sword from his waist, and said gloomily, since this is a competition of combat skills, neither you nor I are fighters. If we don't hold weapons, how can we be considered true strength? Woolen cloth. So, you are planning not to admit it? Shui Lang's voice also became darker. How can you say that I don't admit it? Since my rank is a sword knight, then holding a knight's sword can be regarded as my true strength. Ryuga sneered. The Ryuga Knight sword is the weapon that Ryuga is famous for. It was this Ryuga Knight sword that allowed Ryuga to make his name among the master-level mercenaries. Ordinary weapons, when fought against the Dragon Teeth Knight sword, will basically fail. Even those weapons forged using precious materials often end up broken when faced with the Dragon Teeth Knight sword. After all, the Dragon Clan is one of the most powerful races in the world. The scales, bones, teeth, claws, and other items on the dragon's body are all made of the most advanced forging materials. Ordinary precious materials cannot be compared with the dragon's teeth. Now, take your weapons, and let's have another test. Ryuga is absolutely unwilling to admit that he is a waste, so he can only show his trump card. Taking the Ryuga Knight sword, Ryuga has absolute confidence that he cannot lose. Fighting with someone like you, who doesn't abide by the agreement, is really an insult to my reputation. The Blood Wolf shook his head in disappointment and made no move to draw the Holy Light Knight sword. In terms of weapons alone, the rare weapon in Chi Li's shop, the Holy Light Knight sword, is definitely not weaker than the Dragon Teeth Knight sword. It's just that the Holy Light Knight sword is a defensive weapon, while the Dragon Teeth Knight sword is an offensive weapon. However, Xue Lang knew that even if he defeated Long Ye again, he might not abide by the agreement. It is more likely that a third competition will be proposed. Such arrogant and domineering people want to make them bow their heads. Unless they are truly stronger than them, they will never be convinced. Are you afraid that, as a knight, you dare not pick up your sword? Ryuga raised the knight sword in his hand and asked proudly. As a knight, you have really lost all your 8 virtues. Blood Wolf snorted coldly, looking down on Long Ye even more. Humility, honesty, honor, justice. Mercy, heroism, spirit, sacrifice. Of the 8 virtues of knights, Ryuga hardly achieves any of them. You don't have to worry about my affairs. Long Ye's face darkened, and the Dragonian Knight sword in his hand swept towards the Blood Wolf. Xue Lang didn't expect that Long Ye would directly attack without any regard for face. It's just that Ryuga's shooting speed is much slower than the fast attack classes such as swordsman, assassin, and spearman in the combat power improvement arena. Even if it was a sudden attack, the Blood Wolf also reacted. He instantly pulled out the Holy Light Knight sword from his waist. However, there was a figure who moved faster than the Blood Wolf. The moment Long Ye took action, he appeared in front of the Blood Wolf. Clang! The sound of gold and iron clashing echoed through the tavern. A huge axe lay between the Blood Wolf and the dragon's teeth. A strong man grinned and spoke slowly. Sneak attack is not a good habit. As soon as the person came to speak, a huge force suddenly came from the giant axe. At the same time, there seemed to be a pressure that suddenly broke out, but it was fleeting. Bang! Ding dang dang. Ryuga was shaken back by this huge force and almost hit the bar before he could barely stop. He stabilized his body and raised his head. Long Ye's eyes were fixed on the person coming. Who are you? How dare you come to interfere with my affairs? I'm just an ordinary mercenary in Cloud Mist City. I just couldn't stand your behavior, so I took action. The big man stood in the tavern hall with a John Tax in his right hand. Looking at Long Ye, he didn't feel inferior at all. Husho, when did you come? The Blood Wolf had just drawn out the Holy Light Knight sword when he saw a figure appearing in front of him. After Long Ye was knocked back, Xiulan discovered that the person who suddenly appeared was Husho carrying the dragon-marked giant axe. I just came here not long ago. I was outside the door before. I didn't expect this guy to actually dare to make a sneak attack. I just can't get used to it. You're welcome. Husho shrugged. I have no intention of thanking you. We are all from the Blood Wolf Guild. There is no need to thank you. Xue Lang took a step forward, holding the Holy Light Knight sword, and stood side by side with Husho. Looking at Long Ye, he said, Now, do you want to come again? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the Blood Wolf team stood up, but no one made a sound. But that power suppressed everyone in the tavern. The Blood Wolf is not afraid of competing with the Dragon Teeth team in terms of the strength of the entire mercenary team. What they lack is just a master-level expert. And now, Hu Shou has also come. It would be easy for the two of them to contain a dragon tooth. Captain Ryuga, they actually dare to provoke, we must give them a good look. Yes, no one has ever dared to offend our Dragon Teeth mercenary team like this. If you want to fight, then fight. We are not afraid of you. The members of the Longya mercenary team also stood up. He glared at the people of the Blood Wolf team. The remaining idle mercenaries in the tavern immediately rushed towards the door, fearing that they would accidentally endanger Chiyu. But their strong curiosity still made them all stay outside the tavern and pay attention to the situation inside the tavern. One is the top mercenary team in Cloud Mist City, the Blood Wolf team. One is the famous mercenary team among mercenaries, the Dragon Tooth mercenary team. The battle between them is definitely a big event that all mercenaries should pay attention to. Hu Shou. I know you. Long Ye stared at Hu Shou for a while, before speaking slowly. Among mercenaries, there are not many famous Lone Rangers. And Tiger Hunt is one of them. I also know that you, Ryuga, were lucky enough to obtain 3 dragon teeth and break through to the Grandmaster level. It does not mean that you have the background to be a Grandmaster. Hu Shou grinned and said coldly. You. Long Ye was choked by Hu Shou, and for a moment, he was a little speechless. Because Hu Shou was right, his strength and fame came more from luck. But not many people know about this. Because not everyone is lucky enough to encounter a Grandmaster-level beast killed by a giant dragon, and also get a Grandmaster-level trial crystal and 3 dragon teeth. No need to say more, I am not a talkative person. If you want to fight, then fight. Hu Shou held his head high, raising his dragon-marked axe and pointing at the dragon's teeth from a distance. Hu Shou has no interest in publicizing the dragon tooth matter. Hu Shou didn't care at all about luck or lack of luck. He only knew that if Longya dared to act recklessly in Yunwu City, then he will definitely teach Longya a profound lesson. Captain, do it, they dare to provoke us like this. That's right, they are just a bunch of trash. They dare to be so arrogant and teach them a lesson. They really think we are afraid of them. Following Hu Shou's actions, the members of the Longya mercenary team immediately became excited. The furious members of the Longya mercenary team were almost desperate to rush forward and teach Hu Shou a lesson. The scene instantly became extremely tense. The battle is almost imminent. The mercenaries outside the tavern were also extremely nervous. But they were more worried about the members of the Blood Wolf team. After all, the Ryuga mercenary team has the master-level sword knight Ryuga. Even though the Blood Wolf defeated Ryuga before, no one would think that the Blood Wolf was stronger than Ryuga. At most, it can only prove that the Blood Wolf's fighting skills are better than those of Dragon Teeth. But when it comes to fighting spirit, the gap between the master level and the professional level cannot be made up by simple combat skills. The strength of the Longya mercenary team is also very famous among mercenaries. He even has several records of hunting down master-level monsters. Being able to hunt down master-level monsters is a dividing line between mercenary teams. In the eyes of the mercenaries in Cloud Mist City, the Blood Wolf team is still far behind the Dragon Teeth mercenary team. But just when everyone was extremely worried, Ryuga suddenly raised his hand. Tiger Sword, I'll give you face today. Ryuga slowly put the Ryuga Night Sword into its scabbard and gave Tiger Squirrel a deep look. Let's go. Ryuga's words stunned everyone present. Captain, why are we leaving? Yes, Captain, they have provoked us so much, why do they still tolerate it? I'm not willing to accept it, Captain Longya. When have we, the Dragonia mercenary team, ever been so angry? The members of the Dragon Tooth mercenary team shouted in confusion. His tone was full of dissatisfaction and anger. "Please be quiet, my order, I don't want to repeat it a second time." Long Ye shouted in a low voice, suppressing all the sounds. The Grandmaster level power is there. No matter how unconvinced the members of Long Ye's mercenary team were, they could only obey Long Ye's orders. The mercenaries outside the tavern looked at the Long Ye mercenary team with dull faces. Under the leadership of Long Ye, they left here. There was a huge wave in my heart. Rather than being puzzled, the mercenaries in Cloud Mist City were more shocked. Originally, in their opinion, there would be a fierce battle between the Blood Wolf team and the Dragon Teeth mercenary team. Even if the Blood Wolf squad is very strong, the most they can achieve is a miserable defeat by the Dragon Teeth mercenary squad. It is almost impossible for the Blood Wolf team to win. Because the strength gap between the two mercenary teams is really too big. But the mercenaries of Cloud Mist City never expected that the powerful Long Ye mercenary team would retreat without a fight. This anticlimactic scene plunged the entire scene into a kind of silence. Doubt, shock, disbelief. All kinds of emotions swirled in the hearts of these mercenaries. This made these mercenaries feel more awe and respect for the Blood Wolf team and the Lone Ranger Tiger Hunt. Even the Dragon Teeth mercenary team was unwilling to have a head-on conflict with them. This is enough to prove that the strength of the Blood Wolf team and the strength of Hu Shou are definitely not as simple as they see. It might even be much stronger than they imagined. Although this guy is arrogant and domineering, he seems to be a little smarter than I thought. Hu Shou said after watching the Dragon Ye mercenary team leave. Just like him, when he goes to the boss, he gets another ice sculpture for free. Blood Wolf shrugged and put away the Holy Light Knight sword. Brothers, close the team. After Shui Lang finished shouting, he looked at Hu Shou again and said, "You said in the guild communication before that the one who grabbed the first place in the battlefield dungeon today was the Brilliant Guild, right?" "Yes, I just came from the boss's place." "Then let's go over now, just in time to grab the second place." Although the members of Long Ye's mercenary team followed Long Ye out of the tavern. But I was still very unconvinced. They didn't understand why the always strong captain was so timid this time. This is absolutely a shame. You must be thinking why I left directly, right? Ryuga seemed to know what they were thinking, and suddenly said. "That's right, Captain, although we respect your order, we don't understand it." "Yes, Captain, why should we be afraid of them? They are just a mercenary team from a small border city-state." The members of the Dragon Tooth mercenary team immediately expressed their doubts. "You don't understand, it's normal." Ryuga sighed, and then said, "Hu Shou, you may not know him, but he is indeed a very strong guy. But that's not the main reason why I backed down. But what you haven't noticed is that the weapons in the hands of Hu Shou and Shui Lang are weapons of the same grade as my Dragon Teeth Knight sword." Long Ye frowned and said solemnly. This was something he never expected. Ryuga could feel it when he fought against Tokari. The Ryuga Knight sword in his hand didn't have the feeling of crushing the opponent's weapon in the past. On the contrary, there is a faint feeling of being counter-suppressed. This is something that has never happened since Ryuga used the Dragon Feng to create the Ryuga Knight sword. And in the moment of fighting against Hu Shou, the fleeting terrifying pressure made Long Ye even more frightened. To have such terrible pressure. In addition, Hu Shou is a famous Lone Ranger among the mercenaries. Only then did Long Ye choose to retreat temporarily. After all, if he could unleash such pressure, his true strength could never be weaker than his own. And Hu Shou's attitude of not caring about starting a war with him and others convinced Ryuga of this point. But Long Ye would never have thought that that terrifying pressure was just the skill of the dragon-marked axe, dragon power. As long as you input fighting spirit into the dragon-marked giant axe, you can burst out with terrifying dragon power. In battle, the burst of dragon power often only needs to distract the opponent for a moment to determine the outcome of the battle. There is no need to talk about this matter anymore, and you don't need to ask any more questions. You just need to know that Hu Shou is more dangerous than you think. Ryuga stopped the team members from making any noise. The members of Long Ye's mercenary team looked at each other in shock after listening to Long Ye's words. They had no idea that the opponents they faced before would be so strong. Even Captain Ryuga is so afraid. You know, Ryuga is a master-level expert. This can be seen from the fact that he kept it secret even when he talked about tiger hunting. Thinking of this, they understood the captain's good intentions. Avoiding war is also a skill. Yunwu City, Chila's shop. Ah. Chila lay on the long leather sofa and yawned lazily. As the store manager, Chilu has the privilege of having unlimited access to the battlefield dungeon, and there is no once-a-day rule. So Chilu has been playing New World mode all night long in the past few days. Finally, I got to the experience limit level of the second big map, Evil Warrior Frontline. Level 25. As you level up further, the experience gained will be suppressed. So, Chilu decided to rest for 2 days, and then go to the depths of the Cloud Forest tonight to have a look and solve the task. This is not because Chilu is stalling for time and not completing the task. But in order to make complete preparations, improve all the parts of your strength that can be improved. After all, this mission is not simple at first glance. Chilu didn't want to fight a master-level monster head-on. At this time, Ling Xiao came to Chilu, bowed slightly and said, "Manager Chi, thanks for your care these days. The college competition is coming soon, and we have to go to the Imperial City." Chilu was slightly startled when he heard these elegant words, and then sat up. I saw everyone from Brilliant Academy standing in the lobby of the store, obviously ready to leave. Are you all going back? Chilu asked. Yes, boss, although we really want to stay here, we must participate in the college competition in order to prove the strength of our brilliant college. Ying Feng spread his hands and said seriously. Brilliant Guild, number 1 in the New World. Brilliant Guild, number 1 in the New World. Immediately, there was an echoing voice from behind. The cohesion of the guild is stronger than imagined. Ahem. Gu Pingchuan coughed twice as a reminder from behind. The noise in the store immediately died down. Manager Chi, I'm sorry. Gu Pingchuan said with some embarrassment, because he was the president of the Brilliant Guild. It's okay. Chi Lo waved his hand and said lightly. The friendship between being in the same guild is a very deep bond, which Chi Lu doesn't hate. Store manager, if you have time, why not come with us to Huangyuan Imperial City? I will arrange everything and you will have fun. Ling Xiao invited. Manager Qi, I also want to invite you to serve as a judge, to compete in the academy. Gu Pingchuan also spoke up. The college competitions of the 3 major colleges have always been judged by the deans of the 3 major colleges. No one else has this qualification. Because the deans of the 3 major colleges are all hero-level experts. This is also the reason why the 3 major colleges are powerful. But this time, Gu Pingchuan believed that Qi Lu also had the qualifications. In Gu Pingchuan's heart, Qi Lu has long been a hero living in seclusion in Yunwu City. As a judge in the college competition, he is more than enough. Thank you very much, Dean Gu and Mr. Ling, for the invitation, but I really didn't have time. Qi Lu declined the 2 of them calmly. You know your own things. When Qi Lu was in the store, let alone 1 hero, even if 10 heroes came over, he would still hit them without fail. But outside the store, it might be a matter of who will hit whom. It's a pity. Gu Pingchuan didn't force it. Yeah, it's a pity that the boss can't see our heroic appearance in battle. Ying Feng also agreed. Qi Lu glanced at Ying Feng, whose face was full of regret, and suddenly said, It's not that I can't see it. Oh? Boss, are you planning to go to the Imperial City with us? Ying Feng said in surprise. No, in fact, the guild's communication screen can be played in the store. Qi Lu pointed to the big screen on the wall. Then he explained it lightly. You just need to leave one guild member in the store and the others will livestream over there. Leave one person alone. Ying Feng and others looked at each other. All of them who came for the training camp were going to participate in the college competition. Even Gu Pingchuan and Zhong Lingyun were also going to the college competition. How is it possible to keep people here? It's been so long and you haven't noticed yet? Qi Lu knew what they were thinking by looking at their expressions. What did you find? Gu Pingchuan felt a little bad when he heard Qi Lu's tone. In the guild system, under the president's position, there is an option for guild relationships. Guilds set to a friendly relationship can communicate with each other. Qi Lu said slowly. Although Qi Lu did not create a guild, his understanding of these things was not comparable to that of Gu Pingchuan and others. Upon hearing this, Gu Pingchuan immediately opened the communication panel of the guild system on the membership card. Sure enough, there is an option for guild relations in the corner. After clicking on it, the names of all the guilds that have been created will be displayed. I didn't expect it to happen. Gu Pingchuan laughed sarcastically, and then set up the Sa Feng Guild founded by Ling Xiao to have a friendly relationship. A prompt immediately appeared on Ling Xiao's membership card. The brilliant guild has set up your Sa Feng Guild as a friendly guild. Do you agree? Agree. After confirmation, the communication options of the two guilds quickly added a list of members of the other guild. But, store manager, this time, the guards will also come back to the Imperial City with me. Ling Xiao said with surprise and embarrassment. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait. Qi Lu glanced outside the store, then stood up and took out a bottle of mythical vitamin energy drink from the counter. Although I can't go there with you, I can still use this bottle of wheat tomov. I wish you success. Store manager Qi, what is this? Gu Pingchuan is now very interested in every new product in Qi Lu's store. Because I have no idea what kind of shock the next product will bring to me. Mythical vitamin functional drink is not for sale, so you can't see it at ordinary times. Qi Lu calmly introduced the functions of mythical. Regardless of the level, just a small sip will instantly restore all the fighting spirit or magic power of the drinker. Mythical will come back at any time. This function shocked Gu Pingchuan. Manager Qi, are you kidding? Do you know how important this effect is? Gu Pingchuan asked with a solemn tone and a serious face. It can instantly restore all the fighting spirit and magic power of the drinker regardless of the level. This is no joke. The fighting spirit and magic capacity between the hero level and the brave level are the difference between a lake and a small puddle. The difference is more than 1,000 times. Children are innocent. Qi Lu said unhurriedly, as if stating a fact. No, that's the truth. Produced by the system, absolutely no fake. If you argue with reason, it will make people doubtful. But Qi Li's usual calm reaction was even more convincing. I have no reason to doubt the things in Manager Qi's store. Since Manager Kai's willing to give away such a precious divine item, I will thank you in advance. As Gu Pingchuan, Rao was also attracted by this bottle of mythical vitamin functional drink. This kind of item that can instantly restore fighting spirit and magic power is more useful than having one more life in many cases. After all, if you have one more life, your body may be guarded. Ding Gu, you don't have to be polite. I apologize for not being able to Kamito cheer for you in person. Qi Liyun said calmly. In his tone, he didn't care at all that this bottle of mythical vitamin functional drink was simply divine water in Gu Pingchuan's opinion. Gu Pingchuan also had to sigh about this. The background of Qi Li's store is truly unfathomable. However, in Qi Li's opinion, as long as it is not a product clearly marked by system, he will not feel too heartbroken if he gives it away. On the contrary, it is also a reward drawn, and there is no need to spend the spirit crystals yourself. Hey, looks like we're here at the right time. While the two were talking, Shui Lang and Hu Shou walked in from outside the store. When Ying Feng saw Shui Lang, he said, "Hello, you guys came on time. Did you expect us to leave at this time?" These two people have a real novice fighting friendship. Brilliant Academy decided to leave today because of what Ying Feng and Shui Lang said. "Yes, I came here specially to say goodbye to you." Shui Lang nodded, then waved behind him, and shouted to the members of the Shui Lang team, "Activate the membership card first and take the seat. Don't let that guy Qin Ming take the lead." Then I went to make myself a bowl of noodles. By the way, you came just in time. Let's set our guild relationship friendly. Ying Feng said suddenly. What kind of friendliness? Shui Lang pressed the lid of the bucket with a fork and turned to look at Ying Feng. Then listening to Ying Feng's explanation, Shui Lang slapped his palm and took out his membership card with a sudden realization. It turns out that this can still be done. That's really great. We are worried that we cannot go to the scene to cheer for you. After the people from Brilliant Academy and Ling Zhao's bodyguards left, the store was indeed much cleaner. In the evening, after seeing off the last member of the city guard, Qi Lu also closed the door of the shop. "Sheer, I have something to do when I go out at night. If you are tired, go Tobt first." Qi Lu took a robe, put it on himself, and then warned him at the door of the store. "I understand, store manager, please pay attention to safety." Xie responded obediently. He wouldn't ask Qi Lu what he was going to do. After confirming that he had brought the dragon bone armor and 1,000 machine balls, Qi Lu also took a membership card and walked towards the Cloud Forest. This time, Qi Lu went to the Cloud Forest not to fight, but just to inquire about the situation. Besides, Qi Lu felt that it was quite tiring to fight when he really encountered a master-level monster, which was not in line with his lazy character. It is a good idea to wait until you have investigated the situation and then come back to decide how to complete the task. Deep in the Cloud Forest, a bonfire burned brightly, rising into orange flames. There are several tents around, and there are people inside, who seem to be roasting. Ryuga was sitting by the campfire, with orange-red flame reflections flashing in his dark pupils. The scouts have all been sent out. They have all dispersed, but there has been no news of the Warcraft. The team member sitting aside responded to Ryuga's words. After leaving the tavern of the Cloud Mist City Mercenary Guild, Long Ye led the Long Ye mercenary team to the Cloud Forest. After losing so much face in the tavern, it was natural to find it somewhere else. Long Ye is not the kind of person who can ignore someone's loss of face. The best way to regain face is to get rid of the master-level monsters in the Cloud Forest. Then you can justifiably ridicule those guys. They are a bunch of trash, but the problems of your own city-state can only be solved by people from other city-states. The corpse of a Grandmaster-level monster was something they couldn't refute. And so it is. After the Longya mercenary team entered the depths of the Cloud Forest, they never found anyone else. The mercenaries of Cloud Mist City are indeed afraid of the depths of the Cloud Mist Forest. But this is really strange. Why can't we meet the monsters? Longya stared at the bonfire and made a sound in a daze. Logically speaking, no matter which World of Warcraft forest there is, it is impossible not to encounter Warcraft. Unless the monsters sense the powerful aura of the incoming person and take the initiative to avoid it. This is why other monsters rarely appear in the territories of those powerful monsters. Maybe I feel your breath, Captain, so I don't dare to come over. The team members joked with a smile. The aura of the master level is indeed a very powerful pressure for low-level monsters. Ordinary monsters would not be foolish enough to provoke such a strong person. Longya frowned and said, "There are master-level monsters deep in this Cloud Forest." Don't they dare to come here? Captain, you are a master-level expert who has been famous for a long time. Those grandmaster-level monsters have probably been promoted recently. Isn't it normal that they don't dare to come over? The team members complimented him and were extremely convinced of Ryuga's strength. Level 60 and level 80 are both within the scope of the master level. But the gap in comprehensive strength between the two may be several times or even 10 times larger. Being complimented by the team members, Ryuga felt a little elated, and began to feel that this might be the case. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why there are no monsters in the Cloud Forest. Even if this is the case, we cannot relax. As soon as there is any situation, we will report it immediately. However, Ryuga was not completely carried away by the compliments and gave Avery solemn instruction. However, the spirit that had begun to relax made Long Ye completely unaware that among the branches and leaves of a towering tree, a kitten was looking at them coldly. In the shadows in the distance, figures of monsters are rushing towards this side. Midnight is the time when people are most tired. Even these battle-hardened and extremely vigilant mercenaries are no exception. Ouch! At this drowsy moment, a beast roar resounded across the sky, tearing apart the boundless night. In an instant, everyone who was resting in the camp was awakened. What's going on? Ryuga pressed the hilt of the Ryuga Knight's sword beside him and stood up. The others also quickly walked out of the camp. In a place like this where fighting could happen at any time, everyone sleeps with their clothes on, even if the armor on their bodies is not so comfortable when resting. But the little time you save may save your life. I don't know. None of the scouts sent out have any news. The team member said quickly after confirming the situation. What? There's no news. Long Ye frowned and released his breath. In normal times, this can be used as a means of deterrence, and can also be used to explore the surrounding environment. But this time, the breath of dragon teeth has just been released. Several auras that were not weaker than his immediately erupted around him. That is, the breath of a master. The rays of light emitted by the cold beast eyes emerged from the shadows, and slowly came closer under the illumination of the bonfire. Chong! Oops! Everyone, stand back and prepare to fight. Ryuga immediately pulled out the dragon teeth knight sword and placed it in front of him. He finally knew why no scouts came back to report the news. Because these master-level monsters would never give those scouts a chance to come back. In the darkness, those monsters slowly appeared. The only monsters that exuded a master-level aura were the 8-headed monsters walking at the front. Those following behind were almost all career-level monsters. However, for the Dragon Teeth mercenary team, let alone the 8-headed master-level monsters, even if there were only 3, they were not able to deal with them. How come there are so many master-level monsters appearing all at once? When Ryuga said this, his voice became a little stiff. The coercion of the 8 master-level monsters, mixed together, was absolutely majestic. In just an instant, the aura emanating from the dragon's teeth was completely suppressed. Team, Captain, what should we do now? How could it be possible? With so many monsters appearing and such terrifying pressure, they can't all be master-level monsters. Damn it, why do so many monsters suddenly appear? The members of the Dragon Year mercenary team held their weapons tightly and looked at the approaching group of monsters, their legs trembling. There were even a few lower-level players whose legs were so weak that they could no longer stand still. The group of Warcraft does not make people despair. What makes people despair is those Grandmaster-level Warcraft. Here, it can be said that as long as these master-level monsters exert a little force, no one except Dragon Fang can escape. None of the scouts who had previously dispersed and hid to investigate the situation came back, which is the best proof. In this situation, I'm afraid even the strongest mercenary team will choose to escape. What's more, the Dragon Teeth mercenary team is not even the top mercenary team. Was the Cloud Forest really just a low-level World of Warcraft forest before? Such questions couldn't help but appear in Longya's mind. 8 master-level monsters suddenly appeared. Even in some high-level monster forests, this rarely happened. Because the Warcraft itself is not compatible with each other. Even if it is a gregarious type of Warcraft, the one with the highest level and the strongest strength will be selected as the leader. What's more, solitary monsters have their own territory. This would only happen unless there was a more powerful monster that could suppress these master-level monsters. Thinking of this, Longya felt even more eerie. Being able to suppress the existence of the 8-headed master-level monster is definitely not something that I can handle. It might even be difficult for him to escape. How is this possible? Considering the bunch of trash in Cloud Mist City, why would such a terrifying guy appear in the Cloud Mist Forest? Ryuga couldn't understand it at all. If that were the case, Yunwu City would have been destroyed long ago. After all, the strength of the Cloud Mist City Mercenary Guild is also rumored in the mercenary world. In the entire Yunwu City, not even a single Grandmaster could be found. With this level of strength, in fact, there is nothing wrong with Longya calling him a trash. However, now, when he faced these master-level monsters, Longya also felt a hint of fear. There may be people who are not afraid of death, but there is absolutely none who is not greedy for life. Hey, I didn't expect that someone who is not afraid of death would come to my territory. A young voice suddenly sounded. Who is talking? Longya was startled by the sudden voice. Then he looked closely and found a kitten standing on top of a master-level monster, looking at him with interest. It's you who's talking. Ryuga was shocked. Except for some monsters with extraordinary talents, the minimum level of monsters that want to talk to others is the hero level. No wonder these 8 master-level monsters, which seemed to be at odds with each other at first sight, appeared here together. It would make perfect sense if there was a heroic monster as the leader. But after figuring it out, what Longya got was even greater despair. If faced with the 8-headed master-level monster, Ryuga would fight to the death and still be able to escape. Then, when facing the last heroic monster, Ryuga had no chance of escaping. Because this is not a level of power at all. Moreover, the Dragon Teeth mercenary team went deep into the Cloud Forest, which can be regarded as their initiative to offend this heroic monster. Even if they die here, no one can ask. It's not like triggering a heroic agreement at all. It's really interesting. It seems that these humans are not afraid of me. The kitten opened its small mouth, revealing its sharp teeth and pink lips. Shao-chi, Shao-ba, go kill them. The kitten waved its little paws and commanded with a childish voice. The 2 master-level monsters standing nearby let out a beastly roar as if they had received an order, and then rushed towards the dragon's teeth. And the career-level monsters following these 2 master-level monsters also swarmed up. It looks like a well-trained army. It's over. Everyone in the Longya mercenary team felt a sense of extreme despair in their hearts. Facing such a swarm of monsters, there was no hope of survival at all. Brothers, give it a try. If one of you can survive, it's only one. Longya felt proud in his heart at the end. Since you can't escape, let's die more vigorously. However, just as the 2 sides were fighting and a one-sided massacre began, a voice suddenly appeared in the distance. Wow, what a cute kitten. Following this voice, Longya saw a figure wearing a robe, his face completely covered in shadow, appearing behind the group of monsters. Wherever this figure passed, all the monsters around him gave way. Even those master-level monsters looked at the figure and let out a few low roars, before slowly moving away. With the appearance of this figure, all the magical beasts entered a state of alert. How can this be? The people in the Dragon Tooth mercenary team looked at this scene and were dumbfounded. Shock and astonishment filled the hearts of everyone present. It can make so many monsters retreat, even the master-level monsters. Could it be that the person who came over is a hero-level strongman? No, I should say, definitely at the heroic level. But why would a hero appear in a place like this? Wasn't it said that Yunmist City was a waste city-state? Why did a hero-level powerhouse appear? Or is it that I really have no information and look down on others? However, Qi Lu, who came to the cloud forest in the middle of the night, did not expect to see anyone here. After all, it has been some time since the Grandmaster-level monster appeared. Even Shui Lang and the others won't stay in the cloud forest at night recently because it's too dangerous. Who are you? Why do you appear in this place at this time? Qi Lu asked curiously. After all, these days, there are not many people who dare to commit suicide. However, Qi Li's curious tone sounded extremely majestic to Long Ye and others. Senior, we are the Dragon Teeth mercenary team. We heard that a master-level monster appeared outside Yunwu City, so we came here to check. Ryuga replied tremblingly. No matter how arrogant and domineering Long Ye is, he only relies on his master-level strength. But when it comes to the hero level, it's all fake. What's more, this senior is now Long Ye's life-saving straw. Whether he can get out alive from the hands of this heroic monster depends entirely on the wishes of this senior. Did they even attract mercenaries from other city-states? Qi Lu thought in his heart after hearing this. But this silence almost scared Long Ye to death. Senior, if you are dissatisfied with anything, we will leave here immediately. Long Ye thought that his answer had offended the senior in front of him, so he said quickly. Others didn't even dare to take a breath. It's okay, but the things here are really not something you can interfere with. You should leave first. Qi Lu also had no interest in the Long Ye mercenary team and said immediately. This calm tone, in the eyes of Long Ye and others, is absolute confidence in their own strength. Faced with so many master-level monsters, and even a hero-level monster hidden among them, he could remain calm and calm. This strength and this magnanimity make him worthy of being a hero-level powerhouse. In that case, let's leave first. Please be careful, senior. Since the seniors have told him and others to leave, Ryuga will not be polite. He also knows that even a little bit of residual power in a battle between heroes is enough for him to drink. Being able to leave is naturally a dream. Hey, you guy, did you ask me before letting them leave? When the little cat squatting on top of the monster heard this, he immediately showed his airplane ears and said viciously. But that childish voice sounded more like coquettishness. By the way, I almost forgot that you were here. Qi Li's voice did not fluctuate at all, although he was indeed surprised why this kitten could talk. But you must not show it in front of outsiders. Moreover, Qi Lu knew that if he showed surprise, he might not be able to frighten the group of monsters in front of him. However, Qi Li's performance of not caring does not mean that Long Ye and others cannot care. As soon as Mao Mao's words came out, Long Ye and others already raised feet stopped abruptly in the air, not daring to fall down for fear of another round of surprise attacks from the monsters around them. In this case, even if this human senior is by his side, he and others will not be able to escape death. Moreover, Ryuga didn't think that he and others had the weight to allow this senior to try his best to save people from a heroic monster. Qi Lu slowly looked around at the surrounding monsters. He could still feel the aura of a grandmaster. But this talking kitten can actually squat on top of the master-level monster's head. It seems that the source of the trouble in the cloud forest this time should be this kitten. Qi Lu thought this in his heart, and slowly said, these people can be regarded as the descendants of the human race. I hope you can give me a face and let them leave. You just left when you told them to leave, so where do I put my face? The kitten stood up, with airplane ears and the down on its back exploding, looking angry. A majestic momentum also burst out. It completely crushed the momentum of the previous master-level monsters. The surrounding leaves were impacted by this momentum and made a crash sound. Some of the smaller trees were almost broken at the waist. At least 1/3 of the Lanya mercenary team was frightened by this momentum. Their legs weakened and they fell to the ground. This is simply not comparable to the momentum of an ordinary grandmaster. Is this the hero? Ryuga's teeth were chattering. If we were to face those master-level monsters before, Ryuga's momentum could still resist them to a certain extent. When he faced the aura erupted by this kitten, he felt like a small boat in the waves. He could be knocked over by the waves at any time and die without a burial place. Although Ryuga has never personally experienced the aura of a heroic level, facing this aura that can completely crush him, even if he guesses wrong, he's probably not far from the heroic level. The pinnacle of Grandmaster level, half-step to hero level. Qi Lu felt the momentum calmly. Compared to Gu Pingchuan, this kitten was still far behind. After all, Gu Pingchuan is also at the peak of the hero level. After understanding the New World mode, he has half-stepped into the strong level. What is still missing now is probably a hero-level trial crystal. Kitten, you seem to be too confident in your own power. Qi Lu knew that if he didn't do something, he might really be suppressed by this kitten. So while he was speaking, an aura as vast as the sea suddenly rose up. Boom! All other auras were shattered by this vast sea-like aura, and then swallowed up completely. If we say that the momentum that the kitten burst out earlier was like a river that never stops flowing. At that moment, the momentum rising from Qi Lu was like a vast ocean. Rivers flow into the sea, and the sea accepts all rivers. The entire cloud forest became deathly silent at this moment. No magical beast dared to make a sound at this time. Lanya and the others stared at the senior in robes with their eyes widened and trembling all over. This is a kind of awe for the strong and fear of this terrifying momentum. And this momentum affects more than just the cloud forest. In Yunwu City, which is located near the cloud forest, it can be said that tonight has been a sleepless night. Far away on the other side of the cloud forest, the Goryeo Empire and the southern border garrison were facing a formidable enemy, and the tents were brightly lit with fire. And further away, hero-level powerhouses were also alarmed by this momentum. Is there any blind guy in the cloud forest who dares to offend such a being? Is this terrifying pressure coming from a strong man passing through the cloud forest? The aura I have never felt before should not belong to the Huanyuan Empire. Could it be that the rumored thing is true? The feeling of this aura does not seem to be that of a strong human race. It seems that there are quite a few races mixed in. No matter how these hero-level powerhouses guessed, no one would think that this being who burst out with terrifying momentum would be a powerhouse from the Cloud Forest or the Huanyuan Empire. If they are really heroes in these places, it is impossible for them not talk no. It is impossible for a being of this level not to stand out at a young age. The foundation of a country is no joke. Deep in the cloud forest, Qi Lu looked at the kitten in front of him quietly. The vast sea-like momentum gathered around him, making the people and monsters around Qi Lu almost breathless. As if sensing Qi Li's gaze, the angry kitten immediately lay down at his feet, above the head of the monster that was already lying on the ground. Then he closed his eyes, and covered his two little ears with his two furry little paws. Now, what do you think I should do with you? Qi Lu looked at the kitten in front of him and suddenly spoke. I don't think I should be dealt with, because I'm just a little kitten. The kitten's childish voice came out immediately, and this time it was really acting like a baby. This vast ocean-like momentum gave it too much pressure. The kitten could feel that as long as he resisted, he would probably be killed instantly, with one move without any suspense. Qi Lu also had to sigh with emotion. Dragon bone armor is so useful. That's right. This aura, as terrifying as the abyss, is the dragon bone armor, one of the store manager's suits, which comes with its own vast dragon power. Dragon bone armor, the top of the store manager's suit, is forged from the bones of the ancestral dragon. Zulong, what is that? The ancestor of all dragons. That is not comparable to those giant dragons in this world that look like big-bellied lizards with wings. In fact, Qilu doesn't know if there is such a thing as a true dragon in this world. But as far as the records in the documents Qilu has read, it should not exist. But these are not important, as long as Long Wei is real, it doesn't matter. Moreover, Qilu can feel that the dragon's power emanating from the dragon bone armor is more powerful and majestic than the power of the giant dragon. Worthy of the name ancestral dragon. It just so happens that I still need a pet. Since you said so, then come under my command. Qilu pondered for a moment and said in a pretentious manner. If this kitten discovers that he is just an empty frame, I'm afraid Qilu will run for his life. But as long as I take this opportunity to take this kitten back to the store, I will not let you rub it whether it is round or flat. Fortunately, it can also solve the source of this mission. It can be said that there is no place to be found even after wearing iron shoes, and it takes no effort to get it. It is the kitten's honor to be under the command of adults. The kitten covered its little ears and slowly raised its head, pretending to be pitiful. At this time, Qilu was able to take a closer look at the kitten's appearance. This is indeed a kitten, so small that even if it stands on Qilu's shoulders, it won't look awkward. The pure white fur has no trace of color, and the big eyes are as blue as the sky, making it look cute and elegant. It looks a bit like the lynching snow lion that Qilu always wanted to keep in his last life. If this little cute thing is released, it will kill a lot of girls instantly. Even Qilu felt unbearable when he saw the kitten's pitiful expression. I still kept telling myself in my heart that this was a monster at the peak of the master level, so I broke free from such cuteness. Lynching lion cat, its whole body is snow white, and its one blue and one yellow mandarin duck eyes are the best. Although this one does not have mandarin duck eyes, it can be regarded as the best snow lion. Qilu was happy in his heart, but remained calm on the surface. He reached out and grabbed the kitten, turned it over and took a look, and then said, I see you are as white as snow, so I call you Shao Shu, how about it? Thank you, sir, for the name. It took a long time for the kitten's voice to come out. However, one can hear that there is quite a hint of reluctance in it. But Qilu doesn't care about this kind of thing. Naming has always been his weakness. Names like Xiao He, Xiao Bai, Xiao Hong and Xiao Huang are easy topic out. As for a name with a little more connotation, forget it. What are you still doing here? Qilu solved the matter and turned around to Zi Longye and others not leaving yet, so he couldn't help but ask. This question made Longye and the others startled. A layer of cold sweat suddenly appeared on their backs, and the hairs all over their bodies stood up. Come, senior, we're leaving right away, we're leaving right away. Qilu responded lightly, then glanced at the group of monsters around him as if warning, and slowly withdrew, the vast sea-like momentum emanating from the dragon bone armor. However, although the momentum has subsided, the monsters that were previously suppressed by Long Wei are still lying low at this time. He did not dare to look down upon the human race in front of him, who could not feel any threat at the moment. Qilu can chat and laugh with even the strongest heroes at the peak of the hero level. Naturally, he will not be afraid of these low-lying monsters at this time. Transform the Qianji ball into a small cage and put the kitten in it, just in case. Then Qilu slowly walked towards the outside of the cloud forest, taking his time and showing off his masterly demeanor. The Longye mercenary team looked at Qilu's back with expressions of awe and admiration. Is this the real strong man? If anyone tells me again that Yunwu City is full of trash, I will have knock out all his teeth. This is the patron saint of our human race. His power and actions are what those who carry the cauldron do. Back in Yunwu City, Mao Mao stared at Qilu with doubtful eyes, and then Kamito the door of a shop in a small alley. Put away the robe, put away the dragon bone armor. Then, the kitten suddenly realized that he might have been deceived. However, Qi Lu, who had already returned to the store, was not afraid that the kitten would find out that he had been deceived. Okay, Shao Shu, this is where you will live from now on. Unless there are special circumstances, you probably won't be able to get out. Qi Lu put away the Tianji ball and put the kitten in the store. Then he spoke to the system in his mind and asked the system to prohibit the kitten from leaving the store. Taking another step inside, Qi Lu suddenly discovered that Yu Shi'er was leaning on the long leather sofa, holding the quilt taken from the second bedroom on the second floor, looking like she was sleepy. This little girl, isn't she waiting for me? A smile appeared on Qi Li's lips, and he glanced outside the store. It's almost midnight, don't you plan to go to work tomorrow? Store manager, are you back? Perhaps hearing the noise, Yu Shi'er frowned slightly, then opened her sleepy eyes. It's me, Shi'er, go to sleep upstairs. I'll just come and guard the store tomorrow morning. Qi Lu gently rubbed Yu Shi'er's head and said quietly. Yeah. Yu Shi'er nodded, then sat up from the sofa. Before Yu Shi'er could get up, Mao Mao, who had been lying at the door of the store thinking for a long time, ran over and said to Qi Lu, baring his teeth and claws, Hey, you guy, were you lying to me before? You are not that strong at all. Qi Lu raised his eyebrows. Unexpectedly, this kitten was quite smart and figured it out immediately. But it's a pity that once you enter the store, you can't help it. As Qi Li's store manager level increases, his authority in the store becomes more and more powerful. So of course, Qi Lu couldn't admit it when faced with Mao Mao's question. I'm not lying to you, like this. Qi Lu snapped his fingers and used the store manager's authority to directly ban the kitten's power. The kitten was immediately shocked. What did you do to me? Wow, what a cute kitten. Come here and let me hug you. Yu Shi'er was sitting in the sofa and her eyes suddenly lit up when she discovered the existence of the kitten. Then he held the kitten whose power had been blocked in his arms and rubbed the kitten's furry head unceremoniously. Let me go, you weak guy, do you know who I am? How dare you do this to me? Mao Mao struggled hard. However, without the support of a whole body of cultivation, it is not much different from an ordinary kitten. It didn't take long for the kitten to give up its struggle. Desperate, she let Yu Shi'er rub its furry head, and said to Qi Lu with a bleak look on her face, I know I was wrong, and I shouldn't doubt you, but I am just a little kitten, and I don't deserve to be such treatment. You realized your mistake now. It's too late. I'll help you unblock you tomorrow. Qi Lu would not spoil a kitten. Pets should be trained when they need to be trained. Well. The kitten let out a faint sigh in a childish voice. Shi'er, aren't you curious why it can talk? Qi Lu asked, slightly curiously, standing next to the leather sofa. No, store manager, you probably don't know yet, but I actually belong to Hualing cat clan. Yu Shi'er said with some anxiety, holding the kitten in her hand. After all, many races cannot get along with other races. Qi Lu was silent for half a minute before speaking. Actually, I knew it from the beginning, but does it have anything to do with this matter? Qi Lu has no racial prejudice at all. As a store manager, you should treat customers of any race equally. Store manager, thank you. Yu Shi'er suddenly thanked her. Then he rubbed the kitten and said, Didn't the store manager see that this kitten is not a monster, but a rare beast? Strange beast. Qi Lu raised his eyebrows. Speaking of which, this was the first time he had seen a strange beast. Alien beasts are different from Warcraft. Compared with the proliferation of Warcraft, alien beasts are much rarer than Warcraft. In their bodies, magic cores will not condense, but crystals will condense. The trial crystals that open up the trial space and the skill crystals that acquire skills are obtained by hunting exotic beasts. But in comparison, compared with the alien beasts and Warcraft of the same level, the overall strength of the alien beasts definitely surpasses the Warcraft. And the most important thing is that the intelligence of the alien beasts is far superior to that of the monsters. Putting it this way, it's actually not that unusual for a master-level beasto be able to talk. Then Sheer, do you know what kind of strange beast this is? Qi Lu asked next. Logically speaking, I should know all about cats and strange beasts, but I have never seen this kind. Store manager, wait a moment. Yu Sheer said, and fighting spirit suddenly surged in her body. In an instant, a pair of cute cat ears appeared on Yu Sheer's head. A furry tail also stretched out from behind Yu Sheer, wagging from side to side. This is the half-animal state of the moon spirit cat clan. The kitten nestled in Yu Sheer's arms suddenly opened its eyes and stared closely into Yu Sheer's eyes. Those beautiful eyes, at some point, turned into a pair of diamond-shaped animal pupils. The original aura should have been that of a spirit-eating cat, but why did it become like this? Yu Sheer looked at the kitten in her arms for a long time before she spoke. The spirit-eating cat is an extremely rare beast that can increase its strength by devouring various heavenly and earthly treasures, magical weapons, and other items. But the body shape is more like a large leopard than a small cat. So Yu Sheer also doubted her own judgment. Is it a spirit-eating cat? Let me ask Ding Gu. Qi Lu has no research on strange beasts at all, so it is more reliable to find professionals. Well, Ding Gu should know. Yu Sheer's knowledge of cat-like beasts was inherited from her clan. But when it comes to research on strange beasts, Yu Sheer is far behind compared to people like Gu Pingchuan. Qi Lu didn't walk away. He took out his membership card, opened the communication system, entered the brilliant guild, and chose Gu Pingchuan's name. The privilege of the store manager is so capricious. Originally, Qi Lu was a little worried whether it would disturb Gu Pingchuan's rest. But after the communication request was sent, it was accepted within 2 seconds. The scene over at Gu Pingchuan appeared on the membership card. It was a small office, with a mountain of books piled on the table. The magic lamp next to it illuminated the whole room as bright as day. Gu Pingchuan held a quill pen in his hand, with several books spread out in front of him, and the membership card was placed on top of one of the open books. Ding Gu, I'm sorry to disturb your rest. Qi Lu said politely. The image of a cold store manager does not mean that he does not understand etiquette. When Gu Pingchuan heard this, he smiled kindly and said, Manager Qi, do you have anything to do with me at this time? I often hear that Ding Gu is erudite and knowledgeable, so I have something to ask Ding Gu. Qi Lu said very modestly. I don't dare to take it. I don't dare to say that I am knowledgeable to store manager Qi. Gu Pingchuan said with a smile. However, despite what he said, Gu Pingchuan still felt a trace of uncontrollable joy in his heart. After all, in Gu Pingchuan's opinion, Qi Lu was a strong man on the same level as himself. The beard at the corner of Gu Pingchuan's mouth curled up and he said, If you have any questions, Manager Qi, please just tell me. Before asking the question, I would like to ask, Ding Gu, how much do you know about the civet cat? Qi Lu did not directly tell the kitten's situation, but asked this question first. The civet cat? Gu Pingchuan was stunned for a moment, then put down the quill pen in his hand, slowly touched the beard on his chin, with a look of reminiscence in his eyes, and said slowly, This name has not been mentioned by anyone for a long time. So, has it been a long time since this civet-eating cat appeared? Qi Lu keenly captured the information in Gu Pingchuan's words. It's true that he hasn't appeared in a long time. Gu Pingchuan nodded, and then spoke slowly. The civet-eating cat can be said to be one of the rarest species among exotic beasts. To be honest, the last time I heard about the civet-eating cat was 20 years ago. Gu Pingchuan smiled, and then said seriously, The rarity I'm talking about doesn't just mean that the number of civet-eating cats is rare, but because the civet-devouring cats are extremely dangerous. Once they appear in the world, if one of them doesn't die, there will never be another one. 2. The alien species, the spirit-eating cat, feeds on heavenly and earthly treasures, divine weapons, and various spiritual treasures, and absorbs their energy to enhance its own strength. Very changeable, tyrannical in strength, and very fond of hurting others. This is the record of the civet-eating cat in ancient books. The true strength of the soul-eating cat is even more terrifying than what is described in ancient books. The soul-eating cat at its peak can even feed on giant dragons. When Gu Pingchuan said this, he paused and then said, "Manager Qi, you suddenly asked this question. Could it be that you have encountered a spirit-eating cat?" Qi Lu glanced at the kitten, which was being held in Yu Shi'er's arms with a look of despair. Lots of changes. Strong and tyrannical. No, I just heard this name by chance today, so I came here to ask Ding Gu for advice. Qi Lu felt that he had already got the answer. I'm really sorry for bothering Ding Gu so late. You're welcome, Manager Qi. I haven't rested yet, so it's not an intrusion. Ding Gu smiled kindly. In that case, I won't bother Ding Gu anymore. You're welcome. After a few words of greeting, Qi Lu closed the membership card. Then he looked at the kitten carefully. Qi Lu didn't notice the ever-changing nature, but he could clearly see his extremely fond of hurting people in the cloud forest. After this guy appeared, almost none of the mercenaries who entered the depths of the cloud forest came out alive. If it weren't for Qi Li's whim, he would go to the cloud forest to do a task tonight. I'm afraid that the Dragon Ye mercenary team will be expelled the next day. Your judgment should be correct. This guy is the spirit-eating cat. Qi Lu spoke, confirming Yu Shi'er's feeling. Ding Gu is still very knowledgeable after all, and reading more ancient books is really useful. The two people's doubts were solved at once. Really, that's great. Yu Shi'er said excitedly. Being able to relieve Qi Lu's worries made her feel that she was not completely useless. The cat ears on Yu Shi'er's head and the cat tail swaying behind her were put back after confirming the kitten's identity. A look of pity flashed in Qi Li's eyes, but Yu Shi'er didn't notice it. A real cat girl shop assistant. This is a two-dimensional otaku's dream. However, it was impossible for Qi Lu to say that if Yu Shi'er should remain in her half-animal state, it would be better to let nature take its course. By the way, store manager, have you given it a name? Yu Shi'er rubbed the kitten's head and suddenly raised her head and asked. For the moon spirit cat clan among the demi-human races, all cats and animals can be considered their relatives. Cat monsters can also be considered friends. So even though the civet cat is a very dangerous beast, Yu Shi'er still likes and cares about this kitten very much. Because of the Yu Lingmao clan, Yu Shi'er may be the only clan member left. It's called. Why don't you give it a name? Qi Lu looked at Yu Shi'er's expectant eyes and hesitated for a moment, but still didn't say the name Shao Shu Jiu Hui. To be honest, Qi Lu knew that the name was a bit awkward. Hearing this, Yu Shi'er gently followed the fur on the kitten's back, thought for a while, and then said, why don't we call it Yu Xuan Shu Hui? Moon, Frost and Snow. A good name, with a given name and a surname. As for why Xiao Mao had the same last name as Yu Shi'er, Qi Lu didn't bother to ask. You should be satisfied with this name. Qi Lu glanced at the kitten. Just give it a try, Yu Xuan Shu Hui, at least it's better than the name you gave me. Kitty replied weakly. Store manager, what's your name? Yu Shi'er was a little curious. It's okay. Yu Xuan Shu Hui will live with you from now on. Qi Lu really didn't want to mention this matter. That's great, Shao Shu Hui. Yu Shi'er happily rubbed her cheek against the kitten's furry little face. Qi Lu. So, in a few words, Kitty Yu Xuan Shu Hui also joined Qi Li's shop. I think it's not that I don't know how to choose names, I'm just more suitable for nicknames. Qi Lu sat on the bed, silently comforting himself. Then, a voice with no emotional content suddenly appeared in Qi Li's mind. System, host, I think you may think too highly of yourself. Qi Lu? System, why do you always come out to trouble me at times like this? Qi lisped in a very serious tone. System, host, I know that good medicine tastes bitter and good advice is harsh to the ears. Sometimes the truth can be quite annoying. Qi Lu almost vomited blood because of the system's anger. After finally calming down, Qi Lu asked, you must have come out suddenly not just to cause trouble for me. System, host, you seem to be a little smarter. This time, there is indeed good news. Qi Li's face straightened and he said, my mission must have been completed. Please hand over the new purchase channel quickly. System, your mission has not been completed. Host, please think about it. At present, can anyone in Cloud Mist City come out alive deep in the Cloud Mist Forest? Qi Li's expression froze. There is nothing wrong with what the system said in this sentence. Currently, in the depths of the Cloud Forest, there are 8 master-level monsters standing in it. Before their respective territories were separated, for the people of Yunwu City, it was a dead zone. Even for ordinary master-level experts, it is a forbidden place. After being silent for a long time, after Qi Lu was sure that he could not refute the system, he nodded with difficulty and said, then I will think of a way, but what is the good news you said? System, congratulations to the host for acquiring a civet cat as a pet. You are sure that Yu Xuanxue is a civet-eating cat? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Qi Lu almost jumped up when he heard this. As a result, he went to find Gu Pingchuan in the middle of the night. I almost lost my image as a cold store manager. System, host, please listen to this. According to system detection, this civet cat seems to have swallowed a treasure that can catalyze the rapid promotion of Warcraft. Well, what next? Qi Lu still couldn't see the shadow of the good news. System, if the host can get the treasure swallowed by the civet cat and submit it to the system, the pet extraction function can be opened in advance. Qi Lu was suddenly startled and said, is there such a good thing? To be honest, Qi Lu has been coveting the divine beasts and fairy beasts in the system for a long time. Unexpectedly, on a whim, this function could be opened in advance. He is indeed a favored person. System, publish the task, obtain the treasure of the civet cat. Please find a way to obtain the treasure that the civet cat has devoured and submit it to the system. System, task reward, a pet card changing machine. No problem, I took it. Qi Lu said happily. Mission, Crisis in Cloud Mist City, continued. The final question is the 8-headed master-level monster deep in the Cloud Forest. However, Qi Lu has not yet figured out how to solve the problem of the 8-headed master-level monsters. After all, Qi Lu himself only has a professional level. It's okay to bluff people with the dragon bone armor, but if you really want to fight, you can still beat them, it's just a little more difficult. But why did Qi Lu do this? Thankless. In fact, if the master-level monsters are left behind and their respective territories are separated, these monsters will not run around. As long as they don't provoke the master-level monsters in their territory, they won't actually attack them. After all, not every monster is like the civet cat, which loves to hurt people. Moreover, with the presence of the master-level monsters, the overall power of the Cloud Forest will gradually become stronger. It will not become inaccessible without a hero-level monster. In this way, it can attract more powerful mercenary teams to hunt in the Cloud Forest. With higher-level magic cores, it will also attract more businessmen. For Yunwu City, this is also something that has more advantages than disadvantages. And it doesn't require any effort from Qi Lu, just a little patience and waiting for a while, and the task can be completed. Why not do it? This was what Qi Lu thought about all night, and early in the morning, he called the system out and argued with the system seriously. Finally concluded. So, since the system has nothing to do with me anymore, let's see if the mission rewards can be sent to me in advance. System, host, everyone is going to die sooner or later, why not you? Qi Lu immediately raised his hand to stop the system. Stop talking, I'll just wait. Hey, you guy, how on earth did you seal the doors and windows so tightly? At this time, Yu Shuangxue walked back from the door of the store languidly, jumped on the counter, and lay down weakly. This morning, as soon as Yu Shuangxue regained her strength, she started trying to escape from the store. Because it knows that it is definitely no match for this man. It would be more appropriate to run away far away. A Grand Master level cat, a powerful beast that could feed Ongiant dragons at its peak, was rated as extremely dangerous, but now it only wants to escape. If those powerful people who knew about the soul-devouring cat knew about this, their jaws would probably be shocked. Qi Lu cleared the counter, and then said slowly, "First, my name is not hello, my name is Qi Lu. Second, if you want to call me, you can do the same as Sheer and call me store manager. Third, you can't walk out of the store without my consent. If you don't believe it, you can try it." As soon as Qi Lu finished speaking, Yu Shuangxue stood up. At the same time, the store door was pushed open by the blood wolf, who came over early in the morning. "Boss, wow. What is it?" Halfway through Xuelang's words, he saw a white shadow rushing towards him. Then when it was at the entrance of the store, the white shadow seemed to have hit some transparent barrier and flew back at a faster speed. Then I heard a loud cry, "Qi Lu, why are you making things so difficult for a little kitten? Doesn't your conscience hurt?" Yu Shuangxue held her head tightly with her two furry little paws, rolling on the ground in pain. The corners of Qi Li's mouth twitched slightly, and then he said expressionlessly, "Not only does it not hurt, but it actually makes me want to laugh." "Boss, do you have a pet?" Xuelang looked at the little white cat rolling on the ground with a confused face, feeling a little at a loss. The little white cat's speed just now made Xuelang convinced that even if he was prepared, he would not be able to react at all. And, most importantly, this little white cat can actually talk. Those who can speak human words, whether it is a magical beast or an alien beast, are the beings they need to look up to. Why are there so many monsters in the boss shop? It's okay, just come in. Qi Lu said not to worry. As long as you are in the store, you don't have to worry about you schwankswording anyone. By the way, in a few days, you can go to the depths of the cloud forest to take a look. Qi Lu said suddenly after seeing that most of the people in the Blood Wolf team were holding instant noodles. After the Blood Wolf forcibly swallowed the half-chewed bacon sandwich, he looked at Qi Lu in surprise and said, "Boss, have you got any new equipment here? If you get armor that can withstand attacks from master-level monsters, then it's really no problem to go deep into the cloud forest. Otherwise, the Blood Wolf is not someone who likes to seek death. Those who provoke Grandmaster-level monsters for no reason are either extremely powerful or simply seeking death." Qi Lu also thought about this problem and felt in his heart that it was to Mito draw another wave of equipment. Maybe tomorrow. Great, I haven't seen new equipment in a long time. I hope I can use it. Xuelang looked happy, but he was still a little worried. There are a lot of good equipment in Qi Lu's store, but not everyone can use these equipment. Rare weapons, armor, and elixirs all have usage restrictions. Only accessories seem to have no usage restrictions. Then tonight, we have to draw a wave of jewelry to see our luck. Qi let hot to himself. After Yu Shuangxue suffered another loss, she completely gave up the idea of escape. If you can't get out even if the store door is open, how can you escape? Qi Lu, I think I'm really not suitable to be a pet. Yu Shuangxue jumped upon the counter and lay on it and said sadly. Pets are nothing but trivial matters. I mainly don't want to cause trouble by letting you go out. Qi Lu said righteously. Then I added another sentence in my mind, and to complete the task. However, raising a lynching lion cat has always been Qi Li's dream in his previous life. However, his family was poor at that time and he came here before he could have a cat. But it's not bad to be here, at least it's time to actually have a cat. Still the best snow lion. Sheila took a serious look at Yu Xuanxue. Well, at least on the outside, he looked like a pure snow lion. However, it might not be easy to get the treasure that she swallowed out of Yu Xuanxue's mouth. The civet-eating cat feeds on various spiritual materials and treasures, and is naturally greedy. Yu Xuanxue is not even willing to let go of people who accidentally enter its territory. It is obviously difficult to snatch food from its cat's mouth. Store manager, why are you personally guarding the store today? While Qi Lu was still thinking about the problem of cat's mouth grabbing food, Lan Yi walked into the store with several other members of Lan Yi's team. Where's Sister Xi'er? Xiaoya also asked, curiously. It's really rare that the store manager is guarding the store. Lan Qing'er said, pretending to be surprised. Store manager, you wouldn't have treated Xi'er last night. Yojiao said with a narrow look on his face. Qi Lu waved his hand and said expressionlessly, stop teasing me, Xi'er is sleeping upstairs. It is true that Qi Lu has never guarded the store since he hired Yu Xi'er as a clerk. But eating and waiting to die is exactly what a store manager should do. Wow, what a cute kitten. Qi Lu, when did you start raising pets? Lan Zier and Mainland Qingqi, who liked to lie down on the counter as soon as they entered the store, immediately noticed Yu Xuanxue lying on the counter. The cuteness index of this little cute thing is definitely the best for any girl. Kitty cat, come let me hug you. Mainland Qingqi unceremoniously picked up Yu Xuanxue from the counter. No, let me go, you guy, do you know who I am? Yu Xuanxue was immediately annoyed. As a master-level beast and a soul-eating cat that loves to hurt people, it's really a bit embarrassing for him to be hugged and rubbed like this. But with Qi Lu staring at her, Yu Xuanxue didn't dare to really show off her strength. Otherwise, what is waiting for it will definitely be another band force. Hey, kittens can actually talk. There was surprise in Lan Zier's tone, but not much. After all, Lan Zier has the blood of the dragon clan, and her understanding of these magical beasts and strange beasts is inherently better than that of ordinary people. Speaking people's words is not difficult for the dragon clan. Among the dragon clan, there is also a dragon language that is unique to the dragon clan. Even changing into a human body is something that every adult dragon can do. It's just that most dragons don't like to transform into such a weak body. You can really talk, store manager. Where did you find such a cute kitten? Xiaoya came over immediately. Wow, it's really cute. Let me rub it too. Other girls also came closer. Yu Xuanxue was instantly submerged among the girls in Lanya's team. Cute? This guy can knock you down with one claw. Qi Lu watched this scene quietly, thinking silently in his heart. Huh? Wait. Qi Lu looked at it and suddenly noticed something was wrong. Yu Xuanxue's eyes seemed to have been staring at Lan Zier. A strange look flashed in her sky-blue eyes, and she would stick out her tongue to lick her lips from time to time. The civet-eating cat at its peak feeds on dragons. Qi Lu suddenly remembered Gu Pingchuan's words, his heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly remembered something very important. That's how to solve Yu Xuanxue's food problem. Yu Xuanxue doesn't want to eat Lan Zier. You know, Dragon Clan dragons are full of treasures, dragon blood, dragon meat, dragon bones, dragon scales, dragon tendons and dragon claws, everything just top-notch materials. If you really want to say it, it really suits the taste of the civet-eating cat. Meow. Just when Yu Xuanxue couldn't help but pounce towards Lan Zier, a big hand suddenly appeared in midair and intercepted it. Ah. What is it, strangling my little kitten by the throat? Yu Xuanxue immediately stopped moving as Qi Lu held her by the back of her neck, and the excitement in her eyes turned into disappointment. Brother, what's wrong? Lan Zier looked at Qi Lu with some confusion. Kneading the kitten all the time will affect its growth and development. Qi Lu said seriously, and then put Yu Shuangxue on the counter. Use your eyes to warn it to be honest. Ah. Lan Zier was shocked, and then looked at Yu Shuangxue with apologetic eyes. I'm sorry, I didn't know this would happen. It doesn't matter, don't believe what he says. This store manager is very bad. Yu Shuangxue licked her little paws and said to Lan Zier in a friendly manner. No, Big Brother is very nice. Lan Zier retorted. That's because you were deceived by him, ah. Qi Lu. Yu Shuangxue was halfway through her words when she was rewarded by Qi Lu with a bang, and she immediately shouted. What's wrong? Qi Lu asked expressionlessly. No, it's nothing. Yu Shuangxue closed her mouth very self-awarely. After sleeping for 2 more hours, Yu Shi'er suddenly woke up. Oops, I seem to have gotten up too late today, the store manager won't be angry. Yu Shi'er jumped out of bed, hurriedly dressed and washed, and ran downstairs. I got up a little earlier than I thought. What do you want for breakfast? Qi Lu sat behind the counter and glanced at the stairs. A bacon sandwich and potato chips will do. Sorry, manager, I overslept. After Yu Shi'er answered what she had for breakfast, she immediately apologized. It's okay, I approved it this time. Qi Lu waved his hand, signaling Yu Shi'er not to worry. But these 2 sentences of dialogue allowed Yu Shuangxue, who was resting on the counter, to capture a very novel vocabulary. Qila. Yu Shuangxue suddenly stood up. What's wrong? Qi Lu was still thinking about the mission. Breakfast, where's my breakfast? I'm hungry. Yu Shuangxue confidently stretched out her little paw towards Qi Lu. Qi Lu was stunned. Then he instantly thought of a way to complete the task. Shi'er is an employee in the store, so there is breakfast. If you want to have breakfast, you can only buy it with Hua Ling Jing. Qi Lu looked at Yu Shuangxue, who stretched out her little paws, and said very seriously. Isn't it a matter of course to feed pets? Why should pets pay for spiritual crystals? Yu Shuangxue argued. Kittens are not suitable as pets, you said so yourself. Qi Lu said slowly. But I gave in, you have to give me breakfast. Yu Shuangxue refused. No, I choose to respect your wishes now, and cannot treat you as a pet. Qi Liyun was calm and easy to deal with. What a joke. If I really gave you free breakfast, how could I pry the treasure out of your mouth? Qi Lu is not in a hurry now. He didn't believe that a strange beast like a civet cat could really stop eating. You, forget it, I won't eat it. Yu Shuangxue stared at Qi Lu for a long time before speaking with enthusiasm. Anyway, from Yu Shuangxue's point of view, the food that humans eat is just like that, and compared with those treasures of heaven, earth, and spiritual materials, it can't even compare to 1/10,000th. The energy contained in it is almost nothing. At most, it is just used to satisfy the appetite and fill the stomach. However, for strange beasts like spirit-eating cats, filling their stomachs is just a dispensable thing. Their purpose of devouring heavenly materials and earthly treasures is to absorb the energy in them. It's okay not to eat this kind of food that has no energy. You really don't want to eat? Qi Lu raised his eyebrows. If you don't eat, even if my little kitten jumps down from here and starves to death outside, there is absolutely no way she can eat a bite of your breakfast. Yu Shuangxue said angrily. Qi Lu shrugged and said no more. This kind of thing, if you persuade too much, it will easily lead to suspicion. Yu Shi'er didn't have such scruples. She was very happy to be accompanied by a cat-like beast. Shao Shu, don't be angry, come and eat potato chips. After Yu Shi'er tore open the packaging bag of potato chips, she picked up a potato chip and handed it to Yu Shuangxue's mouth. I will not eat. Yu Xuanxue said a few words very firmly. The fragrance of the potato chips beside its mouth penetrated into its nose. The breath of energy. This kind of food actually contains so much energy. Yu Xuanxue was shocked and swallowed half of what she said. The perception of energy is an innate talent of the civet cat. This feeling is absolutely unmistakable. Yu Xuanxue was certain that the unknown food in front of her contained no less energy than a high-level spiritual grass. In other words, eating this kind of food is no less than eating those natural treasures. Thinking of this, Yu Xuanxue no longer hesitated, and a cute cat pounced on the food. He directly snatched the potato chips from Yu Shi'er's hand. A burst of extreme deliciousness burst out in Yu Xuanxue's mouth, making a kitten like her who didn't care about the taste squint her eyes in enjoyment. Quietly feel the potato chips and slowly transform them into energy. Yu Xuanxue couldn't help but twitch her pink little nose. It smells so good. Do you still want to eat? Qi Lu suddenly asked. Want to eat? No, Yu Xuanxue suddenly realized in the middle of her sentence. However, Yu Xuanxue's eyes still couldn't stop drifting to the potato chips in Yu Shi'er's hand. Why is this damn human food so delicious? A pack of potato chips, Jiu Hui, 5 spiritual crystals. Qi Lu said aloud without missing a chance. He was not worried at all that Yu Xuanxue would go on a hunger strike in danger. This is impossible. It is no exaggeration to say that the products in Qi Li's store are treasures of heaven and earth, and weapons of magic. The energy contained in it is definitely the thing that the civet cat covets the most. I don't have a spiritual crystal. Yu Xuanxue opened her mouth, looking like she was hesitating to speak. She hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke in a low voice. If there are no spiritual crystals, I will also collect treasures. Please consider it. Qi Lu said slowly without raising his eyes. Although the spirit-eating cat feeds on spiritual treasures, heavenly and earthly treasures, and magical weapons. But inside the body of the civet cat, there is actually a small space that can be used to store some treasures that it finds useful to itself. It is precisely because of this that the civet cat easily attracts the covetousness of many powerful people. It's just that those strong men who covet the devouring civet cat are basically going to die. Treasure. Yu Xuanxue showed a pained expression. To be honest, this expression appears on a kitten. It looks strange and extremely cute at the same time. Qi Lu knew that the kitten's expression meant that it was heartbroken. Yu Xuanxue was also thinking in her heart. It actually doesn't have many treasures saved, so it has to pick out the ones it least needs. And the best thing is to use this treasure to exchange for a long-term meal ticket. Qi Lu, let's make an agreement first. If I give you the treasure, you will always take care of my breakfast. Yu Xuanxue thought about it in her mind before speaking. Qi Lu pretended to think deeply for a moment, and then said warmly, if the treasure is good enough, this matter can be discussed. Hearing this, Yu Xuanxue felt heartbroken, endured the pain in her body, and opened her small mouth. His little paw reached into his mouth, and he took out a stone covered with inscriptions. Here you go, this is my best treasure. Yu Xuanxue gritted her teeth and handed the stone covered with inscriptions to Qi Lu. Most? The worst is pretty much the same. Qi Lu chuckled in his heart, but he would not believe what Yu Xuanxue said. But this guy is really distressed. System, please help me see what this is? Qi Lu was not as knowledgeable as Gu Pingchuan, so he could only ask the system to appraise the value of this stone. System, the catalytic divine stone, which can catalyze the rapid promotion of warcraft, a mission item. Mission items? Qi Lu raised his brows and suddenly felt happy. He didn't expect to trick the catalytic stone out of Yu Xuanxue's mouth so quickly. But if you think about it carefully, it doesn't seem to be a problem. If Yu Xuanxue cannot walk out of the store, putting the catalytic stone on her body will indeed be of no use at all. Although the catalytic divine stone is of no use to Qi Lu, it is enough for the system's needs. Qi Lu was overjoyed, but his face remained calm. Otherwise, if Yu Shuangxue got caught, the lion wouldn't know what would happen. To be honest, this stone has some unorthodox uses, and cannot be sold for a good price. Qi Lu took the catalytic stone and pretended to look at it before speaking. What do you think about breakfast for a year? Qi Lu made the price. It's only been a year. Yu Shuangxue hesitated. Although the catalytic divine stone is of no use to it, for the stingy civet cat, it always feels like it has suffered a big loss. If it doesn't work, just take it back. Qi Lu pushed the catalytic stone out without any hesitation. If there is even the slightest hesitation, Yu Shuangxue will definitely become suspicious. Just 1 year, just take it away. Yu Shuangxue gritted her teeth and said with a face full of pain. It's useless to hold this thing anyway, so it's better to exchange it for breakfast. What do you want for breakfast? Just ask Sheer to get it for you. Sheer knows the rules. Qi Lu put away the catalytic stone with an expressionless expression. The selection is then submitted to the system. System, congratulations to the host for completing the task so quickly. The pet card changer has been distributed. Do you want to collect it now? No, we'll talk about it tonight. Qi Lu was not sure how big the pet card changing machine was. It is better to store it in the system first and then arrange it when no one is around after the store is closed at night. Cloud Mist City, Mercenary Guild. Mu Qianqiu and Wan Zhongshan sat at the table with solemn faces. What is on the desk is the mission report of the Dragon Year Mercenary Team's exploration into the depths of the Cloud Forest. There are indeed master-level monsters, and there are 8 of them. Wan Zhongshan said this, feeling quite a headache. I'm afraid that so many Grandmaster-level monsters did not appear by chance. Mu Qianqiu also felt the seriousness of the matter. If a Grandmaster-level monster appeared in the Cloud Forest, it might have been a monster at the pinnacle of the professional class that accidentally broke through. But in a short period of time, 8 master-level monsters appeared. There must be some external push. Many mercenaries have died in the previously released missions. Now, not many people dare to enter the Cloud Forest. Mu Qianqiu's face looked a little ugly. The Cloud Forest is a long-known forest of low-level monsters, and there are more than just monsters in it. Many medicinal materials, ores, wood and stones are produced. It is precisely because of the abundant and profitable materials, coupled with the geographical conditions, that it attracts merchants and mercenaries, and it develops so prosperously. If there is no way to enter the Cloud Forest, the decline of Cloud City is imminent. Mu Qianqiu and Wan Zhongshan were assigned to Yunwu City by the Mercenary Guild. If Cloud Mist City declines, their status in the Mercenary Guild will also become even lower. This is a matter of both prosperity and loss. Although within the Mercenary Guild, on the surface, he is the administrator of each mercenary branch guild and has equal status. But really, that's impossible. The real status of the administrators of mercenary branch guilds located in city-states with prosperous economy and prosperous military force will definitely be higher than those of mercenary branch guild administrators in dilapidated city-states. Although Wan Zhongshan is cruel, he understands this. He may not care about the life and death of those mercenaries, but he cannot care about his own status. With the mercenaries in Cloud Mist City, there is no way they can deal with the master-level monsters in the Cloud Mist Forest. Wan Zhongshan was a little helpless. The strength of mercenaries and the strength of Warcraft are not equal, and the Warcraft Forest is a forbidden land. Otherwise, please ask for help. Mu Qianqiu said solemnly. As of now, this is the only way it can be. Wan Zhongshan also agreed with this approach. For those who have slept in, the whole morning almost flies by. Yu Shi'er feels this way. Not long after breakfast, I saw Shui Lang and others standing up from the booth. It was obvious that today's 4 hours had been used up. Boss, Sheer, we're leaving today. Shui Lang said hello. Walk slowly. Yu Sheer replied. I won't give it away. Qi Lu added. Boss, can't you say something nice? Shui Lang couldn't laugh or cry. At this time, the store door was pushed open, and Qin Ming led Qin Shi in, followed by a large group of elite city guards. They're all here, Shui Lang, it's time for you to leave. Qin Ming greeted Shui Lang habitually. About there. Safeng Guild, Ling Xiao, would like to ask for communication. Do you accept it? Shui Lang had barely said a few words when news came from the membership card. It's Ling Zhao's communication request. If you come to me at this time, it won't be the start of the college competition. Shui Lang thought while accepting Ling Zhao's communication request. Ling Zhao's face immediately appeared on the membership card. And behind him, the magnificent Heroes Square of the imperial city of the Huangyuan Empire. Master Ling Xiao, has the college competition begun? Shui Lang asked. Yes, Captain Blood Wolf, where are you now? Ling Xiao nodded and then asked. It's right in the boss's shop. It just so happens that we are all here. I'll ask the boss to help you broadcast it. Shui Lang chuckled and then shouted to Qi Lu. Boss, over there with Ling Xiao and the others, the academy competition seems to be about to begin. Then I'll trouble you. Ling Xiao heard this and thanked him. You're too polite. Shui Lang waved his hand. Qi Lu did not expect that the college competition would not start in the morning, but at almost noon. You actually chose to start the game at this time, Blood Wolf, please bring me your membership card. The Imperial City of Huangyuan Empire. Hero Square. This is the largest square in the Imperial City of the Huangyuan Empire. It is located in the center of the Imperial City, so it is also called the Central Square. After being selected by Brilliant College as the venue for the college competition, Hero Square was put under full martial law. The arena, viewing platform, main competition seat, and judge's seat were all quickly set up in a short period of time. It wasn't until the day of the college competition that Hero Square was opened from the state of martial law. The first to sit down were naturally the students from the 3 major colleges. The college competition is a big day, and the rankings of the 3 major colleges will be determined accordingly, so the students are extremely excited. They sit on the viewing platform and chatter nonstop. After all the students from the 3 major academies entered, the princes and princesses of the royal family of the Huangyuan Empire entered. After that came the important ministers in the court. Ling Xiao also used his membership card to contact Shuilong after entering the venue. After the communication request was connected, Ling Xiao also saw the faces of Shui Lang and others from the membership card. Everyone, long time no see. The college competition is about to begin. Next, I, Ling Xiao, will live broadcast this competition for everyone. Ling Xiao's opening remarks were spoken very fluently, as if he had practiced them. Sitting next to Ling Xiao were 2 other men and 2 women. Fire Emperor Ling Ao has 3 sons and 2 daughters, presumably they are all here. The eldest prince, Ling Chongkong, has a face like a crown jade, elegant and upright, upright and upright. He is dressed in official robes and is enshrined the court. He is the head of the 6 ministers. The 6 ministers are in charge, and they are under the left prime minister. They are in charge of the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Household Affairs, the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Punishment, and the Ministry of Industry. The 4th prince, Ling Yun, was majestic and domineering. He was wearing armor and was awarded the title of Jinshi Army Lieutenant. The western part of the Huangyuan Empire and the western garrison were all under the command of the Jinshi Army lieutenants, who were under the command of the Jinhua general. Ling Xiao first introduced his eldest brother and fourth brother, and then started to introduce the other two. The two daughters of the Fire Emperor are Ling Xiao's second sister and Princess Mingyue Lingyue Hua. He has a tall and well-proportioned figure, and even when he is sitting on a chair, you can see his perfect figure and the richness of his body. Ling Yuehua's face was half covered with gauze, revealing only a pair of eyes like the bright moon in the sky and skin as white as gelatin. Looking through the veil, she really looks like a fairy in the moon. Next to Ling Yuehua, there was a lively and cute little girl sitting, talking to Ling Yuehua, and occasionally laughing like a song. Although the little girl's face is a little childish, it is not difficult to see from between her eyebrows that she will be the most powerful person in the future. This little girl is none other than the Fire Emperor's youngest daughter, Ling Xiao's fifth sister, the Pearl Princess Ling Diawu. The other three people didn't pay much attention to Ling Xiao's movements, but Ling Diawu looked at Ling Xiao curiously and chattered over a strange crystal card. "Third brother, what are you doing?" Ling Diawu couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked aloud. "Ziyajiu, I'm live broadcasting." Ling Xiao answered directly. "This is not something that needs to be hidden. Maybe it can help store manager Qi attract a few customers." "Live broadcast?" Ling Diawu looked at Ling Xiao in confusion. "Yes, it's a live broadcast, just use this membership card." Ling Xiao showed Ling Diawu the image window on the membership card, and then explained briefly. "It's so amazing." Ling Diawu's watery eyes widened, looking quite cute. "There are even more powerful things. After the college competition is over, third brother will take you to see how it goes." Ling Xiao took the opportunity to say. "Okay, Daiwu wants to go see it." Ling Daiwu responded happily, but Sun pouted again and said with some worry, "But, father forbids Daiwu to go out." As the youngest daughter of Fire Emperor Ling Ao, Ling Diawu was naturally loved in every possible way. Therefore, in order to ensure Ling Diawu's safety, Fire Emperor Ling Ao prohibited Ling Diawu from leaving the Huangyuan Empire's imperial city. A hero-level powerhouse can completely take care of anyone within a city-state. As long as there is no other heroic level to take action, even if you are at peak of the Grand Master level, don't try to rob anyone under the heroic level's nose. "It doesn't matter, leave this matter to me." Ling Xiao patted his chest and took care of everything. "Thank you, third brother." Little things. After the spectator stands were all filled, the side seats of the main seat were also filled. That is the place of the prince and princess. The main seat of the main tournament table is a dragon chair with a domineering appearance. It is placed in front of the table, like a crouching dragon, with an imposing momentum. The Fire Emperor is seated. Majestic shouts seem to come from all directions. Roar. Under the main stage, a sea of fire suddenly ignited, and a fire dragon made of condensed flames let out a loud roar, flapped its wings, and landed on the main stage. The flame condensed and turned into a human form. Dressed in royal robes, with a golden crown on his head, his face is upright and majestic, his body is tall, and he is not angry but has authority. This person is none other than the Fire Emperor of the Huangyuan Empire, Ling Ao. Fire Dragon in the Sea of Flames, short flash, this scene is quite grand. Qi Li's voice came out from Ling Zhao's membership card. Seeing the appearance of Fire King Ling Ao, Qi Li discovered that magic could still be used in this way. Add special effects to your appearance. If you could add some background music, that would be awesome. Immediately afterwards, 3 majestic shouts sounded one after another. Brilliant Academy, Dean Gu Pingchuan, please come to the judges' table. As the Dean of Public Studies at Pinnacle College, please join the judges' table. Dean of Dadi College, please come to the judges' table. The 3 heroes walked into the judges' table almost together and sat down behind the judges' table. Gu Pingchuan still looked so kind, like a kind old grandfather. Ren Gongxiu, wearing a robe and a ribbon on his chest, is an old man with a clear face and a strong spirit. His small eyes are always shining with sharp light. Banjing, however, was dressed in simple clothes, showing off his explosive muscles. Dean of the class, you are still the same, and you don't know how to behave. Ren Gongxiu said directly after taking the seat. We practice fighting qi based on physical training, so there is no need to talk over ourselves with a robe. Banjing smiled and returned carelessly. Dean Gu, on the other hand, your strength seems to have improved in the past 2 years. After Banjing finished speaking to Ren Gongxiu, he suddenly turned to Gu Pingchuan. Hero-level perception is very sharp. Even if it is only a small improvement, it is difficult to hide it from the perception of strong people of the same level. Gu Pingchuan nodded slightly and said with a smile, after all, I still can't hide it from your eyes. I have gained some insights recently, and I have indeed improved a little bit. Dean Gu is still too modest. Ren Gongxiu would not believe Gu Pingchuan's words. Judging from the aura on Gu Pingchuan's body, I'm afraid it would be difficult for him and the squad leader to defeat him together. I don't know what Dean Gu's feelings are. When the time comes, someone in the class will be able to ask for advice. Banjing couldn't help but ask. Dean of the class. Ren Gongxiu frowned and reminded him aloud. Ah, I was abrupt. Banjing also reacted. It's no wonder that Banjing lost his composure. At their level, it is extremely difficult to improve even a little bit. It has been more than 10 years since Ren Gongxiu and Banjing stepped into the hero level, but they are stuck here, unable to make any progress. That's why Banjing is so eager. It's okay, but we'll discuss this later. Today, let's watch the college competition first. Gu Pingchuan smiled, not caring about Banjing's abruptness. It would be impossible for Ren Gongxiu and Banjing to find Qi Li's shop as long as they were careful. However, the gap between old players and new players is not so easy to bridge. Okay, let's watch the college competition first. Banjing nodded. I wonder what Dean Gu thinks the rankings of the 3 major colleges will bet his year. Ren Gongxiu asked aloud. This is also the competition between the 3 of them before every college competition. You have all your trump cards hidden. Let me guess. Then I will guess that our brilliant academy is number 1. How about it? Gu Pingchuan said with a smile. Dean Gu, brilliant college has always been at the bottom in previous years, you guessed it to be number 1, but it's a bit overestimated. Ren Gongxiu stabbed him lightly. After all, Gu Pingchuan had some insights, but it didn't mean that the entire Brilliant Academy students could become stronger. Even if Brilliant Academy has cultivated some trump cards in the past 2 years, it is still far behind compared to Pinnacle Academy and Dottie Academy. Ranking at the bottom for many years has made it almost impossible for really good prospects to choose Brilliant Academy. Dean Gu, having confidence in your students is certainly a good thing, but sometimes it's better to be realistic. Banjing grinned and followed suit. They all know what kind of foundation Brilliant Academy has. Not to mention, both Peak Academy and Earth Academy have prepared good trump cards. Those are all truly elite students. Although Gu Pingchuan was squeezed a few words, he still had a calm smile on his face and did not make any objections. Facts speak louder than words. Then let's see how the students perform. Gu Pingchuan smiled kindly and spoke softly. After the 3 deans took their seats, they were followed by those on both sides of the main seat. The Huangyuan Empire, the great general who governs the country, Yin Kuang, please take a seat. Huangyuan Empire, Swixiang, Kuzhen, please take a seat. 2 majestic shouts rang out immediately after the 3 deans took their seats. An old man wearing an official robe and a ribbon on his chest, with a serious face and a majestic aura, walked onto the main stage and stood to the left of Fire Emperor Ling Ao. It was Kuzhen, the left prime minister. Another old man, who was tall and strong, wearing light armor, with white hair, but not showing any signs of age, walked up to the main competition seat at a leisurely pace and sat on the right side of Fire Emperor Ling Ao. It is Ing Kuang, the great general, who governs the country. Wait until the main competition seats and judges' seats are all seated. Fire Emperor Ling Ao, as the host, was naturally the first to speak. Then came Ku Zhen, the left prime minister, and Ing Kuang, the general of Zhenghua, stood up and delivered speeches. Then came the speeches from the three deans, encouraging the students of the three colleges and announcing the start of the college competition. Basically, they are all formulaic words. Even people like Ling Xiao, who came from a royal family, couldn't bear to listen. They were bored in the side seats of the main event. Not to mention the people in Sheila's store who were sitting together watching the live broadcast. Fortunately, we don't have time to go there. Shui Lang couldn't help but sigh. Dingu never talks so much. Qin Ming said silently in his heart. It was very quiet in Hero Square. No one will speak when the Fire Emperor and the three deans are delivering their speeches, because that is disrespectful to the heroes. But really speaking, Fire King Ling Ao was just a spectator. The people who actually presided over the college competition were the three deans. This time the college competition was arranged by Brilliant College, and the person who announced the start of the competition was naturally Gu Pingchuan. Singles and doubles matches are played on a rotating basis. 3 large arenas were built in Hero Square just to allow students from 3 grades to compete together. The competition format of the college competition has always been like this. There are only 3 arenas and the 3 heroic deans can completely see through it without worrying about missing anything. But Ling Xiao, who didn't expect this, was a little dumbfounded. How can I take pictures of these 3 arenas with just a membership card? Ling Xiao held the membership card and didn't know which arena to focus on for a moment. Brilliant Guild, Ing Feng, requests the guild to communicate. Do you accept it? Brilliant Guild, Ing Shui, requests guild communication. Do you accept it? At this moment, 2 request prompts appeared on the membership card. Ling Xiao slapped his head and breathed a sigh of relief. I almost forgot that there are people from the Brilliant Guild here. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao glanced at Gu Pingchuan again. It's a pity that the judges' stage is too much attention, otherwise, from that place, you can have a panoramic view of the Hero Square. The first round of competition was a single match between Brilliant Academy and Pinnacle Academy. The first grader from Huihuang Academy is Kuming Lang, the second grader is Gu Lian, and the third grader is Jing Qingyun. The first and second grade students of Brilliant Academy are not worried. When the level is still low, the strength gap caused by the level gap will not be very wide. The only thing that worries people is Jing Qingyun, who is in 3rd grade. Your performance on stage was filmed by us here, and the boss is watching the live broadcast. Ing Feng held up his membership card to cheer up the people who were about to take the stage. We are not worried about Ku Mingling and Ghostface. The key is to win the battle with Senior Qingyun. Ing Shui also shook the membership card in her hand. What do you mean we don't have to worry? Ku Mingling said helplessly. Don't worry, I will definitely win this battle. Jing Qingyun was confident. Students come on stage. Almost at the same time, 6 students walked onto the 3 stages. There was no referee in the ring, but the students from Brilliant Academy and Pinnacle Academy all tacitly bent down slightly and saluted with clasped fists. Waiting for the signal to start. Dingu, the students at Brilliant Academy, don't seem to be doing well. Banjing was sitting at the judges' table, and after the 6 students walked onto the stage, he suddenly spoke. At first glance, the 3 students from Brilliant Academy are each 2 levels lower than the 3 students at the Pinnacle. Even between the Brave level and the Brave level, there is not much difference in strength between these 2 different levels. But this basically means that the result of the game has been announced. Dean Gu, it seems that in this year's singles competition, our Peak Academy will have to accept the concession again. Ren Gongxiu also said with a smile. Dean Ren, why do you see this? Gu Pingchuan asked, with an unchanged expression. Anyone with a discerning eye can guess the result. Mr. Ren replied confidently. Side seats for the main event. Ling Chongkong sat on the chair, with an elegant smile on his face, and slowly said, Fourth brother, I wonder what you think of this competition? Ling Yun, who was sitting next to Dama Jin Dao, carefully looked at the people in the ring and said, Brother Emperor, in my opinion, in this competition, Peak Academy has the upper hand. One sentence directly included all three arenas. The fourth brother's opinion is pretty much the same as mine. Ling Changkeng nodded. Brilliant Academy has always been an underdog, not to mention that the level of each of the students taking the field now is lower than that of their opponents. I don't think so. Ling Zhao's light words suddenly rang out. Oh? In my opinion, who will win in this competition? Ling Chongkong raised his eyebrows and asked, calmly. Let me say, in these three arenas, Brilliant Academy will definitely win. Ling Zhao's tone was extremely determined. Third brother, your vision is still a little short-sighted when it comes to fighting. Ling Yin chuckled, dismissing Ling Zhao's words. Having been on the battlefield all year round, Ling Yun is still very confident in his intuition. Then let's wait and see. Ling Xiao held up his membership card and shrugged. Ling Diawu, who was sitting aside, blinked and leaned against Ling Yuehua, looking at Ling Xiao for a while and then at the ring. Dai Wu, you should pay attention to your manners when you go out. Ling Yuehua didn't care about the battle in the ring, but instead gently taught Ling Dai Wu. Just the doting in the tone can be heard by anyone who hears it. In the first great arena, Ku Minglang took out the long knife from his waist. It was an ordinary weapon, not the flaming horse-killing knife in Qi Li's shop. To be honest, Ying Feng and the others agreed that it would be a very bullying thing to use weapons and armor from Qi Li's store in the college competition. They want to test their true strength in this arena without the help of external objects. Looking at your aura, it seems that you have just been promoted to the brave level. Ku Minglang's opponent was a bald man with a muscular back and a muscular body that looked full of strength. That's right, your perception is not bad. I did pass the brave level trial just in the past few days. Ku Minglang shrugged and said nonchalantly. I'm sorry, I won this game. The bald man twisted his neck and made a few crisp sounds. Among first-year students, those who can successfully advance to the brave level can be considered top students. Baldhead is very clear about his own strength. In fact, with his strength, he could have become a second-year student long ago. It's just that the second grade has requirements not only for strength, but also for years of enrollment. That's why Baldhead came to participate in the first-year college competition. It would be a piece of cake to win over a rookie who had only been a hero for a few days. Boy, come here. The bald man let out a low roar, his fighting spirit wrapped around his palms, and he turned his hands into claws and dug directly into Ku Minglang's chest. Hey, fighter. Ku Minglang's eyes were focused. Although his attitude was scornful, he would not be scornful in the face of his opponent's attack. The bald man was very fast, with his fingers and claws clenched, and he was in front of Ku Minglang almost instantly. As long as he catches Ku Minglang, subsequent attacks will make Ku Minglang lead down and fall off the ring. Boy, the competition is over. I also think it's over. Ku Minglang raised the corner of his mouth. The guy's attack in front of him had too many flaws. He simply gave up defense for the sake of attack. If the bald head was so fast that Ku Minglang couldn't react, then his greatest advantage would be to attack rather than defend. Unfortunately, the speed is too slow. Ku Minglang suddenly turned aside and drew his sword. The bald head's sharp claws passed by Kuminglang's eyes, while Kuminglang's long knife passed under the bald head's ribs and across his waist and abdomen. Get off! Kuminglang suddenly exerted his strength, and his bald head was directly picked up and knocked off the ring. There was an uproar in the spectator stands. I didn't expect that the winner of this competition would be decided within one move. Ren Gongxiu, who was sitting at the judge's table, also opened his eyes and opened his mouth. He didn't know what to say for a long time. What I just said was slapped in the face in the blink of an eye. It felt really uncomfortable. Dinggu, Huihuang College, has received a good seedling. Banjing seemed Tohavi discovered something, his eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but praise. It's really not easy for this kid to turn the knife over and attack with the back of the knife during such a tight time. Ren Gongxiu and Gu Pingchuan naturally noticed this. Otherwise, Master Ren's face wouldn't be so ugly. On the stage, it is not uncommon to kill someone instantly with one move. Even if it is a bit unexpected, it is still acceptable. But the most surprising thing about Kuminglang is that he figured out how to deal with it in a very short reaction time, and he was able to flip the blade at the last moment of the shot without hurting his opponent. In the ring, the sword is ruthless and the fists and feet are blind. During the battle, the injuries were relatively minor. What Kuminglang did was not to mention his high character and good conduct. This terrifying reaction ability alone is enough to shock people. The class dean has given you the award, Gu Pingchuan naturally beamed, and said to Ren Gongxiu, Dean Ren, accept the offer. Don't get too complacent too early. There are still 2 competitions with no winner yet. Ren Gongxiu said harshly. At the main table, Ling Ao looked at Kuminglang, who was bowing on the ring with interest. Prime Minister Zhua, this is your eldest grandson, who just entered school this year, Kuminglang. Ling Ao looked at it for a while and then suddenly said. Ku Zhen, the Prime Minister of the left, and Ying Kuang, the General of Zhenghua, were both loyal ministers who followed the late emperor in the war. It's a pity that the late emperor passed away too early, so he left Ling Ao alone to the 2 of them. So if we had to count, Ku Zhen and Ying Kuang could be regarded as Ling Ao's uncles. In the Huangyuan Empire, apart from the Fire Emperor Ling Ao, Ku Zhen and Ying Kuang had the highest status. Of course, if Gu Pingchuan had to be included in the ranking, Gu Pingchuan's status would still be higher than that of Ku Zhen and Ying Kuang. Your Majesty has good eyesight. With a smile on his face and a provocative look in his eyes, Ku Zhen looked deeply at Ying Kuang, who was sitting on the other side. Ku Zhen and Ying Kuang, since they followed the late emperor, have always liked to compete with each other, and they refused to obey the other. Now that the 2 of them are older, they can no longer compete with each other. They began to compare themselves to their children and grandchildren. Therefore, it is true to say that the Ku family and the Ying family do not deal with each other, but it is also true to say that the 2 families are in harmony. What's the matter? You old guy, are you looking for a beating when you look at me like this? Ying Kuang didn't like Lai Xiu. When he saw Ku Zhen's eyes, he glared at him on the spot. TSK, you reckless man, nothing has changed after so many years. Ku Zhen was glared at by Ying Kuang and couldn't help but shook his head. What's wrong, you reckless man? Why didn't you say that when I saved you back then? Ying Kuang raised his eyebrows and said nonchalantly. You still have the nerve to say this? If you hadn't disobeyed me, would I have allowed you to come to the rescue? Ku Zhen became angry when he heard this. Ling Ao sat in the middle, listening to the 2 bickering, feeling a little helpless. These 2 old uncles have been bickering all their lives. Ling Ao didn't know how many times they had bickered, but after a few days of silence, they still ended up the same. This is true even in the court. The 2 choked each other a few words, and Ku Zhen put his hands together and said, Okay, let's not talk about the past. Lao Ying, I heard that your grandson and granddaughter have also entered the brilliant academy. Yes, that's right, what's wrong? Ing Kwang answered. We are older now, and there is nothing to argue about. Kujin looked around and talked to him. Ing Kwang understood what Kujin meant. Now that I am older, I have nothing to fight for. Wouldn't it be up to your children and grandchildren to fight for it? The students who can participate in the college competition are the top ones in the college. Now that Ke Mingling has appeared, but Ing Feng and Ing Shui have not yet appeared, doesn't it mean that Ke Mingling is stronger than Ing Feng and Ing Shui? Thinking of this, Ing Kwang's eyes widened and he couldn't find anything Tosi to refute for a moment. Ling Xiao, who was sitting on the side seat, looked at Ling Yun proudly at this moment and said, Fourth brother, how are you? There is nothing wrong with my vision. This is impossible. Ling Yun couldn't believe it. On the first stage, compared to the bald man, Ke Mingling was far inferior in terms of level and momentum. How could he strike so sharply and end the battle in one move? Ling Xiao secretly laughed in his heart. Most of the people coming out of Qi Li's store were restrained. After all, things like combat skills are memories engraved in the bones and cannot be shown in terms of momentum. It's just a momentary blindness. There are still 2 arenas, with no winner yet. Ling Yun snorted coldly and turned his attention to the other 2 arenas. And then the next second. In the arena of the second-year college competition, Ghostface turned around with his sword in hand, his foot slipped, and his figure suddenly appeared behind his opponent. The opponent, who couldn't react in time, let out a muffled groan, and his body suddenly fell to the ground. Don't worry, I was just knocked unconscious. The ghostly face was hidden under the iron mask, and there was no expression. But his movement of slowly sheathing the knife seemed quite imposing and full of aura. Ling Yun was stunned. My face really hurts. The students sitting on the viewing platform were in an uproar again. The loudest among them was the second-year students of Brilliant Academy. Wow, when did Ghostface become so powerful? Is this really the new messenger of the gospel? We have been apart for 3 days. You should treat him with admiration. I heard that Ghostface became so strong after he came back from an off-campus training. Where exactly was the off-campus training to have such a powerful effect? There were constant sounds of surprise. Everyone around him raised eyebrows and asked about the grimace. The second-year students of Brilliant College decided that after the college competition, they must ask where this off-campus training will be. Dean Ren, I accept. Gu Pingchuan waited until he made a grimace and bowed, then said to Mr. Ren with a smile. It's not easy. As a sword warrior, his body skills are so agile, it can even be said to be weird. Banjing was commenting on Ghostface's battle and was amazed. Knife warriors prefer head-on combat. Martial arts using swords as weapons tend to be more forceful. Therefore, like Ghostface, sword warriors with agile body skills as their core are really rare. Moreover, Ghostface also proved to everyone that sword warriors with body skills as their core are also extremely powerful. I really don't know where you recruited these students, they are really interesting. After watching the battle with Ghostface, Ren Gongxiu had Tosi one word of admiration. Thank you. Gu Pingchuan said modestly. To be honest, Gu Pingchuan also didn't expect that Ghostface's class was obviously a sword warrior, so why his fighting style was so much like that of a swordsman, and his movements were cunning and unexpected. Could it be that he was tortured too much by the swordsman in the single-player mode of the combat power enhancement arena? But it's not surprising that Gu Pingchuan thought so. In the single-player mode of the combat power-up arena, there is a saying, if you can't beat your opponent, then join your opponent. This sentence is very applicable to anyone who has been abused in the combat power enhancement arena. Even Gu Pingchuan learned from the great magicians in the combat power enhancing arena in terms of combat skills. However, Dean Gu, although you have recruited some good talents in the past 2 years, the third-year students probably have no hope of winning. Although Pinnacle Academy has lost 2 games, Ren Gongxiu is still not convinced. 3rd grade, professional class. This is a watershed moment. The brave level only proves that a person has the qualifications to practice. Only by being promoted to a professional level and determining one's own professional level can one be considered a true cultivator. A practitioner who has completely clarified his path forward. After confirming the class, you can learn the martial arts and magic unique taught his class, and there will also be attribute enhancements belonging to this class. That's why we say that the professional class is a huge watershed. The college competition is held every 2 years. In just 2 years, it is impossible to train a 3rd-year student who is strong enough to carry the leadership. Dean Ren, why did you say this? Gu Pingchuan asked, still smiling. 3rd-year student, Wang Yu, I wonder if Dean Gu still remembers it. Ren Gongxiu didn't say it directly, he just said a name. But Wang Yu, the number 1 student in Pinnacle College? Banjing was slightly startled and asked aloud. Exactly. Speaking of this Wang Yu, he is also a legendary student of Pinnacle Academy. At the age of 15, he was recruited into the Peak Academy with an astonishing score of level 30 at the Brave level. At the right time, I directly participated in the college competition that year and easily won the 1st-year competition. After the competition, I competed with the 2nd-year students and won easily. 1 year later, when Wang Yu turned 16, he was successfully promoted to the professional level. Start challenging the 3rd-year students in the Peak Academy. In less than a year, Wang Yu was no longer unrivaled among the 3rd-year students. Just when everyone thought that Wang Yu was going to participate in the college competition again as a 3rd-year student, Wang Yu actually asked the college for instructions and went to train himself outside the college. Unexpectedly, Wang Yu came back 2 years later. Of course, Jing Qingyun has heard of the name of this talented student from Pinnacle Academy. But he didn't expect that this talented student would actually stand in front of him. Peak Academy, Wang Yu, please enlighten me. This is what Wang Yu would say before every challenge when he challenged 3rd-year students. Since entering Pinnacle Academy, Wang Yu has never been defeated. Brilliant Academy, Jing Qingyun, please enlighten me. The loser does not lose the formation. Jing Qingyun also cupped his fists and raised his hands, speaking loudly. You make me feel very weak. You are no match for me. Wang Yu's tone was calm, as if he was saying something natural. Arrogant and arrogant, I think so-called geniuses are nothing more than that. Jing Qingyun's face changed slightly, but he quickly recovered. From your tone, you seem to know me, so you should also know that geniuses are different from ordinary people. Wang Yu slowly pulled out the halberd from his back. Class, gun warrior. Come on, let me show you how big the gap is between you and a genius. Wang Yu swung the halberd down in his hand, stretched out his free left hand, and waved towards Jing Qingyun. That's just right. I'll show you how big the gap is between you and a real strong man. Jing Qingyun drew out his long sword, but what he recalled in his mind was Qi Li's figure. Jing Qingyun was really shocked by Qi Li's fighting skills displayed in the combat power enhancement arena. But underneath this miraculous fighting skill, he is as humble as an ordinary person. This is the real strong man. Really strong? Interesting. Wang Yu tiptoed and stabbed Jing Qingyun straight with the halberd in his hand. Lancers are different from spearmen. Lancers pay attention to moving forward without hesitation, regardless of life or death. But the important thing about a gun warrior is that within the gun circle, I am invincible. Wang Yu's fighting skills are indeed worthy of being called a genius. Point, split, thrust, stab, hook, hang, swing, pick. A long halberd in Wang Yu's hand was like a swimming dragon, roaring and roaring in the air. Wherever the halberd reaches, I should be invincible. Jing Qingyun was also beaten back by Wang Yu's attacks. At this moment, on the viewing platform, the students from Pinnacle Academy, whose morale had been low before, suddenly became elated. Did you see that? This is the genius of our peak academy, Senior Wan Yu. The first and second graders are just lucky. Compared with their true strength, there is nothing you can do. Senior Wan Yu was already ranked number 1 among students 2 years ago. How could anyone beat him 2 years later? Brilliant College has always been at the bottom. We're lucky, so what's the use of recruiting a few stronger freshmen? At the judges' table, Mr. Ren also looked at the third arena with a smile on his face. Wan Yu's combat skills have improved a lot. It seems that these 2 years off training have indeed made him a lot stronger. Banjing made an objective evaluation. Dean Gu, are you still so sure that your students can win? Ren Gongxia suddenly asked after listening to the class leader's evaluation. It's better to make a conclusion after reading it. Gu Pingchuan just smiled and was noncommittal. On the ring, Wang Yu got close to Jing Qingyun and struck the sword with a halberd. How do you feel about the gap between you and a genius? While speaking, Wang Yu twisted the halberd and shook it violently, almost knocking the sword out of Jing Qingyun's hand. Jing Qingyun took several steps back and distanced himself from Wang Yu. You are indeed very strong, Jing Qingyun exhaled and slowly put the long sword into its scabbard. The store manager often says that if you know yourself and the enemy, you will never be in danger in 100 battles. I've always been curious about geniuses, but now it seems like that's all. Jing Qingyun repeated this sentence, seeming to confirm his point of view. What did you say? Wang Yu was furious. Since you say so, then try to beat me. Otherwise, you'd better die. Wang Yu took action in anger, with a long halberd like a dragon, biting towards Jing Qingyun. If he was bitten by this halberd, Jing Qingyun would definitely be seriously injured. Clang! Jing Qingyun suddenly drew his knife and cut off Wang Yu's attack from bottom to top. At the same time, his figure became slack for a while. After image. Wang Yu's heart tightened and his pupils shrank suddenly. You lose. Accompanying Jing Qingyun's voice, there was also a touch of biting coldness, which crossed Wang Yu's neck and wiped out a trace of blood, and a faint blood slowly flowed out. Wang Yu turned his head, took a deep look at Jing Qingyun behind him, and asked unwillingly, when did you appear behind me? When I figure out your offensive moves. Jing Qingyun sheathed his sword and returned quietly. Wang Yu's eyes widened, disbelief written all over his face. Could it be that this guy, who had been beaten back by him before, was just trying to figure out his own offensive moves? That's it, if you know yourself and the enemy, you can fight 100 battles without danger. Jing Qingyun cupped his fists and cupped his hands, bowed slightly, and said without any pride, I accept. What was even more shocking than Wang Yu was the silent viewing stand at this moment. Who is Wang Yu? That is a genius that is rare to see in 100 years in Pinnacle Academy. When both first-year and second-year students lost, Wang Yu was the last hope and the one least likely to lose. However, he still lost. With the last move, he lost cleanly and without any sloppiness. The sudden situation on the stage made everyone in the audience stunned. The cheers or taunts they were about to shout out were all stuck in their throats. He just stared blankly at the ring. The single matches between Brilliant Academy and Peak Academy are all over. Brilliant Academy, complete victory. The sudden reversal of the fighting situation in the arena made Ren Gongxiu smile become extremely stiff. Then gradually disappears from the face. Ding Gu, congratulations to Brilliant College for producing such a talented person. Given time, he will definitely be able to soar into the sky. Ren Gongxiu said in a calm tone. We've already lost the game, but we can't lose our magnanimity anymore. Then I will take over as Dean Ji Yin. Gu Pingchuan smiled as always, as I had anticipated this situation. Is not that right? If Wang Yu can really defeat Jing Qingyun, he will not only be a genius, but a fighting genius. Is it really that easy to mess around in the combat power-up arena? Didn't you see that Gu Pingchuan didn't even get the slightest advantage in it, but actually suffered a lot of losses? Banjing felt extremely complicated at the moment. He knew in his heart that the third-year singles contestants from Dadi College would definitely not be able to defeat Wang Yu. Then when facing Jing Qingyun, there is even less hope. Side seats for the main event. Ling Yan's face had already darkened, and he leaned on the chair with a cold face and remained silent. Ling Xiao, who was sitting on the sidelines, knew that he had won this round off secret fighting, so he stopped as soon as it was good and did not make any more noise to provoke Ling Yun. After all, Ling Yun was granted the title of Xinqi Army Lieutenant, and actually held military power in his hands. Ling Xiao just had a casual position in the imperial city. In real comparison, Ling Xiao would still suffer. Third brother, I haven't seen you for a while, your eyesight has indeed improved a lot. Ling Chongkong saw Ling Yun deflated, and he thought highly of Ling Xiao. No matter what the reason is, this is Ling Xiao's skill. Moreover, Ling Chongkong argued with Ling Yun, but Ling Yun was defeated, which was also a happy thing for Ling Chongkong. Brother Huang, that's ridiculous. It's just a bit of luck. Ling Xiao responded politely. Are you lucky? Third brother, why don't you watch this round of competition again? What do you think? Ling Chongkong narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a faint smile. This round is a two-person battle between Dadi College and Brilliant College. Ling Xiao didn't expect Ling Chongkong to ask such a question. After thinking for a while, he said, I still think that Brilliant Academy has a better chance of winning. Ling Chongkong glanced at Ling Xiao thoughtfully, but said no more. In the main seat of the main competition, Ying Kuang saw the students appearing on the stage. He immediately became proud and coughed at Ku Zhen. He waited until Ku Zhen looked over before speaking. What a pity, Lao Ku, you only have one grandson studying at Brilliant Academy. The implication is that both Ying Feng and Ying Shui participated in the college competition, more than Ku Mingling alone. Since they are both qualified to participate in the college competition, those two people are definitely better than you alone. What's the use of having more people? Winning is the key. Ku Zhen said something harsh and felt depressed. Ying Kuang is only an only son, but he has 2 grandchildren and a granddaughter. Ku Zhenqing has a son and a daughter, but only 1 grandson and 1 granddaughter. Although his daughter is married, she has not given birth to any children yet. Thinking about it this way, it would be strange not to be depressed. You're right, winning is the key. Ying Kuang nodded in agreement. Ku Zhen was stunned and thought to himself, why didn't this old guy refute him this time? Then when I looked up at the arena, I felt even more depressed. In less than a minute, on the first stage, Ying Shui and Ying Feng had already defeated their opponents and were bowing to thank them. At the judges' table, this time it was Banjing's turn to be stunned. Ding Gu, in this college competition, your brilliant college is not going to sweep us away. Banjing smacked his mouth, feeling a little bitter in his mouth. Ren Gongxiu sat next to him and smiled empathetically. What did the headmaster say? Victory and defeat are normal things. Don't be arrogant when you win and don't be discouraged when you lose. This is the character a cultivator should have. Gu Pingchuan said with a smile. Feel proud. Brilliant Academy has been at the bottom for so many years, and this time everything is back. But no matter how happy Gu Pingchuan is, he still has to do a good job on the surface. Yes, Ding Gu is right. Banjing nodded. Don't be arrogant when you win, don't be discouraged when you lose, you have learned the lesson. Ren Gongxiu looked humble. However, both of them were slandering in their hearts. If Gu Pingchuan hadn't been in the limelight today and Gu Pingchuan had said such a thing, they would have eaten the table in front of them. Don't be arrogant when you win and don't be discouraged when you lose. Those are words used to comfort losers. Who wants to lose if they can win? The three deans continued to pay attention to the situation on the ring while giving a coy smile. On the viewing platform, students from the three major academies watched the competition on the three arenas below, and gradually only the cheers from the brilliant academy were left. Shame on you. Whether it was a single match or a double match, Peak Academy and Earth Academy both lost. The combat skills of the participating students from Brilliant Academy are not at the same level as those from the other two academies, almost completely crushing other participating students. After the fight, the students from Pinnacle College and Dadi College began to feel disheartened. The faces of Ren Gongxiu and Banjing became increasingly ugly. Only Gu Pingchuan kept smiling, thinking that he could do this kind of out-of-hospital training a few more times. Yunwu City, in Qi Li's shop. Shui Lang and others watched the live broadcast with great interest. Only Qi Li sat on the long leather sofa and yawned. He couldn't get excited looking at these superficial fighting skills. Why are their opponents so weak? Qi Li was glad in his heart that he did not go to the scene, otherwise he would not be able to stand such a drowsy game. System, congratulations to the host, the hidden mission, Glory has been triggered. System, hidden mission, Glory, the store manager has witnessed the achievements of customers. This honor, the store manager is proud of it. System, task reward, in view of this achievement, which mainly comes from the Combat Power Improvement Training Room, the system will increase the Combat Power Improvement Training Room by 200 seats. This series of prompts directly knocked Qi Li's sleepiness away. Wow, system, when did you become so generous? Qi Li was so surprised that he almost jumped up from the sofa. What an unexpected surprise. Unexpectedly, just by watching the live broadcast, a hidden mission was triggered. System, host, the system has always been generous. Please don't slander the system in your heart. Haha. Qi Li laughed and said nothing. Qi Li cannot know the virtues of the system. He cannot bear any loss. Taking advantage is definitely the first priority. Qi Li can guarantee that the reward this time is 200 seats in the Combat Power Improvement Training Room. The system must also feel that the Combat Power Improvement Training Room is going to be popular. It will only give this kind of reward if it is profitable. However, Qi Li felt that he could still put in the effort to study this hidden mission. The last hidden mission was triggered by the two orcs who came to the store to help Qi Li, giving Qi Li the opportunity to make suggestions for upgrading the training room to improve combat power. This kind of free reward will be free if you don't take it. Qi Li received the reward here. In the imperial city of the Huangyuan Empire, in the Hero Square, the academy competition ended. Ying Feng and others also came on stage, waiting to receive the reward for first place in the academy competition. Although the college competition ranks the three major colleges, the rewards received by the winning college are also very generous. It doesn't embarrass the boss. Ying Feng stood on the stage and said happily. And Ding Gu. Ying Shui reminded from the side. There is also the Brilliant Guild. Kuming Lang added, and then shook the membership card in his hand to tell them that the live broadcast was not over yet. Mo Hei and Mo Bai on the side patted Du Du's shoulders, feeling the urge to hug each other and cry. Brother, we finally cleared our name. After we go back, whoever dares to call us the newborn evangelist will have his teeth knocked out. Okay, everything is over. Ghostface patted the brothers on the shoulders and comforted them. Wu Ji stood quietly beside Jing Qingyun and suddenly said, the battle between you and Wan Yu took 16 minutes and 43 seconds. Jing Qingyun's expression changed slightly and he whispered back, can you please stop mentioning this matter? Isn't it just an extra minute and 43 seconds? He is the #1 genius in Peak Academy. Regarding this matter, Jing Qingyun was told by Wu Ji that he was worried that they would lose. So I posted it in the guild communication, saying that it only takes 15 minutes to defeat Wang Yu. Senior Qing Yun, the message you sent before is still in the communication system. Shuang immediately spoke out to express his support for Sister Kiriheim. If Wang Yu knew about this conversation, he would vomit 3 liters of blood. The #1 genius at the top academy in the Peak Academy, when he was challenged, he didn't ask whether he could win, but directly asked whether he could defeat him within 15 minutes. Although the college competition did not last long, the seriousness and grandeur of the college competition cannot be denied. The luxurious lineup of 4 heroes present to witness this event is enough to outshine most events. Here, I declare that this college competition is over. At the end of the college competition, it was Gu Pingchuan who took the stage to deliver a speech, announcing the perfect conclusion of this college competition. Ren Gongxiu and Ban Jing complained in their hearts. Of course it's a perfect ending. Your brilliant academy has swept away both Peak Academy and Dadi Academy, and your brilliant academy has reaped all the benefits. When the rankings of the 3 major colleges come out, Brilliant College will be able to make a fuss about the results of this college competition. Maybe in the next 2 years, all the good prospects will be recruited away from Brilliant Academy. At the main table of the main competition, Fire King Ling Ao also showed a hint of unnoticeable joy on his face. No matter what, among the 3 major colleges, only Brilliant College is located in the Huangyuan Empire. Now that Brilliant Academy ranks first, the Huangyuan Empire can also benefit. Gu Pingchuan didn't say much. After finishing his concluding remarks, he walked off the stage. Dean Gu, the college competition is over, let's take our leave now. Ren Gongxiu and Ban Jing will not stay at the judges' table any longer. The students have their own mentor organizations and return to their respective colleges. But this time after returning to the academy, Ren Gongxiu and Ban Jing will lose their temper. I haven't won a single contest. Originally, the 2 deans planned to go on stage to encourage their students and say a few words about knowing shame and being brave. But seeing Gu Pingchuan's proud eyes, he no longer had such thoughts. Fire Emperor Ling Ao was at the main table, watching Ren Gongxiu and Ban Jing leave. The 4 of them had a conversation before the college competition started. So Ling Ao didn't say anything now. The 4 heroes all know each other, but the only ones who are really familiar with each other are Ling Ao and Gu Pingchuan. It's not easy for strong people at the hero level to take sides at will. Especially the deans of the 3 major colleges. As a standard neutral force, the academy would have some scruples about taking sides randomly even at the hero level. It's just that in his early years, Gu Pingchuan had the title of Dharma God of the Huangyuan Empire. So there is not so much fear. After the show, Ying Shui, Ying Feng, and Ke Minglang were all preparing to go home. It's been a long time since I returned to the imperial city. If I don't even return home, I'll probably be beaten until I can't get out of bed for half a month when I come back. Outside the hero square, Ku Zhen and Ying Kuang were still blowing their beards and staring. There was a gorgeous carriage parked next to him, and the driver driving the horse in front looked intently, as if he didn't see the 2 court ministers arguing and bickering. Ying Shui and the others immediately walked up. Grandpa, Grandpa Ying. Grandpa, Grandpa Ku. You 3 are just in time. Ku Zhen and Ying Kuang have been fighting for many years. Even though they are now stable, their insight into the surrounding movements has not diminished at all. The footsteps of the 3 people approaching had long been heard by them. I was just too busy bickering to pay attention. Ku Zhen clasped his hands, glanced at Ke Minglang happily, and praised, Minglang, you performed very well in the ring today, I am very satisfied. As long as Grandpa is satisfied. Ke Minglang said modestly. Ying Kuang snorted at the side, then looked at Ying Shui and Ying Feng and said, your performance today finally did not embarrass the Ying family. The Ying family came from a military background, and Ying Kuang was a general who controlled the country. He held military power and was in charge of all the soldiers and horses of the Huangyuan Empire. Even the Huangyuan Empire's imperial city guards are all in Ying Guangshan's. The fact that he didn't embarrass the Ying family is already a big compliment. Grandpa Xia is sure, we will continue to work hard. Ying Shui and Ying Feng said in unison, answering sonorously. The Ku family is a civil servant and the Ying family is a military general. The two have different requirements. Well, Ying Guang nodded and asked again, have you three ever had any competition? Which one is stronger and which one is weaker? When saying this, Ying Guang glanced at Ku Zhen specially. People with a military background are used to being straightforward. Ku Zhen also knew about this. After all, Ku Zhen also followed the late emperor to fight everywhere. Although he only held the position of military advisor, his style of doing things was much more decisive than that of a simple civil servant. Say it. Ku Zhen's eyes shone with hope. No matter how brilliant the old man was, his expectations for his children and grandchildren are the same. Ying Feng is more powerful. Ku Minglang opened his mouth, hesitated to speak, but finally said it. There was no way, among the three of them, Ying Feng was the first one to enter the New World mode. Being led by Qi Lu as a leveling guide was a treatment that even Ying Shui did not enjoy. Ying Fengning came from behind and surpassed Ku Minglang and Ying Shui, and Qi Lu took the greatest credit. Hey, Lao Ku, you lost this time. Remember to send me that bottle of wine that has been treasured for 30 years tomorrow. Ying Guang suddenly became proud after hearing this. I'll deal with you when I get home. Ku Zhen glared at Ku Minglang. The corner of Ku Minglang's mouth twitched. Ying Feng and Ying Shui beside him could only look at him sympathetically, and then silently pray for him in their hearts. On the other side, Ling Diawu tightly pulled the corner of Ling Xiao's clothes. Third brother, you promised to take me out to play. Ling Diawu's childish voice was ethereal and melodious, and her watery eyes were full of curiosity about the outside of the imperial city. In the entire imperial city, there is no child with such a noble status as Ling Diawu. So Ling Diawu has been lonely since she was a child. Ling Chongkong needs to learn to deal with court affairs from his teacher, and Ling Yun also needs to practice martial arts. Ling Xiao, who was left with an idle job, would take Ling Diawu everywhere. So speaking of it, the person closest to Ling Diawu was not Ling Yuehua, but the third brother Ling Xiao, who was not reliable at all. Of course it's no problem. Let's go find father now. Ling Xiao said this, but in fact he didn't have much confidence in his heart. After all, outside the imperial city, if someone wanted to plot against Ling Diawu, it would be too easy. You said, you want to take Ling Diawu out of the imperial city? After listening to Ling Xiao's words, Ling Ao just narrowed his eyes and looked at Ling Xiao. Looking at Ling Xiao, cold sweat broke out from behind. The majesty of the emperor and the pressure of the hero, mixed together, are definitely more terrifying than imagined. It's Cloud Mist City. Ling Xiaoqiang defended himself. Ling Diawu followed Ling Xiao, lowering her head nervously. Cloud and Mist City? Ling Ao repeated lightly. From the look on his face, he seemed to be thinking about something. After a moment of silence, Ling Ao continued to speak. Over there, it's not peaceful recently. Under the rule of Fire Emperor Ling Ao, special officials collected and sorted out all the major and minor matters within the Huanyuan Empire and then submitted them. During this period, the matter of the Grandmaster-level monsters in the Cloud Forest was a big deal. It was impossible for Ling Ao not to know. And because of this incident, many forces were moved. To put it bluntly, Cloud Mist City is a major breakthrough for the Huanyuan Empire. This year's academy competition also has the intention of intimidating those young people. But for the forces that really want to take action, just 4 heroes who are not sure whether they will take action are beyond their capabilities. Therefore, Ling Ao would never worry about Ling Diawu going to Yunwu City. When Ling Shao heard these words, he probably knew that this matter was lost. Ling Diawu, who was following behind, also seemed a little disappointed. Children, by nature, love to play. Ling Ao, if they go to Yunwu City, I can guarantee that nothing will happen to them. At this time, Gu Pingchuan suddenly appeared outside the palace. Ding Gu, what is it that bothers you to be your guarantee? Ling Ao was also a little surprised when he saw Gu Pingchuan coming. When Gu Pingchuan achieved hero status, he was more than 10 years earlier than Ling Ao. Even though Ling Ao has now become a hero, he is still far behind Gu Pingchuan. There is no way, the longer you stay in the same realm, the richer your foundation and the more trump cards you have. What's more, Ling Ao had noticed when Gu Pingchuan came to the imperial city a few days ago. Gu Pingchuan has made another half step towards the peak of the hero level. Now, there is only one strong level trial crystal left to truly step into the legendary strong level. My opportunity came from Yunwu City. Gu Pingchuan only spoke to the point, paused, and then said, where, if that person wants to protect someone, I am afraid that even I will not be able to hurt that person at all. The weight of Gu Pingchuan's words was already very heavy. Being able to protect an ordinary person with no fighting spirit or magic power from Gu Pingchuan's attack. Could it be that that person is a legendary strong man? Ling Ao was stunned. If there really is such a powerful person, why didn't he get any news at all? But given Gu Pingchuan's identity, if these words come out of his mouth, they must be true. Because he doesn't have to lie. Moreover, Gu Pingchuan's breakthrough was a real thing. Ling Shao, who was standing aside, didn't expect that Gu Pingchuan would actually come out and speak for him at this time. But in the final analysis, Qi Lu was still in the spotlight. Because in Qi Li's shop, if Qi Lu insists on protecting someone, then Gu Pingchuan alone will not hurt the person Qi Lu wants to protect at all. Cloud and Mist City. Ah Qiao. Qi Lu sat on the sofa and suddenly sneezed. Is there anyone who is thinking about me? Even if I am handsome, I don't have Ito be like this. Qi Lu rubbed his nose and thought in his heart. Since Ding Gu has come forward, it would be a bit unreasonable for me to disagree. Ling Ao thought for a while, and although he was still a little shocked, he felt relieved. In fact, with Gu Pingchuan taking action, those who want to attack Ling Diawu to attack Ling Ao will have to weigh their own weight. Angering an ordinary hero and irritating a hero who may be promoted to a strong one at any time are two completely different things. Even for a newly promoted strong man, it is not too difficult to kill a hero. Okay, your goal has been achieved. Now go out and wait for me to go to Yunwu City together. Gu Pingchuan said this to Ling Shao and Ling Diawu. Ling Ao also nodded slightly and motioned for Ling Shao to take Ling Diawu out. With his identity as Gu Pingchuan, how could he come here just because of Ling Shao? When the two of them went out, Gu Pingchuan's magic turned and a soundproof magic was released, covering the room. The surrounding forces are starting to make moves. Gu Pingchuan said calmly. He was just giving Ling Ao a heads up about this matter. It was Fire Emperor Ling Ao who really decided how to deal with it. Probably they all came here for the ruins. Ling Ao snorted coldly, with a flash of evil in his eyes. There are too many people coveting the ruins. The last beast wave in Yunwu City was the beginning. Although Ling Ao didn't know much about these things, he could still guess a thing or two. Not only that, there are also orcs in Cloud Mist City. Gu Pingchuan said suddenly. Orcs? Are the orc tribes even involved? This is really interesting. Ling Ao frowned and felt a slight headache. Orcs are not a particularly talented race. To be honest, they are about the same as the human race, and the number is far worse than the human race. It was just the participation of other races that made Ling Ao feel a little bit of a crisis. There are not many races with more powerful talents than humans, but there are definitely many. Without improving the superior dragon clan, let's just say that the elves, Thuinged clan, and those demi-human races are much more talented than the human race. If they got involved, it would really be a headache. If it were just these questions, I wouldn't bother you. Gu Pingchuan's tone became much more solemn this time. What Ding Gu means? Ling Ao heard the change in Gu Pingchuan's tone, and his brows furrowed deeper. A few days ago, on the day I left Cloud and Mist City, the aura of the Dragon Clan came out of the Cloud and Mist Forest. Gu Pingchuan thought for a while and then told the matter. Dragon Clan. Ling Xiao was shocked. He didn't expect that even the Dragon Clan would come. This is a well-deserved race, standing at the top of the pyramid and overlooking all living beings. The Dragon Clan is not necessarily here for the ruins. The treasures on Dragon Island are no less than the ruins. After Gu Pingchuan said this, he didn't stay any longer. Everything that needs to be said has been said, and the rest can be left to Ling Ao alone to think about. Ah Chiao. Qi Lu sneezed again, then rubbed his nose, with a depressed look. Store manager, are you catching a cold? Yu Shi'er asked worriedly as she heard Qi Lu sneezing several times. Catching a cold? Even if you freeze to death, Qi Lu won't catch a cold. Yue Xuanxue said angrily, lying on the counter. In the store, Yu Xuanxue couldn't see through Qi Li's strength. But looking at Yu Shi'er, it was clear. Professional class. For Yu Xuanxue, she was really so weak that she could be crushed to death with just one small claw. Can you say something nice? Do you want to have your power band again? Qi Lu rubbed his nose and reached out to knock Yu Xuanxue on the head. Do you feel a sense of accomplishment for bullying a kitten like this? Yue Xuanxue immediately held her head and said aggrievedly. It's okay. Qi Lu shrugged. If he didn't know Yu Xuanxue's true identity, Qi Lu might actually be fooled by its cute appearance. But now that he knew that this was a powerful civet-eating cat in front of him, Qi Lu felt a sense of accomplishment. I looked at the sky outside and saw that it was getting late. Okay, Shi'er, go and close the store door. I'll go to the warehouse to replenish the goods. Qi Lu pointed at the store door, then got up and went to the warehouse to sort out the goods that needed to be replenished. The weapon egg pool, armor egg pool, and elixir egg pool have not released new products for a long time. It seems that before the egg pool is expanded again, there should only be so many types. It's just that this jewelry egg pool was not popular with the mercenaries, so Qi Lu never smoked it again. After all, those mercenaries are all rich and powerful men. Wearing those exquisite necklaces and rings on their bodies really detracts from their tough guy demeanor. But now, Qi Lu still plans to give it a try. Because in the jewelry egg pool, there are no restrictions on the use of rare jewelry. Before I came in, I washed my hands specially. I hope it will be of some use. Qi Lu recharged the money with ease, and then clicked on the altar representing the jewelry egg pool. 10 strokes in a row, let's start. Bronze storage ring, excellent jewelry, bound by blood, destroyed by death. There is 10 cubic meters of space inside, and no living creatures can be accommodated. Gale jade pendant, excellent level accessory, comes with active skill, Gale, which condenses the gale to protect the target. The gale never ceases, and the defense is unbreakable. Bracelet of wind, excellent level accessory, increases the wearer's shooting speed. When attacking, there is a small probability of triggering the wind slash effect. Wind slash, concentrate the wind blade and attach it to the next attack, increasing the destructive power and armor breaking. Lin's headband, excellent level accessory, improves the wearer's physical skills. When attacked, there is a small chance to dodge the attack directly. Fire earrings, excellent accessories. After entering battle, the wearer will receive an equal amount of fire damage for each attack. Mountain belt, excellent accessory. After entering battle, a mountain shield is generated for the wearer. Before the shield is broken, the wearer cannot be pushed back or knocked down. Charm Collar, rare accessory. The wearer is immune to all attacking magic below the master level and reduces half of the damage from master level magic. At this point, Qi Li's eyes suddenly widened. Immune to all attack magic below the master level. Are rare level accessories already so powerful? This jewelry is simply a disaster for magicians. However, Qi Li knew in his heart that immunity to magic was true, but while being immune to magic, the charm collar would also be subject to wear and tear. It's just that the system will not display this durability problem. The Great Sword of Wrath, the Blade of Greed, the Great Sword of Gluttony, the Staff of Envy, the Heavy Armor of Sloth, the Light Shield of Arrogance, plus the charm collar drawn out this time. Finally, all the equipment of the 7 Deadly Sins series has been drawn. Qi Li had to say that the attributes of the equipment in the 7 Deadly Sins system were better than the last. Compared with equipment of the same level, it is much stronger. And the most amazing thing is that the charm collar adheres to the consistent style of jewelry and still has no restrictions on use. I just don't know if anyone can accept this type of jewelry. Qi Li was worried. Although it's not clear whether it's the system's evil intention to classify the collar as an accessory. But Qi Li felt relieved when he thought that the system could classify even barreled instant noodles into snacks. After picking up the organized equipment and just walking out of the warehouse, Qi Li felt a hot gaze staring at him. No, to be precise, he was staring at the equipment in his hand. You want to get knocked again? Qi Li glanced at Yu Xuanxue, who was lying on the ground and wagging her tail at him. I vaguely remember that cats don't wag their tails at people. Qi Li, I'm hungry. Yu Xuanxue lay on the ground, trying her best to open her eyes wide, showing a pitiful look, and wagging her tail obediently. You get hungry so fast. Qi Li returned expressionlessly. With all the talk coming to this point, how could Qi Li not understand? The equipment he moved out of the warehouse can be regarded as real magic weapons if the durability is not taken into account. For civet cats, magical weapons account for a large proportion of their rations. The more powerful the magic weapon is, the more the spirit-eating cat likes it. Yu Xuanxue does not have the appetite that most races have. For it, anything that contains a lot of energy is delicious food. So it's not just the equipment Qi Li is holding. In fact, those pills were also a huge temptation for Yu Xuanxue. It's just that relatively speaking, magical weapons contain more energy than heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and panacea. Qi Li, you said you would take care of my breakfast for a year, so I will eat these tomorrow morning. Yu Xuanxue raised a fleshy, furry little paw and pointed stubbornly at the food in Qi Li's hand. Equipment. Don't even think about it. Qi Li said firmly. How many spiritual crystals does a pack of potato chips cost, and how many spiritual crystals does a high-grade weapon cost? Are the two comparable? But, we agreed. Yu Xuanxue blinked her big, watery eyes, which seemed tobe-filled with water vapor. You didn't pay enough spiritual crystals. If you eat this, I'll take care of your breakfast for at least half a month. Qi Li shrugged indifferently, not affected by Yu Xuanxue's pitiful appearance. You bully the cat. Qi Li, you are annoying. Yu Xuanxue shouted angrily, and her childish and cute voice attracted Yu Shi'er, who was fighting in front of the crystal ball. Store manager, are you bullying Shao Shu again? Yu Shi'er asked, curiously. No. Qi Li denied seriously. Oh. Yu Shi'er also nodded seriously, expressing her belief. Damn it, you are all colluding and collaborating, and you will bully a little kitten who has no power to restrain a chicken. Yu Xuanxue was so angry that even her words were a little garbled. Although you can't eat, you can't talk nonsense. Qi Li returned slowly while sorting the shelves. I don't care, I want to eat, Qi Li, I'm hungry. Yu Shuangxue couldn't defeat Qi Lu, so she started rolling on the ground and acting stupid. A fluffy snow-white kitten rolled on the ground, looking quite cute. Old God Qi Lu watched Yu Shuangxue rolling around, and felt that he really needed to find something to do for Yu Shuangxue. Originally, I brought Yu Shuangxue back to the store, just to complete the task. But it's not a problem to just let it sit idle in the store. System, can the civet cat enter the New World mode? Qi Lu asked out of the blue. System, host, this store can accommodate customers of all races. Please don't ask such low IQ questions again in the future. I shouldn't have asked. Qi Lu, who choked, held his forehead helplessly. Then he picked up Yu Shuangxue, who was still rolling on the ground, and said, "You can eat if you want, but you have to buy spiritual crystals. If you didn't have spiritual crystals, I have a way and can teach you how to earn spiritual crystals. I have no more treasures." Yu Shuangxue immediately stretched out her little paws and covered her little mouth hard. Qi Lu rolled his eyes, then carried Yu Shuangxue to one of the booths in the Combat Power Improvement Training Room. There is a New World mode here, where you can buy equipment and sell them, buy skill books to sell, or lead people through dungeons. I believe these should not be difficult for you. Qi Lu pointed at the crystal ball and introduced Yu Shuangxue how to earn spiritual crystals. Yu Shuangxue stared at Qi Lu with a look like, "Did you really not lie to me?" "I'm not going to lie to you in a place like this, Shier, come here and give guidance to Xiaoxue." Qi Lu was dumbfounded by Yu Shuangxue's eyes. "Okay, store manager." Yu Shier quickly walked over after finishing the copy. "I'll leave it to you, Xiaoxue, don't play until it's too late." Qi Lu threw Yu Shuangxue to Yu Shier, turned around and went up to the second floor. Qi Lu really didn't lie to Yu Shuangxue about earning spiritual crystals in the New World mode. I believe that after the college competition, the store will soon have a new batch of customers. Summit College and Earth College are too far away, so it may be difficult to get there. But the students from Brilliant Academy will probably come over unwilling to be left alone. In order for these novices to quickly go from the Goblin Mountains to the Evil Spirit Warriors frontline, they will definitely need experienced players to lead them through the dungeon. As for equipment and skill books, I won't talk about the equipment in the New World mode for now. Although the skill books that can be exploded now are all low-level products, once the number of them is saved, they will not depreciate in value. Because even if it is a popular product, not everyone can learn everything. Learning martial arts and magic takes time. Improving your proficiency in martial arts and magic requires a lot of time and energy. Therefore, when most practitioners learn martial arts and magic, they choose the useful martial arts or magic they need to learn. Except for great magicians like Gu Pingchuan who have a lot of time, there are probably only a few people who can accept all who come and learn comprehensively. You know, even Fire Emperor Ling Ao will delve deeply into mostly fire element magic. Then these students who don't have much time and patience will not dabble in so many martial arts or magic. Therefore, how could they not be tempted by the opportunity to learn new martial arts and new magic so easily? What's more, there are young masters like Qin Shi who can only learn magic through skill books. That's why Qi Lu said that the market for skill books is definitely huge. Because this matter is actually vaguely reflected in the current New World model. Qi Lu is also happy to see this happen. Because no matter what, the profit in the end will definitely be Qi Lu. Why? Because using the skill book to activate the martial arts and magic on the skill tree requires the consumption of spiritual crystals. The more powerful martial arts and magic are, the more spiritual crystals need to be consumed. Moreover, after the martial arts and magic levels on the skill tree are high, continuing to add points to upgrade will also require the consumption of spiritual crystals. In short, there is one sentence: how can you become stronger without spending money? Returning to the bedroom, Qi Lu immediately called up the system in his mind. System, can you put that pet card changer in the bedroom first? Sheila planned to study the pet card changer first and then put it on the first floor. System, okay. As soon as the voice in his mind finished ringing, a square machine appeared in the open space of the bedroom. At first glance, the appearance of this machine looks a bit like a slot machine. It's just that the marquee has been turned into a screen, and there is only one button left at the bottom. Next to that button, there are several openings. Qilu understood at a glance that the circular opening must be the place where the spiritual crystal was cast. I have an ominous feeling, I hope it's not true. Qilu swallowed and then opened the pet card drawer. Welcome to the pet card drawing machine. Throw 10 spiritual crystals to get a chance to draw a card. Puff. Qilu took a mouthful of old blood and almost vomited it out. I should have guessed this. System, please explain to me what's going on with this pet card changer. Qilu really didn't want to waste these 10 spiritual crystals. System, pet card extractor, which can extract various pet cards. System, pet cards can summon powerful pets to fight for the summoner or assist the summoner in fighting. System, the pet card details can be viewed by the host in the store manager's backend of the pet card exchange machine. Couldn't you have said the last word earlier? The corner of Qi Li's mouth twitched slightly, and in the end he could only silently let out a breath of turbid air in his chest, and opened the store manager's backstage of the pet card exchange machine. The rarity of the pet card, that is, the quality of the pet card, is divided into 5 levels from low to high, B, A, R, SR, and SSR. Qilu knows this. R stands for rare, meaning rare. S stands for super, meaning super. SR means super rare. Ah, these two systems have read something from my mind. Seeing this, Qilu couldn't help but rub his beating temples. But one thing that is undeniable is that this card drawing product is indeed a major source of inducing Krypton gold. Qilu had been exposed to many games of this type in his previous life. It's a pity that in Qi Li's last life, because of his poor family, he could only live on his iron heart in the game. Qilu can't even see the world of Krypton gold. However, Qilu was sure that the Irby system had also read this situation, so the possible situation of the boss was covered in liver was eliminated from the pet card exchange machine. The higher the rarity of the pet card, the higher the quality, and the higher the attributes will be added with each level up. This is something that cannot be changed by the liver. Because there is no other way to obtain pet cards except drawing them from the pet card changing machine. When it comes to the level of black-heartedness, the heartless guy in the system is really powerful. Qilu shrugged helplessly, and then continued to read the content about the pet card. Pets summoned by pet cards can be upgraded together with the summoner. And it's easier to upgrade. The way to upgrade a pet is somewhat similar to that of a civet cat, as long as it devours items containing energy. For example, things like Warcraft meat and magic core. It's very similar to the real-life monster killing upgrade. However, the energy in the pet's body is not fighting spirit and magic powered. It is a bit like the energy in Qi Li's body, which can perfectly simulate the effects of fighting spirit and magic power. In other words, these pets, like Qi Lu, can use both martial arts and magic. That's a big selling point. Qi Lu thought the system only knew how to trap spiritual crystals, but unexpectedly, it had some good ideas. However, unlike cultivators, pets can only rely on upgrading to enhance their attributes. Unlike cultivators, pets do not have attributes that can be enhanced by advancing to a higher level. It has been said before that a cultivator needs to pass the trial space every 20 levels to improve his or her state. And after reaching a fixed level, it is impossible to continue to improve the level before improving the realm. Every time you pass the trial space and advance to a realm, you can get an enhancement of all attributes. But pets produced by the system cannot. There are good and bad aspects to this. The advantage is that there is no need to consume trial crystals. The disadvantage is that the combat effectiveness of a low-quality pet in the later stage will be completely inferior to the summoner itself. However, this disadvantage is not a problem at all for high-quality pets, such as SR and SSR level pets. Because this kind of high-quality pet has extremely high attribute growth, the attribute improvement of each level must completely exceed the summoner. It is impossible for the summoner to catch up with these pets in terms of attributes just by relying on the strengthening of a few trial spaces. Just like humans and dragons. It is basically impossible for the human race to surpass the dragon race simply in terms of various attributes. Awakening? Qilu continued to look down and suddenly saw a very interesting word. Pet cards can be awakened and promoted. Each awakening can greatly increase the pet's own attributes and attribute growth values. The same pet card can be awakened up to 5 times. Seeing this, Qilu was completely shocked. Isn't the so-called awakening and promotion just for cultivators to improve their realm through trial space? And it is even more powerful than the cultivator's improved state. Because after a cultivator passes the trial space, he will not strengthen his qualifications. Just like Gu Pingchuan can become a hero, it is because he is a genius, not because the trial space can improve his qualifications. But these pets can. It's really amazing, my system. Seeing this, Qilu couldn't help but clapped his hands and applauded the system. As soon as the idea came to mind, the system appeared. System, host, this is your idea. Qilu was stunned for a moment, then became furious. You two-stroke system, I knew you copied the idea from my memory, and yet you are prying into my memory. System, host, what is yours and mine between us? Let's make a fortune together. Probably because he knew he was wrong, the system's voice was obviously much weaker this time. No, if you pry into my memory without my consent next time, I won't open a store. Qilu suddenly remembered that he didn't seem to have a particularly good way to threaten the system. But given the system's stingy character, Qilu felt that not opening a store would threaten it. System, host, you'd better continue to open the store. At worst, I'll just get your consent first next time. Sure enough, the system immediately surrendered. A little stingy system still dares to fight against the great host. Qilu suddenly felt happy. System, by the way, host, if you agree, I need a set template to connect the pet card switcher and the skill system of the New World mode. What? Qilu was obviously confused. The suit template was a reward that Qilu received from completing a mission a long time ago, but it has been left in the warehouse useless. I didn't expect to be targeted by this stingy system. Then after a systematic explanation, Qilu finally understood. It turns out that the pet summoned by the pet card has no skills available, and it knows neither martial arts nor magic. So the system came up with a way to connect to the skill system in the new character mode, so that the skill book can be used to help pets learn martial arts and magic. As a result, the price of skill books in the New World mode will increase again. Thinking of this, Qilu's eyes suddenly lit up. System, can you make a trading system in the New World mode? System, host, please explain in detail. It's very simple, that is, players can put the things they need to sell into the trading system, and other players can buy them through the trading system, and we only need to draw a small fee from it. Qilu explained it as simply and clearly as possible. System, no problem, it's very simple. It's better to host your brain. Qilu sneered and said, as promised before, you can't pry into my memory until I agree. System, no problem, the host is absolutely right. Qilu thought for a while and then added, in the trading system, add the auction option and accept fixed price and bidding. System, no problem. This kind of voltage stabilization system feels really good. Qilu sighed in his heart, and after confirming that the problem was solved, he continued to study the pet card problem. For an awakening, on the basis of having a pet card, the pet needs to swallow 10 identical pet cards. The second awakening, based on the first awakening, swallows 20 identical pet cards. The third awakening, based on the second awakening, swallows 50 identical pet cards. 4 awakenings, based on 3 awakenings, swallow 100 identical pet cards. 5 awakenings, on the basis of 4 awakenings, swallow 200 identical pet cards. Qilu was really shocked when he saw this amount. Awakening and promotion not only improves the overall attributes, but also increases the pet's qualifications and strengthens the growth value of attributes. If the asking price of the system is too low, Qilu may suspect that this stingy system is fake. He is truly a master of making money. Qilu asked himself, he had many ideas for making money, but he could never achieve such a perfect system. Only through division of labor and cooperation can we earn more spiritual crystals. The system is completely interpreting a sentence, only Krypton gold can make you stronger. However, the pet's awakening and promotion are worth the price. Because Qilu discovered later that every time the pet awakens, a skill will be activated randomly. That's right, it's not martial arts, it's not magic, it's skills. A skill blessed by the power of heaven and earth. Seeing this, Qilu was completely sure that this pet card would definitely be popular. There are only so many instructions for the pet card. It can be moved tomorrow. Can the connection between the system, the trading system and the skill system be completed tonight? Qilu looked down in the store manager's backstage and found that it was gone. System, don't worry, host, as long as you agree to use a suit template, your request will be completed immediately. Are you co-authoring this stingy system and still thinking about my suit template? Qilu suddenly felt the urge to curse. But think about it and forget it. Agreed, let's finish these things quickly. After saying that, Qilu clicked on the illustrated book option of the pet card. This is also something that can only be seen in the store manager's back-end.it records, the types of pet cards that can be drawn in the pet card exchange machine. Puppet doll, quality B, wood pet, main attribute, agility. Earth doll, quality B, earth pet, main attribute, physique. Golden doll, quality B, gold pet, main attribute, strength. Earth demon bear, quality A, earth pet, main attribute, strength. Water spirit white fox, quality A, water pet, main attribute, spirit. Flame tooth dog, quality A, fire pet, main attribute, strength. Thunder tiger, quality A, thunder pet, main attribute, strength. Death knight, quality R, undead pet, main attributes, strength, spirit. There are currently 8 types of pet cards that can be drawn. Why are there so few? Qilu scrolled down in disbelief, and found that there were really only 8 kinds. And the highest quality is only R-rated cards. System, did you make a mistake? System, host, you read that right, there are currently only 8 types of pet cards, and more will be added in the future. Qilu was silent. Continuous updates are the best way to attract players, and you also need to take your time to cheat. Tomorrow, we will install the pet card changer in the lobby on the first floor and place it next to the store door so that people who come in can see it at a glance. Qilu finally made the decision to use this machine, which is by far the most powerful deception machine. Krypton machine is installed in the store. The next day, Yu Xier came down from the second floor and at first glance, she saw the pet card machine next to the store door. The pet card changer installed in the store is no longer as bare as when Qilu was studying it last night. Instead, decoration was added to the outside. A death knight riding an armored bone horse, wearing heavy armor, holding Ignite's spear, and surrounded by steaming black energy, was facing off against a tiger surrounded by thunder and lightning. Even if it is just a decoration, it is still impressive. Wow, it's only been one night, how come there's such an extra thing? Yueshuanshue saw the Death Knight and Thunder Tiger outside the pet card changer, and the aura they released made the hair on her back stand up. Calm down, this is a new item in the store. Qile followed closely and walked down from the second floor. He stretched out his hand and knocked on Yueshuanshue to calm him down from the state of being faced with an enemy. Store manager, is this a new product in the store? Yu Shi'er was a little surprised. Has the store started selling Warcraft now? Moreover, these monsters are of a type that I have never heard of before. These are not World of Warcraft, this is called a pet card changer. Qi Li took Yu Shi'er to the pet card changer and explained the pet card information in detail. Pet card. Yu Shi'er's eyes began to shine. Store manager, can I try it once? Of course. Qi Lu generously took out 10 spiritual crystals from the cash box. As a great store manager, Qi Lu would certainly not be stingy with these 10 spiritual crystals, not to mention that he had never paid Yu Shi'er a salary. Moreover, Qi Lu also wanted to see what the pet card would look like after being drawn out. Yu Shi'er happily threw 10 spiritual crystals in, and then after praying, pressed the extraction button. A burst of white light flashed on the screen. In the white light, a clear spring appeared on the screen. A snow-white fox poked its head out of the clear spring, and a cunning light flashed in its narrow eyes. Shuiling White Fox. A palm-sized card came out of the card slot, with a little fox with lively eyes on it. What a cute little fox. Yu Shi'er happily picked up the pet card that came out of the card slot, and the information about the pet card also appeared in Yu Shi'er's mind. Pet card, a water spirit white fox. Main attribute, spirit. Number of awakenings, 0. Skills, none. Positioning, water system, auxiliary, magic, soft and cute. In addition to this superficial information, just click on an item to display detailed information about that item. For example, clicking on the main attribute will display the growth value of each attribute of this pet card in detail. The main attribute of a pet card only means that the growth value of this attribute of this pet card is a strong point, but it does not mean that it is the only attribute. Moreover, the specific attribute growth value of each pet card is different. Will float within a range. But one thing is certain, that is, the comprehensive growth value of attributes. It is absolutely impossible for a low-quality pet card to be higher than a high-quality pet card. There's nothing much to say about the number of awakenings and skills. However, the positioning of this pet card is a very interesting thing. For example, the position of the water spirit white fox that Yu Shi'er drew is water, auxiliary, and magic. This is to tell the summoner that the water spirit white fox is an auxiliary type of pet. It is recommended to learn auxiliary magic. When using water magic, there will be a certain degree of bonus. But if the summoner insists on letting the Shuiling White Fox learn martial arts, that's fine. As for the unsatisfactory results, that is asking for trouble and has nothing to do with the pet card itself. Pet summon, Water Spirit White Fox. Yu Shi'er followed the instructions on the pet card and shouted excitedly. The pet card in her hand instantly turned into a white light, and then a snow-white little fox condensed on the ground. As soon as the Shuiling White Fox appeared, it blinked twice on the ground, then showed its agile posture and quickly climbed onto Yu Shi'er's shoulder. The furry little head rubbed Yu Shi'er's cheek affectionately. Haha, it's so itchy, come down quickly. Yu Shi'er touched the Shuiling White Fox with a happy smile on her face. The corners of Qi Li's mouth also raised, but in the end, he still didn't laugh. Be cool, stay cool. Okay, now you should know about the pet card changer. If someone asks, just tell the truth. Qi Li gave instructions. I know, but, store manager, do pets really not need to eat? Yu Shi'er hugged the Shuiling White Fox and asked a little worriedly. No, if you are worried, you can put it back in the pet card. Qi Li waved his hand. Pets do not need food, but they can be fed with monster meat, magic cores, elixirs, and pet cards. Devouring the same pet card can help the pet awaken and advance. Devouring different pet cards will be converted into experience points to help pets upgrade. Yu Shi'er's current Shuiling White Fox is only a first-level little fox. It has neither awakened nor learned magic. It has basically no use other than being cute. But when the level of Shuiling White Fox goes up, the number of awakening sand magic learning catch up, it will definitely be a big helper. The attribute growth value of A-level pet cards is similar to that of ordinary practitioners. Although it is not as good as those who have obtained the attributes of the class after having a class, it is not bad. The so-called enhancement of class attributes. For example, it means that the strength attribute growth of the Berserker class will be higher, and the physical attribute growth of the Knight class will be higher. This is another reason why the professional class is a watershed for cultivators. And here, there are new accessories. If someone asks about them, remember to introduce them. Qi Lu brought Yu Shi'er to the shelves again. Let me introduce the newly drawn accessories last night. The exquisite jewelry made Yu Shi'er's eyes sparkle. Don't look at the products in the store with such eyes. I'll give you a set at the end of the year. Qi Lu said in a dumbfounded voice. Really? Thank you, store manager. Yu Shi'er thanked her with joy. Really? Qi Lu shook his head, shrugged, took a bacon sandwich, found a booth and sat in. Just after entering the New World mode, a message popped up introducing the newly updated trading system. The handling fee was only 2% of the transaction price. Although it's not high, it can't handle the amount. Qi Lu is still very satisfied with the speed of the system. When pet cards become popular, the number of trades and skill books will definitely skyrocket. With the trading system, Qi Lu can make a lot of money just by following him and drinking soup. When Qi Lu started wandering around the frontline city, Yu Xuanxue also held a bacon sandwich, ran to the booth next to him, and squatted on the table. There was no way, if Yu Xuanxue stayed on the sofa, she wouldn't be able to dodge the crystal ball. After following Yu Shi'er for half a night, Yu Xuanxue already knew exactly how to play this New World mode. The only pity is that in the New World mode, the system gave Yu Xuanxue the identity of a civet cat. Although there was a skill tree, there was no way to learn martial arts and magic. But this does not prevent Yu Xuanxue from being a high-level player in the New World mode. After all, the fighting instinct is there. And there is also the innate martial skill of the civet cat. Store manager, good morning. Good morning. Qi Lu knew from the sound that it was someone from Lan Ye's team who came to the store. Shi'er, good morning. Good morning, Sister Lanya, there are new accessories in the store. Yu Shi'er greeted with a smile. The Shuiling White Fox squatted firmly on Yu Shi'er's shoulder, his cunning eyes turning as he looked at the people who came into the store. Are there any new accessories in the store? I'm going to check them out. Upon hearing this, Xiaoya immediately turned around and walked into the shelf area. Lan Qing'er glanced at the water spirit white fox on Yu Shi'er's shoulder with twinkling eyes, and said with a smile, a very beautiful little fox. Thanks. However, the appeal of jewelry to women is always huge. It was so big that everyone in Lanya's team chose to ignore the pet card machine they saw as soon as they entered the store after hearing that new accessories were on the shelves. Except for the two little Lolita Lanzier and mainland Qingqi, they don't seem to understand this. But they really like those cute little animals. Sister Shi'er, can I touch the little fox on your shoulder? Mainland Qingqi asked, pointing to the Shuiling White Fox. Before Yu Shi'er could say anything, Shuiling White Fox jumped down from Yu Shi'er's shoulder and disappeared in a flash. Pets will instinctively get close to their summoners, but for outsiders, it depends on the pet's own personality. The character of this water spirit white fox is obviously not that of a relative. Mainland Chinchi stared blankly at the shuiling white fox running away, and put it in annoyance. Sister Sheer, where is the kitten yesterday? Why is it missing? Lan Zier asked Yu Sheer while lying on the counter. Shao Shu Jiu Hui is over there, she should be next to the store manager. Yu Sheer pointed to the combat power improvement training room area. Lan Zier and Mainland Chinchi immediately ran to find Qi Lu. Following closely behind them were Lan Yi and the others who came to the counter to check out with a bunch of accessories. They haven't even understood the functions of these accessories yet. Yu Sheer took a look and saw that what she brought over to check out were some necklaces, bracelets, earrings, and rings. As for headbands, belts, and collars, Lanya and the others were not interested. Especially the collar, the shape seemed strange at first glance. As everyone knows, the charm collar is the one with the highest value among the accessories that comes with skills. This is the wind bracelet. Yu Sheer dutifully introduced every jewelry that Lan Yi and the others brought over. But Lan Yi and the others didn't know whether they heard it or not. Perhaps in their eyes, the appearance of these accessories is already worth the price. As for the skills that come with the accessories, they are all buy one, get one free. Anyway, as long as the customer is satisfied, there is actually no problem. Sheer, what is this? Han Ming woke up early today. After entering the store, he was immediately attracted by the Death Knight and Thundering Tiger tiles. The intimidating momentum was such that Han Ming stood at the door of the store and did not dare to go inside. He did not even buy barreled instant noodles. Good morning, this is the pet card machine. Yu Sheer introduced various information about the pet card to Han Ming in great detail. The introduction was very simple, and Han Ming quickly understood what this machine, which exuded an intimidating aura, was used for. In other words, pet cards can summon powerful pets to help fight. Han Ming concluded. Yes. Yu Sheer nodded in affirmation. Great. Han Ming clenched his fists hard, trying to suppress the joy in his heart, but in the end he couldn't help it and shouted with great joy. The meaning of the pet card may not be that great for practitioners. After all, the strength of pets requires a lot of experience to upgrade if they want to catch up with some powerful practitioners. But for a young man like Han Ming, he is the best bodyguard. And he's the kind of bodyguard who never has to worry about being betrayed. More importantly, do you think this guy called the Death Knight can be extracted from it? Han Ming pointed to the Death Knight sign in disbelief and asked Yu Sheer. This intimidating momentum, the majestic posture lingering with black energy, and the cold temperament. As long as you are a pure man, you will never dislike this kind of domineering pet. Okay. Yu Sheer gave an affirmative answer. But it didn't say that the chance of drawing an R-level pet card was real pitifully low. I have to say that Han Ming has a good eye, and he immediately spotted the only R-rated pet card at the moment. As long as you know you can pull it out. Han Ming took out his money bag. After Han Ming sent a letter to his father saying that he could practice cultivation, Han Ming's father, Han Jiuzhong, was so shocked that he rushed back to Cloud Mist City overnight. Han Jiuzhong is a pure businessman with no talent for cultivation, so he doesn't have much hope for Han Ming. Although I thought of many ways at first, I gave up later. However, this time, Han Ming gave Han Jiuzhong a big surprise. For a pure businessman, it is definitely a huge surprise that his son can start practicing. There is absolutely no shortage of spiritual crystals for Han Jiuzhong. Therefore, the spiritual crystals in Han Ming's hands became extremely abundant. 10 spiritual crystals were put into the pet card changing machine. Han Ming prayed twice in his heart, and then pressed the extraction button. A white light flashed on the screen, and then a marionette fell from the sky and appeared in the center of the screen. Puppet doll. B-level pet card, come again. Han Ming picked up the pet card from the card slot and took a look at it. He didn't choose to release it and stuffed it directly into his pocket. Let's make rations for the Death Knight then. Han Ming poured a bag of spirit crystals directly into the pet card machine this time. The lower right corner of the screen showed that it could be drawn 18 times. I don't believe it. Han Ming pressed the draw button continuously. Doll doll. Golden doll. Doll doll. Earth demon bear. Puppet doll. Flame tooth hound. The pet card exchange machine produced by the system does not have a guarantee mechanism like Chila's purchase channel. Here, if you are unlucky, you will have blue sky and white clouds. I'm afraid it's impossible to draw an R-rated pet card. Han Ming stared and looked at the pet cards in his hand. Most of them were B-level pet cards. My chest felt really tight. Damn it, I don't have enough spiritual crystals. Han Ming didn't feel that this was his bad luck at all, he just felt that he didn't spend enough money. In the past, Han Ming and his father spent much more spiritual crystals than this in order to give Han Ming the qualification to practice. This sentence happened to be heard by Qi Lu. This is the model customer we need in our store. Qi Lu was in awe of Han Ming's mentality. But a money bag can't hold many spiritual crystals, so just bring the magic core. Han Ming put away the pet card and decided to go back to get the spiritual crystals, vowing to draw a Death Knight. Qi Lu feels it is necessary to take care of this model customer. Han Ming. Qi Lu stood up and called Han Ming. Hello, store manager. Han Ming greeted Qi Lu politely. Qi Lu then took down a simple-looking bronze ring from the shelf, handed it to Han Ming, and said, "Bronze storage ring, please have one." Han Ming? What does store manager Qi mean? Although he didn't quite understand what Qi Lu meant, after Han Ming learned about the function of the bronze storage ring, he bit his finger and began totally to bind it. Storage rings also exist in this world. But those are extremely precious alchemical creations, and space-folding magic needs to be added to them. There is no shortage of people of Gu Pingchuan and Ling Ao's level, but for others, storage rings are high-end items that they have only heard of but never seen. However, in Qi Li's shop, there are 300 spiritual crystals each. The interior space is also larger than those legendary high-end products. I hope he can bring more spiritual crystals and implement the truth that Krypton gold can make you stronger. Qi Lu looked at Han Ming's back walking out of the alley and said silently in his heart. Less than half an hour. Han Ming came back, and behind him were the two young masters Qin Shi and Luo Yuanqing. Manager, thank you for the bronze storage ring. Han Ming waved his hand, and 3 more brave-level magic cores appeared on the counter. Qi Lu had paid special attention to Han Ming before and gave this bronze storage ring to him on credit. You're welcome, you are a worthy guest. Qi Lu said pointedly. Han Ming didn't hear the second half of Qi Li's words clearly, but he didn't ask further questions. Instead, he called Qin Shi and Luo Yuanqing and asked them to draw pet cards together. As the third young master of Yunwu City, they are in the same boat in terms of cultivation qualifications. Today I heard Han Ming say that Manager Qi had something good in his store again, so I couldn't wait to rush over. The stand-up card showing the confrontation between the Death Knight and the Thundering Tiger is indeed very impressive. After staring at it for a long time, there is still an inexplicable pressure that makes people sweat on the back and chill in the heart. If Qi Lu knew that Han Ming and the others felt this way, he would probably tell them that this is one of the undead skills that may be activated when the Death Knight awakens and is promoted. Death Stare. Although pets activate skills randomly when they are awakened and promoted. But this randomness also has a range. Most of the passive skills and enhanced skills are of general type, but they can all be activated. But skills that belong exclusively to the pets category are another matter. For example, the Thundering Tiger of the Thunder system cannot activate the skills of the Undead system no matter what. But in the final analysis, activating skills still depends on luck. At least Qi Lu doesn't recommend that Han Ming rush to help the Death Knight awaken, well, that is, if he can get it. Store manager, in my opinion, pet cards are the best product. After listening to Han Ming's introduction before, Qin Shi and Luo Yuanxing thought he was exaggerating. After all, taming warcraft has been proposed by human cultivators a long time ago, and they have all heard of it, but it is very difficult to implement. Because most of the monsters are wild and difficult to tame, this matter ended up being ignored. Up to now, those who have been tamed are mostly those monsters with low strength and docile personality. It may not be possible to look after homes and nursing homes, but it is still no problem to haul goods and drive cars. But now that they saw the sign in Qi Li's shop, the doubts in Qin Shi and Luo Yuanxing's hearts disappeared immediately. Because these pets are not the monsters they are familiar with at all. Especially the Death Knight that Han Ming longed for, with its majestic and domineering appearance, was really what young men like them wanted. Fortunately, Han Ming reminded me to bring a lot of extra spiritual crystals. Luo Yuanxing patted his pocket and suddenly turned his attention to the bronze storage ring on Han Ming's finger. But, your ring. That's right, it's a storage ring. Han Ming said readily. Sheer, give me a bronze storage ring. Qin Shi shouted these words before Luo Yuanxing could. Now all regular customers who come to the store know that unless Qi Lu takes the initiative to get up, calling you Sheer is definitely more effective than calling the store manager. Please wait a moment. Yu Sheer replied with a smile. Let's get started. Qin Shi rubbed his hands and came to the pet card changer. The spiritual crystal was thrown in first, and then his hand was placed on the extraction button. He didn't know what Qin Shi was thinking silently in his heart. Anyway, after being silent for a while, he suddenly opened his eyes and shouted with great strength, "Come out, Death Knight." Although the higher the quality of the pet card, the harder it is to cultivate, but it can't stand up to the handsomeness of the Death Knight. As for subsequent pet upgrades, pet awakenings, and equipping with appropriate martial arts and magic, these are all things that can be considered after drawing. A white light flashed on the screen. Luo Yuanxing and Han Ming were both nearby, looking at the screen expectantly. Then under Qin Shi's confident gaze. Golden doll. The three of them looked at each other. The look in Qin Ming's eyes was extremely complicated, Han Ming's eyes showed empathy, and Luo Yuanxing's face seemed to be shaking as if he wanted to laugh, but didn't. Qin Shi's luck was not much better than Han Ming's. After spending all the spiritual crystals he brought, he still didn't get the Death Knight he wanted. The shipment rate of R-rated pet cards is really horribly low. As for the SR and SSR that will appear in the future, Qi Lu can no longer imagine the probability of being able to draw them out. I don't have enough pocket money this month. Qin Shi was also assimilated by Han Ming's thoughts. It doesn't matter, I'm still here. Luo Yuanxing touched the bronze storage ring on his hand. As the Lord of Yunwu City, Qin Ming would directly give orders if he needed to purchase anything. It was normal for Qin Shi not to get much pocket money. But Luo Yuanxing's father, Robert, is the treasury administrator of Yunwu City. That's the position in charge of finance. Among the three of them, Qin Shi was the only one who seemed to have a tighter pocket money. Luo Yuanxing generously threw 300 spirit crystals into the pet card machine. This was all the pocket money he brought this time. Then he slapped the extraction button with an imposing hand. Come out. Amidst the flickering white light on the screen, a trace of black energy suddenly emerged, and with the dull sound of horse hooves, a Death Knight wearing heavy armor appeared on the screen. The rich black energy covered up the white light. Death Knight. I won. Luo Yuanxing screamed in surprise, attracting the attention of everyone else in the store. The pet card changing machine is something you can see as soon as you enter the store. It's just that the people in Lanya's team were attracted by the jewelry before, and they didn't come to see it again after that. Now that he was alarmed by Luo Yuanqing's cry, he naturally became curious again. How could it be that I got it the first time? You are so lucky to travel far away. Quickly release the Death Knight and show us. Qin Shi and Han Ming's voices were full of envy and jealousy, excitement and anticipation. When they saw Luo Yuanqing getting the pet card from the card exit, they quickly urged. Wait a minute, right now. Luo Yuanqing looked at the pet card in his hand. The Death Knight on it was so heroic. Pet card, Arc Death Knight. Main attributes, Strength, Spirit. Number of awakenings, 0. Skills, none. Positioning, Undead, Knight, Charge, Deterrence. Come out, Death Knight. Luo Yuanqing raised the pet card in his hand and shouted in an extremely neutral tone. In the lobby of the store, a black energy appeared out of thin air, and then spread to all directions, forming a door nearly 3 meters high. The armored bone horse was the first to emerge from the gate. Immediately afterwards, there was a Death Knight wearing mighty heavy armor, holding a knight's spear, and only a pair of scarlet eyes exposed from under the visor of his helmet. As the bone horse completely walked out of the door condensed with black energy collapsed and turned into a thick black mist, lingering around the Death Knight. Make the Death Knight's figure appear looming. Bang! The Death Knight jumped off the bone horse. The muffled sound was enough to prove how heavy the heavy armor was. Likewise, the defensive power of this heavy armor is as amazing as its weight. Even if the Death Knight is only at the first level, the momentum and coercion it exudes are enough to make people feel surprised and scared. This is what Death Knight, pet positioning, deterrence is all about. The only R-level pet card currently available looks pretty good. Qilu also took a look at the Death Knight. At only one level, this coercion can already affect the combat performance of the professional class. Although the Grandmaster level can completely ignore this pressure. But what if the Death Knight's level increases? Qilu didn't know this question. But what is certain is that it will definitely not be bad. And no matter what, Luo Yuanqing and the other 3 were very satisfied with the Death Knight. This momentum, this coercion, this heroic appearance, is far more domineering than what is shown on the standing sign. Perhaps because of the mask he wore, the Death Knight seemed unable to speak. But after he dismounted, he came to Luo Yuanqing, knelt down on one knee, lowered his head slightly, placed the knight's gun on the ground, made a fist and placed it on his heart. This is a pledge of allegiance to Luo Yuanqing. Your luck is really bad. Luo Yuanqing immediately started to sneer. After mocking Qin Shi and Han Ming mercilessly, Luo Yuanqing straightened his back, cleared his throat, and said seriously, I accept your allegiance, McKnight. The Death Knight's scarlet eyes flashed, and then stood up, protecting Luo Yuanqing's side. Bone Horse also came over, and kept Qin Shi and Han Ming aside to prevent them from taking action against Luo Yuanqing. Wow, so handsome. Yojio was lying on the partition of the booth, her eyes were shining. As an assassin, Yojio has an innate love for such creatures in the dark. How is this possible? Although Lan Yu was shocked, his eyes were fixed on the bone horse next to the Death Knight. Is this taken out of that machine? Lan Qing'er opened her mouth slightly and looked at the Death Knight in the hall in shock. It should be. Fei Xue also widened his eyes. Team Lanya's shock was inevitable. Qilu saw that among the magician classes, there was no summoner class. People in this world seem to have no idea about summoning magic. Of course, pet cards are not summoning magic. But if you know the summoning magic, it will be easier to accept the pet card. On this side, Luo Yuanqing continued to draw pet cards. After drawing the remaining 29 times, another Death Knight came out. Qin Shi and Han Ming stared at Luo Yuanqing for a long time, and finally accepted their fate. So what if I can't draw a Death Knight? There's no point in using the same pet as you. Han Ming said angrily after drawing 120 times but still not drawing a Death Knight. Then he selected one from a pile of pet cards. Pet card, a Thunder Tiger. Main attribute, Strength. Number of awakenings, 0. Skills, none. Positioning, Thunder System, Beast, Attack. It was the Thundering Tiger facing off against the Death Knight on the standing card outside the pet card drawing machine. Come out, Thunder Tiger. Han Ming stared at Luo Yuanqing and shouted loudly. The pet card in his hand flashed white and turned into a bolt of lightning. Boom! Along with an explosion of thunder, a tiger roar rang out in the store, and a ferocious tiger, surrounded by thunder and lightning, appeared next to Han Ming. As the lightning flashed, his momentum was no weaker than that of the Death Knight on the opposite side. It is worthy of being the pet chosen by Qi Lu to make a sign. Just in time, there are 10 Thunder Tigers. Han Ming counted the pet cards in his hand, and then took out all the Thunder Tiger pet cards inside. 10 pieces, just enough for Thunder Tiger to undergo an awakening promotion. Han Ming didn't hesitate at all. Anyone who knows the pet card knows that a pet that wakes up once is definitely better than 10 pets that wake up 0 times. As the Thundering Tiger swallowed the pet card in Han Ming's hand, the thunder surrounding him became more powerful. The aura exuded also became stronger. Once the awakening is completed, activate the skill, Lightning Protection. Thunder Protection. The thunder and lightning attached to the surface of the Thunder Tiger's body will condense into a lightning shield when attacked, and cause high amounts of thunder damage to those who touch the lightning. 2 pieces of information flashed in Han Ming's mind. The activated skill is not very good, but it is not bad either. It is an enhancement of the thunder and lightning surrounding the Thunder Tiger. The lightning, which originally had only weak damage and was basically used for decoration, has been turned into a very powerful defensive skill. Roar. The Thundering Tiger roared, and after awakening, it already had the ability to fight. This scene made Lan Ye's eyes light up. Lan Ye's class is Lance Knight. Unlike most other knight classes, if the Lancer class wants to exert its full strength, it must have a mount. However, Lan Yi has always regretted not being able to find a qualified mount. When he saw the Death Knight before, Lan Yi had been looking at the Death Knight's bone horse. I was thinking about getting a Death Knight myself and borrowing his bone horse. But now, after seeing this Thundering Tiger, Lan Yi felt that he had found the mount in his mind. The size of the Thunder Tiger is much larger than that of an ordinary warhorse. Its combat power is unmatched by ordinary warhorses. The reason why Lan Yi did not choose a war horse was because when fighting a war beast, a war horse with low strength could easily be disturbed by the momentum of the war beast and lose control. But not the Thunder Tiger. On the contrary, the beastly momentum of the Thundering Tiger may even intimidate those weak monsters. Sister Lan Yi. Yojiao caught a glimpse of the light in Lan Ye's eyes. It was a glow of longing. Yojiao. Lan Yi seemed to hear something from Yojiao's tone, and nodded seriously. Sheer, what is that machine at the door of the store? After Yojiao got the confirmation, she immediately asked. That's the pet card changer. Facts have proved that creatures like the European Emperor are still rare. Lan Yi only planned to draw a Thundering Tiger as a mount, but there was no problem. After all, it was only an A-level pet card. Not only was it not difficult to draw, but it even drew an awakening directly. But when it was Yojiao's turn to draw the Death Knight, 3 career-level magic cores were thrown down, without even the shadow of the Death Knight being seen. A career-level magic core can be used to deduct 1,000 spiritual crystals from Qi Li's store. In other words, Yojiao drew a full 300 times, but still failed to draw a Death Knight. Then, soon after, other members of Lan Ye's team came together, just to test the waters, or to see if there was a pet they liked. After a round of drawing, there was still no sign of the Death Knight. Qi Lu, who caught a glimpse of this scene, looked at Luo Yuanqing in surprise, and then looked at Yojiao with sympathy. These two people are simply two extremes of luck. Is my luck really that bad? Yojiao couldn't believe it. If Luo Yuanqing hadn't drawn the Death Knight, she would have doubted whether there really was a Death Knight pet card in the pet card machine. Yojiao, I think it would be more cost-effective for you to buy one. Faiksha suggested seriously. A pet card is bound to the summoner only if the pet has been summoned once. New pet cards will not be bound. Because Chila does not intend to restrict transactions between pet cards. You must know that the pet card is only the foundation. Awakening and promotion, learning martial arts and magic are the main points of the flower spirit crystal. After hearing Feishua's suggestion, Yojiao hesitated for a moment and then set her sights on Luo Yuanqing. Currently, only Luo Yuanqing has an extra Death Knight in his hand. What should you do now? Qin Shi, one of the three young masters of Yunwu City who had been paying attention to the situation here, suddenly spoke and said to Luo Yuanqing. Sell her 10 spiritual crystals. Luo Yuanqing answered without thinking. 10 spiritual crystals are considered the cost price of the pet card, and the remaining luck value should be considered as a gift. Luo Yuanqing is not short of spiritual crystals, but if he doesn't accept the spiritual crystals, Yojiao will definitely not want them, so charging a cost price is the most appropriate. What? Qin Shi was stunned by Luo Yuanqing's answer. What's your expression? Luo Yuanqing glanced at Qin Shi. You just told me 10 minutes ago that you would never sell the Death Knight's pet card. You have to keep it for awakening. Now you want to sell 10 spiritual crystals? Qin Shi pointed at Luo Yuanqing, his fingers trembling. Because Luo Yuanqing refused to sell the Death Knight no matter what, Qin Kai had no choice but to summon the flame-toothed dog as his first pet. I plan to cultivate a pet that can fight first. But now, Qin Shi got to know Luo Yuanqing again. You guys really have the opposite sex and no brothers. Han Ming on the side can't help but spat. Luo Yuanqing silently raised his middle finger to the two of them. This is what I learned from Qi Lu in the New World mode. Come out, Thunder Tiger. As the captain of Lan Yi's team, Lan Yi immediately summoned the Thundering Tiger that he had longed for after finishing the first draw. Take out 10 Thunder Tiger pet cards directly. Once the awakening is completed, activate the skill, Thunder Flash. Thunder Flash, active skill, consumes the power of thunder and lightning, turns the Thundering Tiger into a bolt of thunder and lightning, and makes a short distance dash. The power of thunder and lightning that the skill needs to consume refers to the unique power of thunder pets. For the Thunder Tiger, the manifestation is the flashing thunder and lightning around it. What a powerful skill. Lan Yi couldn't help but exclaimed after receiving the information about the Thunder Tiger's awakening from the pet card. Thunder Flash is different from the short flash used by magicians. Short flash is just a displacement magic, while Thunder Flash is a skill that combines attack and displacement. When the Thundering Tiger turns into thunder and lightning, this thunder and lightning does a lot of damage. Lan Yi was very satisfied with the first randomly activated skill. You know, awakening, promotion, and random activation of skills are the biggest difficulties in cultivating a powerful pet. None of them. Once a useless skill is randomly activated, the pet's strength will be immediately reduced by 20%. Sister Lanya, this is the Thunder Tiger pet card we drew. While Lanyi was still admiring the Thunder Tiger, Xiaoya drew the Thunder Tiger pet card to the rest of Lanya's team and gathered them all together. Because Xiaoya and the others are not interested at all in beasts the size of the Thunder Tiger. They even want to cultivate a water spirit white fox. I still have 4 water spirit white foxes here. You can take them first. Lanyi took the thick stack of pet cards from Xiaoya's hand and counted them carefully. There were more than 40 cards. Take 20 cards from them, which is the number needed for the second awakening. I hope you don't disappoint me. Lan Yi stared at the thunderous tiger squatting on the ground and prayed silently in her heart. The thundering tiger was also staring at Lan Yi, wondering why the owner kept holding the pet card, even though he wanted to give it food but kept hesitating. Second awakening successful. Activate skill, pounce. Pounce, active skill, perform a violent pounce, causing a large amount of physical damage, and has a high probability of stunning the target. The duration of the stun depends on the target's strength. Another active skill. After receiving the second skill information, Lan Yi felt a little complicated. The skill of pounce can be said to be a very strong single-target skill. Damage plus control. But this is not what Lan Yi wants. She just wants a mount that can cooperate with her and bring out the full strength of the Lancer Knight. However, the Thunder Tiger went further and further on the road of fighting alone. What's going on? Have the monsters invaded the boss's store? Just when Lan Yi was secretly feeling sad, Shui Lang, who led his team members outside the store, was shocked when he saw the thundering tiger. He almost stepped on his left foot and fell to the ground. But the blood wolf quickly calmed down. If there is a monster that can attack Qi Lu, it will probably be after Yunwu City turns into a pile of ruins. Boss, what's going on with the monsters in the store? Shui Lang walked into the store, looked at the dull-looking Lan Yi in front of the thundering tiger, and asked Qi Lu. Pet, if you are interested, it's right next to the store door. Qi Lu replied simply. Yu Shi'er then began to introduce the pet card changing machine to Shuilong. Nice one. After hearing this, Shui Lang came to a conclusion. However, it is simply unreliable to equip the Blood Wolf team with one. Pets are indeed very powerful, but if you want to cultivate a pet with sufficient combat power, you need a lot of resources. Therefore, in the early stage, we can only focus on cultivating a few powerful pets, and other team members can only rely on time to slowly accumulate pet cards. In that case, isn't the skill book very important? The Blood Wolf was keenly aware of this, and then his face suddenly became very ugly. Then we sold so many skill books in exchange for game gold coins. How many spiritual crystals did we lose? Shui Lang felt quite sad at this moment. Because when I played the battlefield dungeon before, the number of enemies was not at the same level as other dungeons. So even if the explosion rate of skill books is relatively low, there are still a lot of them. However, the skill books that were released were all mass-produced goods. Blood Wolf and the members of the Blood Wolf team did not need these skills at all. So Blood Wolf sold these skill books to shops in the New World mode, and then used game gold coins to buy new equipment for the people of the Blood Wolf Guild. But now, I regret it so much. Cloud Mist City Mercenary Guild. Due to the threat of Grandmaster-level monsters, Mu Qianqiu issued missions to mercenary guilds in other city-states through the Mercenary Guild headquarters. Request the support of Grandmaster-level mercenaries. Therefore, these days, more Master-level experts have appeared in Yunwu City one after another. Grandmaster level, whether among mercenaries, in the military, or in other fields, they can be regarded as top experts. You know, there are only 2 heroes in the entire Huangyuan Empire. Maybe there are other heroic levels hidden in the secret, but in real terms, they will definitely not exceed the number of 2 hands. The rarity of hero-level heroes is not just due to the strong qualifications required. Especially because of that heroic-level trial crystal. This is how difficult it is for humans to advance to the next level. It is precisely because of this that one has the seal of trial and the skills that are blessed by the power of heaven and earth. In fact, it's not just the human race. There are quite a few races that need to use trial crystals to open the trial space when they advance to the next level. Warcraft is a unique race. Like alien beasts, they do not need to pass the trial space to advance to the next level. Similarly, they do not have skills. Therefore, relatively speaking, the various attributes of warcraft and alien beasts will be much higher than those of races with skills. Therefore, the names of various realms are universal. Because in terms of overall strength, whether it is a race with skills, warcraft, or other special races, in the same realm, generally they are at the same level. Of course, special circumstances need to be excluded here. Because the Grandmaster level Dragon Clan is, under normal circumstances, really stronger than the Grandmaster level Human Clan. The Longya mercenary team, as the first Grandmaster level mercenary team to come to Cloud Mist City, has been here for quite some time. However, they never heard any news about the heroic level powerhouse they met in the Cloud Forest. But Ryuga didn't find it strange either. If a hero who deliberately lives in seclusion can be found out so easily, then he is not worthy of being called a hero. So Ryuga was even more in awe of that one, a hero who didn't even know what hell looked like. And today, Long Ye got the news. 2 other Grandmaster level mercenary groups are coming to Cloud Mist City. Broken Rock Mercenary Team, Broken Wave Mercenary Team, it turns out it's them. I hope they won't offend the strong men of Cloud Mist City. After receiving the report from the team members, Longya didn't care much after reading it. The Broken Rock Mercenary Team is much stronger than the Longya Mercenary Team. Captain Yan Lu and Deputy Captain Shuo Zijing are both master-level experts. The captain of the Duanlong Mercenary Team, Qi Yang, is a master-level expert, but his overall strength exceeds that of the Longya Mercenary Team. However, the mercenary team that also belongs to the Grandmaster level, even if the Dragon Tooth mercenary team is not outstanding in strength. But as long as Longya is still there will be no mercenary team who will take the risk of offending Longya and turn against the Longya mercenary team. So Longya didn't have much emotion after receiving the news. Tell me to go down and ask the brothers to avoid their people as much as possible. If those 2 guys dare to underestimate Cloud Mist City, let them regret it later. Longya drank the last sip of wine in his glass, put down the money, and left the Mercenary Guild's tavern. He didn't want to meet the captains of the other 2 mercenary teams so early. Didn't the people from Longya come to Yunwu City a long time ago? How come they can't even complete the task of a Grandmaster-level monster? Yan Lu tapped his fingers on the table with unspeakable disdain in his tone. We know the strength of the Longya mercenary team, so there is no need to say such words here. Shuo Zijing said calmly. Wearing a robe and a hood, half of his face was hidden in shadow. Am I wrong? Cloud Mist City has not had a single Grandmaster for so many years, but Longya can't even solve the tasks in this place. A group of trash came to a trash city state. Yan Lu snorted coldly and drank all the rum in the glass. Shut up, Yan Lu, this is not what you should say. Shuo Zijing warned seriously. As the captain of a mercenary team, his strict words and deeds represent the meaning of the Broken Rock mercenary team. Such clearly mocking words are very taboo among mercenaries. Unless the 2 mercenary teams are already determined to be hostile. Or maybe the 2 are simply mercenary teams at different levels. Hey, Deputy Zhua, do you want a drink? Seeing that the atmosphere between Yan Lu and Shuo Zijing was a bit tense, the members of the Broken Rock mercenary team seemed to be used to it, and immediately walked up with rum drinks. No, the magician needs to keep a clear head. Shuo Zijing refused the invitation of the team members as always, then got up and came outside the tavern. Want some air? He saw a few tall and strong mercenaries wearing animal skin armor, walking towards them with one person surrounded by them. The leader, with a slender figure, 2 swords on his waist, and eyes as Kaldas snakes, is the captain of the Duanlong mercenary team. Qi Yang. Shuo Zijing, have you quarreled with Yan Lu again? I've told you before that you might as well come to my Duanlong mercenary team. Qi Yang knew what was going on when he saw Shuo Zi walking out of the tavern. In the Broken Rock mercenary team, the relationship between Captain Yan Lu and Deputy Captain Shuo Zijing is not a secret. Thank you Captain Chi for the invitation, but I'll just stay at Broken Rock. I feel very happy. Zhuo Zizheng declined Qi Yang's invitation without hesitation. Is it pleasant? Since Vice Captain Zhuo said so, I won't say more. Qi Yang didn't say much to refute. Instead, he led the team members behind him into the Mercenary Guild's tavern. However, as long as Vice Captain Zhuo is willing to join our Duanlang mercenary team, the position of Vice Captain will always be open to you. Immediately afterwards, Qi Yang's voice came from the tavern. Bang! The sound of a wine glass breaking was also heard. Damn Qi Yang, can you recruit my Yanlu people? Yanlu suddenly stood. Yupan stared at the Duanlang mercenary team, who walked into the tavern with a gloomy face. Calm down, I didn't mean that. Qi Yang's mouth moved slightly, revealing an offhand smile. Then what do you want to do? Yanlu asked in a deep voice. I don't want to do anything. I know it's a waste to have Shuazi under your command. Qi Yang still kept smiling, but one hand was already resting on the handle of the sword. You. Strict rules. Shuazi was standing outside the tavern and stopped Yanlu's action. Once the Breaking Rock mercenary team and the Broken Wave mercenary team fight here, not only will both sides suffer losses, but it will also become a joke among the mercenaries. Moreover, there is no chance of completing the mission to Cloud Mist City this time. Captain Yanlu, I came here just to have a drink. I didn't come to duel with you. Please go ahead. Qi Yang smiled and got out of the way. So that the people of the Broken Rock mercenary team can immediately go to the Mercenary Guild's tavern. Several mercenaries following Qi Yang also immediately moved aside to leave away. Yanlu looked at Qi Yang's hypocritical smile. No matter how angry he was, he couldn't take action anymore. If we take action again, it will be the fault of the members of the Broken Rock mercenary team. Let's go. Yanlu walked in the front with a dark face. When he passed by Zhuo Zizheng, his steps paused. Are you really related to that guy Qi Yang? Only someone like you would be provoked by that guy. Shuazi replied expressionlessly. What do you mean? Yanlu frowned. It's not interesting. Where are you going next? Zhuo Zizheng shook his head and then asked with a serious face. Find a place to stay first, and then go to the Cloud Forest tomorrow to check the situation. When talking about business, Yanlu's face became better. In the tavern. The members of the Broken Wave mercenary team gathered around the round table and asked for a barrel of rum and half a roasted lamb. One of the team members asked Qi Yang, Captain, if Zhuo Zizheng really comesto Duanlang, will you really give him the position of deputy captain? Yes, as long as Zhuozi is willing to come. Qi Yang answered quickly and firmly. In the Broken Rock mercenary team, Yanlu is just a reckless man with a bad temper. The one who is really worth winning over is Zhuo Zizheng. Thank you. Halfway through, Qi Yang stopped and thanked the waiter who brought the wine. You're welcome, this is what we should do. The waiter seemed to be thanked for the first time, and he was still a master-level man, with an obviously flattered look on his face. After the waiter left, the team members immediately looked at Qi Yang. Captain, is there anything special about Zhuo Zizheng? Why is it worth winning over? When it comes to force value, strict law is definitely higher. Although Zhuo Zizheng is also at the Grandmaster level, he plays more of a wise general role in the Broken Rock mercenary team. But when it comes to strategy, Qi Yang is not a martial artist like Yanlu, and he is not bad at strategy either. That's why the people in the Broken Waves mercenary team are confused. It won't do any good to tell you about this matter. Just remember that it's okay to be strict with evil, but don't be evil, and Zhuo Zizheng is fine. After being interrupted by the waiter, Qi Yang had no intention of continuing. Okay, the roast lamb is here. Let's fill our stomachs first. In Qi Li's shop. Sitting on the long leather sofa, Hu Shou looked through the pet cards in his hand, and then shouted to the blood wolf, "You have some earth demon bears over there. I'll exchange them with you for other pet cards. I have more than 10 earth demon bears here, is that enough?" Shui Lang replied after counting. Previously, Blood Wolf led his team members in the New World mode. After finishing the 4 hours today, he began to draw pet cards. Then I happened to see Hu Shou coming to the store, so I recommended it to him. As a result, Hu Shou took a liking to the strong and violent earth demon bear at a glance, and decided to cultivate one. So the Lone Ranger is convenient. There are many people in the Blood Wolf team who are planning to cultivate a golden doll or a clay doll as an assistant. Although the attribute growth value of the B-level pet card is not high, it can be awakened enough times and the combat power it can exert after activating the appropriate skills is quite good. No matter how bad it is, using it as an assistant is also a good choice. For example, take out the clay dolls with high physical growth and use them as shaman shields to taunt Warcraft and so on. More than 10 cards, that's enough. With your more than 10 cards, how many more will be left after the second awakening? Hu Shou happily gave the other pet cards, except the Earth Demon Bear, to the Blood Wolf. Then he came to the pet card drawing machine and put a pet card of the Earth Demon Bear into the card slot next to the drawing button. To awaken a pet, it is not necessary to summon the pet. You can also awaken at the pet card machine. To load martial arts and magic for pets, you must use the skill book on the pet card drawer. A successful awakening, activate the skill, Bear's Power. The power of the bear greatly strengthen the power of the Earth Demon Bear. When the Earth Demon Bear attacks, there is a small probability of shattering the target's armor and weapons. Second awakening successful, activate skill, Gift of the Earth. The Gift of the Earth, passive skill. As long as the Earth Demon Bear touches the ground, it can greatly enhance the recovery speed. It will become invalid after it leaves the ground. The skills activated twice are considered top-notch skills. This made Hu Shou almost jump with joy. This is luck. Hu Shou looked at the pet card in the card slot, and his joy was beyond words. With the 2 skills of Bear's Power and Earth's Gift, it is basically certain that this Earth Demon Bear's pet card can be continuously cultivated. Even if the skills activated next are useless skills, it doesn't matter. I looked through the pet positioning of the Earth Demon Bear. Earth Element, Great Strength, Human Shield, Martial Arts. Hu Shou already knew it in his mind, and then inserted his membership card into the pet card changing machine. This is how Yu Shi'er told Hu Shou and the others how to log into Theurcharacter's backpack in the New World mode on the pet card exchange machine. Even for convenience, the system took over the trading system at Qi Lu's suggestion. Skill Book, Charge. Skill Book, Gravel Palm. Hu Shou rummaged through his character's backpack and only found 2 skill books suitable for the Earth Demon Bear. When choosing martial arts and magic for pets, it is also a time when the summoner's brainpower is tested. If it is a pet that learns magic, it is a better choice. After all, to cast magic, as long as the magic power is sufficient, it does not require high physical fitness. For auxiliary pets, you need to learn auxiliary magic. For offensive pets, you need to learn offensive magic. At most, there are some requirements for the type of magic. Water pets can learn water element magic, and fire pets can learn fire magic. But if it is a pet that learns martial arts, it will cause the summoner Tolos a lot of hair. Because using martial arts requires the body's cooperation. For example, Thunder Tiger learned sword martial arts. But the Thundering Tiger can't even hold a sword, so what's the use of learning this kind of martial arts? Useless. Not only is it useless, it may also take up the pet's comprehension value. No, 2 martial arts skills are not enough. After careful consideration, Hu Shou clicked on the trading system in the upper right corner of the screen. Search, Martial Arts Skill Book. Conditions, Unarmed Martial Arts. Skill book, rock kick, price, 200 spirit crystals, seller, a kitten. Skill book, heavy cannon fist, price, 260 spirit crystals, seller, a little kitten. Skill book, mountain collapsing palm, price, 420 spirit crystals, seller, a little kitten. Hu Shou glanced at it and saw that there were only 3 unarmed martial arts skill books. The sellers were all sold by this person called a little cat. The seller of the trading system can name it independently. This is also to protect the seller's information. But it would be too weird for someone with a name like a little kitten. Hu Shou stared, not knowing what to say for a long time, so he could only glance at the balance in his membership card. Number of remaining spiritual crystals, 223. Sheer, help me recharge, a career-level magic core. Hu Shou shouted towards the counter. Okay. Yu Sheer moved quickly. Hu Shou was also not slow in his actions. After completing the recharge, he immediately took down all 3 skill books at one price. Yu Xuanxue, who was sitting in the booth next to Qi Lu, was struggling in the dungeon. The sound of the trading system's prompt made him stunned for a moment. Dear guest, your skill book, Gravel Kick, has been successfully traded. After deducting the handling fee, the remaining 196 spiritual crystals have been saved to your character backpack. Dear guest, your skill book, Heavy Artillery Fist. Dear guest, your skill book, Collapsing Mountain Palm. Qi Lu, I earned spiritual crystals. The method you taught is really useful. Yu Xuanxue clicked on the information of the trading system, and after confirming it again and again, she happily said to Qi Lu. So fast? Those skill books should have been put into the trading system just now. Qi Lu turned back 5 minutes after he turned around and glanced at the crystal ball in front of Yu Xuanxue. How to use the trading system was what Qi Lu taught Yu Xuanxue step by step just now. I don't know who bought it, but I can eat tonight. Yu Xuanxue looked very happy. After listening to Yu Xuanxue's words, Qi Lu chose to smile silently. According to Yu Xuanxue's appetite, she would definitely choose rare-level equipment first. However, the amount of spiritual crystals it has is not enough for a quarter of rare-level equipment. Good afternoon, store manager. The sound outside the store interrupted the conversation between Qi Lu and Yu Xuanxue. Hello, I didn't expect that the college competition just ended yesterday, and you came here today. While Qi Lu was replying, he glanced at the door of the store and saw that Ling Xiao was holding a little Lolita made of pink and jade. I couldn't help but be stunned. Where did you kidnap this from? Manager, who do you think I am? This is my 5th sister, Ling Diawu. Ling Xiao was a bit dumbfounded. Hello, store manager brother, I am Ling Diawu. Ling Diawu hid half of her body behind Ling Xiao and timidly greeted Qi Lu. Hello Ling Diawu, welcome to my store. Qi Lu looked at Ling Diawu and showed a kind smile. Manager Qi, it's rare to find someone who can make you laugh. Gu Pingchuan followed closely behind and couldn't help but joke when he saw the smile on Qi Li's face. Qi Li's face immediately straightened up, returning to his usual expressionless appearance, and he said calmly, Dean Gu, since you have followed them, you must have been protecting them along the way. Just on my way. Gu Pingchuan was non-committal. Qi Lu could see clearly that Ling Diawu could tell at a glance that he was an ordinary person. There is no trace of fighting spirit or magic power flowing in Ling Diawu's body. I don't know if it's because I don't have the qualifications to practice, or I am not old enough to practice. But none of that matters. Since Gu Pingchuan can be sent here together, whether it is a drop-in or a deliberate escort, it can be seen that Ling Diawu's status in the eyes of the Fire Emperor is still very high. Since the status is high, he is a high-quality customer. Okay, Xiao Diawu, don't be so shy, the store manager is very nice. Ling Xiao comforted Ling Diawu. The Shui-Ling white fox squatting on Yushir's shoulder also ran to Lingdiawu in a flash, raised its furry little paws, and tried to play with Lingdiawu. Probably because he didn't feel any dangerous aura on Lingdiawu. Lan Zier and mainland Qingqi couldn't hold it before. Because Lan Zier carries the aura of dragon blood, she is quite threatening to the Shui-Ling white fox. This is why the water spirit white fox is timid. If the Death Knight senses the dragon's aura, even if he knows he is outmatched, he will mount his horse and draw his gun to face the enemy head-on. What a cute little fox, are you here to play with me? Ling Diawu was indeed attracted by the Shui-Ling white fox. Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he felt a little strange. Store manager, when did you start keeping pets in the store? This is not the pet in the store, it belongs to Sheer. Qile said without looking back. Shears? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Yushir. Although he said nothing, the doubtful look in his eyes was better than words. Gu Pingchuan also noticed the water spirit white fox that suddenly jumped out. After looking at it carefully, he suddenly said, Manager Qi, there seems to be no record of this monster. After a slight pause, Gu Pingchuan stroked his beard again and said, Moreover, I feel a hint of magical energy from it. Magic? This time it was Qi Li's turn to be confused. Yu Shi'er Shui-Ling white fox has not learned magic yet. Logically speaking, the energy existing in the Shui-Ling white fox's body is still in its original state. You shouldn't imitate the properties of magic. Yes, it's just magic power. It's very weak. Maybe I sensed it wrong. Gu Pingchuan carefully sensed it again, but couldn't catch the trace of it. On the other side, stared at by Ling Xiao with doubtful eyes, Yu Shi'er also introduced the pet card changer out loud. Qile keenly discovered that Gu Pingchuan seemed to listen more seriously than Ling Xiao to the introduction of the pet card. Ding Gu, are you interested in this pet card? Qile couldn't help but ask. But Gu Pingchuan didn't reply. Instead, he quickly came to the pet card machine, threw 10 spiritual crystals into it, and then drew a pet card out. Golden Doll. It can be seen that Gu Pingchuan's luck is not good. However, Gu Pingchuan didn't seem to care what kind of pet card he pulled out, he just looked at the pet card in his hand in shock. Then the golden doll was summoned. This is so possible. After confirming that the introduction of the pet card was not false at all, Gu Pingchuan's face became even more shocked. This scene made Qile look confused. Even if there was no summoning magic in this world, Ding Gu wouldn't be so shocked. After all, young people are more receptive. Qile sighed silently in his heart. Thinking of Han Ming and others before, or the Lanya team and the Blood Wolf team, even though they were extremely shocked by the appearance of the pet card, they quickly accepted it. And happily raised his own pets. But looking at Gu Pingchuan's expression now, he still seemed completely unbelievable. After a long time, Gu Pingchuan took the golden doll back into the pet card, took a deep look at Qi Lu, and said, Manager Qi, your identity is really getting harder and harder for me to see through. Ding Gu is overthinking it. I'm just an ordinary store manager. Although Qile didn't know what Gu Pingchuan was referring to, he still said it very modestly. Since Manager Qi doesn't want to say more, I won't ask any more questions. Gu Pingchuan smiled brightly after putting away the pet card. Gu Pingchuan didn't believe a word of Qi Li's words. Can an ordinary store manager bless such a large space with folding magic in the store? Gu Pingchuan glanced at the combat power improvement training room area. At this glance, Gu Pingchuan suddenly realized that the area seemed to be larger than the previous space. Although the number of space magicians is indeed a bit scarce, at least they still exist. However, the pet card that appeared in Qi Li's store reminded Gu Pingchuan of a class that had long since disappeared in the long river of history. Summoner. This is a class that only existed in ancient history and should have disappeared from history long ago. There is no description even in ancient books. Most people don't know the summoner class, which is completely normal. In the very long history, summoner was an extremely terrifying class. They can use their spiritual power to communicate with another world by inscribing magic circles and summon terrifying monsters to be driven by themselves. Those terrifying monsters possess extremely powerful power and extremely high magic resistance. Almost every summoned creature can be defeated by 1 against 10. Summoners relied on their own abilities to summon powerful summons that did not belong to this world, forming a terrifying army of monsters that swept across the entire world. That's a dark history. It wasn't until a rebel among the summoners appeared and led all the oppressed practitioners to rise up and pay countless blood that he overthrew the rule off of their summoners. In order to prevent this power from being abused, the rebel among the summoners volunteered to accept the seal after overthrowing the rule of other summoners, and completely erase the traces of summoners' existence in history. This is why there is no summoner among the existing classes. This is also the reason why no one knows that such a terrifying class ever existed. Even Gu Pingchuan accidentally learned of the existence of the summoner Bikants in an ancient ruins when he was traveling on the mainland. However, it is just that they know the existence of this class. However, now it seems that various circumstances indicate that behind Qi Lu, there may really be a powerful summoner. These are unrecorded monsters. This method uses pet cards to summon. To be precise, the summoning circle should be engraved on the card and used as a medium to summon. This high-level summoning magic further confirmed Gu Pingchuan's guess. But at present, it seems that the summoner behind Qi Lu is more like a rebel who is willing to sacrifice himself, rather than an ambitious guy. A rebel, to a summoner, is a rebel. But to others, a truly great hero. The reason why he feels this way is because Gu Pingchuan can feel that the pets summoned by the pet cards are closely connected with the summoner himself. This connection is at the forefront, above all other influences. This is what shocked Gu Pingchuan. Because this approach is exactly the same as that of the rebel in history. After all, no matter how powerful a summoner is, every time he summons a summoned object, it will occupy part of his mental power. Once the mental power is exhausted, there is no way to continue summoning. But the great hero thought of a way, which was to connect the summoned object she summoned with the spiritual power of others, and cut off the connection with himself. This is equivalent to giving the summons to someone else. For other summoners, this behavior is tantamount to weakening themselves and strengthening their enemies. So it is absolutely impossible for them to do such a thing. But the rebel is different. He wants to use this method to enhance the power of others and overthrow the dark rule of those summoners. Therefore, although Gu Pingchuan was shocked that there was a summoner behind Qi Lu, but he is not worried that the summoner behind Qi Lu will reappear the darkness that has disappeared in the long river of history. On the contrary, it was because the summoner's actions could greatly strengthen the human race to fight against other races. Gu Pingchuan asked himself that he could not do this in such a selfless manner. Gu Pingchuan also admired this very much. However, Qi Lu had no idea what Gu Pingchuan was thinking. Just seeing the look in Gu Pingchuan's eyes, from the initial shock, to surprise, and now to respect. Then I heard Gu Pingchuan say in a solemn tone, "This move by store manager Kai's indeed a noble act, I admire you." Qi Lu? What did I do? Why am I so righteous? What do you admire me for? Although his heart was full of confusion, Qi Li's face remained calm and he said in a very calm tone, "Ding Gu said seriously, these are all my duties." Originally, the emphasis in opening a store was fair trade. Qi Lu sometimes even feels that the system's pricing is a bit shady. After listening to Gu Pingchuan's words, Qi Lu thought that Gu Pingchuan was talking about the pet card changer, so there was no problem in saying this. But Qi Li's words sounded different to Gu Pingchuan. Is 10 spiritual crystals expensive for one pet? In Gu Pingchuan's opinion, not only was it not expensive, it even seemed to be half sold, half given. Qi Li's words of one's own business made Gu Pingchuan see a majestic figure whose mission was to enhance the overall strength of the human race. Manager Qi's store is opened in the Huangyuan Empire. It is really a great blessing for the Huangyuan Empire. Gu Pingchuan left these words and walked into the combat power improvement training room area alone. Qi Li looked at Gu Pingchuan's back with a confused look on his face. In fact, even if Qi Li knew what Gu Pingchuan was thinking, he probably wouldn't care. Not to mention that the summoner class has been lost in the long river of history. Basically, current practitioners have never heard of this class. Even if the summoner still exists, as long as he dares to come to the store, he will die. The operation mode of the pet card drawer is much more advanced than that of the summoner. At least the pet card does not need to be engraved with a magic circle, nor does it occupy the summoner's mental power, and the summoned pet can continue to increase in strength. At most, it's just a relatively expensive spiritual crystal. After all, if the pet dies in battle, the pet card will be broken. If you want another equally powerful pet, prepare the flower spirit crystal and start cultivating it from scratch. Qi Li smacked his mouth in confusion, feeling that he had to eat something. Then he felt someone tugging at the corner of his clothes. Qi Li looked back and saw a pink and jade-carved little loli, with big watery eyes, looking up at him beside him. Ling Diawu is worthy of being a little princess from the royal family. Cute little Lolita are always lovable. Shao Daiwu, what's the matter? Qi Lu originally wanted to smile, but when he saw Ling Xiao following him, he still didn't smile in the end. Just his tone became a little softer. Brother, store manager, I also want a little fox. Ling Diawu said seriously, her soft voice was very pleasant. Yu Shier's water-spirited white fox was wandering around Ling Diawu's feet. Of course. Qi Lu returned softly. Then he looked up at Ling Xiao and asked seriously, have you brought enough spiritual crystals? Take it. I brought a lot of magic cores. It should be enough. Ling Xiao didn't expect Qi Lu to suddenly ask himself this question. He was stunned for a while before speaking. Xier should have made it clear about the pet card information. In fact, it's better for Shao Daiwu to raise two powerful pets than those guards hidden in the dark. While Qi Lu was talking, he glanced outside the store. The guards hiding in the dark could not hide it from Qi Li's eyes. It's just that with Gu Pingchuan here, Ling Diawu's safety doesn't require their close attention, so they stay further away. The store manager's words are indeed true, but Ling Xiao knew that what Qi Li said was right. If Qi Li had a plan, there would be no need to go to such trouble. However, Ling Xiao was a little worried that he might not be able to resist squandering the spiritual crystals he brought. Looking at Gu Pingchuan's attitude, we know that although pets are strong, if they really want to cultivate them to the point where they can stand alone, the amount of spiritual crystals they need to spend is definitely not a small amount. At least for individuals, this is true. Let alone want to use it to compete with a hero-level powerhouse. Let's give it a try. Shao Daiwu should also want a water spirit white fox. Qi Li's tone was so plain that no one could tell that this was actually a Saul's pitch. Third brother, I want the little fox. Ling Diawu rubbed the head of the water spirit white fox at her feet. The smooth fur feels particularly comfortable in your hands. Ling Xiao was about to burst into tears when he was called third brother. He looked at Qi Lu with resentment. Manager, you are really cheating me. This time he came here and planned to collect a complete set of rare equipment in the store. As if he didn't see Ling Xiao's gaze, Qi Lu led Ling Diawu to the pet card machine, and then introduced the information about the pets. After seeing Ling Xiao following him with a grimace, Qi Lu said abruptly, actually, you can also raise a pet yourself. These words immediately made Ling Xiao react. Yes, since pets are also a powerful force, why not just cultivate a few of them yourself? Gu Pingchuan was so powerful that he didn't care about the fighting power of a pet. But Ling Xiao is still just a professional level spearman. So in order to match his class, Ling Xiao finally decided to train a clay doll as a human shield, and then train a death knight to cooperate with him in attacking. Qile watched from the side and didn't intend to say a word of advice. When Ling Xiao finds out that he can't draw the death knight, he will probably change his mind. As for raising 2 pets at once, because new pet cards will be released in the future, Qile doesn't know what type they will be. So Qile still didn't say anything. Besides, things like cheating will definitely happen in waves. There is no way to save the spiritual crystals for the next wave. However, it has to be said that Ling Xiao is still a child of the royal family, so he brings a lot of spiritual crystals. I don't know if Ling Xiao grabbed the handful of magic cores from the Imperial City's treasury, but most of them were career-level magic cores. There is even a Grandmaster-level magic core mixed in it. One Grandmaster-level magic core can offset 10,000 spiritual crystals. However, having more spiritual crystals does not mean good luck. Ling Xiao leaned in front of the pet card drawing machine and drew nearly 2,000 times, but failed to draw out the Death Knight. Qile was dumbfounded. The saying that the Lancer is lucky since ancient times is really not a joke. How about, forget it? Qile couldn't bear it. He stretched out his hand to hold down Ling Xiao, who was still trying to draw out the pet card, and said in a very serious tone. Even Qile couldn't stand this luck anymore. After drawing cards nearly 2,000 times, I still couldn't draw a Death Knight. This operation is really shocking. But store manager, I'm not willing to give in. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth, his face full of stubbornness. Well, I have a proposal. Qile waved to Ling Diawu, who was chasing and playing with Shuiling White Fushi in the hall, and said, Shao Diawu, come here, your little fox is coming out. Really? Where is it? Ling Diawu ran over immediately and stared at Qile expectantly. Press this button and it will come out. Qile said, pointing to the extraction button on the pet card changer. Ling Diawu had no doubts. She stretched out her hand and pressed the extraction button. A white light flashed on the screen immediately. The black energy coming out of the white light almost blinded Ling Xiao's. Death Knight. Why? Ling Xiao stared, the expression on his face was filled with these 3 words. It's a good thing if you get it, don't ask so many questions. Qile patted Ling Xiao on the shoulder and comforted him kindly. As for why, that's probably it. Cuteness is justice. But no matter what, the nearly 2,000 pet cards drawn by Ling Xiao were not without effect. At least, the clay dolls Ling Xiao wanted were enough to complete 5 awakening promotions. As for the Shuiling White Fox that Ling Diawu wants, it is estimated that Hatsan complete at least 4 awakening promotions. If all the remaining pet cards are fed to the Shuiling White Fox as experience points, it can probably be raised to around level 35. After all, the experience points given by B-level pet cards are not much. Little fox, little fox. Ling Diawu took all the water spirit white fox pet cards from Ling Xiaoshan. Then he immediately summoned a water spirit white fox to come out. Little fox, you will be called Xiaobai from now on. Ling Diawu held up a large number of pet cards and rubbed the Shuiling white fox's head while feeding it to it. A successful awakening activates skill, magic amplification. Magic amplification, the magic released by the Shuiling White Fox, will be slightly enhanced. The first skill limits the future development direction of Shuiling White Fox. In order to fit this skill, it would be better for Shuiling White Fox to learn magic in the future. A decent general-purpose skill. Qile stood behind Ling Diawu and commented silently in his heart. Then Ling Diawu continued to feed Shuiling White Fox pet cards. Second awakening successful, activated skill, Spirit Fox. Ling Hu, passively increases the agility growth value of the water spirit white fox. When released actively, it can forcefully dodge an upcoming attack. Qi Lu was in a daze when he saw the second skill. Passively strengthens the attribute growth of the water spirit white fox, and active release can dodge the next attack. If used well, this can almost be regarded as a small magical skill used to save lives. Do cute people really have better luck? Thinking of this, Qi Lu secretly glanced at Ling Xiao next to him. To be honest, the royal bloodline always selects the best, and in the end almost all of them are handsome men and beautiful women. Ling Xiao is indeed not bad looking. From this point of view, I really chose the wrong class. While thinking about it, Shui Ling White Fox swallowed 50 more pet cards. 3 successful awakenings, activated skill, Water Spirit Barrier. Water Spirit Barrier, active skill. After being released, a persistent barrier will be formed around the Water Spirit White Fox. It can be automatically closed. All friendly units shrouded in the barrier will release water magic that is greatly enhanced, and the water magic they receive will be greatly reduced. Harm. Seeing this, Qi Lu was shocked. Range-enhancing skills, appearing on an auxiliary pet, are really even more powerful. Although it is limited to only enhancing water magic, when there are more water pets in the future, this skill will definitely become one of the core skills of the water magic team. Seeing this, Qi Lu suddenly looked at Ling Xiao with some pity. Store manager, why are you looking at me like that? I'm a little scared. Ling Xiao was looked at by Qi Lu, a little creepy. It's nothing, I just hope you will be stronger in the future. Qi Lu patted Ling Xiao on the shoulder, wanting to comfort him, but couldn't find the words to say. Maybe Ling Xiao's luck is so bad because he gave all his luck to Ling Diawu. Then this guy must pamper his little sister. For successful awakenings, activated skill, Fountain of Resurrection. Spring of Recovery, active skill, condenses spring water that greatly speeds up recovery. It can be used to speed up healing of injuries and restore fighting spirit and magic power. Finally, it is no longer the terrifyingly rare skill it once was. Compared with the 2 skills of Water Spirit Barrier and Spirit Fox, the Fountain of Resurrection can really be considered quite satisfactory. But for an auxiliary pet, it is indeed a high-level skill. TSK, TSK, TSK. Cuteness is justice, the ancients never deceived me. While Qi Lu was still marveling, Ling Diawu started to raise her hand to the water spirit white fox she named Xiao Bai and said, Xiao Bai, look, there is no more. In the end, the 5 awakening promotions were not completed. In terms of skills alone, as long as the level keeps up, Ling Diawu's water spirit white fox is no weaker than an R-level pet in terms of overall strength. Xiao Bai twitched his nose, his pointed triangular ears moved, and he tilted his head to look at Ling Diawu. There was a thoughtful look in the small black gem-like eyes. After a moment, Xiao Bai suddenly stretched out his soft tongue and gently licked Ling Diawu's fingers. It doesn't look like a little fox, but like a puppy. Giggle, it's so itchy, be good, Xiao Bai. Ling Diawu hugged Xiao Bai, rubbed her little face against the soft fur on Xiao Bai's body, and smiled like a nightingale singing. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Diawu with a doting look on his face, feeling that all the bad things he had done before were washed away by the smiling face. Bringing Ling Diawu here was indeed the right choice. At this time, Qi Lu suddenly said that water-spirited white fox is of high value in training. Well, as long as Xiao Diawu likes it. Ling Xiao nodded and asked, curiously. Store manager, you said that the white fox's cultivation value is very high, can you tell me how high it is? This was the first time that Ling Xiao knew that Qi Lu would actually praise ascertained thing or a certain living being. It's so high that after your father breaks your leg, you can save 1 intermittent pill, which can directly help you cure it. Qi Lu glanced at Ling Diawu, and then said to Ling Xiao meaningfully, speaking of Store manager, what are you talking about? Why did my father break my legs? Ling Xiao looked confused. A good pet is definitely a ruthless spiritual crystal eating machine. Chila's revenue from the pet card exchange machine was the highest in the story in just the first day, which is completely clear. So after nightfall, Chila lay on the bed and couldn't wait to shout in his mind, "System, how do I add a new pet card?" System, the host just needs to wait quietly. It will be updated when necessary. This sentence is extremely irresponsible. If Qi Lu hadn't been able to do anything with the system, he had to let it know who was the host. So Qi Lu could only use the old method to persuade the system. System, don't you think that if you don't discuss this kind of thing with me first, it will have a great impact on our spiritual crystal income? Qi Lu uses we to refer to himself, trying to make the system understand deeply that their interests are tied together. System, the pet card is worth the money. Qi Lu understood what the system meant, which was to say that the pet card was a good thing and there was no need to worry about sales. It's not okay to do business based on the principle that the smell of wine isn't afraid of the depth of the alley. After all, Qi Lu is also a man who has been baptized by the overwhelming advertising campaign of modern times. If I could know the information about the new pet card in advance, wouldn't I have time to build momentum and use the power of publicity to get them more Krypton gold? In the process of inducing the system, Qi Lu did not mind portraying himself as a black-hearted businessman. Anyway, Qi Lu wasn't really trying to trick them. The products produced by the system are really worth the money, and there is no need to worry about depreciation. The spent spiritual crystals are actually just used in a more valuable way to accompany customers. While following the instructions, Qi Lu suddenly found that the system had no sound. After a long time. System, host, what you said makes sense, but the energy of the catalytic stone is only enough to develop 8 kinds of pet cards for the time being. The catalytic stone is the treasure that Qi Lu deceived from Yu Shuangshibeffer. According to the system, it is a treasure that catalyzes the rapid advancement of Warcraft. Could it be that the function of the pet card changer was modified based on the catalytic divine stone? But the new species that appeared didn't make sense. Qi Lu had a headache. Since the system had already explained everything to him, it meant that there was no need to think about new pet cards. Forget it, the Death Knight should be able to survive for a while. When his plan failed, Qi Lu had no idea and simply closed his eyes and went to sleep. Deep in the cloud forest. The screams of the monsters were particularly eye-catching in the dark night. The gleaming beast eyes can be seen everywhere in the forest, making people feel intimidated. Under the gaze of the beast eyes of the Warcraft, several green-skinned orcs with fangs protruding from their lips seemed to be looking for something in the forest. The aura exuding from the leading orc proved his strength. Grandmaster level. After Yu Shuangxiwe was captured by Qi Lu, the master-level monsters in the cloud forest began to fight on their own and divide their own territories. Facing the master-level experts who came to the cloud forest, they would not attack rashly as long as they did not invade their territory. The orc tribe also guessed this situation. The Grandmaster who followed was just for intimidation. Boss, the catalytic stone seems to have disappeared. One of the thin orcs reported the situation after searching for a long time with no results. Disappeared? That was a treasure that the high priest brought out from the ruins. It was a treasure refined by an ancient alchemist master. The master-level orc said solemnly, with a rather unhappy tone. Chief, calm down. The location we are looking for is not correct, but the catalytic stone seems to have been taken away. The orc who came to report said it with fear, fearing that the master-level orc in front of him would be angry with him. Taken away? The master-level orc frowned. Yes, we found traces of being broken open by blunt instruments where the catalytic stone was buried. The thin orc immediately told what he and others had discovered. There are also a small number of paw prints of monsters. Based on comparison, they should be cat monsters. Blunt weapons, cat-like monsters. Could it be that someone knew that we buried the catalytic stone in the cloud forest, so they stole the catalytic stone while we were hiding from the hidden powerhouse? The master-level orc frowned, pondered for a moment, and said, "Is there a way to find this person? You can try it with breath-seeking insects. The people who broke through the rock and soil once used fighting energy. Although the remaining breath is very weak, we still discovered it." The skinny orc answered immediately. Breath-seeking insects are magical beasts deliberately cultivated by the orcterby to find prey that are too well hidden. However, a breath seeker is a very fragile monster. It takes a lot of resources to cultivate a mature breath seeker, and a breath seeker can only find prey once in its life. Therefore, when using breath-seeking insects, you must ask high-level orcs for instructions. The master-level orc nodded and said, "There is no room for error in allowing the use of the catalytic sacred stone." "Yes." The thin orc took the order and carefully put back the gravel and soil that were contaminated with fighting spirit. Huangyuan Empire, Imperial City. In Ling Chongkong's study room in the headquarters of the Six Ministers, the light of the magic lamp shines through the window paper, emitting a faint orange color. Ling Yin sat on the chair, took a sip of tea, frowned and swallowed it, then put the teacup back on the table. "Brother, I really don't understand how you can drink this kind of tea that is bland and even bitter." Ling Yin smacked his mouth twice and said straightforwardly. When he was in the military, he mostly drank when he was resting. So Ling Yin didn't like this kind of bland tea. "Tea, what you drink is hui gone," Ling Chongkong replied lightly. Then he put away the memorial in his hand and placed the quill on the memorial. "Fourth brother came to my place tonight, not just to complain that my tea tastes bad." Ling Chongkong sat up straight and said calmly, "You and I, we haven't seen each other for such a long time. I just came here to catch up on old times." Ling Yin said with a smile. "Since we are reminiscing about old times, how can we not have good wine and good food?" "Fourth brother, wait a moment, I will give the order." Ling Chongkong was not in a hurry and knocked on the table with his finger. A servant guarding the door opened the door and came in. After receiving the order, he immediately left. Not long after, a table of wine and food was placed in the study. Ling Chongkong took matters into his own hands and poured a glass of wine for each of them. After drinking a glass of warm wine, Ling Yin opened his mouth and let out a breath of hot air, and started talking. Ling Chongkong listened at the table and responded from time to time. There weren't many dishes on the table, and a few plates quickly became empty. "I'll leave for Yashui City tomorrow." Ling Yin said this suddenly. Yashui City is a checkpoint on the western border of the Huangyuan Empire and a city-state where the border garrison is stationed. As a lieutenant in the Jinshi army, Ling Yin was in charge of the western garrison, so he naturally had to be stationed in Yashui City. This time I returned to Huangyuan Imperial City to attend the academy competition. Then this glass of wine, let's think of it as my eldest brother's farewell party for you. Ling Chongkong knew that Ling Yin had something to say, so he didn't ask any more questions and just raised the wine glass in front of him. The West is getting more and more uneasy, and the surrounding forces are starting to make moves. Ling Yin raised his glass and drank it down. The letter sent by the garrison in the West was first passed through the hands of the Fire Emperor and the Zhenhua General, and then into the hands of Ling Yin. It was also their decision to return to Yashui City as soon as possible. After the powerful aura of the Dragon Clan erupted in the Cloud Forest, the forces around Cloud Mist City all calmed down in a tacit understanding. But those forces far away from the Cloud Forest began to make new moves. In normal times, it would be okay for Ling Yin to stay in Huangyuan Imperial City for a few more days. However, when the situation is turbulent, the border garrison must have a general in charge to stabilize the morale of the army. After 3 rounds of wine, 5 flavors of food. Ling Yin finished recounting the past, put down his wine glass, stood up and said goodbye to Ling Chongkong. Fourth brother came to me specifically to reminisce about old times. I'm afraid he came to check out my background. Ling Chongkong looked at Ling Yin's back, his mind as clear as a mirror. The more turbulent it is, the greater the possibility that Ling Yin will veto power if he holds military power. I came here to have a drink with Ling Chongkong and reminisce about old times, just to see how powerful the Ministry of War was at this time. It's a pity that my father's thoughts are unpredictable. The way of imperial power lies in checks and balances. After completing the system, Qi Lu had a rare good sleep. I have no choice but to get sulky even if I don't sleep. Early the next morning, Qi Lu went downstairs and opened a bucket of instant noodles, then found a booth and sat down with a bacon sandwich in his mouth. Turning around, he found Yu Xuanxue still sitting on the table of the booth next to her. Aren't you afraid of sudden death when you stay up so late? Qi Lu was a little curious. Don't compare my physique with those of you weak humans. Yu Xuanxue shook her two pointed little ears and said disdainfully. Qi Lu was speechless for a moment. He had forgotten that Yu Xuanxue was a strange beast, and his physique was much stronger than that of ordinary practitioners. By the way, there may be a large number of new people coming these days based on your image. I think it's better for you to find an identity for yourself. Qi Lu said slowly while biting a bacon sandwich. What identity are you looking for? Yu Xuanxue was a little confused. You have to think about it yourself. Qi Lu entered the New World mode and opened the trading system. There are not many items inside, and the market price is not clear enough. However, Qi Lu has no way to interfere with the market price. The price of what items players need will increase, although they can hoard goods at a premium and manipulate the market. But in the New World mode, there is no such professional businessman yet. But Qi Lu doesn't care about this kind of thing, because it's easy for him to punish such people. There is no item whose price cannot be lowered by one version. If so, then update another version. Just as Qi Lu was pulling the transaction panel, a familiar voice sounded outside the store door. Store manager Qi, I haven't seen you for a few days. I hope you are well. Qin Ming took a step ahead of Robert, beside him, walked into the store, and said hello to Qi Lu. City Master Qin, if I remember correctly, you were still in my store 2 days ago. Qi Lu sat on the sofa and returned with a smooth tone. Not seeing each other for 1 day is like 3 autumns. As a city lord, Qin Ming is still thick-skinned. After seeing the pet card exchange machine, Qin Ming added, I heard from Shura last night that Manager Qi has new products for sale in his store. They seem to be tame monsters, so I came here to take a look. Are you talking about the pet card? Sheer, please introduce it to City Lord Qin. Qi Lu shouted immediately. Okay, store manager, Yu Shier said with a smile, City Master Qin, please come this way. Manager Qi, good morning. Robert, who was following him, also greeted him. Hello, Robert, you seem to have gained a little weight. Qi Lu made a rare joke. If you want to say who has contributed the most spiritual crystals to Qi Lu, there is no doubt that it is the Treasury Administrator of Yunwu City. Whether it is replenishing elixirs for the city guards or replacing equipment, it will cost a lot of money. So Robert also ran to Qi Lu's store every now and then. Although I was never qualified for the discount, I managed to make some friends, so it was not in vain. Manager Qi was joking. The weather has been getting hotter and hotter recently, and it almost makes people lose their appetite for food. Robert wiped the sweat beads on his forehead and lifted up his belt. He felt that it seemed to be a bit tight recently. Yeah, it's getting hotter. Not to mention it was okay, but when it came to the heat, Qi Lu realized that summer was getting closer. It's just that the store is warm in winter and cool in summer, and the temperature can be adjusted automatically, so Qi Lu doesn't feel much at all. Fortunately, Manager Chi's store is cool and pleasant, otherwise I wouldn't they've gone with old Qin so early in the morning. Robert is not a cultivator like Qin Ming, and his resistance to temperature is much worse. After the sweat on his back subsided, Robert went to the snack vending machine and bought all 4 types of snacks. You said you have no appetite? Qila looked at Robert with a still unfinished expression on his face and couldn't help but want to ask. Before the pet card machine, Yu Shi'er had already introduced the pet card information to Qin Ming. The products in Manager Qi's store have always been so magical and surprising. Qin Ming tried to draw a pet card, and then summoned the flame-toothed dog. The result before his eyes immediately shocked Qin Ming. Qin Ming didn't know the summoner class, but that didn't stop him from making other guesses. For example, the pet card in your hand is actually an alchemical product blessed with space magic, and the summoned pet is a tamed monster contained in it. Or maybe it's some other situation. Regardless of whether it is reasonable or not, this is what happened before Qin Ming's eyes. In addition to making Qin Ming feel shocked and incredible, there was also an excitement inside. After being a city lord for so long, Qin Ming still has a clear vision. It is difficult to quickly improve the strength of the city guards. Not only because there are few highly qualified people in the city guard, but also because the trial crystals are expensive. Therefore, it is impossible to improve the overall strength of Yunwu City in a short period of time, even with Qi Li's store. But now, there are pet cards. It is entirely possible to quickly improve the overall strength of Yunwu City. Yunwu City is a typical city-state with prosperous economy and low military force. If he could exchange spiritual crystals for an increase in strength, Qin Ming would definitely be willing to do so. Robert, come here quickly and calculate for me how many spiritual crystals are needed to cultivate a level 40 pet. Qin Ming shouted to Robert impatiently. How many spiritual crystals are needed to cultivate a level 40 pet? In fact, you can get the result directly by asking Qi Lu. However, pet cards are a big deal and must be discussed with the Treasury Administrator first. Sheila watched from the sidelines as Robert calculated the number of spiritual crystals that needed to be spent according to the rules of the pet card. There were a few things he wanted to say, but he still didn't say them out. In fact, there is a slight error in Robert's calculation method. That is, the quality of the pet card and the number of awakenings are not taken into account. The higher the quality of the pet card, the more times it is awakened, and the more experience points are required for each level up. If you simply feed pet cards, the lower the quality of the pet card, the less experience points will be given. So simple calculation is actually not very accurate. But there is no doubt that the number of spiritual crystals required is definitely quite large. Otherwise, Chila wouldn't say that the pet is a ruthless spiritual crystal-eating machine. Sure enough, by the end of the calculation, the fat on Robert's face was trembling, and the more he calculated in his hands, the more frightened he became. City Lord Qin, I think it would be better to arm the elite troops first. There really are not so many funds in the treasury to take care of every city guard. Robert had to complain to Qin Ming. If so many spiritual crystals were really spread out, the treasury would be empty. Do you need to spend money elsewhere? You actually need so many spiritual crystals? Qin Ming was also a little surprised. He expected that the products in Qi Li's store would definitely not be cheap, but he didn't expect them to be so expensive. City Master Qin, in fact, this is not expensive. If the pet card is as Shi'er said, it should be said to be worth the money. Robert has been the Treasury Administrator of Cloud Mist City for so long, and he still has a good vision. Even if he is just an ordinary person, he can still see the value of pet cards. At least the Death Knight summoned by Luo Yuanqing last night was worth that price for its power. What you said makes sense. Qin Ming had to admit this. Perhaps the amount of spiritual crystals needed to cultivate a pet that can stand alone is not much for Yunwu City, but don't forget that Qin Ming wants to give everyone in the city guard a pet. Manager Qi. Qin Ming looked at Qi Lu. If there is no discount, City Lord Qin, please don't open your mouth. Qi Li immediately interrupted Qin Ming's words. It only takes 10 spiritual crystals to draw a pet card, which is already very cheap. The system provides pet cards, which also require energy consumption. Hey, Robert, please allocate some funds, and for the time being, we can't provide pets for the elites of the city guards. Qin Ming knew Qi Lu's character and knew that it would be useless to talk more. In the end, he could only sigh sadly. Okay. Robert gritted his teeth, feeling so distressed that the flesh on his body was trembling. Qin Ming and Robert did not leave after discussing and deciding. It's here now, it's not too late to level up in the New World mode before leaving. For Qin Ming, the significance of the New World mode goes without saying. It can quickly improve martial arts proficiency and increase fighting spirit. It's not a loss at all. Although Robert has no cultivation qualifications, it is always right to add a little fighting spirit to strengthen his body. The most important thing is that they need to understand the market situation off skill books. Boss, Sheer, good morning. Good morning. It's Hu Shou, good morning. Qi Lu said hello and leaned on the sofa again. After the second large map, Evil Spirit Warrior's frontline reached the restricted level, Qi Lu has been in a state of doing nothing. However, this is also in line with Qi Li's wishes. The store manager should always eat and die. Boss, you are so laid back. After Hu Shou entered the store, he bought a bacon sandwich. He was not in a hurry to enter the New World mode, but sat down next to Qi Lu. Is something wrong? Qi Lu asked casually when he saw Hu Shou sitting next to him. It's nothing. I just took on an escort mission today and will be leaving in 2 days. I won't be able to come to the boss's shop for a while. Hu Shou said with some regret as he took a bite of the bacon sandwich. Is it very far? Qi Lu asked curiously. It's not that far away. It's in Yantan City in the Goryeo Empire. The rewards for the missions are very generous. I have no choice but to make a living. After Hu Shou said this, he pretended to be helpless and shrugged. There must be something you need in the reward. Qi Lemon said very clearly. With Hu Shou's strength, it is impossible to worry about livelihood issues in Yunwu City. The boss is much smarter than I thought. The reward this time includes 3 Grandmaster level trial crystals. I am one of the participants in the task and can get one. Hu Shou did not hide anything and said it carelessly. Grandmaster level trial crystal. Qi Lu repeated. Then I noticed that Hu Shou had unknowingly reached level 60, reaching the threshold for promotion from the professional level to the master level. All this needs to be attributed to you, boss. Without the boss's store, I wouldn't be qualified to take on this task now. Hu Shou said with a smile. In fact, Hu Shou's qualifications were not bad, but the emergence of Qi Lu's shop accelerated his growth. Okay, I wish you all the best. Qi Lu nodded and said politely. He had no intention of revealing the trial room. In fact, the original intention of the trial room was that the system specially provided it to Qi Lu to improve his realm. At the beginning, after Qi Lu opened it to Qin Ming once, it could be seen from Qin Ming's reaction that the impact of the trial room on the world was really great. And Qin Ming never mentioned this matter again after that. Because Qin Ming also knew the impact of the emergence of this kind of trial space that could be formed at any time, he made up his mind from the beginning to keep this matter in his stomach. If it was just a brave level trial space, then those strong men wouldn't care too much. After all, no matter how many brave levels there are, they can only intimidate ordinary people. For the hero class, there is not much difference between the brave class and ordinary people. But if Qi Lu dares to say that the current trial room can even provide a Grandmaster-level trial space, then he can guarantee that his shop will be surrounded by a group of heroes the next day. Because this is definitely a force that can change the structure of various forces. And the most important thing is that if Qi Lu opens the trial room, the risks she has to take are not proportional to the spiritual crystals he can earn. Qi Lu is too lazy to do such a thankless task. But when he thought of this, and the 2 skill stones that were still on the shelf, Qi Lu was startled. Suddenly a flash of inspiration flashed in my mind, and I quickly caught it. By the way, system, since you can provide the trial room, you should also be able to provide trial crystals directly. Qi Lu shouted to the system in his mind. Since skill stones similar to skill crystals can be provided, why can't trial crystals be provided? And compared to the trial chamber, trial crystals are much safer. Even if many trial crystals appeared all at once, and people knew about it, they would at most be surprised by the vastness of Kalman Road, but they would not have other thoughts. On the contrary, they will be wary of Qi Lu's store, because of this. Because a store can obtain such a large amount of trial crystals in one go, anyone who dares to make an idea must consider whether they have the strength. System, the host is right. Of course the system can provide trial crystals. But before Qi Lu could become happy, the voice in his head rang again. System, but host, you should ignore your current thoughts. Trial crystals are also one of the commodities. They need to be extracted from the purchase channel, before they can be supplied. Qi Lu was immediately choked by the system's words. However, with the system's approval, Qi Li's decision not to open the trial room became even more firm. Because if you sell trial crystals, you will definitely get a higher price. It's much more cost-effective than opening the trial room. Thank you, boss, for your blessing. Such a small task is not difficult for me. Hu Shou finished the last bite of the bacon sandwich, wiped his hands, and walked to the pet card changer. It seems that he is planning to spend all the spiritual crystals on his body to cultivate pets, before going on a mission. Cloud Forest. After spending a round buying accessories, Lanya's team found that their spiritual crystals seemed to be insufficient, so they decided to hunt World of Warcraft. Compared with going to the Mercenary Guild to receive tasks, hunting monsters to obtain magic cores is much faster. Because in Cloud Mist City, it is rare to find high-paying tasks. It appears occasionally and is extremely popular. Lanya didn't bother to fight for those tasks. After all, they didn't lack the reward. It was just a special situation now. However, after Lanya's team arrived at the Cloud Forest, they were targeted by another group of mercenaries. It was the Broken Rock mercenary team that entered the Cloud Forest and prepared to investigate the situation of the master-level monsters. The two sides met by chance in the forest. It was supposed to be a pass by each other, without incident. At most, it was just a greeting, because they were both mercenaries. But after the encounter, the Broken Rock mercenary team immediately dispersed their formation after a brief pause and surrounded the Lanya team, which only had 7 people. Who are you? Why did you stop us? Lan Yi asked with a frown as he saw the unkind person coming. He immediately picked up his spear and put on a defensive posture. Others also gripped their weapons. Stop you? No, our Broken Rock mercenary team is not capable of doing such a thing. Yan Lu said coldly. The Broken Rock mercenary team, it turns out to be you. Lanya's face became even more serious when he heard the name. The Grandmaster level mercenary group is famous among mercenaries. Naturally, Lanya had heard of the name of the Broken Rock mercenary team. Does a Grandmaster level mercenary team only use its power to bully others and use the strong to bully the weak? Lanya couldn't help but sarcastically said. Bullying the weak with the strong is not something I, Yan Lu, would do, but that little girl is not one of them. Yan Lu ignored Lanya's sarcasm and pointed. The object he was referring to was Lan's ear. Seeing the person pointed by Yan Lu, Lan Yi seemed to remember something, and her face suddenly turned pale. Lan Zier was a little confused. Dragon girl, alien species, shouldn't appear here. Yan Lu's voice was very firm, and when he talked about dragon girl, his eyes became extremely hostile, with a hint of hatred. It seems that the rumors among the mercenaries are true. You really come from dragon ruins. Lan Yi stared at Yan Lu and said slowly. That's right, I come from dragon ruins, and I hate all dragon bloodlines. Yan Lu said in a deep voice. Dragon ruins was once one of the empires belonging to the human race. But during the war between the human race and the dragon race, this empire was destroyed, and the once mighty city of thousands of miles was now reduced to ruins. In the land burned by the dragon's breath, no grass can grow. Although in the end, the dragon clan was driven away by the top warriors of the human race. But the former empire is long gone, and those affected by the dragon's breath are also cursed by the dragon clan. The destroyed empire is now known as Dragon Ruins. Those survivors who came out of the dragon ruins were burdened with a curse and hated the dragons extremely, as well as those with dragon blood. Yan Lu comes from dragon ruins. There have been speculations among the mercenaries, but there is no final conclusion. But now it seems that the rumors are true. Can't we just let it go? Lan Yi asked with a frown. After the dragon bloodline hidden in Lan Zier's body was activated, some dragon characteristics have been maintained on her body, such as the sharp horns on the side of her head and the tail behind her. Maybe you can take back these characteristics when you get a higher level in the future. However, now, Lan Zier's identity is clearly revealed. Stop? The dragon clan back then had never said such a thing. Yan Lu's tone was cold, so determined that there was no room for negotiation. The Grandmaster level momentum was suddenly released. Fighting energy lingered on Yan Lu's fists, condensing into a pair of ferocious fists. Keep that dragonborn, I won't stop the others. Yan Lu said coldly again. Zhuo Zijing, who had been silent all this time, also raised the staff in his hand, and magic power surged around him. The 4 earthen walls rose up instantly, locking everyone in. Although Zhuo Zijing is cautious, he will never use this caution on such a mercenary team that does not even have a Grandmaster level. Zhuo Zijing knew clearly about Yan Lu's identity from Dragon Ruins. We also know that the conflict between the survivors of the Dragon Ruins and the Dragon Clan and Dragon Descendants is irreconcilable. Moreover, Zhuo Zijing would not speak at this time even if it was to maintain Yan Lu's dignity as the captain of the Broken Rock mercenary team. The other members of the Rockbreaker mercenary team also raised their weapons. 2 Grandmasters, you really think highly of us. Seeing that there was no room for change, Lan Yi couldn't help but sneered. Make a decision. Yan Lu clenched his fists, fighting spirit surged like a tide. With your strength, it is impossible to compete with the Broken Rock mercenary team. I hope you will not make mistakes and make the right decision. Zhuo Zijing warned. The members of the Broken Rock mercenary team also cooperated with Zhuo Zijing's words and took a step forward. The disdain and contempt on his face were clearly visible. Humph, our Lan Yi team has never thought of abandoning any of our team members, and it is absolutely impossible. Lan Yi snorted coldly and said this without any hesitation. Then he raised his spear, pointing directly at Yan Lu. Since you want to fight, then our Lan Yi team will accompany you to the end. The other team members following Lan Yi also raised their weapons and pointed them at the Broken Rock mercenary team in front of them. As soon as these words came out, the Broken Rock mercenary team immediately burst into laughter. I didn't expect them to actually dare to take up arms. You don't even consider your own strength, and you actually dare to go against our team of Broken Rock mercenaries. A remnant with dragon blood shouldn't have appeared in the human country, but there are still people willing to protect her, and she can't get along with our Broken Rock mercenary team. You really overestimate your capabilities. In their view, with the strength of their rock-breaking mercenary team, it was easy to capture the 7 people in front of them. Yan Lu was also a little surprised and couldn't help but said, I admire your courage and friendship, but if it's just like this, you still can't protect that dragon girl. You won't know until you try whether you can protect it or not. Lan Ye responded unceremoniously. If you don't eat the toast, you will be fined. Yan Lu waved his hand suddenly. Get them. Shuazi was waving his staff and pointed forward, ground stab. In an instant, the feet of Lan Yi and others suddenly shook, and several rows off them pierced the ground. If you are hit by a ground thrust, you will basically be declared incapacitated. Shuazi Jing's sudden attack was almost invincible in the past. If he hesitated for a moment, his legs would be stabbed by ground thorns. However, the speed is not fast enough for Lan Yi and others who have been trained in the combat power improvement training ground. Almost as soon as the ground shook, everyone in Lan Ye's team tapped their feet and stepped aside. The movements were not big, and he could barely avoid the stabbing, without wasting any energy. You actually have to attack secretly, you are really proud of the master level. Lan Yi turned his spear in his hand and cut off the thorns that broke out of the ground. The gravel was like raindrops, flying towards the people of the gravel mercenary team who were rushing over. Bang bang bang. However, the members of the Broken Rock mercenary team are indeed not weak. None of the rubble that flew past hit them, they were all intercepted. It's a small trick. Yan Lu did not stay behind, but followed the team, rushing towards Lan Yi like a phantom. The fighting spirit above his fists was roaring loudly. Boxing expert is a professional class with strict rules. Using both fists as weapons and launching violent attacks to destroy the enemy is the fighting method of a boxer. Facing the last master-level expert, Lan Yi did not dare to be careless at all. Several pills appeared in Lan Yi's hands, and he put them into his mouth while turning his palms. The elixir melts in the mouth and quickly turns into a gentle energy that flows into Lan Yi's belly and then flows throughout the body. Brave Power Pill, Wind Speed Pill, Body Protection Pill. Strength, speed, physical defense, and magic resistance completed the improvement process in just an instant. A layer of body shield also appeared on the surface of Lan Ye's body. Fall down. Yan Lu punched out like a heavy cannon, and the fist armor condensed with fighting spirit pierced the air, accompanied by bursts of sonic booms, and blasted towards Lan Yi. The oncoming fighting spirit surged, making bursts of roaring sounds. Lan Yi frowned and stepped on the ground. The huge force left a clear footprint on the ground, and the spear she held tightly was like thunder. The tip of the spear pierced the sky and collided with Yan Lu's fist. Bang! The collision of fighting spirit made an explosion. The airwave centered on the two people and spread to the surroundings, impacting all around like a storm. Cough. The terrifying impact made Lan Yi take a dozen steps back before she could stabilize her body. As expected of the Grandmaster level, it is still much stronger than the professional level. Lan Yi took a breath. Because he took the elixir to temporarily increase his attributes, he was not injured. It's just that the protective shield on the body has been weakened by more than 30%. Yan Lu also took 3 steps back and looked at Lan Yi in surprise. There was still a trace of burning aura left in the fighting spirit armor, condensed on his fist. That's the fire damage attached to the fire earring. How could you withstand my attack? Yan Lu couldn't believe his eyes. Even among all the grandmasters, Yan Lu's combat effectiveness ranks at the forefront. Moreover, the growth in strength and agility brought about by the boxer class creates a high attack power that is comparable to that of the berserker, who is known for his attack power. However, today, he was actually blocked by a professional-level spear knight. Nothing is impossible. Lan Yi raised his left hand and waved it lightly. The Stone Giant Ring's passive skill is activated. The earthy yellow light flashed away, and the ground under Lan Ye's feet began to tremble violently. Gotcha! A crack appeared on the ground, and then it suddenly collapsed. Two stone giants, nearly 10 meters high, burst out of the ground, and countless rubble scattered in all directions. The members of the Broken Rock mercenary team were stunned. The nearly 10-meter-tall stone giant stood upright, its thick body like a walking hill, full of intimidation. Call. The stone giant, who had just stood upright, saw the mercenaries rushing up. He raised his huge palm and slapped them down, causing a roaring wind. Boom! The terrifying force hit the ground, causing the earth to tremble. The mercenaries who were smashed away were either dead or injured and fell to the ground. They were almost unable to move and could only let out painful wails. What is this? Why did this kind of thing suddenly appear? Was it summoned by those guys? Get back quickly, get back! The appearance of the two stone giants instantly disrupted the formation of the Broken Rock mercenary team. Countless panicked shouts rang out. Shuizi opened his mouth wide and looked at the two hill-like stone giants with shock. They are actually stone giants. How is this possible? How can they have the magic of stone giants? Shuizi is an earth element magician and is no stranger to the magic of stone giants. The stone giant is one of the high-level magics in earth element magic. Idis's earth magic to condense the stone giant's body and drive the stone giant to fight. It is one of the puppet magics, not the summoning magic. But the stone giant's magic is not something that can be learned casually. Even among those colleges and sects, many have not included this magic, which shows its preciousness. At least Zhuo Zijing doesn't know the magic of stone giant. No, there is no earth element magician among them at all. Even if there is, it is impossible for the magic power of a mere professional magician to condense two stone giants. Shuizi calmed down quickly after being shocked. It's a magic orb. A magic orb that can store magic and release it when the time is right. This is the only reasonable explanation. The magic cores embedded in many magician staffs will be created to function as magic orbs. Yan Lu, go and stop the stone giant. They won't happen again. After wanting to understand this, Zhuo Zijing immediately told Yan Lu. The 60-level stone giant is considered an invulnerable and powerful monster for the professional level members of the rock-breaking mercenary team. But for the master-level Yan Lu and Zhuo Zijing, it is not enough. Although Yan Lu could not withstand the attack of the stone giants head-on, facing the relatively slow-moving stone giants, Yan Lu had many ways to kite them. No problem, leave it to me. Upon hearing this, Yan Lu immediately abandoned Lan Yi and rushed towards one of the stone giants. In battle, the main role of strict discipline is to lead the troops and boost morale. The person who actually observed the battle situation and took command was the deputy captain Zhuo Zijing. I won't let you succeed. Lan Yi raised his spear and swiped it, leaving Yan Lu behind. The passive skill of the stone giant ring has been activated after entering the battle. The enhanced physical defense and the stone shield that appears after being attacked can give Lan Yi full confidence to hold Yan Lu back without getting hurt. Moreover, Lan Yi also had the active skill of the Storm Jade Pendant that was not used. Although it is impossible to defeat Yan Lu, there is no problem at all in holding Yan Lu back and letting the two stone giants wreak havoc on the rock-breaking mercenary team. Damn, you're a monster. After Yan Lu and Lan Yi fought dozens of moves, they really felt how difficult Lan Yi was. Although the attack power is far inferior to that of the Grandmaster level, in terms of defense, he is able to do not fall behind at all, which is really terrifying. I said, if you want to fight, I will accompany you to the end. Lan Yi took a few deep breaths, sweating heavily on his forehead. Lan Yi knew very well that the total equipment he had on him, including Theist elixirs, amounted to close to 20,000 spiritual crystals. With so many spiritual crystals, she had enough power to compete with the Grandmaster level in a short period of time. Otherwise, with Yan Lu's strength, Lan Yi wouldn't be able to stop him with just the first punch. But now that the battle has begun, Lan Yi has begun to feel exhausted. Okay. Yan Lu was so angry that he laughed and said 3 good words in a row. Turning around, he saw that the men of Lan Yi's team, under the cover of the stone giant, were forcing the men of the Broken Rock mercenary team to retreat steadily. Especially the dragon girl, holding up a heavy shield, protected the others tightly. Xuanwu heavy shield. Xuanwu guard, passive, all attacks cannot pass through the Xuanwu heavy shield and attack friendly units, behind the user. Damn Dragonborn. Yan Lu exhaled a breath of hot breath and suddenly felt a heartbreaking pine in his back. Stay with me to the end. Ha ha ha, congratulations, you successfully angered me. Yan Lu's voice became extremely cold, and his eyes turned red, like blood. Zhuo Zijing, who was observing the battle at the back of the team, immediately noticed Yan Lu's situation and was shocked. Yan Lu, stop. But as if Yan Lu didn't hear Zhuo Zijing's words, a gorgeous brave seal suddenly appeared on his wrist. Brave level skills, strengthening. Damn it, we can't go on any longer. Zhuo Zi was shouting. However, Yan Lu still turned a deaf ear. On the arm, another circle of rank seals appeared. Professional skill, blood boiling. Blood boiling can greatly enhance strength and agility in a short period of time. After this skill was activated, the red color in Yan Lu's eyes became even more intense, as if there was a pool of blood that could not be dissolved. But it's not over yet. The Grandmaster's seal, followed closely, also appeared on Yan Lu. Grandmaster level skill, rock breaking. This is a master level offensive skill, and it is also the origin of the name of the Rockbreaker mercenary team. The 3 seals of trial are superimposed, which is Yan Lu's most peak attack. The fighting spirit covering his fists seemed to be boiling, and the terrifying momentum emitted, like a raging wind and a hunting sound. A punch blasted out, and the air emitted a harsh sonic boom. The fighting spirit wrapped around the fist armor roared angrily. Before the fighting spirit came, Lan Yi felt a strong sense of oppression, giving her a dull feeling of being out of breath. The power of this punch is such that even a master-level subversive would not dare to challenge it head-on. What's more, Lan Yi can only rely on equipment and elixirs to deal with the master level. Stone Giant. Lan Yi stepped back and shook the stone giant ring. One of the stone giants received the order and immediately stepped forward to stop Yan Lu. Get out of my way. Yan Lu let out a deep roar, and his fists filled with fighting spirit hit the stone giant heavily. Boom! A loud explosion was heard, and the nearly 10-meter-tall stone giant instantly turned into rubble under Yan Lu's fist armor, flying everywhere. The stone armor, which even the master level found extremely difficult to deal with, was as brittle as paper under Yan Lu's fist. However, Yan Lu's attack did not stop because of the smashing of a stone giant. Instead, he accelerated his attack on Lan Yi. The stone giant was shattered, and the members of the Broken Rock mercenary team who had been beaten back steadily due to the appearance of the stone giant suddenly began to boil. Captain Yan Lu is angry, they are dead now. So what if you can condense the stone giants? Under the fist of our captain, you are no longer as good as a chicken or a dog. Brothers, follow me. The deputy captain can contain the remaining stone giant. Let them have a taste of our power. From the perspective of the members of the Broken Rock mercenary team, the people of Lanya team are just relying on the 2 stone giants. The destructive power of this kind of war machine is extremely huge when Noon is checking it. However, once the stone giant is restrained, the people of Lanya's team are just a pile of fish on the chopping board, and can only be slaughtered by others. Suffer death. Yan Lu quickly approached Lan Yi, and his aura was rising steadily. Punch out like lightning. Carrying terrifying power, it headed towards Lan Yi. So fast. Lan Yi's eyes widened. Even though he had reacted, his body could not keep up with the reaction speed. As long as this punch hits, with Lan Yi's current strength, it is impossible to block it, and he will either die or be disabled. At this critical moment, a petite figure suddenly appeared in front of Lan Yi. Xuanwu Guardian. Yan Lu's fist hit a thick shield. Boom. The burst of air was like a terrible storm, raging in all directions and stirring up smoke and dust all over the sky. The air wave hit the surrounding trees, breaking the trunks and tearing the branches and leaves. If you look at it from above, you will find that the area where the air wave exploded has directly turned into an open space, as if there is a missing piece in the dense cloud forest. In the end, what happened? Has the captain killed them? Although they can't see it yet, no matter how you think about it, it's impossible for them to block the captain's rock-shattering punch. The members of the Broken Rock mercenary team were driven back by the airwaves. The smoke and dust in the sky made it impossible for them to see what was going on at the center of the collision between the two. But even without looking, they could guess what was going on inside. A mere professional-level man received the strongest blow from a peak master-level head-on. One can imagine what the result will be. That is, the professional class was killed with one punch, without any suspense. However, as the smoke gradually dispersed, none of the three figures standing inside fell down. Lan Zier held up the Xuanwu heavy shield, completely blocking Yan Lu's attack. It's you. How is this possible? Yan Lu looked at Lan Zier in shock, and even began to wonder if he was dreaming. A mere professional level actually took his angry blow. This was an attack that even the Grandmaster level did not dare to take directly. This strange scene made everyone in the Broken Rock mercenary team shut their mouths. Shocked, stunned, disbelieving. Even the stone giant couldn't take Yan Lu's punch and turned into rubble in an instant. This little girl exuding professional class aura actually blocked it. And it seems like there is still some energy left. Zier. Lan Yi breathed heavily and shouted with lingering fear. Sister Lan Yi, are you okay? Lan Zier held up the Xuanwu heavy shield, pushed forward half a step, and then asked aloud. It's okay, I'm just a little exhausted. Unfortunately, the store manager doesn't have any pills to restore physical strength. Lan Yi calmed down her breathing a little. The elixir can indeed restore fighting spirit and magic power. But it does not restore physical and mental strength. Fighting with a Grandmaster, Lan Yi must stay focused to keep up with Yan Lu's speed. The consumption of physical and mental energy is much faster than usual fighting. Fortunately, Lan Zier caught Yan Lu's attack at the last moment. The double resistance increased by the Xuanwu heavy shield, the double resistance increased by the active skill Xuanwu guard, plus the double resistance increased by the lazy heavy armor, and the physical defense increased by the brave level skill, Man of Steel. As well as various other small equipment, elixirs that permanently increase attributes, a heavy warrior class, plus Lan Zier's own dragon bloodline. Only then did he catch Yan Lu's attack. Moreover, only Lan Zier can do this. But the people in the Broken Rock mercenary team don't know these things. In their opinion, it was Lan Zier who blocked Yan Lu's attack just by relying on the power of her professional class. This completely impossible thing happened before their eyes. This is impossible. The captain's attack was blocked. Am I dreaming? What kind of monster is this little girl? Is she a giant dragon that has turned into a human body? Shouts of terror arose. This scene completely overturned their previous thoughts. These beautiful-looking women and girls were simply a group of monsters. Dragonborn, he really deserves to die. In the middle of speaking, Yan Lu suddenly clenched his teeth tightly. The piercing pain in his back became more and more severe, and even began to spread to the whole body. The severe pain made Yan Lu's fighting spirit begin to show signs of collapse. Cracks also appeared on Yan Lu's fist armor due to the dissipation of fighting spirit. I knew it would be like this. Zhuo Zizheng noticed Yan Lu's abnormality and immediately waved the staff in his hand. Dungeon. Magic power surged, and the earth wall rose from the ground, restricting the movement of the remaining stone giant. Shuazi flew forward, set up Yan LV, and retreated towards the rear. Everyone listened to the order and evacuate. Morale has been exhausted and the morale of the troops has been dissipated. If they continue to stay, it is more likely to increase casualties. Zhuo Zizheng knew in his heart that his rock-breaking mercenary team lost this battle, and actually lost to an unknown mercenary team that did not even have a master-level expert. Looking at the broken rock mercenary team that quickly escaped, Lan Yi breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't know why the broken rock mercenary team left, but if Yan Lu continued to attack, Lan Yi knew that she would not be able to survive. The overall strength of Lan Yi's team is still far behind that of the Broken Rock mercenary team. If the pet has been trained this time, the battle should not be so difficult. Is everyone okay? Lan Yi looked at Lan Qing'er and others. We're fine. I didn't expect the stone giant to be so strong. I should have bought 2 more if I had known. Xiaoya said with a little regret. The stone giant ring is a rare jewelry, and the price of 6,000 spiritual crystals is enough to prohibit many people. As for the level 40 stone puppet summoned by the excellent stone puppet ring, it is much weaker than the stone giant. If they dare to come again, I must let them know what magic is. Mainland Kinka said fiercely, waving his staff. With the support of these Krypton gold equipment, although their strength isn't as good as the master level, it is far from what the ordinary professional class can match. That's good, let's go back to Cloud Mist City now. Lan Yi nodded. After this battle, it is impossible to continue hunting monsters in the Cloud Forest. If they are unlucky and encounter a master-level monster, it may be difficult for them to escape. Perhaps it was because of the previous battle that consumed too much physical and mental energy. On the way back to Cloud Mist City, there was always some silence. Okay, Zier, don't be so depressed. This matter is not your fault. Lan Qing'er noticed that Lan Zier had a look of loss in her eyes after the battle, and couldn't help but comfort her. Sister, is it true? Lan Zier looked up at Lan Qing'er, as if trying to find the answer on her face. On the other side, the Broken Rock mercenary team has also arrived at the edge of the Cloud Forest. At this time, Yan Lu's face was as golden as paper, his breath was weak, and black-red blood overflowed from the corners of his mouth. Alert! Shuazi was carefully putting down Yan Lu. With a wave of his staff, a rock and earth barrier rose from the ground to protect him and Yan Lu. The members of the rock-breaking mercenary team also quickly dispersed in all directions, closely monitoring the surrounding situation to prevent enemy sneak attacks. Within the rock and earth barrier, Shuazi was condensing a stone blade and cutting open Yan Lu's clothes. A hot breath rushed to his face. On Yan Lu's back, there is a large scar that looks like it has been burned, but if you look closely, you will find that it looks like a large complex seal script, firmly attached to Yan Lu's skin. This is the dragon breath curse of the dragon clan. Shuazi was flicking his fingers, and the magic power in his body formed a shield on his body, blocking the heat wave of the dragon's breath curse. This is what Yan Lu told him. The dragon's breath curse is a curse on the survivors of dragon ruins. During an attack, you must not use any fighting energy or magic power. Otherwise, the body will be eaten by the dragon's breath. But Yan Lu completely forgot about this matter in his anger, or in other words, he simply took the initiative to ignore it. Now the dragon's breath curse begins to take effect. The pain caused by the terrifying dragon's breath bite can definitely make life worse than death. Zhuo Zizheng, dragon blood should still be there, crush, and sprinkle it on my back. Yan Lu, who was leaning on the rock wall, said intermittently. His consciousness had long been blurred by pain. The bloodless lips were trembling with pain as he spoke. This is why the survivors of Dragon Ruins hate dragons and Dragonborn's Samik. The terrible dragon's breath curse will kill these survivors who knows when. And before death, he has to endure torture that is worse than death. It is also very simple to relieve the dragon's breath curse. Just sprinkle Thedragon's blood on it to calm the curse. Therefore, whenever Yan Lu encounters people with dragon bloodline or monsters, he will not show mercy. Every time you get more dragon blood, you have one more way to survive. This is the last one. I can never be so impulsive again in the future. Shuizi took out a small sandalwood box from his arms. After opening it, he revealed the velvet inside and a red pill quietly placed on the velvet. The pills were crushed into powder and sprinkled on Yan Lu's back. The dragon's breath curse, which was like a seal script, seemed to come alive. It quickly swallowed up the powder condensed from the dragon's blood, and then slowly fell silent. Feel sorry. Although Yan Lu's breath calmed down, it was still weak. No need to apologize. If it hadn't been like this, I wouldn't have been saved by you. Shuizijing shook his head and stood by with his legs crossed. If it weren't for Yan Lu's hatred for the monsters with dragon blood, Shuizijing would not have been saved by the monsters who were besieging him until his life was hanging by a thread. Shuizi is staying in the Broken Rock mercenary team, and he also has the intention of repaying his kindness. After today, let's leave Cloud Mist City, for the time being. Yan Lu weakly leaned against the rock wall and said, slowly. You are the captain, there is no need to discuss this matter with me. Shuizijing knew what Yan Lu wanted to say, but he would not take the initiative to say it. I knew you would say that, let's go to Dragon Ruins. Yan Lu said slowly, although his breath was weak, his tone was very firm. If there is any place in Yunwu City that is the most comfortable, safest, and most suitable for recuperation, it is undoubtedly the Chila shop in a remote alley. This is the unified name for regular customers who come to the store. On the contrary, no one knew about the Wanxiang grocery store that Chila named on a whim. There are elixirs, snacks, and soft and comfortable sofas. So after Lanya team returned to Yunwu City, the first place they thought of was here. Store manager, Chi, good morning. Lanyi opened the store door and greeted him slightly tiredly. It's already late, it's almost noon. Chila sat on the long leather sofa, holding a slender grass stem in his hand, teasing the water spirit White Fox running in his footsteps. The slender grass stem is obviously extremely fragile and will be broken if Idas waved faster in the wind, but in Chi Li's hands, it is like a spiritual snake. The dexterous Shui Ling White Fox fluttered left and right, but it couldn't catch the grass stem in Chi Li's hand. Lanyi, who was standing at the door of the store, was stunned by this scene. This control over power has reached its peak. Xiao Bai, you are so useless. You can't even catch the grass in the hands of the store manager brother. Ling Diawu, who was sitting next to Qi Lu, pouted and said a little unhappy. Okay, Xiao Bai is still very good. Qi Lu smiled, and then gave the grass stem in his hand to Ling Diawu. Let her play with Xiao Bai by herself. And with those words, Qi Lu really wasn't trying to comfort Ling Diawu. If we put aside the fighting spirit and magic power and just talk about the control of power, not to mention that this little fox can't grasp the grass stem in Qi Li's hand, even a master-level strongman may not be able to grasp it. What are you doing standing at the door of the store? Why don't you come in? Qi Li glanced at Lan Yi, who was standing blankly at the door of the store and said, lightly. Sorry, I was stunned just now. Lan Yi smiled sarcastically. Come in, bacon sandwiches are very effective in replenishing physical strength. Qi Li didn't care about Lan Yi's reaction and just continued. When Lan Yi and the others came to the door of the store, Qi Li noticed tetanus hidden in their eyes. It wasn't sleepiness, it felt like he had just experienced a battle. Thank you, Manager Qi, for your concern. Lan Yi smiled. The slightly raised corners of his mouth are really pretty. No need to be polite to me. Qi returned expressionlessly. I thought to myself, even if you thank me, I won't be able to give you a discount. After Lan Yi and others entered the store, as Qi said, they first went to the snack vending machine and bought bacon sandwiches and a bucket of instant noodles. Lan Zier, who was walking at the back, came to Qi. Big brother. Zier, what's wrong? Qi looked at Lan Zier curiously, but found that Lan Zier's face was filled with extremely complex emotions such as annoyance, pain, and confusion. Brother, is Zier really weird? Lan Zier looked up at Qi and reached out to grab the sharp corners on both sides of her head. How could it be possible? Zier is very cute. Qi stretched out his hand and gently rubbed Lan Zier's head. The soft hair was mussed at the fingertips. But it gave Lan Zier a feeling of peace of mind. But why would someone want to catch me? Lan Zier asked very puzzledly. Who? Qi raised his eyebrows. I remembered the time when there were no snacks in the store. At that time, Qi was eating steamed buns every time, and it was Lan Zier who brought barbecue to improve the food. Lan Zier pursed her lips and told what happened in the cloud forest. Brother, did I bring trouble to my sisters? At the end, Lan Zier asked very carefully. Of course not. Zier should have seen it. Your sisters never thought it was you who caused the trouble. Having dragon bloodline is your luck, not your fault. Because with this power, you can pick up the shield and protect your sisters at the front. If someone dares to bully you next time, just tell me and Big Brother will help you teach him a lesson. Qi rubbed Lan Zier's head and said seriously. Well, I understand, thank you, Big Brother. Lan Zier seemed to understand, and smiled so brightly that even the light in the store seemed to dim for a moment. This shouldn't be the case. The lights in the store are controlled by the system. Qi raised his eyebrows, feeling that the system was playing tricks on him. In the blink of an eye, Lan Zier ran into the store and lay on the counter. Sister Shier, I want a bacon sandwich. That's fine. Qi rubbed his hands and put them behind his back. It's not easy to be a store manager. After having a clerk, the store manager seems useless. Boss, do you still remember me? Before Qi could finish sighing in his heart, there was a voice coming from outside the store. When I looked back, I saw that it was a boy. I had an impression of him, but I didn't recognize him. I probably haven't been here a few times. As soon as Qi Yongqiu looked at Qi Li's emotionless face, he knew that the shop owner definitely didn't remember him. Forget it, I've heard too many rumors about the boss in the college. It doesn't matter if I don't remember. There's no way to get a discount anyway. Qi Yongqiu was optimistic, waved his hand, and said. Boss, I am leading the team this time, bringing the seniors from Brilliant College to the store to learn their way around. After speaking, Qi Yongqiu pointed to the outside of the store, where a large number of people were already standing, rubbing shoulders, and making noise outside. Is this where Ghostface and the others were trained? It's such a remote alley. Is there any secret to making people stronger in a place like this? Junior Qi, you didn't take it to the wrong place, did you? Where's the boss? Seeing so many of us coming together, why don't you come out to receive us? What kind of store is this? Is the boss's attitude so big? Most of the students from the Brilliant Academy were complaining about the remoteness of the place and Qi Li's arrogance. There are so many of them, and if they go to any store at any time, no matter what the owner of that store is doing, he will immediately put down what he is doing and come out to greet the customers obediently. However, the owner of this store was standing at the door of the store with no intention of moving. Boss, look at how many people are here at once. If you don't come out to greet us, at least you should give us a discount on the items in the store. In the crowd outside the store, a boy with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks came out and said to Qi Lu. Yes, there are so many of us here, boss, please stop asking for a discount. This is such a big deal at once. You won't lose money no matter what. Don't be ungrateful. Besides, the place is so remote, we have to walk a lot, so we must be compensated. The students who were following the boy also spoke in agreement. It's a small advantage that everyone wants to take advantage of. Sheila looked at these noisy students expressionlessly, and then glanced meaningfully at Chi Yongqiu, meaning to ask him, why don't you speak? Boss, you think so highly of me, I'm just the leader. Chi Yongqiu said with an embarrassed look. The reason is that instructor Zhong Lingyun of Brilliant Academy is temporarily unavailable. The two vice deans didn't know why, so they couldn't let go for the time being. That's why Chi Yongqiu, who had been to Chila's shop before, was asked to lead the way. So that's it. Chila nodded in agreement, then turned and shouted into the store. Dingu, your students are here. This sentence shocked the students who were crowded at the entrance of the store, and then burst out laughing. This boss is quite interesting. Do you really think that just calling him Dean can scare us? No, this boss really made me laugh. What kind of place does he think he is here? Could it be that Dingu of our brilliant college would come to such a shabby place? If Dingu can come to this place, I will apply to return to the college Toklian toilets for 3 years. The leading students became happier and happier as they talked, and walked into the store laughing. Then I saw an extremely familiar figure. For a moment, as if being strangled by the neck, the laughter stopped abruptly. Gu, 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 gu. The leading students looked at Gu Pingchuan, as if they had seen a ghost, and shouted for a long time, but did not say Dingu. Those who didn't know better thought it was hens laying eggs and crowing there. Manager Chi, even if people from Brilliant College really arrive, there is none for you to call me. Gu Pingchuan was sitting not far from the hall, so after hearing Chi Li's shout, he walked out with dignity. It won't work if I don't call you out. They insist on giving me a discount. Chi Liyun said calmly. Discount? Manager Chi, you are not very kind. You have never given me a discount. Gu Pingchuan couldn't help but joked after hearing this. Don't worry, there won't be any discounts in the future. Chi Li said very seriously. A few joking conversations like old friends scared the students who were crowded at the entrance of the store to the point where they almost left. They actually clamored for a discount that even Dean Gu Pingchuan and Gu could get. Let's look at the relationship between Dean Gu and the owner of this store. Not to mention other things, just from their attitude of equal communication, you can guess that the strength of this store owner is definitely on the same level as Dean Gu. No matter how kind a hero is, as long as you are not at the same level as him, you will always feel a slight sense of oppression when facing a hero. But the store owner in front of him is obviously not the type who is not afraid of tigers. It's the kind of courage that an extremely powerful person possesses. When I thought about how I had screamed in front of a hero just now, the timid students almost knelt on the ground with their legs weak. Okay, why are you standing at the door? Don't cause any trouble to store manager Chi. Gu Pingchuan couldn't help but speak when he saw the students crowded in front of the store, all of whom were silent. After all, he is still a student in his own academy, so there is no good in being scared. However, after today's situation, I believe they will also know what it means to have people outside the world and heaven outside the world, so as not to think that they are students of Brilliant Academy and look arrogant. When Gu Pingchuan said this, all the students looked at Qi Lu with smiling faces, neither advancing nor retreating. You're all watching what I'm doing. I'm not stopping you. If you need anything, just go to the store clerk. Of course, Qi Lu wouldn't have any mood swings, because of the little thing before, and remained expressionless. If he really gets angry because of what others say, then Qi Lu will be angry to death sooner or later. Yes, yes, thank you very much, Manager Qi, for your magnanimity. The boss's magnanimity is really admirable. I said bad things before. I'm sorry. I beg you to forgive us. After Qi spoke, these students began to apologize again. Don't dare to do anything, your attitude must be in place. Otherwise, if they offend a hero, they might not even be able to eat. Qi half squinted his eyes, ignored them, turned around and sat back on the sofa. This kind of attitude that is similar to ignoring is actually a good thing for these anxious students. So after apologizing, these students acted respectfully when facing the clerk cashier, for fear of offending Qi again. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The students of Brilliant Academy are all addicted to the New World mode of the Combat Power Improvement Training Room. However, it seems that there are only a few people who have the financial resources to afford raising pets. On this day, 2 surprising people came outside the store. Sure enough, he is hiding in the world. If I hadn't found you to lead the way, I really wouldn't have found this place. Wang Yu raised his head and stared at Qi Li's shop, without any look of contempt on his face. Because Wang Yu could vaguely feel that there was this terrible power hidden in this store. Of course, I found this place, because of my fate with the manager of this store. Jing Qingyun glanced at his mouth and said with a bit of show-off. Thank you for your guidance. Wang Yu thanked him politely. You're welcome. Jing Qingyun waved his hand. Wang Yu has a natural obsession with martial arts. Ever since he lost to Jing Qingyun in the last college competition, Wang Yu took the initiative to find Jing Qingyun, hoping to learn from him. Although Pinnacle College is not within the Huangyuan Empire, Wang Yu is an exception in Pinnacle College. Therefore, in the entire Pinnacle Academy, Wang Yu was the only one left in the Huangyuan Empire. When Wang Yu found Jing Qingyun at first, Jing Qingyun couldn't believe it. This was the genius of Pinnacle College once, but even now, in Pinnacle College, Wang Yu is still a genius. I never expected that one day I would take the initiative to learn from him. This made Jing Qingyun realize, once again, how precious the fighting skills taught in Qi Li's shop were. After all, they are not mortal enemies. It's nothing more than some problems caused by the differences in the colleges. But Wang Yu's obsession with martial arts made Jing Qingyun decide to bring him to Yunwu City. Hello, store manager, I'm Wang Yu. I want to be here to ask for advice and learn from you for a while. As soon as Wang Yu entered the door, he followed Jing Qingyun's reminder and said hello to Qi first. Then he expressed his intention. Ask me for advice? Do you want to come to compete in the gym? But the gym Iapen is not considered a martial arts gym. This was the first time Qi Li encountered this situation, and he asked, curiously. Store manager, it's nothing, don't get me wrong. Jing Qingyun followed, and was instantly startled into a cold sweat. He quickly stepped forward to explain. Just kidding, if Wang Yu responded, Qi Li might freeze him on the spot. The 2 ice sculptures at the intersection are examples. The condensed ice sculpture still has magic lingering on it for so long. In such a hot weather, there is no trace of melting. Even Gu Pingchuan was afraid of this. What's wrong? Didn't you ask the store manager for advice? Wang Yu turned around and asked with some confusion. If you are qualified to consult the store manager, then you are really capable. Jing Qingyun said, somewhat dumbfounded. What do you mean? Wang Yu still didn't understand. Who do you think is more powerful, you or Dean Gu? Jing Qingyun did not answer, but asked a question. Dean Gu of Brilliant College? Wang Yu first confirmed that Jing Qingyun was talking about Gu Pingchuan, and then continued after getting confirmation. Dean Gu's strength is astonishing. Compared with Dean Gu, I am nothing worth mentioning. Wang Yu also admired Gu Pingchuan's strength very much. It's good that you know that when it comes to combat skills, Dingu doesn't even dare to ask the store manager for advice. You'd better save it. Jing Qingyun patted Wang Yu on the shoulder and said solemnly. What? After hearing Jing Qingyun's words, Wang Yu's eyes widened in shock, with an expression of disbelief. But when these words came out of Jing Qingyun's mouth, Wang Yu couldn't help but not believe him. Gu Pingchuan is the dean of Brilliant College. Anyone can slander Dean Gu, viewed it as impossible for the students of Brilliant College to slander Gu Pingchuan. Because Gu Pingchuan is the guardian of Brilliant Academy. Gu Pingchuan is indispensable for the status and achievements that Brilliant College has today. Is the store manager's strength really so terrifying? Wang Yu glanced at Qilu in disbelief. That face that seemed a little too young made people completely unbelievable that he could actually have the strength to compete with the peak of the hero level. Only high, not low. Jing Qingyun confirmed his words again. Hiss. Wang Yu took a breath. The look in Qi Li's eyes changed obviously. Become extra respectful. If you're here to learn combat skills, it's over there. Qi Li didn't want to listen to these two guys' nonsense, and directly pointed to the combat power improvement training room area. Because to be honest, you know your own affairs. With Qi Li's own strength, it is still impossible to compete with Gu Pingchuan outside the store. But as long as he's in the store, I'm sorry, Qi Li won't be afraid of any number of heroes. So when they said this, Qi Li didn't want to go out even more. Thank you, store manager. Wang Yu thanked him, and was led by Jing Qingyun to Yushir to apply for a membership card. However, unlike Jing Qingyun who hurriedly entered the New World mode, Wang Yu instead immersed himself in the single-player mode after asking Yushir about improving her combat power in the arena. After all, he is still a martial arts idiot, just different from ordinary people. At the north gate of Yunwu City, a caravan slowly drove out of the gate after passing the inspection by the guards. The size of the caravan is not small. There are more than 20 carriages carrying a large amount of luggage. Following the caravan, there are also a number of escorting carriages and mercenaries at the rear. However, horses have no effect at all when encountering battles. Being able to ensure that there is no mess is already amazing. Hu Shou rode behind the caravan, and there were many weak mercenaries around him. The men and horses in the rear are relatively more dangerous, because they may be abandoned at any time when encountering a sneak attack by the enemy. Therefore, the mercenaries placed in the rear for escort tasks are basically idle mercenaries similar to Tiger Hunter, or a weak mercenary team. This time, there were many mercenary teams participating in the escort mission. The Dragon Teeth mercenary team was one of them, and was placed on the left side by the caravan for protection. On the right side, carrying out escort missions, was another Grandmaster-level mercenary team, the Qiuyu mercenary team. Hua Manqiu, the captain of the Qiuyu mercenary team, and Hua Ruoyu, the deputy captain, are brothers and sisters. They are extremely talented and both are master-level experts. Originally, they came to Cloud Mist City for the mission of master-level monsters. But after seeing this escort mission in the mission hall, I decided to take it in a whim. A Grandmaster-level trial crystal can give a mercenary team an extra Grandmaster-level strongman. This is definitely a huge improvement for a mercenary team. This is a much higher reward than the task of hunting a master-level monster. Brother, what do you think we will be escorting this time? The employer actually paid a lot of money to hire 2 teams of Grandmaster-level mercenaries. Hua Ruoyu rode up to Hua Manqiu and asked, curiously. That charming look with bright eyes and white teeth does not look like a battle-experienced mercenary at all, but rather like a wealthy lady traveling. Only the light armor on Hua Ruoyu's body proves her identity. Don't ask too many questions that you shouldn't. Having been a mercenary for so long, you should know this very well. Hua Manqiu pointed to the carriage ahead. There sat their employer this time. I'm just curious. I'm just guessing. It should be fine. Huaruoyu pouted. It's best not to guess. The employer this time is different from the previous ones. Except for the time when our identities were confirmed, he hasn't appeared since. Huamanqiu pointed to the baggage piled up on the carriage beside her. Then he said slowly, he doesn't even want us to know his identity, so how, Sanha, let us know what he really wants to escort. A mere baggage is not worth using the Grandmaster level at all. But as long as the remuneration is generous, they mercenaries don't care what their employer wants to escort. Hu Shao, who was walking behind the caravan, looked at Yunwu City, which was getting farther and farther away and gradually invisible, and took out a pet card from his arms. In a flash of white light, a water spirit white fox appeared on Hu Shao's hand, and then quickly climbed onto his shoulder. Whether I can deliver my mission safely or not depends on you. Hu Shao touched Shuiling White Fox's head. This water spirit white fox is an unexpected harvest when Hu Shao vigorously cultivated the earth demon bear before. After awakening, the skill activate disc called Danger Premonition. Although there is no substantial improvement in combat effectiveness, it can greatly enhance the perception of upcoming dangers. Mainly used to prevent premeditated ambush. It is really useless at ordinary times, but during this kind of escort mission, it is a rare and powerful skill. The Shuiling white fox stood on Hu Shao's shoulder, its nose twitching slightly as if smelling something in the air. Even if there is an ambush, it will probably not be outside Yunwu City. Seeing that Shuiling white fox didn't warn him, Hu Shao relaxed a little. Being tense all the time is very tiring and unnecessary. From Cloud Mist City to Yantan City, about 1/3 of the journey is in the Cloud Mist Forest. After walking out of the Cloud Forest, the rest of the journey is the desert within the ancient Luo Empire. The entire escort mission will take about 2 weeks. Because the speed of the baggage train is really not fast. At night, the caravan had no intention of stopping and setting up camp. Instead, Onotais came from the employer's carriage. He didn't take any rest and traveled all night. Leave the Cloud Forest as soon as possible. After Hu Shao was notified, he suddenly felt the strange movement of the Shuiling white fox squatting on his shoulder. He frowned and asked, "Is there something wrong?" The Shuiling white fox nodded affirmatively, and then barked a few times. This is telling Hu Shao what type of danger it feels. I understand. Hu Shao took the Shuiling white fox back into the pet card, then patted his horse and walked forward, arriving next to Huamanqiu. Who are you? Huamanqiu gave Hu Shao a strange look. Among the mercenary team that took over the mission this time, Huamanqiu only knew one Longye mercenary team, and he only knew Longye alone. My name is Hu Shao, an idle mercenary. Hu Shao introduced himself. Then what's the matter with you? Huamanqiu recalled it in her mind and made sure that she had never heard of this name before asking. Although Huamanqiu's tone was not very good, Hu Shao didn't care. It is normal for a grandmaster to be a little arrogant when facing a professional class. I feel there is a fluctuation of magic power ahead. If you have to travel overnight, for safety reasons, I suggest a detour. Hu Shao combined the premonition of Shuiling white fox and made his own suggestion. You feel the magic wave? Huamanqiu looked at Hu Shao with some amusement, with an expression on his face that wanted to laugh, but was holding back. Obviously, Huamanqiu doesn't believe in Hu Shao's feeling. But this is a matter of course. Even the Grandmaster did not feel the magic power fluctuations. A professional class came up and said that he felt the magic power fluctuations. Doesn't that mean that his perception is stronger than that of a Grandmaster? This is simply impossible. Hey, a mere professional class dares to show off his perception in front of her captain. You didn't even open your mouth when you were at the Grandmaster level. Why are you pretending to be a big-tailed wolf here? Even if there is an ambush, with the strength of our 2 master-level mercenary teams, do we still need to be afraid of them? You'd better go back and guard your rear. The people in the Qiu mercenary team who were following him immediately began to mock Hu Shou mercilessly. You know, the Qiu mercenary team has 2 master-level experts. And one of them is a light swordsman whose specialties are perception and agility. When it comes to perception, it is Hu Shou, a professional who pops up from nowhere, to speak. Yes, I didn't feel any magic fluctuations. Why did you feel it first? Huaruoyu also rode up and said with some confusion. Huaruoyu's class is light swordsman. This is a class that requires extremely strong perception and agility attributes to attack the enemy's weaknesses. It can be said that in the class that uses fighting spirit, the light swordsman's perception is enough to rank among the top 5. When Huaruoyu asked this question, Hu Shou opened his mouth, but was unable to answer. Shuiling White Fox's danger premonition skill is indeed miraculous, but for people who have never been to Chila's shop, it is really difficult to believe it. Even if Hu Shou said it, he would probably get more ridicule in exchange. Since I can't tell you why, I'll just assume you're joking. Now, go back to your place. Hua Manqiu said unhappily when he saw Hu Shou's hesitant expression. It's just that if you don't follow the caravan properly, why are you here with us? You're not on your way in the middle of the night, but you still come here to entertain us. Do you really think you're a hero? How dare you say your perception is stronger than our vice-captain's? Let's go, let's go. Our captain has a good temper and won't argue with you. When the members of Qiu's mercenary team saw Hua Manqiu's words, they immediately began to ridicule. I've already said it, and there's nothing you can do if you don't believe it. Hu Shou shook his head, then patted his horse and came to Long Ye's side. Between the 2 Grandmaster-level mercenary teams, the employer will take the opinions of any Grandmaster-level expert seriously. Since Hua Manqiu and Huaruoyu don't believe it, they can only look for Long Ye. However, the Dragonya mercenary team is not much better than the Qiu mercenary team. The Longya mercenary team, which had suffered a loss in Yunwu City, saw Hu Shou again. Seeing that he came to show off his perception in front of them this time, they immediately laughed at him. Longya even said with a sarcastic look, there are indeed strong people guarding Yunwu City, but not everyone in Yunwu City is as powerful as that adult. Hu Shou, you may have some strength, but in terms of perception, the professional level is still far behind the master level. For the sake of that adult, I won't argue with you this time. Now, you should go back and defend your position, instead of acting like a clown and sensationalizing here. Long Ye glanced at Hu Shou coldly, clamped his horse's belly, and walked forward. Seeing this, Hu Shou's anger suddenly rose. Boss Ji is 1,000 times stronger than you. I have never seen him act arrogant and domineering. No wonder Boss Ji can reach such heights at such a young age. Even the old man who often goes to the store is much stronger than you. With your magnanimity, your future achievements will probably stop here. However, Hu Shou was too lazy to say these words. It's not that I'm afraid of trouble, but I feel that there is no need to speak out to these people and let them, like frogs in the well, feel complacent. Tiger Hunt took a look at his employer's carriage and felt that he should try it again. After all, if he takes over this task, he must be responsible to his employer. As a mercenary, Hu Shou still has the professional ethics. Riding his horse forward, the guards guarding his employer's carriage immediately stopped Hu Shou. Who are you? What are you doing here? The guard asked with a straight face. I am a mercenary participating in this escort mission. I came here to report something important. Hu Shou replied. What happened outside? A rich voice suddenly came from the carriage, with a hint of displeasure at being disturbed. Sir, I am a mercenary participating in the mission this time. I have something important to report. The guard immediately replied. Is it important? What's important? Tell me. The voice in the carriage became more unhappy. I feel the fluctuation of magic power ahead. For the sake of safety, I suggest that the caravan take a detour. Hearing this, Hu Shou immediately expressed his suggestion. Oh? Magic wave? Who are you? The voice in the carriage became playful. Anyone can hear the meaning behind these words. Asking who Hu Shou is nothing more than saying that even the 3 grandmasters in the caravan have not spoken, so it is not the turn of a nobody like you to talk nonsense here. Hu Shou frowned and did not reply. When the people in the carriage saw that Hu Shou didn't reply, they immediately laughed mockingly. Since Long Ye and Hua Manqiu have not spoken, can you still be better than them? And this time the mission is very tight and there is not much time to make detours, so there is no need to mention it again. The employer was very determined. After replying, he directly issued an order to expel the customer. Hu Shou's expression froze, and he sighed secretly. I've already told you, Butte, if you don't listen, there's nothing I can do about it. Then he shook his head and returned to the rear of the caravan. The caravan advanced slowly. The tiger hunt incident has become a joke among the members of the Dragon Yu mercenary team and the Qiu Yu mercenary team. However, the night was not over until halfway through. The horses at the front of the caravan suddenly became restless, snoring and refusing to move forward. How is this going? Questions immediately came from the employer's carriage. The guard pulled the reins and loudly replied, Sir, the cargo horse suddenly refused to move forward. I am worried that there may be a powerful monster in front of the horse, and its aura has affected the cargo horse. Send someone to check. This mission cannot be delayed. Yes. However, before the guards took a few steps out, a group of people appeared in front of the caravan, facing the caravan from a distance. One of the leaders stepped forward and shouted loudly, Gao Lai, you don't need to send people over to check. We are the ones blocking your way. As expected, it's you, Su Yuan, you really are still haunting me. The curtain in front of the employer's carriage was lifted, and a tall man came out. He looked at the person who came out to shout and sneered with a gloomy face. Of course it's us. You can't let you transport this thing out of the Huangyuan Empire. Su Yuan took out the night sword from his waist and said, This time, I won't let you escape again. Do you think your night guards can stop us? I have already guessed that you will come to block the way, so I spent a lot of money this time to hire 2 teams of Grandmaster-level mercenaries. Gao Lai said disdainfully. He has strong confidence in the 2 teams of Grandmaster-level mercenaries around him. As far as Gao Lai knew, Su Yuan's night guard, including Su Yuan, only had 3 master-level experts. And Gao Lai himself is a master-level expert. In addition, among Gao Lai's guards, there was also a master-level expert. 5 Grandmaster-level experts faced off against 3 Grandmaster-level experts. No matter how he looked at it, Gao Lai didn't think he would lose. If you took a detour, I really couldn't stop you. Unfortunately, you still took the nearest road. Su Yuan sneered and waved the night sword in his hand. Get into formation. Before he finished speaking, 10 magicians came out of the night guard behind Su Yuan. The staffs in their hands had already accumulated a large amount of magic power. With Su Yuan's order, the magic power was quickly injected into the ground. In an instant, around the entire caravan, the magic cores that had long been buried in the ground flickered with intense light. It's like it's on fire. In an instant, rays of magical light appeared on the ground. Using each magic core as a node, a complex and mysterious magic array was instantly formed, which was particularly conspicuous in the dark night. Gao Lai was shocked, and then he felt the power in his body draining away rapidly. His strength was directly reduced by more than 30% in the magic circle. Looking at the panic expressions on the faces of the guards beside him, Gao Lai knew that they were not much better. Looking at Su Yuan and others, their bodies exuded a glimmer of magic powered. It was obvious that this magic circle had blessed them with various attributes. You plotted against me. Gao Lai looked shocked and said through gritted teeth. Plotting against you? Humph, I just calculated that you would take the shortest way out of the Huangyuan Empire in a hurry, so I laid out a magic circle on the road in advance. You can't afford to waste time, because the pursuers are right behind you. If there is a slight delay, my reinforcements will arrive. Su Yuan said coldly, then suddenly changed to a mocking tone and said, if you were smarter and took a little detour, you wouldn't be able to walk into this magic circle. If he could verbally attack his opponent, Su Yuan wouldn't mind doing it. Detour. When Gao Lai heard this word, he suddenly remembered what a mercenary said to him in the middle of the night, urging him to take a detour. Unfortunately, at that time, Gao Lai disdainfully mocked the mercenary. Looking back now, I really regret it. If he had listened to the mercenary at that time, how could he have been intercepted by Su Yuan and others, and walked into the magic circle, prepared by the other party as a surprise? A look of regret appeared on Gao Lai's face, but he quickly covered it up. However, the members of the Longya mercenary team and the Chuyu mercenary team who were guarding the caravan looked strange. A series of emotions such as shock, regret, disbelief, and annoyance were mixed into an extremely complicated expression. How is this possible? Could it be that that guy really felt the fluctuation of magic power? He is just a professional, but his perception is even stronger than that of our vice captain. It's impossible. This must be a wild guess. You're just guessing? If you have the ability, go ahead and make a blind guess. Long Ye and Hua Manqiu also looked shocked. Hua Ruoyu almost wanted to ask Hu Shou directly how he sensed this fluctuation of magic power. You know, before the magic circle is activated, it is just a bunch of magic cores placed in a special position. The magic power fluctuation occurs and is almost negligible. But the mercenary of that professional class can actually sense this weak magic power. Even at the peak of the Grandmaster level, it is impossible to have such terrifying perception. Brother, that guy is really right. Hua Ruoyu swallowed her saliva and said something unimaginable. There is such a talented person in this world. If I can take him under my command and train him to become a master, our Qiuyu mercenary team will be able to rank among the top 10 mercenary teams. Hua Manqiu looked at Hu Shou behind the caravan, feeling complacent for a moment. Longya looked like he had seen a ghost, and murmured to himself, are all the people from Cloud Mist City so scary? It was the same last time, and it's the same this time. In terms of strength, he is strangely strong, but in terms of perception, he's also so terrifyingly strong. But no matter how their emotions changed, it could not affect the outbreak of this battle. Gao Lai had a gloomy face. Although he regretted not listening to the professional mercenary, the matter had come to this, and there was no way to avoid it. All we can do is fight. Su Yuan, don't be too happy too early. Even with the help of the magic circle, you still have too few grandmasters. Gao Lai did not forget to lower the morale of the opponent before the war started. I don't need to worry about it anymore. You should just keep things that don't belong to you. Su Yuan raised the knight sword in his hand and shouted loudly, top armor. Crack! Crack! Under the light of the magic circle, the people following Su Yuan put down visors on their helmets, leaving only a pair of eyes outside. The ferocious visors covered their faces, and coupled with the pitch-black armor, they looked like a group of demons crawling out of the abyss. Draw your sword! Su Yuan shouted loudly again. Chong! Chong! Behind Su Yuan, the knights in armor all drew out the knight swords from their waists. The uniform sound was full of momentum, and along with the fighting spirit emanating from them, the momentum soared into the sky. Even if you just stand still with your sword raised and stare at your opponent, you can still make them feel tremendous pressure. Everyone listens to the order and prepares to fight. Not to be outdone, Gao Lai shouted loudly, his breath thick and his voice like thunder. The guards and mercenaries in the caravan all pulled out their weapons following Gao Lai's order. All the horses pulling the goods were driven to the rear. Come on, Su Yuan, let me see how much progress you have made in this period of time. Gao Lai reached out and grabbed a giant sword from his carriage, shouted low, and rushed towards Su Yuan. Huh, that's as you wish. Su Yuan also raised his knight sword and shouted loudly, Knight guards, move forward. Fire wind slash. Gao Lai slashed vertically with his sword, fighting energy lingering on it. The giant sword brought out the sound of hunting wind, as if it had the potential to open mountains and cut off rivers. Su Yuan raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Fighting spirit surged into his arms, wrapped around the knight's sword, and swept across the sword without dodging, colliding with Gao Lai's vertical chop impartially. Clang! Boom! The sound of gold and iron clashing was instantly covered up by the sound of fighting spirit colliding. Waves of air rose in response and spread toward the surroundings. The ground under Gao Lai and Su Yuan's feet was shattered into countless cracks at the moment when fighting spirit broke out, causing rock fragments to fly, swept up by the air waves, crushed into powder, and raised up smoke and dust all over the sky. Gao Lai groaned, a hint of sweetness filling his mouth. There was also an abnormal flush on his face. Get back! Su Yuan took a step forward, and the fighting spirit in his hand solidified instantly, bursting out with a huge force, and slashed forward with the horizontal slash he had already taken. In Gao Lai's incredible eyes, Gao Lai was thrown away. Puff! The remaining energy that was not exhausted hit Gao Lai's chest, and the fishy sweetness that had been held in Gao Lai's mouth turned into a mouthful of blood and spat out. Scarlet blood fell to the ground and seeped into the ground. When no one noticed it, it was slowly absorbed by the magic circle. It's impossible for you to become so strong in such a short period of time. This is the power of the magic circle. Gao Lai stood up with his giant sword and looked at Su Yuan in shock. He, a berserk warrior, competed with a sword knight for strength, and actually lost. Moreover, Gao Lai's level is much higher than Su Yuan's. Even though the magic circle weakened Gao Lai's strength by nearly 30%, Gao Lai was confident in terms of strength. Even if he only exerted half of his strength, he would never be forced back so easily by Su Yuan. That's right, it's the power of the magic circle. This is a magic circle set up specifically for you, using a total of 16 master-level magic cores. Su Yuan spread it out and said, without any intention of hiding it. 16 Grandmaster-level magic cores, you are really willing to spend your money. Gao Lai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It's just 16 pieces of master-level magic core. If you take that thing out, the loss will be much greater than this. Su Yuan raised his knight's sword, looked at Gao Lai, and warned. Keep your things, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to kill you and take the things away myself. As Su Yuan spoke, he raised the knight's sword and pointed the tip of the sword directly at Gao Lai's eyebrows with a stern look. I am really having a bad time. This is my first mission this year and I encountered this situation. Gao Lai gripped the hilt of the giant sword tightly and glanced at the battle situation from the corner of his eye. Using a magic circle laid out by 16 master-level magic cores, its oppressive power is absolutely irresistible to those below the master level. The energy contained in the 16 master-level magic cores will never be lower than that of 5 real master-level experts. Hua Manqiu, Hua Ruoyu, Langya, and a grandmaster in the guard, the 4 of them joined forces, and under the suppression of the magic circle, they were unable to defeat the 2 grandmasters in Su Yuan's night guard. Not to mention those mercenaries and guards who were just professional class. In the magic circle, he was almost helpless and was defeated by Su Yuan's night guards. With this overwhelming momentum, I am afraid that within 2 hours, all Gao Lai's men will be killed. I believe you, you should be able to see the form clearly. Su Yuan said slowly. From the moment Gao Lai stepped into the magic circle, Su Yuan knew that his mission of retaking it was successful. He was not worried at all that Gao Lai and others would escape. Because this magic circle not only strengthens friendly forces and weakens enemies, it also blocks the terrain. From the moment the magic circle is activated, the inside of the magic circle becomes inaccessible. Of course I can see the form clearly, I just regret it a little bit. Gao Lai slowly raised his giant sword and remembered the reminder from the unknown mercenary. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret it now. Regret? Do you regret taking this task? Su Yuan asked playfully. Of course not. After Gao Lai said this, he took a deep breath, straightened his face, and said loudly, Su Yuan, listen carefully. Unless I, Gao Lai, die in battle, I will never let you follow me. Take things out of your hands. What you say has some backbone. Then I can only ask you to go die. Su Yuan shrugged indifferently, but there was a trace of regret in his eyes. Although it is inevitable that there will be sympathy between old rivals, in the end they are not in the same camp after all. The power of this magic circle is much stronger than I imagined. Hua Manqiu swung her sword to deflect the sword coming from the opposite side, feeling that her power was flowing away much faster than usual. To put it in your words, the two grandmasters on the opposite side can defeat the four of us. Instead of relying on the magic circle, could it be that they're on their own strength? Long Ye took the time to spit out a mouthful of blood. The strength of his side was obviously stronger than that of the opponent, but because of a magic circle, he was suppressed and beaten by the opponent. This feeling of suffocation is really uncomfortable. If I had heard that call before. Tiger hunt. That's right. If I had listened to Hu Shou's advice, I would not have been so grieved by taking a detour before. Hua Ruoyu gritted her silver teeth and was reminded by Long Ye before she remembered Hu Shou's name. Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's first think about how to deal with the two people in front of us. Hua Manqiu interrupted Hua Ruoyu's complaint. That's right. Long Ye nodded in agreement. Members of the Qiu Yu mercenary team and members of the Long Ye mercenary team continued to die in battle, which made them feel extremely distressed. Every death made their hearts twitch. These are all my brothers and my own team. Even if he became a mercenary and was used to seeing life and death on the battlefield, he would not die like this. When facing the well-trained night guards, blessed by the magic circle, the mercenaries whose power was suppressed by the magic circle had no way to fight against them. This is simply wasting time. But unfortunately, Long Ye and others were also injured. As for the master-level knights opposite who were fully armored, although their expressions could not be seen through their visors, what was certain was that their situation was definitely much better. Roar. At this moment, a terrible beast roar sounded. The soul-stirring roar attracted everyone's attention. A nearly 4-meter-tall black bear appeared out of nowhere and was standing in a node of the magic circle, looking up to the sky and roaring. The tall and strong figure proves that it possesses terrifying power. What is this? No one knows where this tall black bear came from. Who is that? Someone with sharp eyes immediately saw a figure standing next to the black bear. It's Hu Shou. Did he also make this black bear? Long Ye recognized the figure at the first sight. What does he want to do this time? Hua Manqiu's face was filled with astonishment. Others looked even more stunned. Gao Lai, who was half kneeling on the ground and supporting his body with Agent's sword, also looked over. That guy seems to be yours. Su Yuan stood in front of Gao Lai, looked at him condescendingly, and said slowly in a victor's tone. What does he want to do? What a coincidence, I don't know what he wants to do. Gao Lai gasped and laughed while holding back the pain. With every breath, you can feel the blood in your chest being brought to your mouth. It's fishy and sweet enough to make you want to vomit. The power of the magic circle was beyond Gao Lai's expectation. Don't you know? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter anymore. Su Yuan slowly raised the knight's sword to Gao Lai's throat. No matter what you do, you can't change the situation of the war, can you? The magicians who were outside the magic circle and maintained it also noticed Hu Shou's actions. That person's position seems to be the central node of the magic circle. One of the magicians suddenly said. The central node of the magic circle is the place where the magic power in the array meets. As long as the central node is destroyed, the magic circle can be destroyed. But it is precisely because of the intersection of a large amount of magic that the central node is extremely strong and is not afraid of attacks at all. However, if the magic circle is destroyed from those weak points, it will soon be repaired by the magic power gathered at the central node. And starting from other places, it is impossible to destroy the entire magic circle. Only by destroying the central node in one breath can the magic circle collapse instantly. Central node? What does he want to do? Does he want to destroy the central node? Another magician asked in a funny tone. If you want to destroy the central node of a Grandmaster-level magic array, you need at least 3 master-level peaks to use all their strength to attack together. Do you think that guy can do it? The magician next to him said disdainfully. If he can do it, then I will abandon my cultivation and retire to the countryside. Okay, don't be ridiculous. Don't worry about this clown. Just maintain the magic circle. It seemed that the leading magician had spoken. There was also a mocking look on his face. There are no more than 2 ways to destroy the magic circle. The first is to destroy the central node. The second is to use powerful force to directly destroy the entire magic circle. If you want to use the second method to destroy the master-level magic circle, it must be at least the hero level. Therefore, they magicians are not worried at all that the magic circle set up by themselves and others will be destroyed by this person. Phew, I finally found the central node of the magic circle. Hu Shou put the Shuiling white fox back into the pet card, and then patted the earth demon bear beside him. Now is the time to show your power. Roar. As if in response to Hu Shou's words, the earth demon bear let out a high-pitched roar. Hu Shou narrowed his eyes and glanced at the pet card in his hand. Water Spirit White Fox, the skill activated by the second awakening, Magic Perception. Magical Power Perception. The Shuiling White Fox's perception of magic power is greatly enhanced, and it can keenly distinguish the distribution of magic power. It is by relying on this skill that the central node of the magic circle can be found. Next, just destroy this place. Hu Shou also knows something about the central node of the magic circle. This is also where Su Yuan's confidence lies. Earth Demon Bear, a magic-breaking blow. Hu Shou waved his hand and shouted in a deep voice. The third awakening of the Earth Demon Bear activates the skill, Spellbreaking Blow. Spellbreaking Blow. The Earth Demon Bear releases a powerful slap, completely destroying a martial art, magic, or skill. Cooling time, 48 hours. This is a very useless skill. Used well, it can play an unimaginable role. If used incorrectly, it's just an ordinary slap. The magic circle is actually one of the composite magics. The central node of the magic circle is the core magic in it. Ouch! After receiving the instruction, the Earth Demon Bear immediately raised its huge bear paw, and a brilliant ball of brilliance instantly appeared on the bear's paw. Smash this magic circle! Hu Shou shouted, and the Earth Demon Bear slammed its paw on the central node of the magic array. The energy of the spell-breaking blow hit the central node. Caca dash. The magic power in the entire magic circle was stagnant, and a heartbreaking sound came from the central node. The light of magic power on the ground also became flickering. Then there was a sound similar to the breaking of glass. The magic circle collapsed suddenly, completely disintegrating and disappearing in a very short period of time. The Grandmaster-level magic cores buried under the ground also shattered one after another as the magic circle collapsed, and the energy contained in them disappeared completely in just an instant. Puff! The magicians who were standing outside the magic circle and maintaining the operation of the magic circle suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood due to the backlash of their magic power, and then collapsed on the ground. This can't be. How can such a thing be possible? Everyone in the magic circle did not expect that Hu Shou actually planned to destroy the central node of the magic circle. However, what is even more unexpected is that he actually succeeded. This sudden scene shocked everyone. The situation on the field suddenly slowed down at this moment and became inexplicably deadlocked. The magic circle was actually destroyed, and it was destroyed by such an unknown little character. Su Yuan became extremely angry after being shocked. It's true that God can't stop me, Su Yuan, without the blessing of the magic circle. I don't know if your night guard can stop me. Gao Lai stood up from the ground and laughed. Humph, with your current injuries, even without the magic circle, you are still no match for me. Su Yuan snorted coldly and said sarcastically. Even if the magic circle collapses, Gao Lai's injuries will still drastically reduce his strength. You don't have to worry about it now. I just need to hold you back here, and the battle over there will be resolved soon. Gao Lai grabbed the hilt of the sword with both hands and raised the giant sword. On the other side of the battlefield, after Long Ye and others were shocked, they felt that the power that they had previously suppressed by the magic circle came back. Tiger Shou actually destroyed the magic circle. Ryuga was shocked, but also felt somewhat expected. I don't know why, but such incredible monsters always appear in Yuwu City. So is the blood wolf, so is the tiger hunt, and so is the hero who still doesn't know his true identity. He actually still has this kind of ability. I really underestimated him before. Huaruoyu also said with great emotion. With his abilities, even if he only has the strength of a professional class, his importance is no less than that of a master-level strongman, or even more important. Huamanqiu is even more aware of how important this kind of perception and the ability to destroy the magic circle is. If there was no tiger hunting this time, they would definitely be annihilated here. Now that the strength has been restored, let's end the battle quickly. Weket let Hu Shou finish everything by himself. Huamanqiu raised the knight's sword in his hand and shouted loudly. Qiu Yu mercenary team, attack! Dragon Tooth mercenary team, attack! Without the suppression of the magic circle, the two Grand Masters of the Night Guard were no match for Ryuga and the other four. As for the members of the mercenary team and the guards, after the extra Grandmasters joined them, they killed the Night Guards back in a devastating manner. The ground was full of people who had fallen to the ground. Damn it! Su Yuan knew that once the magic circle was broken, the mission could no longer continue. The Night Guards were being killed and retreating, and the battle had already become one-sided. This time, I let you escape another disaster. Su Yuan swung his sword and looked at Gao Lai with a gloomy expression. Clang! The giant sword swung away the knight's sword that Su Yuan was stabbing at, and Gao Lai staggered at the feeling of powerlessness caused by the injury. Su Yuan seized the opportunity and thrust the knight's sword into Gao Lai's holder. The knight's sword turned and blood splashed, instantly dyeing half of Gao Lai's body blood red. I didn't expect that you still have the last remaining strength. Su Yuan caught a glimpse of the Grandmaster-level guard coming to support him, took a step back, and pulled out the knight's sword. Laugh. The sprayed blood reflected a coquettish color in the moonlight. If you had the opportunity to pierce the knight's sword into my heart, you would definitely not hesitate. Gao Lai grinned, and the smile on his face became a little distorted because of the pain. But you can see the joy in Gao Lai's smile. The giant sword guarded his heart, blocking Su Yuan's final attack. Certainly. Su Yuan took a deep look at Gao Lai before speaking and shouted those unwilling words. Night guards, retreat. The chaotic scene of overwhelming defeat did not appear on the well-trained night guards. Even though Su Yuan shouted the order to retreat, the night guards also resisted, evacuated away from the battlefield in an extremely orderly manner, and then disappeared into the night. There was not a single word of nonsense in the whole process. Only corpses were left on the ground, as well as broken weapons and broken armor. The blood almost dyed the earth red. Ah! After confirming that Su Yuan and his night guards had left, Gao Lai stumbled and almost sat down on the ground. The large amount of blood loss made Gao Lai's head start to feel dizzy, and his eyesight became a little dark. When fighting Su Yuan before, Gao Lai took a deep breath in order to stabilize the morale of the army and prevent himself from falling down due to severe injuries. Now as soon as the battle is over, the sequelae come all of a sudden. Sir, are you okay? The guard rushed up immediately and supported Gao Lai, preventing him from falling. He's not dead yet. Help me go to the mercenary who destroyed the magic circle. Gao Lai's face turned pale, and although his voice was weak, he said very firmly. Sir, you need to rest and recuperate now. The guard advised. Help me over. Gao Lai insisted, ignoring the guard's persuasion. But, sir. Seeing Gao Lai's expression, the guard knew that it was useless to persuade him, so he could only grit his teeth and said, yes. At the end of the battle, Hu Shou had already taken the Earth Demon Bear back into his pet card. The losses are now being counted. Then he saw Gao Lai coming to him with the support of a guard. Your name is Hu Shou, right? You are the employer of this mission. Hu Shou looked carefully for several times before he recognized Gao Lai's face, which was mostly covered in blood. Yes, just call me Gao Lai. Gao Lai said slowly. Even if you speak faster, it will affect your body's injuries. Mr. Gao, you're welcome. Do you have any business coming to see me? Hu Shou asked. Whether it was because of his status as an employer or his master-level strength, Gao Lai deserved Hu Shou's courtesy. It's just that Hu Shou was still a little unhappy because he didn't listen to advice before. It was my fault for not listening to your advice before. Gao Lai opened his mouth and directly admitted his mistake without any unnecessary nonsense. If I hadn't insisted on my own way, I wouldn't have let so many people sleep here forever. Thank you for this mission. Gao Lai took a deep breath and bowed to Hu Shou. Gao Lai is a straight-tempered person. By destroying the magic circle, Hu Shou has saved all of them. As an employer, he should do this due to both emotion and reason. Mr. Gao, why are you doing this? This is what I should do. Hu Shou quickly stretched out his hand to help Gao Lai. Gao Lai's straightforwardness immediately made the unhappiness in Hu Shou's shirt disappear. As a master-level strongman, he can admit his mistakes without hesitation, and does not care about his identity at all. He even admitted his mistakes to a professional class even with an injury. This magnanimity is enough to be admired. Sir, you need treatment now. The guard reminded with some worry. I know. Gao Lai waved his hand to indicate that he understood. Then he looked at Hu Shou and said apologetically, then I'll excuse you now, I'll have another big thank you when we get to Yantan City. Hu Shou also noticed Gao Lai's expression. He became bloodless and pale due to blood loss, and almost all of his body was stained red with blood. Every breath he took was slightly uncoordinated. There must be serious internal injuries. If Gao Lai hadn't raised his sword to block the wound finally penetrated by Su Yuan at the last moment, it would have pierced the heart directly instead of the current shoulder socket. If you don't worry, Mr. Gao, I have a healing pill here. Hu Shou sighed, and then took out a healing pill. Sir, no. The guard immediately wanted to stop him. As a guard, I naturally wanted to stop something like elixir that I had never even heard of before. Why not, bring it. Dao Lai took the healing pill and put it into his mouth. The healing pill melted in his mouth, instantly turning into a gentle force that poured into Dao Lai's body and quickly repaired his injuries. Dao Lai only felt a warm current flowing around in his body, and the warm feeling was very comfortable. And the severe pain was relieved a lot in a short period of time. It can be seen from Dao Lai's breathing that gradually calmed down. It's indeed a good thing. This magical medicine is countless times better than those alchemical potions. With his identity as Dao Lai, he has naturally used alchemical potions for healing. It's just that there is no alchemy potion that is as effective as this healing pill. It's just that Dao Lai's injury was too serious, and a healing pill couldn't completely heal him. Even so, with this healing pill, Dao Lai's injuries will be much lighter, and the pain will be alleviated in all likelihood. I highly accept this love. Dao Lai knew the effect of the healing pill, and he naturally guessed how precious the healing pill was. However, Hu Shou was able to take out the healing pill without hesitation, which touched Dao Lai's heart even more. Mr. Gao, you're welcome. The caravan is still waiting for you to take command. Hu Shou cupped his hands, his tone did not fluctuate much, and did not seem to be excited by this favor. This point made Dao Lai highly impressed. Dao Lai also wisely did not ask about the healing pill and the earth demon bear. After all, the preciousness of the healing pill and the earth demon bear can be seen just from what Dao Lai saw. If Hu Shou had not taken the initiative to say these things, but had asked first, it might have made the relationship between the two parties tense. It's better not to delve too much into a person's secrets. Only in this way can the relationship between the two parties last. However, if Hu Shou knew what Dao Lai was thinking, he might say, "Where did the secret come from? Don't Boss Chi have as many of these things as he wants in his shop?" However, Hu Shou didn't know what Dao Lai was thinking. Dao Lai also bowed his hand to Hu Shou, and then went to direct the caravan's guards to start clearing the battlefield and prepare to set off overnight. In the cloud forest, such a strong smell of blood would attract a large number of monsters in no time. Dao Lai and others don't have that much energy to deal with those monsters that are coming one after another. What's more, in the current cloud forest, this master-level monster exists. If those guys are attracted, the injured guards and mercenaries in the caravan won't be able to hold on for long. After Dao Lai walked away, Long Ye and Hua Manqiu also came over to thank Hu Shou. For those team members who are still alive, and for those team members who have died. It was just that after Ryuga was slapped twice in the face, he felt a little embarrassed to see Tokari, so after thanking him, he stayed away. Hua Manqiu and Hua Ruoyu were left behind, gathered around Hu Shou with great interest. Hu Shou, I know you are an idle mercenary. I wonder if you are interested in joining my Qiuyu mercenary team. If you are willing, you will be the other vice-captain of the Qiuyu mercenary team. Hua Manqiu sincerely invites. Judging from Hu Shou's ability and his performance in this mission, it can be said that he is more than enough to serve as the deputy captain of Qiuyu's mercenary team. And the old team members won't have any objections. Because no matter what, among mercenaries, strength is what matters. Thank you, Captain Hua Manqiu, for the invitation, but I'm used to being idle, so just allow me to refuse your invitation. Hu Shou refused without thinking. If you want to join a mercenary team, Blood Wolf's Blood Wolf team is more suitable than Qiuyu's mercenary team. It doesn't matter. If you change your mind one day, you will always be welcome to join the Qiuyu mercenary team. Hua Manqiu knew Hu Shou's ability, and it was useless to force him to stay. It would be better to just be more free and easy. Hu Shou nodded and said nothing. Hu Shou, where is the black bear that was by your side before? Hua Ruoyu asked another question when she saw Hu Shou declined the invitation. Black bear? Oh, I'll tell you next time if you meet me in Cloud Mist City. Hu Shou was stunned for a moment before he came to his senses. Just taking out a pet card alone, Hu Shou couldn't explain it clearly. It would be better to take them directly to Chila's store when they meet in Yunwu City. The guards cleared the battlefield very quickly. The caravan soon set off again. The battle situation in the Cloud Forest was also reported to the imperial city of the Huanyuan Empire, the general residence of the 6 ministers, and Ling Chongkong's study before dawn. Su Yuan actually missed. Didn't Gao Lai only bring 1 Grandmaster level guard? Ling Chongkong slapped the letter on the desk and said with a warm and angry look. Your Highness, according to the news from Yunwu City, Gao Lai seems to have issued a mission in Yunwu City long before the plan and hired 2 teams of Grandmaster-level mercenaries to escort him. The guard half-kneeling below reported immediately. 2 teams of Grandmaster-level mercenaries? Where did the 2 teams of Grandmaster-level mercenaries come from in Yunwu City? Ling Chongkong asked coldly. Yes, it is a request for help issued by the Cloud Mist City Mercenary Guild. I heard that it was because several master-level monsters suddenly appeared in the Cloud Mist Forest. The guard returned. What? In a forest of low-level monsters, a master-level monster suddenly appeared. Ling Chongkong narrowed his eyes. He seemed to be thinking about something. You go down first. Not long after, Ling Chongkong stood up and tidied his court clothes. Yes. The guard responded and retreated. The Goryeo Empire has indeed planned it for a long time. This matter must be reported to the Emperor as soon as possible and prepared in advance. Ling Chongkong knew very well what exactly Gao Lai brought out. A hero-level trial crystal is enough to affect the overall strength of an empire. Yunwu City, Chila's shop. Chilu opened the store door, stretched out, and took a deep breath of the cool air. Summer is here, and the air will become very hot before noon. Boss, good morning. Shui Lang and the members of the Shui Lang team arrived outside the store on time as if clocking in the morning before the temperature got too high. Good morning, Blood Wolf, have you been to the Cloud Forest recently? Chi lisped with great concern after saying hello. Boss, why did you suddenly ask this question? Shui Lang was a little confused. Just asking casually. Of course, Chi Lu would not act too anxious, which would damage the store manager's image. Well, actually, I have been to the Cloud Forest recently. Those master-level monsters seem to have divided their territories and have become much quieter. Shui Lang had no doubt that he was there and answered aloud. Any monster with some strength has its own territory. As long as you don't step into the territory of those powerful monsters, many monster forests are actually relatively safe. It's just that many people who enter the World of Warcraft forest don't know where the territory of those Warcraft is, so they need people like mercenaries who are familiar with the territory of Warcraft to lead the way. Don't think that the mission of mercenaries is to fight and kill. Many times, the benefits of avoiding danger are much higher. It's quiet now. Sheila nodded, turned around and went into the store without asking any more questions. Yu Shi'er happened to finish washing up on the 2nd floor and walked down. Store manager, good morning. Yu Shi'er showed a smile and said hello energetically. Good morning, Shi'er, I have something to do, and go to the warehouse. Chi Le dropped these words and slowly walked into the warehouse. Then he sat on the floor of the warehouse and shouted in his mind, System, come out. System, what's the matter? Host. Chi Li's face straightened and he said seriously, System, I'm a little doubtful now whether you have forgotten my reward. System, what reward? Chi Li's face froze when he heard this. This damn Irby system really forgot about the mission rewards. Do not use the Irby system to release Chi, as this will harm your body. Chi Lu had to comfort himself in his heart, and then reminded, the crisis in Yunwu City, continue, new purchase channels. System, what? What new purchase channel? You are still pretending to be stupid here for your second stroke system. I just asked the blood wolf that the master-level monsters in the cloud forest have calmed down. You should also give me the reward. Sheila said confidently. System, I didn't expect your memory to be so good, host. This is a bit like the system is trying to hide its embarrassment. But I just can't hear the meaning of praise in it. Sheila waved his hand and said, okay, there's no point in flattering me, and I didn't want more. Just give me the reward I deserve quickly. Perhaps it was a mistake, but the system responded very quickly this time. System, okay, host, please wait a moment, the rewards are being drawn. System, congratulations to the host for selecting a new purchase channel, the class inheritance scroll. Wait a minute, what is the new purchase channel? Chi Lu felt as if he had heard something extraordinary. System, scroll of class inheritance. Chi Li's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately opened his properties panel and checked the information on the new purchase channels. Class inheritance scrolls, a collection of legendary classes and scrolls with the power of inheritance. They are waiting for the arrival of qualified people and will bestow this legendary power of inheritance on those who are qualified. There is no cost to draw a class inheritance scroll, and you can only draw one class inheritance scroll a month. It's exactly what I imagined, although it's a little different. Chi Lu now only feels extremely happy and excited. A legendary class. Isn't that the so-called hidden profession? For cultivators, it goes without saying that the importance of rank is important. It can be said that a suitable job rank is enough to double a person's strength. The more powerful and rare the class, the higher the class strengthening attributes attached to it, but also the more difficult it is to complete the job change. The more powerful a class is, the more requirements it has for career change, and the higher the qualification requirements for those who want to change careers. For example, those rare classes. This is something that was mentioned a long time ago. Chi Lu is also very clear about this. But unfortunately, in this world, truly rare classes are too rare. Moreover, many powerful and rare class transfer methods have been lost. Otherwise, with the qualifications and resources of today's heroic heroes, they would not choose such an ordinary class. But now, the class inheritance scroll can change this problem. Without any other conditions, as long as the qualified person is recognized by scroll, he can accept the power of inheritance and become a legendary class. This is definitely a huge change for the class. The only pity is that you can only draw one class inheritance scroll a month. Of course, Chi Lu can also understand. Because the class inheritance scroll is not like elixirs or those equipments. There will be times when elixirs are used up, and there are times when equipment is worn out and broken. However, something like a job rank can completely change a person's qualifications and stay with a cultivator for a lifetime. Sheila simply couldn't imagine what would happen if there were too many class inheritance scrolls. System, I am very satisfied with the reward this time, so I won't care about you trying to swallow my reward. Sheila said, pretending to be generous in his mind. Anyway, I've got all the rewards, so I won't lose any money by saying a nice word. System, as long as the host is satisfied, if there is nothing else, I will dive first. It's okay for now, please step back. Sheila waved his hand. But I still wonder why the second stroke system always wants to swallow us rewards. Logically speaking, it should be a good thing that my store manager level has been improved and the system has become more user-friendly, at least making communication easier. But why would the evolved system be a greedy and stingy Irby? Sheila couldn't understand and didn't bother to think about it. Anyway, with the IQ of this two-stroke system, he can't take advantage of him. Sheila stood up from the ground, straightened his clothes, and then walked out of the warehouse, calmly. Store manager, what are you doing in the warehouse? Yu Shi'er looked at Qilu strangely, feeling that he had only been in the warehouse for less than 10 minutes. In such a short period of time, Yu Xia really couldn't think of what she could do. And I didn't see Qile coming out with the goods. Clear the goods. Qile replied slowly, and then walked towards the second floor. Store manager, what are you doing? Yu Xia felt even more strange when she saw Qile walking to the second floor. Could it be that I didn't sleep well, so I went back to sleep now? Take a bath. Qile replied with one word, and then disappeared at the top of the stairs. Shui Lang stood next to the counter holding a bucket of instant noodles. He glanced in the direction of the warehouse with some curiosity, and then said with certainty, the boss must have new goods. Qi Lu, who came to the second floor, did come to take a shower. This class inheritance scroll can only be drawn once a month, so it must beta Ken seriously. Bathing is just the most basic respect. If Qi Lu hadn't found the incense, he would have burned incense and fasted for 2 days to show his sincerity. Start drawing the class inheritance scroll. Qi Lu sat cross-legged on the bed, sinking consciousness into his mind. The new purchase channel immediately appeared in front of Qi Lu, looking a bit like a gasapon machine. Just turn the knob and a gasapon will fall out. It's not such a serious purchase channel. You just made it like this for me. System, what else did you peek into my memory? Qi Lu was furious. But this time, the system wisely kept silent. Forget it. Qi Lu spat, then turned the knob hard. The gasapon machine immediately made a clanging sound, and not long after, a gashapon fell out from the exit. Qi Lu picked up the gasapon with ease and opened the shell. A ball of white light floated out from inside and turned into a rather simple-looking scroll. Judging from the material, it seems to be a parchment roll. It is tied with an extremely delicate ribbon, giving it a simple and elegant feel. Qi Lu tried to open the parchment, and then received a system prompt. Unqualified persons cannot open it. Tisk, I'm the store manager, don't I have some privileges? Qi Lu said Tisk dissatisfied, but he still has the privileges of being a store manager. That is to know clearly which class the inheritance power in this scroll belongs to. Peerless Spear Soul Class Inheritance Scroll. Unparalleled Spear Soul, the only weapon, unparalleled Spirit Spear, along with the power of class inheritance, can be inherited by those who are qualified. This thing also comes with weapons? Qi Lu was really shocked. However, when it comes to bringing your own weapons, Qi Lu is really not sure whether every class has the inheritance scroll or only the Wushuang Gun Soul class has it. After all, this thing is really expensive, and you can only get one piece a month. System, how will this class inheritance scroll be priced? Will you do it or shall I do it? Qi Lu asked in his mind. I was also thinking about what price I should set. System, since the class inheritance scroll is too precious and cannot be priced uniformly, purchasing the Peerless Spear Soul class inheritance scroll requires 5 Grandmaster level magic cores. 5 Grandmaster level magic cores, according to the store's conversion method, are 50,000 spiritual crystals. Moreover, the system directly said that 5 Grandmaster level magic cores were needed. According to the system's usual way of speaking, there was no way to purchase them with spiritual crystals. Calculating it this way, it's really a bit expensive. Qi Lu was also shocked by the system's quotation. But relief soon came. The qualified person who is qualified to be favored by the Peerless Spear Soul Class Inheritance scroll will definitely not be short of such a few spiritual crystals. Even if he does not have a master-level magic core, he can just spend more spiritual crystals to collect them. Are you afraid that no one will buy good things? System, host, along with the class inheritance scroll, there is also a new pet card that can be updated. Qi Lu was about to take down the scroll in his hand and put it on the shelf unexpectedly. Another prompt came from the system, interrupting his thoughts. New pet card? What is it? Qi Lu really didn't expect that drawing a class inheritance scroll would have such additional benefits. Wind-walking white horse, quality A, wind pet, main attribute, agility. A brand new pet card appeared in Qi Li's mind. The pattern on the card was of a tall horse with snow-white fur, like an elf emerging from the wind and snow. The unparalleled spear soul matches the white horse, and you know how to match it. After Qi Lu complained silently, he decided not to publicize the white horse on the wind. It's just an A-level card, there's no need to promote it. The most that can be done is to put up a sign to tell them that there is a new pet card. Because in terms of combat effectiveness, the combat effectiveness of this Windwalker white horse may be the weakest among the A-level pet cards, perhaps one of them. After all, Qi Lu is deeply aware of the evil taste of the system. When Qi Lu came down from the second floor with the scroll of class inheritance, he happened to meet Gu Pingchuan coming in from outside the store. "Manager Qi, what is that in your hand?" The first time Gu Pingchuan saw Qi Lu, he was attracted by the scroll that exuded strange power in his hand. That is the inheritance power emitted by the class inheritance scroll used to select qualified candidates. This new product, class inheritance scroll. Qi Lu raised the scroll in his hand and answered. "May I ask what the role of this class inheritance scroll is?" Gu Pingchuan asked. "Next. Transfer, or change one's rank." Qi Lu said lightly. "What?" When Gu Pingchuan heard this, he was shocked and asked quickly, "What?" Store manager Qi said, "Are you sure it is true?" "Of course." Qi Lu nodded. "As expected, it's no wonder that the aura I felt was so familiar, but I couldn't remember it. It turned out to be the power of inheritance." Gu Pingchuan was even more shocked after receiving Qi Li's affirmation. The power of inheritance is not without it. In fact, there is indeed a place called the land of inheritance in this world. It's just that the place of inheritance is the last glimmer of hope left by those powerful classes who have disappeared in the long river of history in order not to cut off their own inheritance. Moreover, most of these inheritance places are in very secret places. Before the inheritance, there were still a large number of traps used to test the qualifications of outsiders. Today, the number of inheritance places is already very rare, and those inheritance places that have been made public are of less powerful classes. Those truly powerful classes have long since disappeared. For example, the summoner class is not known at all and has no inheritance left. Moreover, because no one wants to watch those powerful classes passed down and make others stronger, but they have no way to get this power. Therefore, most of the places of inheritance were destroyed. However, under this situation, Qi Lu was still able to obtain the class inheritance scroll. To be precise, in Gu Pingchuan's opinion, it should be a scroll with the power of inheritance. But that's what's really shocking. Because the class inheritance scroll saves the step of finding the place of inheritance and the step of passing the test of the inheritor, this is something that no amount of spiritual crystal can buy. And the most important thing is that you can change your job to a more powerful job. Rare classes are certainly powerful. But those ancient classes that have disappeared in the long river of history are truly powerful. However, Qi Lu didn't know these things. In fact, Qi Lu doesn't know whether the ranks in the rank inheritance scrolls produced by the system are the ranks that have ever appeared in this world. But Qi Lu is sure that no one in this world knows that these classes produced by the system have never appeared before. Because these are all ranks that have appeared before, but disappeared. Who can say clearly? And under the guise of an ancient class, not only will it not be suspected, it will actually sell better. Manager Qi, I wonder what kind of rank this rank inheritance scroll inherits? Gu Pingchuan asked expectantly. Gu Pingchuan could not be said to be dissatisfied with his rank as a great magician, but he could not be said to be satisfied either. After all, the great magician class is indeed just a very popular class. The rare magician class is very rare. If you can switch to a more powerful class, it will definitely improve your own strength. Ding Gu, I understand what you are thinking, but the rank inheritance scroll does not matter what you or I say. It will choose the qualified person for inheritance. Qi Lu said slowly. Qi Lu is the most worry-free when it comes to the new product, the class inheritance scroll. Because there is no need for him to introduce it at all. If you are not qualified, there is no point in buying it. If you are a qualified person recognized by the scroll of class inheritance, then as long as you come into contact with the scroll, information about the class inheritance will appear in the mind of the qualified person. Put your hand on the scroll. If it recognizes that you are qualified, you will naturally know what rank this inheritance is. Qi Lu handed over the scroll. Let me try. Gu Pingchuan couldn't wait to put his hand forward. How? Qi Lu asked with interest. No response. Gu Pingchuan's mouth twitched and he said with embarrassment. Qi Lu curled his lips and thought to himself, it would be strange if a fighting spirit class inheritance reacted to a magician class. Forget it, it's a pity, but no chance means no chance, and I won't force it. After being embarrassed, Gu Pingchuan also smiled quite freely. The mentality of a hero is still much stronger than that of ordinary people. Although it is a pity, inheritance cannot be forced. Hey, store manager, Ding Gu, what are you doing? At this moment, Ling Xiao pushed open the door and entered the store. He found Qi Lu and Gu Pingchuan standing together and asked, curiously. I'm researching new products, would you like to take a look? Qi Lu raised the scroll in his hand. New product? What is this? Martial arts or magic? Ling Xiao walked over and asked, with interest. In his opinion, the things written in the scrolls were generally high-level martial arts or magic that were not passed down to others. Class, inheritance. Qi Lu said lightly. What? Inheritance. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then almost jumped up in shock. The place of inheritance may be unfamiliar to ordinary people, but for cultivators and people with a little bit of status, although they have never seen it, they have heard of it. After all, as long as you are a cultivator, you will definitely come into contact with the profession. Even if you don't have enough qualifications, you can't raise your level to level 40. But that doesn't stop them from preparing for the job they want to change to from the very beginning. What kind of inheritance is this? Store manager, the new products in your store are really getting better and better every time. You can even bring out this kind of thing. Ling Xiao was so excited that his hands were shaking, and he spoke incoherently with excitement. If you want to know what class of inheritance it is, you must first get its recognition. Qi Lu handed over the scroll of class inheritance and said, hold it. If you get the recognition of the scroll, you will know what kind of inheritance it is. Well. Ling Zhao's trembling hands carefully caught the class inheritance scroll, as if holding a rare treasure. But really speaking, the class inheritance scroll can really be regarded as a rare treasure. The class inheritance scroll was held in Ling Zhao's hand, and it suddenly emitted a weak fluorescence, completely different from the lack of reaction when Gu Pingchuan touched it. This is the power of inheritance? Gu Pingchuan's eyes widened and he looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. Qi Lu also raised his eyebrows. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao would be the first to qualify. The weak fluorescence on the scroll slowly flowed and slowly seeped into Ling Xiao's palm. Class inheritance, unparalleled gun soul. Ling Xiao slowly read out the content of the inheritance based on the information that suddenly appeared in his mind. System, the first qualified candidate for the inheritance scroll of the Peerless Spear Soul class has appeared. The compatibility is 42%. He can inherit the power of the Peerless Spear Soul class. The only weapon cannot be activated for the time being. A systematic reminder also appeared in Qi Li's mind. It seems that those who are qualified are also divided into different levels. Ling Xiao is indeed a qualified person, but he can only be regarded as a half-qualified person. The system has not said how to improve this compatibility, and it seems that it can only be left to the inheritors to explore on their own. Store manager, I succeeded. I have been recognized by the class inheritance scroll. Ling Xiao said with great excitement. Tears of excitement could be seen in his eyes. This is too exaggerated. Qila couldn't understand this excitement at all. But a powerful class, for a cultivator, is definitely a pass to a stronger state. It is not an exaggeration to say that it improves a person's potential and qualifications in disguised form. So it is understandable that Ling Xiao would be so excited. Congratulations, young man from the Ling family, you are so lucky. Gu Pingchuan's tone also contained a hint of envy that could not be concealed. But when it comes to inheritance, fate is indeed a very important measurement point. Gu Pingchuan was just envious, not jealous at all. Dean Gu, I believe you can find someone with a more powerful and suitable rank in the future. Ling Xiao returned without losing any courtesy. Okay, don't act like a good boy to get an advantage, hurry up and accept the inheritance. Gu Pingchuan said with a smile. Yes. Wait a minute. Please pay first, before accepting the inheritance. Qi Lu immediately reached out and stopped Ling Xiao from untying the ribbon and opening the scroll. His expression was calm and he spoke firmly. I almost forgot, store manager, how much is it? Ling Xiao was stopped by Qi Lu and asked with a smile. 5 master-level magic cores. Qi Lu said the price slowly. How much? Ling Xiao was shocked and thought he heard wrongly. 5 master-level magic cores. Qi Lu repeated. Store manager, I didn't bring so much. Ling Xiao looked confused. He's just a third prince who is not taken seriously. It is still a bit difficult to take out 5 master-level magic cores in one breath. There is no need to bargain. Anyway, you are the only one who is qualified now. Qi Li's implication is that the class inheritance scroll can be left behind until the magic cores are gathered. This? Ling Xiao looked at the scroll in his hand and hesitated. I'd better help you advance the payment first. Gu Pingchuan smiled, then took out 5 master-level magic cores and gave them to Qi Lu. Thank you, Dean Gu. I will definitely return the magic core. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and thanked him. You kid, 5 magic cores are nothing to me, go and accept the inheritance. Gu Pingchuan laughed and cursed, then waved his hand and told Ling Xiao to get down to business. Ling Xiao didn't leave, and was about to open the scroll in the store. If something happened, Gu Pingchuan and Qi Lu would be able to protect him. Shwa. The ribbon was untied and the scroll opened, turning into a slightly curly parchment scroll. The simple and elegant shape was suspended in front of Ling Xiao, and the weak fluorescence gathered into a figure riding a horse and holding a gun, raising his eyes sternly. Later inheritor, were you the one who woke me up? The figure turned his head slightly, and a vague gaze fell on Ling Xiao. Terrible pressure instantly pressed on Ling Xiao, causing his face to turn pale. Just a figure, the aura exuded is so breathtaking. Yes, it's me. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and answered under the terrible pressure. Inheriting the unparalleled spear soul is a road full of thorns. If you are prepared to die, then sprinkle your blood on this scroll. A domineering and bleak voice appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. I'm ready. Ling Xiao used the knife he carried with him to cut open his arm. Blood dripped down his fingers and scattered on the scroll. Inheritor, I feel your will. I recognize your candidacy. Please make good use of the power of this inheritance. The domineering voice appeared in Ling Xiao's mind again. At this moment, the fluorescent condensed figure redispersed into radiance that filled the sky, and then merged into Ling Zhao's body. At this moment, Ling Zhao's aura changed drastically. Become fierce and domineering. When that figure recognized Ling Zhao's qualifications as a candidate for inheritance, Ling Zhao's spearman class was replaced with the peerless spear soul class. The power of inheritance is the power recognized by this world. After watching this scene, Qi Lu naturally knew what happened from the system prompts. As expected, I didn't get the peerless spirit spear. It seems that there is still a long way to pass on the peerless spear spirit class. Qi Lu had actually guessed a long time ago that the inheritance of the class inheritance scroll could not be so simple and only required a qualified person. There must be other trials. Or some other conditions need to be met to fully obtain inheritance. But it has to be said that even if it is just a defective unparalleled spear soul class, it is much better than Ling Zhao's previous spearman class. That's not to mention the unparalleled gun soul class in its full state. I succeeded. Manager Qi, Ding Gu, thank you very much. Ling Xiao felt the surging power in his body and bowed deeply to Qi Lu and Gu Pingchuan. This is your own responsibility. Qi Lu knew that it was inconvenient for Gu Pingchuan to help Ling Xiao due to his status, so he reached out and helped Ling Xiao up. Then he said meaningfully, you still have a long way to go. I know. Ling Xiao nodded. By the way, store manager, I wonder if there are any pets suitable as mounts in the pet card exchange machine. Ling Xiao asked next. The Wushuang Spear Soul class was passed down to Ling Xiao, not only in combat skills and martial arts, but also in writing skills. The figure from before was the former unparalleled gun soul. Yes, White Horse on the Wind. Qi Lu finally understood why the system updated a pet card after he drew the class inheritance scroll of Wushuang Gun Soul. Emotions are matched with professional ranks. That's great. Ling Xiao immediately ran towards the pet card changing machine. Before Ling Xiao could walk away for half a minute, Shui Lang, who had been extremely curious beside him, came over and asked, Boss, is the one that appeared earlier a new product? The Blood Wolf made a gesture. Qi Lu could see that what the Blood Wolf was gesturing was the figure who had inherited the unparalleled spear soul. That is a class inheritance scroll, used for changing classes, but it has been sold, so please be early next time. Qi Lu patted the Blood Wolf on the shoulder, then walked away with his hands behind his back. Class, inheritance? The Blood Wolf reacted for a long time before suddenly shouting, Boss, you actually have such a good thing here, why didn't you tell me earlier? The sadness and anger in his tone was earth-shattering. Several days have passed since the matter of the class inheritance scroll. This incident gradually spread, and was gradually known to regular customers in the store. So Qi Lu had to endure countless inexplicable and resentful looks every day, which made people's hair stand on end. This is not my problem. It's because the system doesn't let me purchase goods. What can I do? Qi Lu felt depressed, but he couldn't say these words. Therefore, these resentful looks can only be endured silently. In the past few days, Ling Xiao also accepted part of the inherited power belonging to the candidate, and successfully completed a leap to level 60 quickly. You can take the Grandmaster level trial at any time. Moreover, after getting rid of the Spearman class, Ling Zhao's luck seemed to have improved a lot. When I drew Ta Feng Bai Ju, I successfully drew 3 awakenings. And judging from Ling Zhao's expression when activating the skills, the activated skills should all be useful skills. In these days, there is something else to say. That is, after Yu Xuanxue made a lot of spiritual crystals from the newly arrived students of the Brilliant Academy in the New World mode, she finally came to the front line of the evil spirit warriors from the Goblin Mountains. So there was a little cat in Frontline City who was crazy about grinding copies. And more importantly, after the battlefield copy of Evil Warrior Frontline was discovered, a third copy also appeared. This may be a bit difficult to talk about. Because the third copy was discovered by Yu Xuanxue. After Yu Xuanxue came to Frontline City, she created a guild and named it Little Kitty Guild. Then a cat often went to the battlefield dungeon to gain experience in the middle of the night. As a result, by chance, he sneaked into the enemy's camp behind the scenes. This triggers the opening condition for the third copy. Evil Warrior Frontline Dungeon 3, the secret of the enemy camp is officially opened. The secret of the enemy camp, number of copies, 1 to 4. This is a stealth dungeon, in which there is not much combat plot. The main task is to avoid the sight of patrols in the enemy camp and explore the secrets of the enemy camp. In the middle of the plot, you will pass through a tent where equipment is stored. Although the equipment inside cannot be moved. But if you are lucky, you can find 1 or 2 skill books inside, but these skill books can be obtained. Therefore, the copied Secret of the Enemy Camp was very popular as soon as it came out. After all, because of the popularity of pet cards, the price of skill books has remained high. Who wouldn't like this opportunity to earn spiritual crystals effortlessly? In this regard, Qi Lu could only sigh. The civet cats are indeed masters of treasure hunting. Even in the New World mode, they cannot change this instinct engraved in their bones. Huangyuan Empire, Yashui City. This is the western border of the Huangyuan Empire and the city-state where the western garrison is stationed. There are not many traders here, most of them are carriages escorting Bagajito the front line, and some brave guys who come to make war fortune. As a frontline border castle, Yashui City does not have a city lord. Instead, the Jinchi army lieutenant who came to guard the city served as the temporary city lord. The position of the city lord also changed with the transfer of the Jinchi army lieutenant. Outside Yashui City, nearly 100 miles away, there is a majestic checkpoint. That is the huge barrier that separates the Xingyao Empire and the Huangyuan Empire, Yashui Pass. Seen from above, Yashuiguan looks like a long dragon stretching across the earth, completely blocking the Xingyao Empire's army from outside the pass. In the Lord's mansion of Yashui City, Ling Yun was reviewing the news from Yashui Pass. The scouts have reported that 200 miles away, the Xingyao Empire's army is gathering. A large amount of baggage is gathering outside Yashuiguan, and the Xingyao Empire's army has not set off yet. What do the Xingyao Empire want to do? Their army is no match for our Huangyuan Empire army in battle. Ling Yun frowned and looked at the message in his hand. There are various signs that the Xingyao Empire is preparing to attack the Huangyuan Empire. But in terms of military strength, it is well known that the overall strength of the Xingyao Empire's military is low. The Xingyao Empire is not an empire that started by fighting like the Huangyuan Empire or the ancient Luo Empire. The Xingyao Empire is an empire that grows by faith. Among the 2 heroes in the Star Empire, one is the white-clothed high priest who holds the highest position in the faith, and the other is the paladin who commands the entire empire's troops. Neither of these 2 hero classes are main battle classes. But the signs at this moment show that the Starry Empire seems to be well prepared. Have we prepared enough food, grass, and baggage for our army? Ling Yun pressed his palms on the table and asked suddenly. Reporting to your lord, the food and grass have been prepared for a long time. We are just waiting for your order to transport them to Yashui Pass. The soldiers below reported immediately. Okay, transport the grain and grass to Yashuiguan immediately. Ling Yun immediately ordered. The Xingyao Empire's move was simply an undisguised provocation. If the food and supplies were moved, they would fight even if they didn't want to. Since the Xingyao Empire dares to move, Ling Yun will not be afraid. Food and grass go first, and the army sets off immediately. Once the war starts, Ling Yun must take command at Yashui Pass, and only a minimum number of border garrison troops will be left to guard Yashui City to ensure the security of Yashui City. Having all the food, grass, and baggage ready is a good thing for the frontline guards. Ling Yun sat on the horse and let out a long breath. Take a look back at Yashuicheng. In recent days, there have been a lot more carriages transporting baggage to Yashui City. It seems that the Huangyuan Empire's imperial city has also noticed the Xingyao Empire's imminent move, and has already begun preparations for war. Ling Yun suddenly felt heroic in his chest and pulled the reins. Set off. Brother the store manager. A petite figure riding a thundering tiger entered the store. It's Shao Diawu, why didn't you come here with your third brother today? Qi Lu responded with a smile, and then glanced at Ling Xiao, who was hiding in the booth and roaring through the guild's communication system. Ever since Ling Diawu trained the Shuiling White Fox and the Thundering Tiger, it didn't matter whether Ling Xiao followed or not. Moreover, in Yunwu City, Gu Pingchuan was still taking care of her, so no one dared to harm Ling Diawu here. The second emperor's sister is coming to Yunwu City today. The third brother said he didn't want to wait for the second emperor's sister, so he came here first. Ling Diawu said with a smile on her face. After coming to Qi Li's shop for a long time, Ling Diawu knew that Qi Lu was actually a very easy person to get along with. So what was shy and reserved at the beginning has turned into lively and cute now. Ling Diawu jumped off the Thundering Tiger, took back its pet card, then opened the store door and welcomed in a woman with a tall and well-proportioned figure and a temperament as cold as the bright moon. The skin as white as frost and snow, and the eyes as bright as the moon, all looked familiar to Qi Lu. Brother, store manager, this is my second imperial sister, Sister Yue Hua, known as Princess Mingyue. Ling Diawu introduced to Qi Lu like she was offering a treasure. Ling Yuehua and Ling Xiao are different. Ling Xiao only had time to come to Yunwu City because of his idle position. Ling Yuehua only had time to see Ling Diawu because she was a daughter and could not get involved in political affairs. Hello, Manager Qi, Diawu often mentioned you in his letters. Ling Yuehua said lightly, her tone as cold as her temperament. Hello, why are you not wearing a veil today? Qi Lu said abruptly. Well. Ling Yuehua opened his mouth, but for a moment he couldn't keep up with the rhythm of Qi Li's words. It's nothing, Qi Lu waved his hand and said, since you're here, let's Kamito the store and have a look. If you have anything you don't understand, you can ask me or Shier. Okay, if the store manager is busy, just go and do it yourself. Ling Yuehua nodded slightly. Then I walked around the store by myself. Although Qi Lu's store doesn't look big from the outside, after several expansions of the system, the interior space is still very large. It looks like they are all ordinary weapons and armor. Ling Yuehua wandered around the shelf area of the store. As Princess Mingyue, Ling Yuehua is not usually exposed to weapons, and her evaluation of equipment depends more on its appearance. The equipment produced by the system can be said to be exquisite, mighty, and domineering in appearance, but it will never make people think that this equipment is very strong at first glance. But it sure looks good. Generally speaking, good-looking things are not very practical. Second Emperor's sister went to look at the equipment, then I'll go find the kitten to play with. When Ling Diawu saw Ling Yuehua starting to wander alone, she took out her membership card, went to the counter to activate it, and then ran to the combat power improvement training room area. Recently, Ling Diawu discovered a particularly cute kitten in Frontline City. This kitten even created a kitten guild. After Ling Diawu's hard work, Ling Diawu joined the kitten guild and became the second member of the kitten guild. Kitten, are you here? After entering the New World mode, the first thing Ling Diawu did was to send a private message to Yu Shuangxue. A little kitten, why are you here again? Ling Diawu, I came to play with you. Kitty, are you doing the dungeon? A little kitten, I'm in the secret of the enemy camp instance, and it's full. Ling Diawu, I know that dungeon. It seems that 2 people can go in. Little cat, please come out and clear the dungeon with me. A little kitten, the copy is open, let's chat back. Ling Diawu, little kitten, wait a minute. On the other side, Yu Xuanxue did not hesitate to switch the chat box with Ling Diawu to do not disturb mode. I don't think you can do this. Qi Lu found Yu Xuanxue hiding in a booth in a corner with ease. He happened to see Yu Xuanxue close the chat box with Ling Diawu. I think it's pretty good, but that little girl's fighting skills are not very good. Yu Xuanxue glanced at Qi Lu, stretched out her pink tongue and licked her lips, then said, and she also likes to talk. Come on, with these 2 points, there is no way to clear any dungeon. Don't be so arrogant when talking to a little kitten. Qi Lu stretched out his hand in displeasure and licked Yu Xuanxue hard, messing up the white fur on its body. In the shelf area, Ling Yuehua visited the weapons area, the armor area, and the elixir area. Ling Yuehua was not interested in anything related to combat. It seems that there is really nothing worth seeing in this store. Ling Yuehua had a feeling of waning interest. Ling Yuehua, who was born into the royal family and lives in the inner courtyard, has never had to deal with battles. Naturally, he has no deep feelings about the power of these equipment and elixirs. But in the accessories area, Ling Yuehua stopped. Huh. No matter when, this kind of shiny thing has the same attraction to women and dragons. Wow, these accessories are so beautiful. In a place like this, there are actually good things that even the imperial city doesn't have. Ling Yuehua's eyes suddenly lit up. These accessories are at least 2 levels better than the ones collected in my boudoir. The magic contained in the jewelry makes these extremely delicate jewelry sparkle and eye-catching. This is a fatal attraction for Ling Yuehua. Purchase. With Ling Yuehua's status and financial resources, he didn't bother to look at the price and just took down the jewelry he liked from the shelves. After feeling like she had gotten every style she liked, Ling Yuehua took a bunch of accessories to the counter to check out. Just when Yu Xia recommended Ling Yuehua to apply for a membership card, a loud roar suddenly came from the combat power improvement training room area. Blood Wolf. Why are you still such a loser after coming here so many times? Regular customers in the store are already used to this kind of thing. It is very normal to be scolded for making mistakes while completing a dungeon. In fact, it will not affect the relationship between the two afterwards, but will make them appear closer. But Ling Yuehua recognized who the owner of the roar was. It's Ling Shao. I finally got that rare skill book, but as soon as you got excited, you were discovered by the patrolling soldiers. Ling Shao was still pounding the table and said to Shualong dissatisfiedly. Shualang sat next to him with a sly apologetic smile on his face. Rare skill books refer to those semi-high-level skill books with extremely low explosion rates. The martial arts and magic recorded in them are all uncommon martial arts and magic. It is indeed much rarer than those mass-produced goods. When linked to the trading system, the minimum selling price is at least 2,000 spiritual crystals. However, Ling Shao was not angry about the 2,000 spiritual crystals. He was angry about why the Blood Wolf made a mistake and was discovered by the patrolling soldiers. Ling Shao. Just when Ling Shao was about to say a few more words, a cold and somewhat penetrating voice suddenly appeared in Ling Zhao's ears. Ling Shao shuddered unconsciously. Sister Huang, you are here. Ling Shao rubbed his hands and said with a sarcastic smile. The flattering expression on his face was even worse than that of the previous Blood Wolf. You didn't wait for me to come over before and asked Xiao Diawu to pick 'em up, just because you came here a minute earlier to play with things? Ling Yuehua narrowed his beautiful eyes, revealing a dangerous light. How dare you, Second Emperor sister, I just want to practice Xiao Dai Webcause of the safety of Yunwu City. Ling Shao immediately defended himself. Safety? No matter how safe Yunwu City is, it can't be as safe as the Imperial City. Even in the Imperial City, Xiao Diawu has to bring a guard when he goes out. Ling Yuehua raised his eyebrows and said. The slender willow eyebrows were raised, looking quite majestic. In other words, you have become so obsessed with playing with things that you didn't even care about Shao Diawu's safety. Ling Yuehua said with hatred. I'm really not losing my mind by playing with things. Ling Shao didn't know where to start. Who would have known that the news that Ling Yuehua was coming to Yunwu City would come so late, and Ling Shao had already made an appointment. If I had known earlier, I would have bled the wolves and their pigeons and come back later. Boy from the Ling family, does it take you so long to go out and pack your equipment? Before Ling Shao could think of an explanation, Gu Pingchuan's voice rang out. Ding Gu. Why are you here? Ling Yuehua glanced in the direction of the sound and saw a familiar face. Isn't this Ling Ao's daughter? Why did you come here? Gu Pingchuan said with a smile after seeing Ling Yuehua. Ding Gu, I came here to visit Ling Diawu. Ling Yuehua answered immediately. Gu Pingchuan is on the same level as the Fire Emperor. In terms of status, Gu Pingchuan may even be slightly better. After all, Gu Pingchuan was a strong man of the late emperor's generation. So that's it. I'll take care of Ling Diawu, so you don't have to worry. Gu Pingchuan smiled and didn't ask any more questions. The previous words were just polite greetings. With Ding Gu taking care of me, I don't think there are any blind people who dare to take action under Ding Gu's nose. Ling Yuehua's words were not a compliment. It's actually true. Ling family boy, aren't you ready yet? Gu Pingchuan chatted with Ling Yuehua for a few words, and then shouted again. Okay, Ding Gu, come in. Ling Shao immediately replied. At this moment, Ling Yuehua was too embarrassed to say anything more. Gu Pingchuan is taking care of Ling Diawu's safety. If Ling Yuehua has any objections, it will be because he is worried about Gu Pingchuan. As for Ling Shao, although he didn't know what he was playing, even Gu Pingchuan was playing. If he used the word playing with things to lose one's ambition to describe it, wouldn't it mean that even Gu Pingchuan was also involved? How about I try it myself? Such an idea suddenly came to Ling Yuehua's mind. Then he took 3 steps and 2 steps at a time, came to the counter, and started asking about the Combat Power Improvement Arena. That's the Combat Power Improvement Training Room area over there. The mode Ding Gu and the others are in is called the New World mode. If you want top play, I suggest you open a membership card. Yu Shi'er put down the bucket of instant noodles in her hand and recommended it. Membership card, okay, get one. Ling Yuehua nodded even though he didn't know what a membership card was. Then he gently twitched his pretty nose twice, and suddenly smelled a mouth-watering fragrance. By the way, Shi'er, what are you eating? Bucket instant noodles are available in the snack vending machine next to it. So, when Qi Le happened to pass by, then I saw Ling Yuehua, who was wearing a necklace, earrings, rings and bracelets on her hands, holding a bowl of bucket instant noodles, leaning against the counter and chatting with Yu Shi'er. How could a fairy, who had been living well for a month, turn into a mortal in the blink of an eye? The south of the Huanyuan Empire. Here, there is a vast and boundless wilderness. In this vast wilderness, no empire has been established. There are only some scattered human tribes and wasteland monsters that appear from time to time. To the south of the great wilderness, there is an endless stretch of ruins. The ruins there are covered with ruins for thousands of miles, and in the middle are scorched earth that has been burned by the dragon's breath. On the lifeless land, people occasionally appear on the ruins, just to see if there are any valuable objects hidden under the ruins. This is the former empire. Here is the current dragon ruins. On top of this endless ruins, at this moment, there is a team of mercenaries walking on it. It is the rock-breaking mercenary team. After the failure of the battle between the Cloud Forest and Lanya's team, Shuizi was using up the last of the dragon's blood in order to suppress Thedragon's breath curse on Yanlu. That's why Yanlu decided to come to the Dragon Clan ruins and need a monster with dragon bloodline. Dragon bloodline is not that easy to find. This is not the ancient times, when the dragons of the dragon clan would roam freely in the human race's territory. Today's dragon clan has long gone to live in seclusion on Dragon Island. There are very few dragons that appear in human territory, and they are almost impossible to find. And most of those monsters that claim to have dragon blood are actually just under the guise of dragons. Even if one really has the dragon bloodline, the weight contained in the dragon bloodline is very little, almost non-existent. Unlike Lan Zier, whom she met before, almost 1/3 of her body is dragon blood. Even the dragon's characteristics are revealed due to the power of blood. Such a strong dragon bloodline is exactly what Yan Lu covets. If you can collect enough dragon blood to temper your body, you might be able to completely assimilate the dragon's breath curse and turn it into your own power. Even though Yan Lu hates the dragon clan, he is also jealous of the dragon clan's power. The dragon race is a race favored by heaven. The physical strength is at the forefront among all races. Fully grown dragon scales can make the dragon immune to most low-level magic. The unique dragon language magic is an area that humans cannot enter. And the terrifying dragon breath requires the power of dragon blood to boost. This is why the dragon's blood pressure can be used to control the dragon's breath curse. Because dragon blood itself can be used to control dragon breath. Dragon ruins, I'm back again. Yan Lu looked at the ruins that covered thousands of miles, and some not-so-good memories from the past could not help but emerge in his heart. Yan Lu, are you feeling well? Shuo Zijing asked worriedly. No need to worry, as long as I don't use too much fighting energy, Thedragon's breath curse will not be triggered. Yan Lu replied. Dragon Ruins is the place where humans and dragons once fought. This is also the place where the dragon bloodline remains the most. In the Great War that year, countless dragon blood was spilled on this land. A large number of magical beasts got this good luck and got some power from the dragon blood. Yan Lu came back here just for this power. From now on, everyone must be on alert. In these ruins, you may encounter danger at any time. After Yan Lu conveyed the order, he walked ahead, leading the team of Broken Rock mercenaries to the legendary place in his memory. Although Yan Lu is not the first-generation aboriginal of Dragon Ruins, but he was also very clear about the legends passed down in Dragon Ruins. There are many opinions on why the Dragon Clan and the Human Clan went to war back then. They said that the dragons coveted the Empire's treasures, so they sent troops to attack the Empire. In the end, the strong men of the human race intervened in the matter and drove the dragons back. He also said that the human race had offended the dragon race, so the two started a war. But no one knows what's really going on. Because the Empire was completely destroyed, those who knew it were buried in the dust of history. But among the aborigines of Dragon Ruins, there has been a legend that there is a seal somewhere in Dragon Ruins. Within this seal are buried countless treasures left behind after the war. Whoever can obtain this treasure can rebuild the empire of the past. Because of this rumor, countless people are flocking to Dragon Ruins. But after so many years, the seal has never been found. The real reason is simply that without the guidance of the dragon's aura, it will be impossible to discover that sealed place. The sealed place. Yan Lu pushed aside the surrounding broken walls and swept away the surrounding rubble with his hands. Gently brushing away the floating soil, a corner of the ceiling array buried underneath was revealed. Yan Lu, what is this? Is it the sealed place of Dragon Ruins that has been rumored for a long time? Shuozi was following Yan Lu and immediately discovered the formation patterns outlined on the ground. Yes, this is a corner of the sealed land. Yan Lu grinned and showed a ferocious smile. It's really a sealed place. Is there really a treasure in it that was rumored to be left behind after the battle between the human race and the dragon race? Shuozi asked uneasily as he looked at Yan Lu's ferocious face. There is indeed a treasure here, but it is not the treasure those guys imagined, but dragon blood. Yan Lu stood up and said in a cold tone. Dragon blood. Shuizi was looking at Yan Lu with his eyes widened, as if he had thought of something. That's right, it's pure dragon blood. This is the life left by the survivors who were lucky enough to survive after the Great War in dragon ruins for future generations. The dragon's breath curse in the first generation of survivors cannot be quelled with dragon's blood. So they sealed the dragon's blood so that future generations could use it. Yan Lu said slowly, his eyes sweeping over the members of the Broken Rock mercenary team one by one. It seems that he wants to remember everyone's face. Then, why are rumors spreading that the sealed land is full of treasures? Shuizi asked aloud as he wanted to verify his guess. You should have guessed it, it's just for sacrifice. Yan Lu sneered and said, taking dragon blood naturally requires a price. Sacrifice those greedy people in exchange for our life. Isn't that a good deal? Sealed places are spread throughout the ruins. Anyone who dies in the dragon ruins will be regarded as a sacrifice and swallowed by the formation pattern. No wonder the dragon ruins are called the place of death. Shuizi was looking at Yan Lu with some fear. The reputation of dragon ruins is actually not good. Not many people die in dragon ruins every year because of searching for the sealed place. Don't look at me like that. Since they dare to be greedy, they should pay the price for their greed. Yan Lu cut his wrist with a knife. Blood dripped down Yan Lu's fingers and onto the formations of the sealed land. The formation pattern swallowed up Yan Lu's blood in an instant. After a moment, hot dragon blood emerged from the formation pattern. Using the power of the dragon's breath to draw out the dragon's blood is why only the survivors of the dragon ruins can find the real reason for the sealed land. The power of the dragon's blood spilled on the earth should be accepted by us, the descendants of the survivors. Yan Lu greedily devoured the dragon's blood, a trace of madness appeared in his eyes. Shuizi was taking a breath of cold air. Because he finally understood why Yan Lu looked at everyone in the Broken Rock mercenary team with that look before explaining the sealed land. People who know the secret of the sealed land cannot survive in this world. To use dragon blood, someone naturally needs to make a sacrifice. All members of the Broken Rock mercenary team are the targets of this sacrifice. It's another peaceful day in Cloud Mist City. After Shui Lang pushed the door open and entered the store, he saw people from Team Lanyi also in the store and immediately said loudly, Captain Lanyi, do you want to hear some good news? What's the good news? Lanyi was holding a bucket of instant noodles and looked at Shui Lang in confusion. It's about the Broken Rock mercenary squad. I heard that all the members of the Broken Rock mercenary squad were wiped out in dragon ruins. Shui Lang said with a smile. Things between mercenaries can rarely be hidden. However, only the people in the store knew about the conflict between the Lanya team and the Broken Rock mercenary team. As for the Broken Rock mercenary team entering the dragon ruins, someone among the mercenaries saw it, and it was not a secret. However, the news that the Rockbreaker mercenary team was wiped out in dragon ruins came out in the past 2 days. Because someone saw Zhuo Zijing, the deputy captain of the Broken Rock mercenary team, meeting Qi Yang, the captain of the Duanlong mercenary team, and agreed to join the Duanlong mercenary team. The news that the entire Broken Rock mercenary team was wiped out was revealed by Zhuo Zijing himself. Is this true? Lan Yi asked in surprise. This was said by Zhuo Zijing, the former deputy captain of the Broken Rock mercenary team, and was spread by Qi Yang, the captain of the Broken Waves mercenary team. It doesn't look like a lie. Shui Lang also bought a bucket of instant noodles and said while soaking in water. Furthermore, the Rockbreaker mercenary team has indeed disappeared among the mercenaries recently. I haven't heard anything about them for a while. Great. Lan Yi clenched his fists and said happily. The conflict between the Lanya team and the Broken Rock mercenary team is simply irreconcilable. If we meet again next time, we will definitely fight to the death again. Now that the members of the Broken Rock mercenary team have been wiped out in Dragon Ruins, it's no wonder that Lan Yi is unhappy. But do you know what happened? Lan Yi asked again after being overjoyed. Unlike the Blood Wolf team, there are only 7 people in the Lan Yi team. They usually stay together, fighting or resting, so the information is naturally not as well informed as the Blood Wolf team. According to rumors, it is said that Yen Lu coveted the treasure of the Dragon Ruins and found the sealed land. However, due to greed, the entire team of Broken Rock mercenaries stayed in the sealed land. Shuazi just escaped by luck, because he was at the back. Shui Lang told the news he knew. This kind of thing will be clear after a little inquiry. There is no need to hide anything. The sealed place of Dragon Ruins. I see. Lan Yi nodded, not having any doubts about the rumored news. After all, the treasure of Dragon Ruins is a legend not only among mercenaries. It is also widely spread among explorers, merchants, and others, and makes them flock to it. There are quite a few people who die in Dragon Ruins every year because of this. Sealed place? Impossible. Just when Shualong and Lan Yi both thought it was reasonable, Lan Qing'er, who came from nowhere, suddenly spoke up. Why is it impossible? Isn't it common knowledge that the sealed land is dangerous? Shui Lang looked at Lan Qing'er and asked in confusion. You definitely don't know the secrets of the sealed place of Dragon Ruins. Lan Qing'er said firmly. In other words, not many people know about it at all. Qing'er, what's the secret? Can you let us know? Lan Yi asked. The implication is that if you can't let us know, then don't say it anymore. It's not a big deal. In fact, what is sealed in the sealed place of Dragon Ruins is not a treasure, but the dragon's blood spilled from that battle. Lan Qing'er said lightly. There was nothing embarrassing about it being a secret. In fact, the reason why Lan Qing'er had never mentioned this before was simply because Lan Yi's team had never had any idea about the sealed place in Dragon Ruins. If you really want to talk about it, dragon blood can be regarded as a kind-of treasure. The Blood Wolf laughed beside him. For some classes that need to temper their bodies, dragon blood, a good thing that can be directly used to temper their bodies, is definitely a treasure. It's just that the dragon's blood that has been sealed for so long is definitely not as effective as the fresh dragon's blood. You can't say that, because the dragon's blood in the sealed land is, strictly speaking, another layer of seal. When Lan Qing'er said this, her expression suddenly became serious. What do you mean? Shui Lang saw Lan Qing'er's serious expression and knew that now was not the time to joke. This? Lan Qing'er looked hesitant to speak. There seems to be some scruples. Don't worry, no one outside can hear what you say in the store. At this moment, Qile suddenly walked out of the booth, scratching the back Ofi's head with a helpless look on his face. Because just as Lan Qing'er interrupted, a system prompt suddenly sounded in Qile's mind. System, host, a new mission has been triggered. Do you want to accept it? What mission? Qile was so frightened that he immediately sat up straight. Why was a new mission suddenly triggered? System, mission, former Dragon Ruins, ask the host to find a way to obtain the dragon's blood, dragon's bone, and dragon's soul, and submit them to the system. System, task reward, 2 opportunities to draw drinks, and a randomly added pet card. Note, there is a high probability of a pet with dragon blood appearing, and the upgrade task will be activated. It's actually a drink. Qile became excited at that time. System, host, shouldn't you be excited to activate the upgrade mission? Qile smiled coldly and said disdainfully, what's the use of upgrading the mission? I just need to stay in the store. Is there anyone else who can do anything to me? System. So, Qile stood up resolutely for the chance to win those 2 drinks. Prepare to ask Lan Qing'er about the Dragon Ruins. Because Qile can be sure that this second stroke system must have suddenly appeared after hearing the word dragon blood. Store manager, why did you come out suddenly? Lan Qing'er was startled by Qila's sudden voice. Don't pay attention to me, go on and tell your story. As long as you don't tell it yourself, no one will be able to spread the news from the store. Qila waved his hand, and then found a seat on the sofa to sit down. He looked like he was all ears. Lan Qing'er, if you can't tell me, forget it, I'm not that curious. Shui Lang spoke up at the right time and found a step for Lan Qing'er. Lan Qing'er looked around. There weren't many people in the store yet, and the only people around her were Lan Yi, Shui Lang and Qi Lu. Everyone else was doing their own thing and didn't pay attention to this city doll. It's okay, we are all our own people, it doesn't matter if we say it. After getting along with each other for so long, Lan Qing'er can still trust these people. This matter starts from the beginning of the dragon ruins, the war between the human race and the dragon race. Lan Qing'er raised her head halfway, showing an expression of reminiscence. I also heard what my mother said about this matter. It happened a long time ago. At that time, the dragon clan had not completely lived in seclusion on Dragon Island. As Lan Qing'er narrated, the past events of dragon ruins slowly surfaced. In the eastern wasteland at that time, there existed a very powerful empire called the Huang Empire, which is now the dragon ruins. In the dragon tribe at that time, giant dragons would occasionally turn into human beings and enter the human race's territory to experience the human race culture. The incident happened in the Huang Empire at that time. The youngest son of the dragon king of the dragon clan and the little princess of the Huang Empire came together. This was supposed to be a touching love story, and could even lead to the first marriage between humans and dragons. However, the opposite happened. The Star Emperor of the Huang Empire felt that the human race and the dragon race could not live together. The Dragon King of the Dragon Clan believes that the Dragon Clan is inherently lineabler than the human clan, and the people of the Dragon Clan must not condescend to be with the human clan. So, the Star Emperor of the Huang Empire put the little princess under house arrest. Unexpectedly, the little princess was already pregnant with the Dragon Clan Shear. Pregnancy before marriage is definitely a disgrace to the royal family. The Star King ordered the little princess to give up the evil seed in her belly. The little princess would rather die than obey. However, they did not expect that the power of the descendants of the Dragon Clan was simply not something that the human race could bear. Because of the house arrest, the little princess did not get enough dragon power to warm her body. During the birth, because the dragon offspring demanded a lot of maternal energy, she died after giving birth to a son. After the Dragon Emperor's youngest son learned the news, he desperately tried to snatch the dragon bloodline from the Huang Empire that the little princess had given birth to. In the end, he was defeated by the strong men of the Huang Empire and could only leave a piece of dragon blood to their heirs, using his own life to protect the crystallization of their love. The news of the death of love soon spread back to the Dragon Clan. The Dragon King was furious and raised troops to attack the Huang Empire. The war between the human race and the dragon race began, until the Huang Empire was completely destroyed and turned into the ruins it is today. The Dragon King was also forced to lead the Dragon Clan back to Dragon Island when the powerful human race joined forces, and recalled the Dragon Clan members who were still wandering in the human race's territory. At this point, Lan Qing'er also sighed. Love between different races has always been a taboo. Even if the two people truly love each other, they can't resist the obstacles of reality in the end, and in the end, they both end up dead. It even completely worsened the relationship between the human race and the dragon race. And this matter is not over yet. Before the Dragon Emperor returned to Dragon Island, he left a dragon's breath curse on the survivors of the Huang Empire, cursing those survivors, they could only survive the burning of the dragon's breath. A painful death. Lan Qing'er continued. So there is still such a thing. Shui Lang showed a taut expression. Prejudices between different races always exist, not to mention the arrogant dragons. Lan Yi also sighed for the legendary love between the dragon prince and the human princess. Only Qi Lu remained silent. From this legend, Qi Lu couldn't find where to find the quest items. What about the dragon's blood? What about dragon bones? What about dragon soul? Wasted most of the day and just listened to a poignant love story? The next step is the focus. Lan Qing'er cleared her throat and continued, the Dragon Emperor was left behind and received the Dragon Breath Curse. It is a curse that will be passed down from generation to generation until the descendants of the Huang Empire are completely wiped out. However, the survivors of the Huang Empire discovered that dragon blood can't suppress the dragon's breath curse. So, they preserved the broken dragon blood from the battle between humans and dragons, and used seals to maintain the power of the dragon blood for future generations to use. This is the truth about the sealed land. Lan Qing'er finally concluded. It seems that the treasure in dragon ruins is the dragon blood that was collected back then. Lan Yi nodded. Qi Lu also nodded. In this way, the dragon's blood will be available. In that case, who released the news about the treasure sealed in the dragon ruins? Shui Lang suddenly thought of this question. Who is it? When Lan Qing'er was asked this question, she narrowed her eyes and was silent for a long time before slowly spitting out a few words. It's the Dragon Clan. What? Shui Lang and Lan Yi both had their eyes widened with astonishment on their faces, thinking they had heard wrongly. Even Qi Lu almost burst out. Didn't the Dragon Clan all return to Dragon Island after the war? Why would such rumors be spread? The next thing I can talk about is the lucky secret passed down by the Dragon Clan back then. Lan Qing'er shook her head and had no intention of continuing. After all, there are a lot of people talking here, so it's better not to spread the secrets of the Dragon Clan. This is simple. Qi Lu snapped his fingers. Now, only the four of us present can hear your voice. Store manager, I can't tell you still have such a side. Lan Yi pursed her lips and teased. Just out of curiosity. Qi Lu returned without changing his expression. We are all curious about this matter, and it's not just the boss. Stop talking about these digressions. Lan Qing'er, keep talking. Shui Lang stared at Lan Qing'er with interest and urged. All right. Looking at the expectant eyes of the three people, Lan Qing'er sighed. Actually, under the sealed land, in the dragon's blood, there is something that even the survivors of the Huang Empire don't know about. That is the Dragon Emperor's youngest son, the heir of the two of them who fought to the death to protect him. This is the last thing the Dragon King does for his youngest son. That is to send his own granddaughter to the sealed place and nourish her with dragon blood. Those who died trying to find the sealed land, after being swallowed by the sealed land, I'm afraid all of them were assimilated by the dragon's blood and used to warm the surviving dragonborn. Lan Qing'er slowly revealed the biggest secret of the sealed land of dragon ruins that no one knew about. This is simply a hole dug by the Dragon King for the survivors of the Huang Empire. Everyone was deceived. Okay, that's all I know. Lan Qing'er ignored the shocked looks of the three people, shrugged, turned and walked into the combat power improvement training room area. Who is Lan Qing'er, who can actually know so many secrets? The blood wolf opened his mouth, and finally he could only sigh. Hearing this, Lan Yi glanced over with a pair of beautiful eyes. Don't worry, I swear, I will never tell anyone. Shui Lang immediately raised his hand and swore to the light in the store door. Qi Lu also nodded silently. Dragon Bone and Dragon Soul are also revealed. It seems that I have to dig up the sealed place in the end. I just don't know if it's far or not. Thinking of the problem that was not far away, Qi Lu decided to study the map. Maybe the store would have to be closed for 2 days for this task. However, this matter is not urgent yet. After all, the situation in Dragon Ruins is still unclear, and Qi Le must improve his strength first. The temporary gathering point of the Breaking Waves mercenary team. Zhuozi was sitting at the table, rubbing his eyebrows, to relieve the fatigue of his thoughts. Qi Yang opened the door, walked into the room, and said with a smile, "Zhuozijing, I really didn't expect that you would choose to join the Duanlang mercenary team at this time." "Don't talk nonsense, Qi Yang, since I joined Duanlang, I won't have second thoughts." Zhuozijing sighed. "I certainly won't doubt your loyalty, at least I haven't heard that you, Zhuozi, have a glorious history of betrayal." Qi Yang continued to smile, and Noon could tell that there were other emotions in this smile. It's a pity that Zhuozijing doesn't believe Qi Yang's smile. Qi Yang is like a seemingly harmless poisonous snake. No one knows when he will suddenly strike, bite you hard, and then inject venom into your body. "Has the news spread?" Zhuozi asked seriously. "Of course, but are you sure this news is true?" Qi Yang nodded slightly and asked immediately. The Broken Rock mercenary team is also a famous mercenary team among the master-level mercenary teams. To be so silently wiped out in the Dragon Ruins, some people must have doubts. "Of course it's true. I saw these with my own eyes. Everyone was killed by Yanlu himself. Even he himself was swallowed up by the sealed land." Zhuozijing said coldly. Deep in his eyes, there was a trace of heart palpitations that would last for the rest of his life. "Of course I believe you, but I'm still curious about what is in this sealed land." Qi Yang narrowed his eyes. "You want to know?" Zhuozi glanced at Qi Yang. "Of course I want to know. Not only me, but probably countless people in the world want to know what treasures are buried in the sealed land of Dragon Ruins." Qi Yang said without hesitation. "The sealed place of Dragon Ruins is a place that countless people covet. Since you want to know, I can tell you." Zhuozijing sighed deeply. He thought of this before he escaped from the Dragon Ruins and came to the Broken Waves mercenary team. Dragon blood and dragon treasures are buried in the sealed land. Zhuozijing raised his head and said very seriously. Qi Yang stared closely into Zhuozijing's eyes. There is no hint of falsehood in it. Dragon blood and dragon treasures. Qi Yang repeated. "That's right." Zhuozi confirmed. Half-truths and half-falsehoods are the hardest to expose. "Okay, Yanlu is not lucky enough to enjoy these treasures, so I will accept them without mercy." After Qi Yang confirmed the authenticity of the news, he couldn't help but feel happy. That is the treasure of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan has always been known for its power, and their treasures are also known for their preciousness. "Do you still remember the place?" Qi Yang asked. "Don't worry, I figured it out before I came to the Duanlang mercenary team. This is my certificate of surrender." Zhuozijing said indifferently. "It's easy to talk to smart people. We'll set off tomorrow." Qi Yang couldn't help but burst out laughing. "When we get the Dragon Clan's treasure, our Duanlang mercenary team will definitely become the #1 mercenary team." Zhuozi was lowering his head, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Fleeting. The ruins of the dragon, the place of seal. Yanlu was bathed in the dragon's blood, and the scars on his back that seemed to have been burned by flames seemed to fade. In the surrounding ruins, there are a large number of bones. I feel that the power of the dragon's breath curse is gradually disappearing. Dragon's blood is indeed the best medicine to cure the dragon's breath curse. Yanlu slowly exhaled a breath of turbidity. From the formations in the sealed land, the dragon's blood continuously poured out and slapped Yanlu's body. All the members of the Broken Rock mercenary team were swallowed up by the sealed land. But there was no pity or sympathy in Yanlu's eyes, only the relief that the dragon's breath curse was about to be eliminated, and the madness to do anything for power. "Not enough, not enough. This dragon's blood is not enough for me to completely wash away the dragon's breath curse." The venom contained in Yanlu's voice was terrifying to hear. "Zhuozijing. Orc tribe. 2 breath seekers were released, and a group of orcs followed closely behind the breath seekers. This time, we must bring the catalytic stone back. The high priest looked at the breath-seeking insects that were gradually moving away, and waved to the orc who was half kneeling in front of him. Go ahead. Yes. A master-level orc leaned down to accept the order, and then immediately chased him out. It's the direction of Yunwu City again. Could it be that people from Yunwu City have taken away the catalytic divine stone? This time, I'm afraid people from the Goryeo Empire will be ready to take action again. The high priest looked into the distance. During this period, any movement will cause other forces to misunderstand. Let me see how the Ice Emperor who guards Cloud Mist City reacts. The high priest said to himself with a solemn expression. Keep your voice down, don't let the patrolling soldiers discover your location. New World Mode, Evil Warrior Frontline Dungeon 3, The Secret of the Enemy Camp, Chi-La shouted in the guild's communication system. In New World Mode, there are 2 ways of communication. One is to shout face-to-face. This method is the same as in reality, and everyone around you can hear it, including those system characters. The other is the guild's communication system, where only the target person can hear what is said. In an infiltration copy like Secret of the Enemy Camp, I have to say that the guild's communication system is particularly easy to use. Brother the store manager. Ling Diawu followed Qi Lu and pouted a little aggrievedly. I'm not talking about you, Shao Diawu is the most well-behaved. Qi Lu smiled and rubbed Ling Diawu's head. Isn't it that she is still talking about me? Yu Xuanxue muttered speechlessly. Ling Xiao followed beside him without saying a word. He finally understood that Qi Lu would not be angry with Ling Diawu at all, and it would be better for him to stand out. In case Ling Diawu takes the blame for no reason, he still doesn't know. Keep going, we'll be out soon. Qi Lu waved and pointed ahead. The process of Secrets of the Enemy Camp is very simple. It is to enter the enemy's camp, search all the tents, and then escape from the enemy's camp. The task is completed. During this period, you cannot be discovered by patrolling soldiers. Of course, in fact, being discovered is not a direct failure, but because after being discovered, a steady stream of soldiers will be drowned in the enemy camp. After all, the maximum number of people in this instance is 4. In a place like the enemy camp, there is no upper limit on the number of enemy troops, and enemies will only be constantly refreshed. And since this is a stealth dungeon, killing monsters does not give experience at all. So after the Secret of the Enemy Camp copy was released, no one would be farming monsters in it from about the next day on. As long as it is discovered, just exit the copy and re-enter. This can also save some time. Beep. A sharp whistle suddenly sounded. Qi Lu and the other 4 were suddenly startled. This was the whistle of an enemy patrol soldier. Oops, why was he discovered? It must be because you didn't hide it well. Qi Lu pulled Ling Diawu back, and then gave Ling Xiao a fierce look. Yu Xuanxue saw with her own eyes that Ling Diawu was discovered by the patrolling soldiers. Ling Xiao was filled with grievances, but really didn't know who to talk to. Stop talking so much and take out your weapons. Qi Lu immediately took out the staff from his backpack. Store manager, don't we quit the dungeon? Ling Xiao asked with some confusion. Why are you leaving? It's just right now. You hold those soldiers while I go to the general's camp. Qi Lu waved his hand and kicked over the fire rack next to him. The fire spread instantly. Then Qi Lu jumped out directly before the 2 of them and the cat could react. After the patrolling soldiers are alerted, 1 more person will appear in the tent used to store weapons and equipment in the enemy camp. It is the enemy's commander-in-chief. This incident was also discovered accidentally by the newcomers when their infiltration abilities were insufficient. However, the strength of the main general is simply not something they can handle at this stage. Of course they can't handle it. Infiltration dungeons are not combat dungeons. Why open Wushuang when you can assassinate them? Qi Lu quietly opened a gap in the tent and confirmed that the general's back was facing him. If nothing is found, then the mission is accomplished. Qi Lu waved his staff, condensing an ice spike, and directly stabbed the general who had his back to him. Ah! The general let out a scream, then fell to the ground, making no sound. The typical front is as fierce as a tiger, and the back is as brittle as paper. Qi Lu knew that this was the setting of the dungeon, so he did not hesitate. After stabbing the general in the back, he immediately ran into the camp. There is a treasure chest in front of the general. There is a treasure map inside. Qi Lu quickly picked up the treasure map. This was something that had never appeared before when searching this camp. System announcement: the secret of the enemy camp, the treasure map of the general has been discovered, and the fourth copy of Evil Warrior Frontline, Evil Warrior has been officially opened. The system announcement rang 3 times in a row. Then, Qi Lu discovered that he, Ling Xiao, and others had all been sent out of the copy. Store manager, you didn't get the treasure map only after defeating the general, right? Ling Xiao looked at Qi Lu with a horrified expression. In the secret of the enemy camp copy, Ling Xiao had seen how powerful the general was. Whether it's attributes or level, it's all crushing. The basic situation is that during the battle, you must not let the general Sadak hit you, even if you are brushed aside. Once you are hit, it will be an instant kill. Of course, you can only get the treasure map after killing the general. Qi Lu glanced at Ling Xiao and said lightly, "Store manager, you are really amazing." Ling Xiao didn't know what to say about Qi Li's tone. After killing such a powerful opponent in such a short period of time, he still had such a nonchalant expression. I really don't know how strong the store manager really is. Okay, let's not discuss this. A new dungeon has opened. Let's get ready and let's continue. Qi Lu waved his hand to stop the topic from continuing. Although Qi Lu wanted to stop it, the store manager's deeds of defeating the land godlike general within a minute spread around the store. So that these people have a clear understanding of Qi Li's strength. That was Qi Li's strength, which had reached a level that they could hardly match. Manager Qi, your fighting skills put me to shame. 2 days after this incident spread, even Gu Pingchuan couldn't help but pat Qi Lu on the shoulder and lamented that he was getting old. Every time he encounters this situation, Qi Lu wants to say something in particular. If you have to fight head-on with an assassination target, what can you do? Fighting head-on with the general is a plot kill set by the dungeon. No matter how powerful you are, you still have to kneel in the dungeon. But in the end, Qi Lu still didn't say this. Because that battle was not the main storyline of the dungeon anyway, and speaking of it would only hurt their self-esteem. Third, wait, and fire when someone comes, preferably a shield knight. Come on, pastor, we need a pastor. If you want an earth element magician, it's best if you know dungeon magic and earth barrier magic, otherwise you might not be able to survive. After the Evil Spirit Warrior Frontline Dungeon 4, the Evil Spirit Warrior Dungeon was opened, things really became lively under the walls of the Frontline City. The reason is because of a skill book that appeared on the trading system. Evil Spirit Body Skill Book. After using it, you will learn the Evil Spirit Body skill, which is limited to fighting spirit classes. Evil Spirit Body, a continuously amplifying martial skill. Once activated, you will temporarily gain the Evil Spirit Body, burn fighting energy, greatly enhance your own attributes, and greatly enhance other martial arts. The degree of enhancement increases with the level of the Evil Body skill. While the Evil Body is open, when the user receives a fatal attack, the user will be immune to that death and the Evil Body will be turned off. After that, the Evil Spirit Body skill will enter a cooldown time of 720 hours. After the Evil Spirit Body skill level exceeds level 30, the enhanced Evil Spirit Body will be turned on. After the evil spirit body skill is forcibly turned off and enters the cooldown, the enhanced evil spirit body can be turned on. Enhanced evil spirit body burns blood and greatly strengthens all attributes and moves of oneself. While the enhanced evil spirit body lasts, the user is completely immune to death. It was this skill book produced by the Evil Spirit Warrior copy that made all the fighting spirit classes in the store go crazy. Even Qi Lu was a little amazed at the power of the Evil Spirit Body skill. This is the second large map, Evil Spirit Warrior's Frontline, the only self-created martial arts that the system has released in the New World mode, rather than the original martial arts in this world. So when someone sees this skill book in the trading system, their first reaction is disbelief. But after someone learned this skill out of curiosity and used the evil spirit body, everyone's first reaction was, they must learn this martial skill. This is definitely a magic skill. Even if there is a month-long cooldown after being immune to death, the value of the evil body skill will not be reduced by half. Because after turning on the evil spirit body, the increase in various attributes and the strengthening of other martial arts can also rank the evil spirit body skills among the divine skills. The only pity is that learning is limited to fighting spirit classes. This made those magicians deeply depressed for several days. In fact, after the evil spirit body skill book appeared, Qi Lu was the first to see it and also asked the system. System, is this martial skill really immune to death? System, of course. In fact, immunity from death does not require much power of heaven and earth. What is really difficult is to be immune to death, or immunity to damage, anytime and anywhere. In the skill description, the system has undoubtedly set a text trap. That is to exert the effect of being immune to death, only while the martial skill lasts, and it is only immune to death, not immune to damage. Because to activate the body of an evil spirit, you need to burn fighting energy, and even your own blood. The more intense the battle, the faster the fighting spirit or blood will be burned. At the moment when the fighting spirit and blood are burned out, if you are not out of danger, you may not be able to survive. When it comes to playing word traps, you are really experienced. Qi Lu had already guessed how those magical skills that could be immune to death could be learned so casually. However, this does not prevent the customers in the store from being enthusiastic about the evil body skill book. Moreover, since the evil body skill is a self-created skill of the system, if you want to increase the level, you cannot simply use skill points to add it. Instead, you need the evil body skill book and skill points to be used together. Each level of the evil body skill requires an evil body skill book and a skill point. This is also why the evil body skill book has become so popular recently. And the price on the trading system has remained high. Store manager, the explosion rate of this evil spirit body skill book is too low. After Ling Xiao came out of the evil spirit warrior instance, he immediately started complaining about Qi Lu. Shui Lang, who was brushing the book together with Ling Xiao, also agreed. The higher the value of the skill book, the lower the explosion rate. Don't you know it yet? Qi Lu silenced all Ling Xiao's complaints with a single word. The low explosion rate of skill books is the consistent style of the system. What's more, it's such a powerful self-created skill. If we don't take the opportunity to use more spiritual crystals, the black heart written on the system's face may fade away. Then how about you, store manager, take us to do some brushing? Ling Xiao changed the topic and invited him again. No need, it's too tiring to complete the evil spirit warrior dungeon. Qi Lu quickly waved his hands, indicating that he had no interest. The background of the Evil Dead dungeon is the origin of the large map Evil Warrior Frontline. During the war between the two countries, the treasure discovered was the secret of the Evil Warrior. This Evil Spirit Warrior is also called the Undead Warrior. And this Evil Spirit Warrior copy was able to hold out for half an hour under the attack of a large number of Evil Spirit Warriors, until the reinforcements from Frontline City arrived, even if the copy mission was completed. The limit is 4 to 8 people. A full half hour. And because the evil spirit warriors are extremely difficult to eliminate, the experience gain rate is far lower than that of battlefield dungeons. If it weren't for the final settlement, the evil spirit skill book might be revealed. Qilu really doesn't know how many teams can hold on. It was simply torture. But it is precisely because of the evil spirit body skill book that the evil spirit warrior copy is more popular than the previous 3 copies. Since the store manager doesn't want to come, let's do it again. Blood Wolf, do you have enough time? Ling Xiao habitually checked the trading system to see if there were any new skill books on the shelves, and then asked. I can still do it one more time. Okay, I got another copy of Body of Evil. It's comfortable. Shuelang was also looking at the trading system. These are all habits developed during this period. Tisk, just 2 seconds too slow. You guys have really fast hands. Ding. Requesting support. Ding. Ding. Requesting support. The membership card made a clear sound. Shuelang's brows jumped and he immediately took out the membership card. Guild messages are displayed above. Captain, a brother encountered an orc outside Yunwu City and was about Tolos's strength. Everyone in the guild who has seen the news, please come to support quickly. The location is outside the Cloud Forest. Orcs? What's going on? Blood Wolf frowned and stood up immediately. Shuelang, what's wrong with you? Ling Xiao asked out loud when he found that Shuelang suddenly stopped moving in the copy. It's nothing. Some brothers are in trouble. I'll come as soon as I can. The Blood Wolf didn't say anything about meeting the orcs, because he didn't know what happened. Need help? Ling Xiao asked with concern. It's not needed for the time being. It shouldn't be a big problem. Shuelang shook his head and hurriedly left Sheila's shop. The outskirts of the Cloud Forest. A dozen members of the Blood Wolf team were surrounded by a group of orcs. There were traces of fighting on the ground, as well as black and red soil stained with blood. Each member of the Blood Wolf team had wounds of various sizes on their bodies, and several of them had to be supported by weapons to stand up. The leading orc looked at the dead breath seeker in his palm, then raised his head and said coldly, "Where is the catalytic stone? If you don't hand it over, this is where you will be buried." Pooh. The mercenary holding a big sword spat out a mouthful of blood and said, "What a catalyst stone, I don't know what it is." Don't know? If you don't know, why in the place where the catalytic sacred stone disappears, there is the aura of your fighting spirit. The leading orc sneered. We have had our fighting spirit break out in many places, who knows where you are talking about? The sword mercenary sneered. Stubborn, it seems that you are determined not to hand over the catalytic stone. The leading orc's face darkened. Leader Naxian, since they refuse to tell us, it's the same as bringing them back to the tribe for torture. Said a thin orc next to the leading orc. You don't need to say this, the leading orc Naxian said coldly, do it, capture him alive, and bring him back to the tribe for torture. Yes. The waiting orcs took the order and immediately attacked the dozen mercenaries surrounded by them. They were the elites sent out this time to find the catalytic stone. Under the leadership of Naxian, a master-level team, it was easy to capture these mercenaries who were not of the professional level. The members of the Blood Wolf team were already injured after the previous battle. If we fight now, we are no match for these orcs. Naxian stood outside the battle circle, his face always gloomy. There was nothing interesting about the battle. What Naxian was thinking about was how he should report to the high priest after returning to the orc tribe. Found it. Grandpa, look at those orcs over there. Just as this one-sided battle was coming to an end, noisy shouts and curses suddenly came from outside the Cloud Forest. Naxian raised his head and saw a group of mercenaries running towards him in the distance. Orcs, how dare you come to cause trouble outside Cloud Mist City? The Blood Wolf raised the Holy Light Knight sword and slowly approached, his eyes firmly locked on Na Xian. This one was immediately obvious to be the leading orc. Reinforcements? How did you pass on the news? Na Xian narrowed his eyes and asked, curiously. Oh, you don't need to take care of this matter. Are you ready to hurt my Shualong brother? Shualong took a breath and said angrily, pointing the tip of his sword directly at Na Xian. Get ready? If you don't hand over the catalytic stone today, none of you will be able to leave. After all, Na Xian was a master-level strongman. When a professional class pointed a sword at him, the anger in his heart immediately rose. Grandmaster level momentum also broke out. Grandmaster level, no wonder you dare to say such big words. Shualong said through gritted teeth as his chest felt tight under the pressure of this momentum. Humph, if that's all you have, then you will all die here today. Naxian snorted coldly and slapped the Blood Wolf with a sudden slap. This palm seemed ordinary, but the Blood Wolf knew that it carried unparalleled power. The power of the Grandmaster level is definitely not something that the professional class can withstand. Brothers, get in full shape and go all out. The Blood Wolf faced Na Xian without fear, took out a handful of pills and stuffed them into his mouth, then inserted the Holy Light Knight sword into the ground. Holy light shines. With a loud shout, all the fighting energy in the Blood Wolf's body poured into the Holy Light Knight's sword crazily. In an instant, a holy light burst out, like a dazzling sun, shining one of everyone in the Blood Wolf team. At that moment, a knight holding a giant shield seemed to appear behind the Blood Wolf, standing between heaven and earth. Although the knight's shadow just disappeared in a flash. But that majestic momentum is enough to make people's hearts palpitate. Bang! Na Xian's attack hit the Blood Wolf on the chest. The holy light seemed to condense into a huge shield, which actually shocked Na Xian and made him retreat continuously. What is this? Na Xian looked at the holy light on the Blood Wolf in surprise, and a huge wave surged in his heart. The momentum exuded by the fleeting shadow of the knight was definitely not weaker than that of a strong man at the peak of the hero level. It is even half a point stronger than the Beast King and High Priest of the Orc tribe. Could it be that what this mercenary is holding is a weapon that has been blessed by the power of a peak hero level powerhouse? Blocked. The Blood Wolf was not surprised by this scene at all. The holy light shines. The duty of a knight is to be brave and fearless. Where the holy light shines, the user is in an absolute defensive state, but cannot attack. All attributes of friendly forces are doubled, lasting 10 minutes, and cooling down for 12 hours. When the Blood Wolf was not as strong as it is now, he used Holy Light to stop an Iron Mountain Beast. The Iron Mountain Beast, which is good at collision, is not weaker than a Grandmaster in terms of strength. But now, the Blood Wolf is stronger, and the power of the Holy Light will naturally be stronger. It's just that the stronger the enemy blocking it, the greater the loss will be to the Holy Light Knight sword. Shualong didn't know how many more times he could use the Holy Light Knight sword to shine with the Holy Light. No, that's not right. The hero level of Cloud Mist City is not a knight. The weapons in this mercenary's hands are treasures brought from the ruins. Na Xian suddenly thought of this. The hero level of Cloud Mist City, after several trials, got the information that he should be an ice elemental magician. The mercenary in front of him now, the knight sword in his hand, must be a treasure brought from the ruins. Only the treasures in those ruins can have such power. Thinking of this, Na Xian couldn't help but reveal a trace of greed in his eyes. Treasures have been kept by the virtuous since ancient times. If you can voluntarily hand over the knight sword in your hand, I can let you go. Naxian said directly to the Blood Wolf without hiding the greed in his eyes. What a joke. If I hand over the knight sword to you, I'm afraid I'll only die faster. The blood wolf sneered, unmoved at all. After using the elixir and the blessing of the holy light, the surrounding members of the blood wolf team had steadily suppressed the orcs. If Naxian doesn't take action, victory is only a matter of time. Since you are stubborn, I can only kill you and take the knight's sword from your body. After confronting the blood wolf for several minutes, Naxian suddenly discovered something was wrong. If I guess correctly, you can't move in this state. Cut. The blood wolf grinned and did not reply. It seems that I guessed it right. Then I will wait until your state is over before I kill you. A cold look appeared on Naxian's face. What do you want to do? Shui Lang's eyes widened. I can't touch you now, so I'll kill the others first. It's really refreshing to see your desperate expression before you die. A creepy smile appeared on the corner of Naxian's mouth. You orc bastard, get back here. The blood wolf was horrified and shouted loudly. Even with the blessing of the holy light, the professional class can never be a master-level opponent. This is a difference in realm. There is also a gap in strength. Not everyone has the monster-level fighting talent to fight without defeat. Not every race has power that far exceeds that of other races. Looks like I guessed it right again. Naxian grinned, revealing his white sharp teeth, and slowly walked towards the members of the blood wolf team who were fighting other orcs. Get back here. Damn it. The blood wolf roared unwillingly, but after the holy light was turned on, it called not move unless the duration expired. Hey, it's been a long time since I saw such an unwilling expression on your face. But at this moment, a very familiar voice of the blood wolf suddenly sounded. Tiger Hunt. After Shui Lang heard the sound, he shouted in surprise. You still remember my voice? I thought you'd forget about me since I was on a mission for 2 days. Hu Shou took a few steps and came to Shui Lang's side. If I hadn't read the guild information in the membership card, I never expected to see your expression like this. Torosari smiled heartily. I knew that dragging you into the Blood Wolf Guild was the right decision. Go and stop that master-level orc. It only takes 2 minutes for me to recover. Shui Lang said anxiously. 2 minutes, no need. It's better for you to continue to maintain this state. Hu Shou carried the dragon-marked giant axe, and his Grandmaster-level momentum suddenly burst out. You have actually been promoted to the Grandmaster level. Shui Lang's mood really felt like he had gone from hell to heaven. Of course, otherwise why would I go on this mission? Hu Shou smiled, and then let out a loud shout, that orc bastard over there, let me meet you. The moment Hu Shou's momentum broke out, Naxian stopped and turned around slowly. Who are you? You dare to interfere in the affairs of the orc tribe, aren't you afraid of getting yourself into trouble? Naxian warned coldly. I won't come here because I'm afraid of getting into trouble. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Come on. Hu Shou threw the dragon pattern John tax off his shoulder, and the axe blade hit the ground heavily. The power of the holy light blessed Hu Shou, making him stronger by nearly half. Since you don't listen to advice, then I will show you what kind of power Aerial Grandmaster has. Naxian grinned, revealing sharp teeth, and fighting spirit burst out of his body, lingering around him. The Grandmaster level momentum that burst out surged once again. Most members of the orc tribe believe in the power of their own bodies and have very few choices in the weapons they use. The same goes for Naxian. Moreover, after being promoted to the Grandmaster level, fighting spirit can be condensed into a physical entity, and it will not be at a disadvantage when it comes to weapons. Boom! There was an explosion under Naxian's feet, causing countless rebels to fly towards Hu Shou. The ground where he stepped suddenly broke into a circle of cracks, and Naxian flew out, like a thunderbolt, extremely swift and violent. In terms of speed, Naxian is at the forefront among the Grandmasters. If it's just fast, it won't do anything. Hu Shou picked up the dragon-marked giant axe and counted the time in his mind. When it comes to attack speed, in the single-player mode of the combat power-enhancing arena, both swordsmen and battle mages must surpass the master-level orc in front of them. Hu Shou admitted that he really couldn't keep up with the battle mage's attack speed. However, as Hu Shou said, if you only have a fast attack speed, it will be of no use in battle when facing an opponent whose combat skills far exceed your own. Coming. Hu Shou frowned, and could clearly feel the fighting energy fluctuations around his body. Na Xian's offensive speed is indeed top-notch. After stirring up gravel toke over his offensive movements, it only takes a moment for him to reach Hu Shou's side. If it were any other ordinary master-level expert, he would probably not be able to react. This is also where Na Xian's confidence lies. It's a pity that what he met was a master-level strongman trained by the devils in the combat power improvement arena. Long way. Hu Shou seized this fleeting opportunity, and his fighting spirit surged into the dragon-marked giant axe. The terrifying dragon power burst out instantly, like a surging wave, slapping the incoming Na Xian. Although the skill strength of rare-level weapons is completely inferior to dragon bone armor in Qi Li's store manager suit, the dragon's power eyes erupted. But the power of the dragon that instantly bursts out from the dragon-marked giant axe can also be regarded as a heroic level of dragon power. Even if it is just worthy of being promoted to hero level. But for Na Xian, it was like a thunder that struck his mind. Suddenly, his spirit was in a trance. Without danger. It was this trace of trance that caused Na Xian's movements to pause for a moment before Hu Shou caught him. You lose. Hu Shou raised the dragon-marked giant axe, fighting spirit swept through his body, and a terrifying force broke out. Under the blessing of the holy light, he became more powerful. The seal of the brave appeared directly from the wrist. Brave level skill, heavy slash. The effect of the dragon-marked great axe is triggered, crush. When the axe struck out, its force was like cracking a mountain and cracking rocks, and the sound of it breaking through the air was like a roar tearing through the sky. A white light flashed, causing a splash of blood. Puff. Blood spurted out from Na Xian's mouth uncontrollably. The crushing effect directly shattered Na Xian's protective fighting spirit. The huge force passed through the axe blade and passed into Na Xian's body. The horrific wound rolled over, revealing the dense white bones inside, and the gurgling blood spurted out like it was free of money. With just one blow, a master-level expert was completely unable to fight. Xu Along, I think it would be good for you to follow me as a support player from now on. Hu Shou flipped his wrist, knocking the blood off the axe blade, and joked Toth Blood Wolf. Go away, I'm a guardian knight, who can help you? The duration of the Holy Light's illumination just ended, and the Blood Wolf's feet went weak. Fortunately, he was supported by the knight's sword and did not fall down. Powerful skills must have correspondingly high consumption. After using the Holy Light, the Blood Wolf of the professional class no longer has much fighting power. Fortunately, Hu Shou arrived in time. If you don't advance to the Grandmaster level as soon as possible, then I'm afraid you will have to assist me in the future. Hu Shou relaxed after confirming that Na Xian had no fighting power. This time it was the Blood Wolf team's turn to have a Grandmaster to hold the battle, but the orcs did not have a Grandmaster to hold the battle. Na Xian held the wound tightly, blood still seeping out from between his fingers. Hu Shou's fighting spirit was still raging in his body, and Na Xian tried to use his fighting spirit several times to suppress the injury but failed. No way, you can't be so strong. Na Xian gritted his teeth, his face distorted due to blood loss and pain. You don't understand this, right? The boss has always emphasized to us that if we know ourselves and our enemies, we will never be in danger. Most battles are not head-on confrontations, but so-called weak points. Hu Shou carried the dragon-patterned giant axe and walked towards Na Xian, talking as he walked. Unless the two people have similar strength and fighting skills, as long as there is a gap in one item, the battle will be over quickly. In this battle, it's not that Na Xian's strength is inferior to Hu Shou's. In terms of level alone, Na Xian, who had been promoted to the Grand Master level a long time ago, was definitely stronger than Hu Shou, who had just been promoted to the Grand Master level. But the bad thing is that Na Xian's fighting skills are not as good as Hu Shou's, but he still underestimates the enemy. As a result, Hu Shou seized the opportunity and used the power of the dragon to frighten Na Xian. He directly struck with all his strength and destroyed Na Xian's combat effectiveness, which was completely defenseless. Unfortunately, Na Xian understood it too late. I see, I underestimated the enemy. Na Xian gritted his teeth, his face turned pale. Now that I understand, please get on your way. Hu Shou raised his dragon-patterned giant axe. As Na Xian said, Hu Shou would not want to mess with the orc tribe unless necessary. After all, in the orc tribe, there are actually two heroes. If they really want to kill a grandmaster, no one will care. Therefore, none of these orcs can be let go. Na Xian, whose fighting spirit had long since dissipated, had no ability to resist. The moment the tiger hunt arrived, these orcs were destined to be annihilated. Orc tribe, sacrificial hall. The high priest, who was sitting cross-legged on the futon in the hall, suddenly opened his eyes. Deep eyes emerged from the shadows under the hood, looking in the direction of the cloud forest. Na Xian's aura disappeared. Could it be that the Ice Emperor took action? No, there is no heroic level aura. It should not be the Ice King who takes action, but the person who stole the catalytic stone has a Grandmaster level. The High Priest's thoughts turned around and his eyes returned. Since the Ice King did not take action, it means that he will not participate in this kind of struggle. The Goryeo Empire should have gotten the news. It depends on their actions next. The sounds in the sacrificial hall soon disappeared. The high priest lowered his head slightly and returned to the originalness like a statue. The news of the battle between orcs and mercenaries in the cloud forest quickly reached the ears of surrounding forces. The Goryeo Empire, which is located on the border of the cloud forest, received the news immediately. The orc tribe has begun to send out Grand Masters to test Cloud Mist City. After Lieutenant Shunan of the Goryeo Empire got the news, he immediately thought of this matter. There may be something heroic in Cloud Mist City. After the orc tribe tried it out, they also passed the news to the Goryeo Empire. And after the last time, hero-level pressure indeed broke out in the cloud forest, this matter was confirmed. Although the heroic pressure burst out, it has the aura of a dragon. But if there is not another heroic level in Yunwu City, how can there be other powers that can allow such a powerful dragon clan to unleash his pressure unscrupulously? But after that incident, this hero-level powerhouse never showed up again. This attack by the orc tribe is undoubtedly a test. They are testing the heroes of Cloud Mist City to see if they will take action and participate in this incident. Hero level didn't take action. Lieutenant Shunan took a piece of white paper from the desk, pulled out a quill, and began to write the news that needed to be reported. They don't need to know whether the hero will take action. They just need to know this heroic attitude. Is he affiliated with the Huanyuan Empire, or is he living in seclusion in the Huanyuan Empire? Great, I captured another evil body skill book. Ling Xiao couldn't help but cheered. As long as he gets another evil spirit body skill book, Ling Xiao will have enough books for 30, and then he can upgrade the evil spirit body skill to level 30 in one go. Something needs to be said here. Skill points in the New World mode are not only obtained by upgrading. In fact, if you can only obtain skill points by upgrading, then there is no way to add points with such a huge skill tree for each class. In addition to automatically obtaining skill points after upgrading, you can also use spiritual crystals to buy them in the store, or use items that increase skill points. In short, as long as you are willing to spend Krypton gold, you can get it. At this point, the system is still very generous. The only limitation is that your own level will limit the level limit of martial arts and magic in the skill tree. This is not a problem that Krypton Gold can solve. This is a matter of principle. Ling Xiao, you are really willing to bear the body of a level 30 evil spirit. Shui Lang sat aside, his tone was quite surprised. The explosion rate of skill books after completing the Evil Warrior copy is really impressive, so most of Ling Xiao's skill books must have been received through the trading system. The Evil Body skill book is not cheap in the trading system. What does this mean? The Evil Spirit Body skill must be upgraded to level 30 to show its true power. Ling Xiao acted like a master and began to give instructions. The Evil Spirit Body at level 30 is not only for the increase of the increasee as the skill level increases. More importantly, it is to strengthen the Evil Spirit Body. So that's it. Shui Lang nodded in agreement. Since encountering the orcs outside Yunwu City, the Blood Wolf team has been recuperating in the city for the past few days. If at that time the Evil Spirit Body's skill level was sufficient, it wouldn't be so embarrassing. Unfortunately, for the Blood Wolf, it is obviously more valuable to use the Holy Light than to use the body of the Evil Spirit with Fighting Spirit. However, if the Evil Spirit Body can be upgraded to level 30. Even after the Blood Wolf used up the Holy Light, he still had enough energy to fight. There's only one copy left, Blood Wolf, let's go try out a copy together. Ling Xiao greeted. Just in time to try out how powerful the Evil Spirit Body is. Okay, I want to try it too. Shui Lang readily accepted the invitation. Enter the Evil Spirit Warrior copy. There is no plot at all in this dungeon, only a letter that appears in the hand of the team leader at the beginning, which reads, "Please be sure to hold this place and wait for the arrival of reinforcements." Then a large number of Evil Spirit Warriors began to attack the players' lines crazily. Precisely because this is a defensive dungeon, the team that clears the dungeon basically puts the human shield in front, and then has the magician to contain it from behind. It would be better if there were one or two priests. Unfortunately, the priest class is relatively rare. Even so, there are often teams that cannot withstand the impact of the Evil Spirit Warriors, causing the copy to fail. Fortunately, Ling Xiao and Shui Lang can be considered high-level players. The Blood Wolf is holding on, the left front must not be lost. The spear in Ling Xiao's hand was swung like a tiger, and all the Evil Spirit Warriors who rushed up were sent away. I know, but I can't stand it anymore. The Blood Wolf grimaced, holding up the shield with one hand, and sweeping out the knight's sword from time to time in the other hand. The team members behind him were also trying their best to push back the Evil Spirit Warriors. However, facing the wave-like offensive of the Evil Spirit Warriors, it was really powerless. A defensive dungeon is really unfriendly to an offensive class. Ling Xiao even activated his Evil Spirit Body and was almost unable to withstand it. Hey, is this the body of the Evil Spirit? Is this how you use it? Qi Li happened to pass by Ling Xiao and asked with some confusion when he saw the scene in the crystal ball. That's not how it is used. How else can it be used? Store manager, please don't cause trouble. My copy is almost unbeatable. Ling Xiao said with a grimace. No wonder you guys are having such a hard time. Qi Lu was not in a hurry and stood next to the booth, watching Ling Xiao and his team fight. Then due to the activation of the Evil Spirit Body, the fighting spirit was exhausted. Then, he was overwhelmed by evil warriors. Finally, the copy fails. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have created so many offensive classes. Ling Xiao said angrily after releasing the dungeon. Alas, I really can't defend myself. Shui Lang also sighed. Don't talk about you rookies. As long as you have the body of an evil spirit, you can surpass the Evil Spirit Warriors in all offensive classes. Qi Li couldn't help but say aloud. Boss, I know you can't learn the body of an evil spirit, but you don't need to take this opportunity to criticize us. The blood wolf spread his hands. It is well known that Qi Li's class in the New World mode is the Great Mage. I have nothing to do, so I have to tell you what you are doing. Haven't you noticed that if the body of the evil spirit is turned off on its own initiative, does it have no cooling time? Qi Li asked back expressionlessly. When Ling Xiao and Shui Lang heard this, they looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes. You really don't know? Qi Li's eyebrows moved, showing a dumbfounded expression. Store manager, just say what you want to say. Ling Xiao felt like he had caught something, but he couldn't remember it. Can't you turn it on and off instantly? Qi Leti asked. The body of the evil spirit is a continuous amplifying martial skill, with no cooldown. Unless it is forcibly turned off after being immune to death, it will be in a state of no cooldown. In this case, it is completely possible to turn on the evil spirit body at the moment of taking action and turn it off at the moment of closing the hand. So as not to waste any fighting spirit. It's just that to achieve this level, the requirements for combat awareness and multitasking ability are very high. For Ling Xiao and Shui Lang, they haven't thought about using it this way yet. But now that Qi Li mentioned it, they were suddenly enlightened, showing expressions of sudden realization. Store manager, you are so amazing. You didn't even learn the skills, but you figured out how to use them at such a high level. Ling Xiao looked at Qi Li in shock. As expected of the boss, he easily thought of things we couldn't even think of. Shui Lang also had an expression on his face that said there is such a way to use it. People in the New World mode also learned about the use of the evil spirit body through the propaganda of Ling Xiao and Shui Lang. Suddenly, everyone in the store was shocked by Qi Li. And he was surprised at Qi Li's understanding of combat skills and his ability to apply them in actual combat. Qi Li could only pretend to be profound with a blank expression. This has nothing to do with combat skills, right? This is just an understanding of skills. This group of guys from a different world are coming into contact with online games for the first time. It is certain that they do not have a good understanding of game skills. But Qi Li didn't expect that this was too inadequate. Go on, don't pay attention to me. Qi Li waved his hand, avoiding the shocked looks, walked to the corner, found a booth and sat down. Not to mention the excitement in Qi Li's shop. On the 5th day after Zhuo Zizheng joined the Duanlong mercenary team, Qi Yang gathered all the members of the Duanlong mercenary team, and then led the way to the dragon ruins. Thousands of miles of ruins remain the same. Zhuo Zizheng, are you sure you remembered the place correctly? Qi Yang followed Zhuo Zizheng and suddenly asked. Don't doubt me. I said this is my certificate of submission, so there will be nothing wrong with it. Zhuo Zizheng snorted coldly and walked forward without any hesitation. Dragon Ruins is truly off the beaten track. Compared to the vast, uninhabited desert, it's not too much. Time passed slowly, and under the leadership of Zhuo Zizheng, the ruins that stretched thousands of miles began to show some changes. Wait a minute, Zhuo Zizheng, these are white bones. Qi Yang noticed that among the ruins, there were many more skeletons appearing at some unknown time. Judging from the dried blood on it, it seemed that he had not been dead for long. I just don't know why, but in such a short period of time, all the flesh and blood disappeared, leaving only the bones. What's going on? Qi Yang was keenly aware of something amiss. His sharp eyes immediately turned to Zhuo Zizheng. Have we arrived yet? Zhuo Zizheng's eyes were a little dazed, staring at the numerous bones among the ruins, and a look of pain suddenly appeared on his face. What's wrong with you? Qi Yang also noticed the pain on Zhuo Zizheng's face. This is the corner of the sealed land, and it is also the place where the Broken Rock mercenary team was completely wiped out. Zhuo Zizheng's face became very ugly, and he seemed to be very reluctant to think of this incident. What? Qi Yang was horrified, and immediately drew out a long sword, looked around vigilantly, and shouted loudly, "Everyone be on guard, this is the place off ceiling. Always be prepared for possible dangers." Even the Broken Rock mercenary team was defeated here. Although Qi Yang is arrogant, he also knows that according to the real situation, the Duanlong mercenary team and the Broken Rock mercenary team are only half the same, and even the Duanlong mercenary team is even weaker. There is no need to be so vigilant. There will be no danger until the sealed land is opened. A trace of struggle flashed across Shuizi's face, but it was quickly covered up. "Get ready, I'm going to open the sealed place now." "Good." After Qi Yang responded, he pulled out the other long sword, took a few steps back, and his vigilant eyes also fell on Shuai Zijing. The members of the Duanlong mercenary team also began to retreat, faintly surrounding Shuai Zijing. "You still don't believe me, that's fine." Shuizi was taking out a glass bottle from his arms, which contained more than half of the bottle of blood. "This is Yanlu's blood, blood with the power of the dragon's breath curse. Open it, the sealed place." Snapped. Shuizi was directly smashing the glass bottle into the ruins. In an instant, the glass splashed and blood exploded out, flowing freely on the broken bricks and tiles. Buzz. A dazzling light suddenly appeared on the ground. That is the formation pattern of the sealed land. The blood in the glass bottle flowed down from the broken bricks and tiles, and was quickly swallowed by the formations. Everyone's attention was attracted by the formation patterns in the sealed land. This is the sealed place of dragon ruins, and there are dragon treasures buried inside. How can people not expect it? After the formation pattern swallowed up all the blood that Shuizi was smashing out, it emitted a dim light, and then the hot dragon's blood slowly emerged from the formation pattern. It's really dragon blood. Qi Yang could feel the blood emerging from the formation patterns and the surging power contained in it. Dragon blood has been regarded as a kind of treasure since ancient times. The purer the dragon's blood, the more precious the dragon's blood flows in the bodies of high-level dragons. Whether it is used to temper the body or used as an extremely rare material to refine high-level alchemy potions, it is the best choice. In particular, some extremely precious alchemy potions, in which dragon blood is used as a material, cannot be replaced by other materials. Often the effects of these alchemical potions are extremely powerful. Although these dragon bloods are not used by Qi Yang, even if he collects them and sells them to the alchemists, he will earn enough spiritual crystals to lead a glorious life without becoming a mercenary. There really is dragon blood. It seems that there are dragon treasures buried in this sealed place. When Qi Yang saw dragon blood, he completely believed Shuai Zijing's words. If the dragon clan hadn't sealed the treasure here, how could there be so much dragon blood here? Brothers, after entering the sealed land later, take out all the treasures inside. We will distribute these treasures when we get to a safe place. As long as there are enough treasures, I guarantee that everyone will have a share. Qi Yang raised a hand, and after attracting everyone's attention, he first explained clearly the rules after entering the sealed land. If there is a fight for treasures in the sealed land, who knows whether other dangers will be attracted? Please wait a moment. After the dragon's blood disperses, the entrance to the sealed land will be opened. Shuizi was standing at the front, staring closely at the formation pattern, and said, "Captain, do you need to collect the dragon's blood?" A member of the Duanlong mercenary team suddenly asked. "It's not necessary at the moment. The dragon's treasures are more important, and the dragon's blood won't escape if it is placed here." Qi Yang waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to waste time. Dragon blood is not water. Even if it is burned by flames, the blazing dragon blood will not evaporate. Unless the energy in the dragon's blood is completely dissipated, the dragon's blood will dry up. However, while the Duanlong mercenary team was staring closely at the formation, the dragon's blood spread out in all directions and slowly surrounded everyone, and then formed a simple magic formation on the ground. This subtle movement was not noticed by anyone under the cover of the ruins. The dragon's blood has been dispersed. Why hasn't the entrance appeared yet? Qi Yang stared at the formation pattern closely, and after waiting for nearly a quarter of an hour, he asked angrily. However, this time Shu Zijing did not answer Qi Yang's words, but looked behind Qi Yang in horror. Of course the entrance will not appear. The Dragon Clan's treasure is just alley to trick you here. A cold voice suddenly appeared behind Qi Yang. The bloodthirsty and violence in the voice gave people a chilling feeling of her. Qi Yang was shocked. He never thought that someone could appear behind him without him noticing. If this person intended to make a sneak attack, the consequences would be unimaginable. When Qi Yang thought of this, the hair on his back stood up, and he turned around suddenly. What appeared in front of him was a very familiar face. Strict rules, Qi Yang said through gritted teeth. He couldn't tell whether it was hatred for Yan Lu or anger at Shu Zijing for deceiving him. Isn't that Shu Zijing who escaped from me? Why are you back again? Aren't you afraid of death this time? A cold smile appeared on the corner of Yan Lu's mouth, and he stared at Shu Zijing with his sinister eyes, as if greeting speaking generally. He was bare-chested, with dragon patterns on his chest and back caused by soaking in dragon blood. And the burning marks on the back, caused by the dragon's breath curse, have become so faint that they can't be seen clearly without looking carefully. Afraid of death? Are the brothers of the Broken Rock mercenary team willing to die? Shu Zijing looked at Yan Lu without fear and asked angrily. If their death can become a part of my strength, then their death is valuable. I believe they will also be happy for me, the captain of the rock-breaking mercenary team. Yan Lu let out a breathtaking laugh from his throat. The thirst for power and soaking in dragon blood for a long time have made Yan Lu's spirit tend to go crazy. The power contained in dragon blood belongs to the Dragon Clan after all. For the human race, that is extremely violent energy. People who have been immersed in dragon blood for a long time without any mental problems are monsters with a strong will that can endure all kinds of suffering without changing their expressions. You've gone crazy, Yan Lu. Shu Zijing couldn't help but sigh. Qi Yang had a gloomy face and suddenly said, Shu Zijing, you lied to me, right? You want to use the power of my Duanlong mercenary team to avenge the Broken Rock mercenary team. That's right. Shu Zijing knew that at this time, there was no need to hide anything. So, the dragon treasures in the sealed land were also lied to me, right? Qi Yang's face became more gloomy, and he asked, coldly. That's right. Shu Zijing still nodded. Okay, I appreciate your honesty now. Qi Yang sneered and didn't ask any more questions, but looked at Yan Lu. No matter how big Shu Zijing's problem is, we should talk about it after solving the strict law. Yan Lu, I really didn't expect that you were dragged in by the sealed land and you could still come out alive. Qi Yang also heard about the dangers of the sealed land. At this moment, I have to say something admirable, strict rules have great destiny. The sealed land was originally a gift left by our ancestors to the survivors of dragon ruins, not something that you idiots can get your hands on. Yan Lu raised his right hand and said slowly. Since you are here, please stay and become my strength. Yan Lu, I admit that you are indeed stronger than me, but if you want to keep all of us, that would be too arrogant. At the last sentence, Qi Yang's voice suddenly rose, and he asked, sternly. Arrogant? If you leave after the dragon blood spreads, maybe I am arrogant, but now, it is too late for you to leave. Yan Lu sneered and raised his right hand. With the palm facing upward, he grasped it violently. Roar. A roar of a giant dragon, like a thunderous thunder, suddenly sounded. The magic circle, composed of dragon blood scattered under the ruins jumped quickly, then suddenly rose from the ground and attached to Yan Lu. It condensed into a pair of dragon blood armor. A terrifying coercion emanated from Yan Lu. The aura at the peak of the Grand Master level was also blessed by Long Wei, which made the pressure stronger by at least 30%. It's actually Long Wei. Qi Yang's face turned pale, and there was a look of panic on his face. He never expected that Yan Lu could actually drive the power of dragon power. This is not to say that Long Wei is very powerful, but when it comes to deterring the weak, Long Wei is definitely among the best. This is the hierarchical suppression of race. The sealed land is my territory. None of you can even think of leaving here alive. Yan Lu let out an ear-piercing laugh, opened his clenched right hand, a ball of fiery dragon blood condensed on the palm of his hand, and swung forward suddenly. The dragon's blood flew out like a sharp arrow. The members of the Duanlong mercenary team had no time to dodge before their chests were penetrated by the dragon's blood. Ah! Captain, save me. The team member who was hit by the dragon's blood didn't even have time to say a complete sentence. He stared at the hole in his chest with frightened eyes and fell down. The blood spurted out and flowed to the ground along the broken bricks and tiles. Then it was quickly swallowed up by the formations of the sealed land. You damn guy. Qi Yang knew that Yan Lu's class was a boxer, but he didn't expect that Yan Lu's long-range strikes would be so powerful after wearing the dragon blood armor. Sweeping the two swords tightly in his hands, Qi Yang blocked Yan Lu's second round of dragon blood blow. Sword Warrior is Qi Yang's class. The double swords are Qi Yang's unique martial arts that can occupy a place among the master level. Shuazijing, I don't care if you lied to me before. Now, protect my team members. Qi Yang yelled. There is no such thing as a mercenary team leader who doesn't cherish his own members at all. Unless it's a lunatic like Yan Lu. With Yan Lu's strength, after receiving the blessing of the dragon blood armor, ordinary professional classes would be instantly killed in front of Yan Lu with one move. Rock and Earth Barrier. Shuazi nodded and waved his staff, condensing a rock and earth barrier for the members of the Duanlong mercenary team to hide. Even if you protect them now, what's the use? None of you can escape at all. Yan Lu laughed twice and dodged. Dragon blood armor can actually increase other attributes. Qi Yang was horrified when he saw Yan Lu disappear. The next moment, Yan Lu appeared in front of Qi Yang and punched out suddenly. The heavy punch blessed by the dragon blood armor was like thunder, and the terrifying speed almost compressed the air and twisted it. Qi Yang only had time to cross his swords and protect him in front of him. Yan Lu's heavy punch was already close to Qi Yang's chest. Crack! There seemed to be a slight cracking sound, and Qi Yang flew out like a piece-off rag being thrown away. The two long swords in his hands were flying and spinning in the air, and finally inserted into the ruins. Following the light, you can find the small cracks on the sword. With the blessing of dragon blood armor, Yan Lu's attack was actually terrifying. How could you have become so much stronger in just a few days? Shuazishand, that was holding the staff, couldn't help but trembled, and he shouted in disbelief. The power of dragon blood is so wonderful. This is the best gift left to me by the ancestors of Dragon Ruins. Yan Lu laughed wildly, and the surging power in his body made him unable to help but want to vent it out. The dragon race is indeed one of the most powerful races in the world. Just the power of dragon blood can make people so crazy. Cough, cough. Qi Yang, who fell among the ruins, covered his chest and coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. The stinging pain in his chest told Qi Yang that his ribs were definitely broken. It's really terrifying. Is the power of the dragon clan so terrifying? Qi Yang breathed carefully. Every time he exerted force, pain that made people break out in a cold sweat would be felt in his chest. The power of the dragon clan is certainly powerful. Looking back at the thousands of miles of ruins at our feet. Back then, this was a prosperous empire. It's your honor to feel this powerful force before you die. Yan Lu stretched his body and stood calmly, feeling like a cat playing with a mouse. It's an honor I'll never admit. Qi Yang slowly got up from the ground, walked slowly to the two long swords stuck in the ruins, and pulled out the long swords with a strong force. This really hurts. The pain in his chest made Qi Yang take a breath. In that case, let me see how beautiful your desperate expression is under this power. Yan Lu smiled jokingly, and appeared in front of the rock and earth barrier in a flash. Boom! With just one punch, the solid defensive magic and the rock and earth barrier instantly collapsed and turned into a pile of soil. The dragon's blood condensed on Yan Lu's palm. The dragon's blood shot out like a rain of blood all over the sky. The mercenaries who were originally hiding behind the rock and earth barrier had no time to react before the dragon's blood flew in front of them. Puff! Puff! In just a few seconds, more than half of the members of the Duanlong mercenary team had been lost. Looking at the fallen team members one by one, Qi Yang's expression became more and more sinister. But at this time, Qi Yang no longer yells. This will not have any other effect except making the strict rules more rampant. A large amount of blood flowed along the ruins to the ground, and was devoured crazily by the formations. At a place that no one noticed, a faint light appeared at some point. The more people sacrifice, the more power I get. I can almost no longer feel the power of the dragon's breath curse. While Yan Lu was frantically slaughtering the members of the Duanlang mercenary team, the burning marks on his back, caused by the dragon's breath curse, slowly disappeared. This is my power. Being exposed to the dragon's breath curse has always been Yan Lu's greatest wish. The power of dragon blood blessed his body, making Yan Lu feel more powerful than ever before. Qi Yang, tell me your last words. Yan Lu finally returned to Qi Yang and said with a joking expression. The last words, keep them to yourself. Qi Yang suddenly raised his head, raised all his fighting spirit, and launched an attack. The two swords struck Yan Lu diagonally from his left shoulder to his right abdomen. Even though Yan Lu has the blessing and protection of dragon blood armor, Qi Yang is still a master-level strongman in the final analysis. All the fighting spirit, desperate. The power that explodes cannot be underestimated. With the joking expression still on his face, Yan Lu was already knocked back, and two gaps appeared on the dragon blood armor, exposing the wounds on the chest and abdomen. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have so much energy left. Yan Lu did not cover the wounds on his chest and abdomen, but allowed the blood to flow outward, but the expression on his face had become fierce. Excuse me, ahem. Qi Yang spurted out another mouthful of blood, and then coughed violently as if he was choked. Then it seems that these are your last words. Yan Lu said in a cold tone, and the dragon blood in his hand also condensed. Boom. However, at this moment, the ground suddenly shook violently. Immediately afterwards, the vibrations began to spread to the surroundings, the remaining bricks and tiles in the ruins began to move around, and cracks appeared on the ground. As soon as the cracks appeared, they began to expand rapidly, forming bottomless cracks. Whether it is gravel, rocks, or bones and corpses, as long as they are clasito, the crack, they will all be swallowed up. What's going on? The power of the sealed land has begun to weaken. Yan Lu was also attracted by this change and had no time to pay attention to Qi Yang in front of him. Seeing this opportunity, Shuzi immediately formed a stone pillar and took Qi Yang away from Yan Lu. I didn't expect that I would have to ask you to save me in the end. Qi Yang glanced at Shuizhing beside him and said with difficulty. You'd better talk less now. Shuizi put his hand on Qi Yang's chest and pressed it gently, then took out a bottle of alchemy potion from his arms. Fortunately, the ribs are not displaced. Drink the healing potion first. At this time, Qi Yang no longer had the energy to doubt Shuizhing. After taking the treatment potion, he poured it directly into his mouth. Feeling the weak flow of energy in his body, he said, "To be honest, I still hate you. I know that I alone cannot compensate for the death of so many brothers." Shuo Zijing did not look at Qi Yang, but looked at Yan Lu. "They are not your brothers," Qi Yang said bitterly. "It will happen in the future." Shuo Zijing sighed, seeming to be talking to himself. "Yan Lu once saved my life. I have been a mercenary with him for 8 years. I never thought that one day he would actually destroy the Shattering Rock mercenary team with his own hands. I hate him, but I can't kill him myself. So I took advantage of you. I'm sorry. I will use the rest of my life to compensate for those dead brothers. Let's get out of the dragon ruins alive first." Qi Yang snorted coldly and looked at Yan Lu. Although Yan Lu was attracted by the changes in the dragon ruins at the moment, as soon as the dragon ruins returned to calm, Yan Lu and Shuo Zijing would probably die. Yan Lu, who is blessed with dragon blood armor, is definitely not an opponent that Qi Yang and Shuo Zi can deal with. What's more, Qi Yang has no fighting power at this moment. The shaking began to subside. Qi Yang and Shuo Zijing also began to show nervousness and worry in their eyes. However, under the worried eyes of Qi Yang and Shuo Zijing, the dragon blood armor on Yan Lu's body began to gradually disintegrate, turning into dragon blood and spilling on the ground, and then being swallowed by the formations of the sealed land. How could this happen? How could this happen? No. This is my power. You can't take away my power. Yan Lu felt that the power in his body began to drain away rapidly, and he couldn't help but roar hysterically, trying to catch the spilled dragon blood with his hands. But no matter how hard the strict discipline tried, it was of no avail. Qi Yang and Shuo Zi looked at each other, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. However, at this moment, Yan Lu no longer cares about Qi Yang and Shuo Zijing. The disintegrated dragon blood armor even took away Yan Lu's own power. If it couldn't stop it, Yan Lu would soon be unable to retain even his master-level power. Roar! A roar of a giant dragon suddenly came from the cracks in the earth. The dull roar was like a dull drum, beating on the hearts of Yan Lu and others. Puff! Puff! Yan Lu, Qi Yang, and Shuo Zijing were all spared. They all spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. The dull roar was like a heavy hammer, hitting the three of them hard and knocking them away. The ground began to collapse, as if there was a bottomless abyss beneath the ground. Countless rocks were swallowed up by the cracks. All that was left was a crack that looked like a giant mouth of an abyss. Just when the three of them thought it was over, an even more terrifying roar came from the crack. Roar! Along with the roar that resounded across the sky, a terrifying species with cold white hellfire burning all over its body waved its huge wings and flew up from the crack. Then he rose into the sky, stayed in midair, and looked around. A dark shadow cast over the sky. Yan Lu and others' eyes widened, and their pupils shrank suddenly. What is this? No, it's impossible. There is such a terrifying thing buried under the dragon ruins. The terrifying species that stayed in midair waved its wings, its eyes were burning with substance like hellfire, and it looked coldly at the three people in the ground. The terrifying momentum was overwhelming. The three of them were so oppressed that they couldn't even speak. They could only grit their teeth and spit out 2 words from between their teeth. Bone dragon. That's right. The terrifying species that flew out of the crack was a bone dragon. It was a legendary species that could rival the giant dragons of the dragon clan. It is the remains left behind after the death of the heroic dragon. It is possible for the species to be born because of extreme resentment, unwillingness, and obsession that can penetrate life and death. This is an extremely rare species. Even in the history of the dragon clan, there are few records of the appearance of bone dragons. The bone dragon's fighting power will never be weaker than its fighting power when it was alive. In other words, once the bone dragon appears, its strength will start at the hero level at the lowest level. A bone dragon of this level could bring Yen Lu and 3 others to their knees even with a casual blow. What's more, this skull dragon is still a bone dragon buried under the dragon ruins. In the original war between the human race and the dragon race, I don't know how many strong men from the human race and dragon race were killed, and they were all buried under this land. The overall strength of the human race in that period was not as low as it is now. The ones sent out by the dragon clan to fight against the human clan were even the elite and powerful among the giant dragons. If the dragon king of the dragon clan had not been restrained by the strong men of the human race and could not directly take action during the war, I am afraid that there would not be any survivors left in the Huang Empire. Call. The bone dragon above the sky blew out a ball of burning breath from its mouth. The cold white hellfire burning on the bones replaced the flesh and blood on the bone dragon's body when it was alive and became its current body. In the eye sockets, the ball of hellfire burned like a substance, and one could see from it the coldness and violence like an abyss. It is indeed a species born out of resentment, unwillingness, and obsession. Shuzi didn't even dare to express his anger at this moment. Qi Yang also gritted his teeth and tried his best to hold back the pain, trying not to make any sound so as not to offend the terrifying species in the sky. Yen Lu looked at Bone Dragon with a pale face, with indescribable fear in his. You are, from the Huang Empire. Bone Dragon slowly spit out these words. While speaking, there was still hellfire simmering between the sharp teeth. When Yen Lu heard this, not to mention that his face was pale and bloodless, even the blood in his body was half cold, and his whole body felt even colder. The relationship between dragons and humans is not harmonious to begin with. These giant dragons who died in the Huang Empire back then couldn't calm down their anger and hatred towards the Huang Empire. Gu, Lord Bone Dragon, of course, the grievances of the past are all the grievances of our ancestors. We might as well just let it go. Yen Lu stammered with trembling teeth and gritted his teeth. Past? The hellfire in the bone dragon's eye sockets jumped violently. If it's just me who dies, it's just sacrificing love, but why do you? Why did you harm my daughter? When the bone dragon said this, the hellfire in his body surged, and his tone became even more stern and piercingly cold. After Yen Lu heard Gu Long's words, the blood in his body had gone cold. He didn't expect that this skull dragon was actually the youngest son of the Dragon Emperor. The prince of the Dragon clan. I am afraid that among all the dragons who died in the Huang Empire, the Dragon Prince has the deepest resentment towards the Huang Empire. Damn it! Yen Lu knew that there was absolutely no hope of relaxation between himself and Bone Dragon. The desire to live drove Yen Lu to raise all the fighting energy in his body and escape away from the Bone Dragon. All the master-level fighting spirit was unleashed, making Yen Lu as fast as lightning. A black shadow flashed past, and the person appeared 100 meters away. It's not enough, go faster, even faster. Yen Lu is well aware of the horror of the Dragon clan, and now he is running away, only regretting that he has lost 2 legs. Qi Yang and Shuzi were stunned. This speed is much faster than when you fought with me before. Yen Lu didn't pay attention to us at all before, he was always playing tricks on us. Although Qi Yang didn't want to admit it, Yen Lu's strength was indeed superior to him. Especially after eliminating the dragon's breath curse and getting Thedragon's blood to fortify his body, his strength has reached a higher level. Run away. You damn guys only know how to bully the weak and run away. When Gu Long saw Yen Lu running away, he suddenly became extremely angry. He opened his mouth wide, and the terrifying dragon's breath spurted out. The dragon's breath mixed with hellfire becomes even more powerful. The speed of the dragon's breath was far faster than Yen Lu's escape speed. Only the cold white fire light flashed, and Yen Lu and the ruins at his feet instantly turned into nothingness. He couldn't even hold on for a breath. Under the dragon's breath, everything returns to nothingness. At the Grandmaster level, it is impossible to block the bone dragon's breath. When Qi Yang and Shuzi saw this scene, they were so frightened that their hearts went cold and their eyes turned black. The cold sweat on my back had already wetted my clothes. Not even the strict rules could stop the dragon's breath breathed out by the bone dragon, not to mention the seriously injured Qi Yang and Shuo Zijing, whose physique was not comparable to that of the Doqi class. As long as the bone dragon is unhappy at all, the two of them will become dead souls under the dragon's breath. However, after Bone Dragon got rid of Yan Lu, he no longer looked at Qi Yang and Shuo Zijing, but instead looked at the ruins of the dragon. Qi Yang and Shuo Zi did not dare to speak in the ruins. I can only pray silently in my heart that Bone Dragon has forgotten them. Has the Huang Empire been destroyed? Did my father do it? It would have been great if he had released me from Dragon Island back then. The bone dragon flapped its wings and stayed in the sky, seeming to be remembering something. I can't feel the dragon's aura, no, I must find a suitable trustee as soon as possible. The bone dragon looked around, flapped its wings violently, and flew out of the dragon ruins. Only Qi Yang and Shuo Zi were left sitting on the ruins, looking at each other. The direction the bone dragon is flying seems to be Cloud and Mist City. At this moment, Yunwu City is still a peaceful scene. Since the master-level monsters in the Cloud Forest have divided their territories, they will no longer attack mercenaries and caravans entering the forest for no reason. It is because of the master-level monsters that the Cloud Forest appears more lush. A World of Warcraft forest with high-level warcraft will usually attract more warcraft to remain. After all, the existence of these high-level monsters also provides protection for the low-level monsters in this monster forest. Let those mercenaries and hunters not dare to hunt and kill low-level monsters. With the prosperity of the Cloud Forest, the Cloud City built on the Cloud Forest has become more prosperous. And in a small alley in Cloud Mist City. Inside the Chila store. Boss, long time no see. Sheer, long time no see. Ying Shui and Ying Feng ran into the store and greeted each other loudly. Being caught by his old man and being bored in the Imperial City for a long time made the two of them miserable. It turns out it's you too. Come in and take a look. Chila glanced at the two of them, said hello, and leaned into the sofa again. Hello. Yu Xie returned the greeting with a smile. It's been a long time. I thought you would have fun at home after you went back and you would be so happy that you didn't want to come over. Ling Xiao joked to the two of them while holding a bucket of instant noodles. My old man has locked us up at home and we are not allowed to come out. Ying Feng couldn't help but start pouring out his bitterness. Say less. Ying Shui immediately pinched Ying Feng and warned in a low voice. But it was too late. Outside the store door, an old man who was tall, strong, energetic, with white hair but not looking old at all, pushed the door open and walked in. Although he was wearing casual clothes, he still had an aura of calmness and authority. Boy, you just said that I won't let you come out? Why, is it difficult for you to stay at home for 2 more days? Ying Kuang walked up to Ying Feng and said with a glare. Grandpa, how dare I? I can't be happy enough to be able to stay at home for 2 more days. Ying Feng's expression changed and he said flatteringly. Humph, you're better off with your glib tongue, girl Shui. Ying Kuang snorted. Grandpa, don't talk about Xiaofeng. Boys still prefer to go out and have adventures. Ying Shui immediately greeted him. Ying Kuang waved his hand and said, I know, just give him a few words to prevent him from being like your father and your elder brother and not coming home for a whole year. Grandpa, Dad and eldest brother are also leading troops to fight. How can we just come back as soon as we come back? Ying Shui said with a smile. The old man is actually just complaining and complaining. The elders of any family don't want their children and grandchildren to live in their house and surround their knees, enjoying family happiness. It's a pity that the Ying family came from a military background, and the children and grandchildren of the Ying family have been away fighting all year round, so they often leave home and seldom return home. Hello, Grandpa Ying. Ling Xiao saw Ying Kuang entering the store and immediately said hello. Ying Kuang is a person of the same generation as Grandpa Ling Xiao. In terms of seniority, Fire Emperor Ling Ao should also be called uncle. It's just that above the court, the hierarchy of monarchs and ministers is more important. It's Ling Xiao. You're lucky. The imperial city is so busy, but you're hiding here to enjoy your leisure time. Ying Kuang said with a smile. Ah? Is there such a thing? Ling Xiao had been in Yunwu City for a long time, and he was somewhat out of touch with the news about the imperial city. Not many people know about this matter, and it's not actually looking for you. You don't have to worry too much. Ying Kuang didn't say anything about it, which means it's really not a big deal. Moreover, the old man didn't want to tell, and Ling Xiao didn't dare to ask. Okay, girl Shui, take me to see this store. I want to see what good things there are here that are worth talking about every day at home. Ying Kuang also remembered the serious business of coming to Yunwu City this time. Originally, Ying Kuang wanted Ying Shui and Ying Feng to stay in the imperial city for a few more days. After all, he had just participated in the college competition and won, so it was time to stay home and celebrate. It was only Ying Feng who kept talking about the small shop in Yunwu City every day that piqued Mr. Ying's interest. In his opinion, there was nothing worth talking about in those small border towns. The imperial city of the Huangyuan Empire was the most prosperous city-state. Staying in the imperial city honestly, there are many places to have fun. Okay, Grandpa, come with me. Ying Shui took Ying Kuang to the shelf area first. Although some new products often appear in Chila's store, if there is anything you don't understand, just ask Yushir directly. With Ying Shui's introduction, Ying Kuang's face became more and more shocked. Ying Kuang came from the military. In his early years, he was a famous general when he fought with the late emperor in the southern and northern wars. Regarding the equipment and elixirs on the shelves, just by listening to Ying Shui's introduction, you can understand how valuable these things are in battle. If the soldiers could be equipped with all these equipment and elixirs, their combat effectiveness would definitely be at least doubled. Shuiyatu, are you sure you are right? Ying Kuang asked with some disbelief. After all, just listening to the descriptions of these products, it would be difficult for even the top forging masters to create these equipment. Moreover, the magical functions of many weapons and armor sound more like anal chemical treasure than a piece of equipment made by a master forger. Those pills were even unheard of. But if the effects Ying Shui said were not exaggerated, these pills were definitely more than twice as powerful as those expensive alchemy potions. Just based on its uninterrupted healing effect and the speed at which it takes effect, it surpasses most alchemy potions. Grandpa, the effects of the things in the boss's shop will only be better, and they will definitely not be fake. Ying Shui said with great certainty. This matter is the unified point of view of all customers who have come to the store. The products in Chila's store only need to be good value for money and good value for money. It will never make you feel like you are losing money. Even if you think the price is really shady at first glance, when you compare it with the effect of the product, you will feel that the price that seemed shady before is definitely a conscience price. Weapons, armor, elixirs, these are all good things that have a price, but no market. Ying Kuang looked at the products on the shelves and said excitedly. If all the soldiers of the Huangyuan Empire can be replaced with these weapons and armors, a certain amount of elixirs can be distributed. Ying Kuang can guarantee that the Huangyuan Empire's army will definitely be an invincible army that can scare the surrounding forces. It's a pity, let's not talk about whether the inventory of these products is sufficient. Just by looking at the prices on the shelves, Ying Kuang knew that even if he emptied the treasury of the Huanyuan Empire, it would be impossible for all soldiers to be equipped with these weapons and armors. What's more, it is impossible for the national treasury to allocate only military expenditures. The Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Household Affairs, the Ministry of Industry, the Ministry of Punishment, and the Ministry of Rights are all waiting for the money. Among them, the Ministry of Industry is a big spender of money. Oh, what a pity! Ying Kuang couldn't help but sigh. Although Ying Kuang no longer leads the army, as the general of the country, Ying Kuang wants from the bottom of his heart to make the Huanyuan Empire's army stronger. Only with strong military force can the Huanyuan Empire become more prosperous. Grandpa, there are other things. Ying Shui could probably guess why Mr. Ying sighed, but she couldn't say much. Then let's look at other things. After Ying Kuang looked at the shelf area, his view of this small store also changed. I do look down upon the people in the world. In such a small border town, there is such a magical shop. I have to say that there is indeed something worth mentioning about this store. If it weren't for the lack of spiritual crystals, Ying Kuang would have wanted to clear out all the products in the shelf area. Grandpa, sister, come here quickly, I found a good thing here. When Ying Shui and Ying Kuang came out of the shelf area, Ying Feng shouted in front of the pet card changer. This thing is a very novel thing for Ying Feng, no, I should say for people who have never seen pet cards and know nothing about summoners. Pet card? After Ying Feng copied Yu Shier's introduction, Ying Shui was still a little confused. That's right, I just drew the pet on this card. Ying Feng laughed and took out a pet card, then waved the pet card. Come out, Death Knight. This sentence is not necessary to shout before summoning a pet. But I don't know why, everyone who summons a pet will subconsciously shout out this very stupid sentence. Qi Lu could only understand this. Who didn't pass the second grade in middle school when they were young? As Ying Feng's shout fell, a black air appeared out of thin air in the lobby off the store. Immediately afterwards, the black energy spread to all directions, instantly forming a gate nearly 3 meters high. What is this? Mr. Ying Kuang is indeed a powerful man who has emerged from the battlefield even after recuperating for so many years. His vigilance is still not at all. Ying Kuang immediately noticed the weak evil energy emitted from the door condensed by black energy. This evil spirit is condensed from death. Before Ying Feng could speak, the armored bone horse emerged from the gate. Immediately afterwards, there was a death knight riding on a bone horse, wearing heavy armor and holding a knight's spear. Only a pair of scarlet eyes were exposed from under the visor of his helmet. As the Death Knight completely came out of the door condensed with black energy collapsed. Then it turned into a thick black mist, lingering around the Death Knight. The black mist made the Death Knight's figure appear looming. And that weak evil spirit also became stronger. Grandpa, this is the pet I'm talking about, not an enemy. Ying Feng saw the vigilance on Mr. Ying's face and quickly explained. After the Death Knight came out, he also jumped off the bone horse, knelt down on one knee, bowed his head to Ying Feng and swore allegiance. Of course, the rite of allegiance will only appear when the Death Knight is summoned for the first time. It is equivalent to binding a pet card. After that, this pet card cannot be traded. That's it. Ying Kuang nodded slightly. Although he felt the evil aura from the Death Knight, he didn't feel any hostility. This is the pet card. Ying Shui stared at the Death Knight with some envy and asked aloud, do you have any cute pets? On the other hand, Mr. Ying Kuang stroked his beard thoughtfully and thought, is this the alchemy product of space magic combined with spiritual magic? However, they will not delve into the details of how the pet card works. Just like using alchemical potions, you don't necessarily need to know how to make them. They are more thinking about the function of pet cards. can enhance one's combat effectiveness. That's enough. It's really a good thing, but it's just too expensive. Ing smacked his lips and finally sighed again. It can be said that Mr. Ing has thought through the role of pet cards very thoroughly. Especially after seeing Ing Feng summon the Death Knight. If the introduction is not exaggerated, as long as the pet is cultivated, the activated skills are not very useless, and its combat power will never be weaker than the summoner himself. Even some high-quality pets are far more powerful than the summoner himself. It's just as Ing Kuang thought. The cost of cultivating a powerful pet is too high. These pets can guarantee absolute loyalty, which is indeed a good thing for some famous children, royal relatives, and nobles. But for ordinary soldiers, it is just a luxury wish. Pet cards are only suitable for training into extremely powerful sharp knives and cannot be popularized. I have to say that this is a huge regret. However, after Ing Kuang thought so much, it had little impact on Ing Feng and Ing Shui. With Ying's family background, it would be easy to raise a few pets. Take me to see other things. Ing Kuang now has a completely different view of this remote shop. It can even be said that it completely subverts the concept of Ing Kuang. If Ing Feng and Ing Shui hadn't brought him to Yunwu City, he would never have imagined that such a magical product existed. The only thing left is the combat power improvement training room. Grandpa, I believe you will like it. Ing Shui resisted the urge to draw pet cards and first introduced the combat power improvement arena to Ing Kuang. In particular, the New World mode is highlighted. Oh? There are also such magical alchemy products. Ing Kuang's interest became even stronger. If pet cards are used to create a team of sharp knives, and equipment and elixirs are used to strengthen the overall combat effectiveness with external forces, then improving combat effectiveness in the arena is undoubtedly strengthening the strength from within. What's more, the combat power-up arena is not expensive. Although it cannot be used by every soldier, it is completely sufficient for training elites.